Chapter 1 Pick up the Year. In the southern capital of Karlia Empire, within the Dukasman Shanaderned with Perplethorns, Johnson lay in contemplation within the dungeon, happened to read over how had inexplicable traversed worlds while merely squatting. Upon inheriting the fragmented memories of this new body, he discovered an immense predicament left behind by the previous occupant. The original Johnson of the Purplethorns, waste forthson of Duke of South, appareil unable to practice a night lie breathing techniques, devoid of affinity for magic, and divine rejected by the divine light. In this realm, strength and supreme, without it, event the noble staff births was Dima Dagrievason. Recently, the Duke of South had hosted a grand banquet celebrating his birthday, inviting nobles from all corners. Marquis William of the Royal Capital attended as representative of the royal family. It was then that the original Johnson was falsely accused of assaulting Marquis William's daughter, Carlos. Had not been of Duke's blood, Marquis William would have struck him down on the spot. However, the outcome was scarce liberator the original Johnson linger read in the dungeon for a few days before he expiring, paving the way for Johnson's arrival. As Johnson perused the memories of his predecessor, he found him to be an outrageous weakling, cowardly and destitute. Carlos was a professional warrior, far superior in strength. How could Johnson have possibly assaulted her? I twice aviden thought Simeon wanted him dead. The suspects were narrowed down to three elder brothers. A year prior, the Duke of Purplethorn had battled a demon lord wielding the power of laws, sustained a grievous wounds. Now, on his death, the demon had cursed his family, prophesying that Purplethorns would slay Yokotharu until the last drop of blood was spilled. Consequently, the Duke abolished the primogeniture system, seeking Ganhire with unyielding resolve. In essence, he intended to pit citizens against each other, selecting the fire Sestash's successor. Johnson's impending doom stemmed from this very scenario. Ash's brother should legitimate reason Stotakoni another with impunity. As the weakest among them, Johnson was natural with a fair stofel. Just Ashbender this next move, footsteps echoed from outside the cell. Johnson's second brother Vincent walked with elegance, hands clasped behind his back, and halted before the cell door, looking down at the pit of Fulin Matwithin. My poor brother, in ever imagined that after being kicked by Carlos, you old Stillingerin, your vitality isis reasonably into wild grass, has said in his aristocratic tone, leisurely and deliberate. Johnson raised a shade and looked at them. Indeed, it's unfortunate that they failed topperish, necessary apologies, might our brother. This waste Duke's private dungeon Johnson's presence re-indicateth that his father, though reluctant, was shed to spare his life. Within the walls, his brother scood nother Mimo Penley. Marquis William's wife was enraged, and it wouldn't be long before he and voice from the royal capital arrived at Vincent in closer to the cell door, scrutinizing Johnson, thufioariusless the cruel chamundables no snowbounds. I hope a warn tree born into an obla family in your next life. Johnson couldn't suppress the slaughter, tosachorachasm, your certatus in Jeveritrik and Thibukandavan collaborated with Carlos. How could the Ohopodo inherit father stiddle with suk incompetence, your riven inferior to the third brother? You're aware of your own uselessness, Orenchu. Vincent laughed, unfazed by Johnson's sarcasm in his eyes. Johnson was merely venting his frustration. Johnson said, Yori on Thebrinkov death yet stills mug I don't have much to moleftu woody o like tok no something? Vincent narrowed disease, what is it? You must grant me a condition first, Johnson replied. Vincent sneered, you'd to negotiate with him, worm? Johnson shrugged, you're not interested, it's fine bime, it's none of my concern. After a moment of contemplation Vincent grew impatient. Alright, what's your condition? You know I'm quite fond of women. Before I wish to indulge a bit, send a maid in form, and I'll tell you, Johnson said with a lustful expression. Vincent looked down on him with disdain. A worm indeed, very well, I accept your condition, speak. Come closer, Johnson whispered. Vincent leaned in, and Johnson grinned, biting down with all his might and Vincencier. The human bodisfragile, even for aspiring knights will have practiced night-lie breathing techniques. Moreover, Johnson had the consistency of a system. His system was quite simple, akin to the formidable deep blue renowned throughout the multiverse, possessing a singular yet straightforward function. Johnson of Purplethorns. Profession Blade Knight. Sub-profession None. Training apprenticing Blade Knight breathing technique. Skills none. Energy 0. The interface was barren, devoid of even a shop. Upon waking, Johnson discovered that the system absorbed an urgai from the magical pendant around his neck. Upon tapping on the blade night breathing technique, he instantly mastered it, a skill the original Johnson had suffered twadacads, and his physical prowess doubled. With ease, Johnson tore off Vincent's entire outer and retreated at the back of T-cell, chewing in there with a grin, blood oozing from his mouth. Aya, you my dog, will kill ya, Vincent screamed inageni, clutching his speed in jeer with on and attempting to rip open the cell bars with the other. A separate dungeon off Duke's mansion, Ike was not constructed solely from iron. Instead, the bars are made of runiched steel, capable of imprisoning great knights. Vincent, with this limited strength, could not break free. Upon hearing Vincent's screams, the knight skirting the dungeon rushed over. Vincent, furious, shouted while clutching his speed in jeer, "Open thistle, I'll kill him, kill him." The knight captain did not open the cell at this moment. Being gas to the individuals who had ascended within Duke's mansion, has ignored to his men, waprumpler ran to fetch Duke off purple thorns. Such noble family matters swore not for them to interfere in. Vincent's skilling intent was palpable. Heckoked the knight captain with a neck, shouting, "Open the cell, I say." The knight captain's facetern Edward, veins bulging, plus calm down, sir. I've already sent forth Duke. Calm down, open the door. Johnson spat out the air, wiped his mouth, and said, "Suchamus, might our brother." Vincent C. Sterned released the knight captain and pressed his face against the cell bars. "Johnson, will kill ya, il skin one fiadeo your limbs to the dogs." "It sounds terrible," and terrified, Johnson said, stomping on the ground. Vincent punched the cellbar, staring intently at Johnson. The Duke of Purple Thorns arrived with a stern expression. Upon seeing him, Vincent turned and ran to complain, "Father, Johnson haskin a mad, heavy toffmeer." "Silence," the Duke snorted, bypassing Vincent and standing before the cell, scolding Johnson. "Pick up there," I said, "pick up there." Silently, Johnson picked up there and casually threw it out of his cell. Vincent was about to light, buff Duke a scold glances in seven. "Roland, pick up there and take Vincento the church to see Archbishop Raymond," the Duke commanded. Roland obeyed, picking up the ear. Vincent glared venomously at Johnson before leaving the dungeon under the Duke's cold gaze. When Avarion had left, only Johnson and the Duke remained in the dungeon. The Duke ligas at Johnson for a while before speaking. "Why did you this?" Chapter 2. One must rely on oneself. The Count de Mianaroth, Duke of Purplethorn, somewhat surprised Johnson. He had anticipated that his cheap father would be extremely enraged, but his composure suggested that his subsequent plans could unfold smoothly. Johnson carefully analyzed the events surrounding the Callus incident. In it, the original self had been kicked unconscious, and had no knowledge of what transpired subsequently. He woke in a private dungeon, already having undergone a treatment. In the original self's memories, almost every night, a priest from the church would come to perform healing rituals to keep him alive. The spriest was far from ordinary. His closery adorned with gold trim, attire worn on liveth the archbishop in the entire capital. The Duke of Purple Thorns, playing the role of the father, had never appeared. Ike was not the feathered not meet, nor did not want to his imply could not. The Duke of Purple Thorns intended to handle the matter coldly and suppress it to the fullest extent possible. The Callus incident, on a grander scale, concerned the royal family of the kingdom's capital. Willie on a smaller scale, it represented an internal strife scandal within his Purple Thorns mansion. As a mature old noble had valued his dignity, and no matter what happened within his family, it could not be revealed to the outside world. He would protect the son but would never meet them. For Johnson to leave the private dungeon, he must meet with his father. His dear brother Vincent conveniently presented himself. Ns. The scrutiny of Duke of Purple for Johnson was quite composed. Of course, this person of yours who wishes to see his father, it's as simple as that. The Duke of Purplethorn hesitated to speak, fell silent for a long time, and then said in a deep voice, "You needn't favor us or Tedos at check streams, Hayes, after all, your brother." Johnson smiled. "Indeed, my dear brother colluded with outsiders to kill event the Archbishop of Holy Church called Baralasame. Father, I am really collecting some interest, is that fair?" The Duke of Purple Thorns looked at his incredibly unfamiliar son and, for a moment, did not know what to say. In his social circle, the most he had heard about Johnson was just bullying off men and women in the capital, something most nobles engaged in. However, he understood that Johnson's true nature was cowardly and timid, ozless individual. Now having walked through life and death, he seemed like a completely different person. The Duke of Purple Thorns no longer dwelt in the past, hinutha talthis was a consequencio of abolition of the inheritance which he could neither reverse nor compensate for adequately. What doyo intend todo? Juanchen's personality had changed had learned nothing. The Duke of Purple Thorns did not intend to stewards with him. Facing Thedicus directness Juanchen was also straightforward, according to Carianabala, I can cusito becco miacalonia lord. I intend to go to Dark Forest Mountains. The Dark Forest Mountain have always been an undeveloped region in southern realm. It was since where the Gate of Hell was established, connecting to the abyss. Although Gate of Hell had been shattered, Thien Tyrari had been invaded by the abyss, resulting in irreversible corruption. It was dangerous and full of opportunities. Juanchen wanted to become an independent lord, vigorous lair cruding soldiers and training theme in Dark Forest Mountains, ready to confront no who displeased him. The Duke of Purple Thorns neither rejected nor agreed, saying bluntly, leaving Haranawal on Lilad Toy or quicker demise. Father, you can protect Mert, can you? Juanchen wipe it away in clean blood, I'd rather relinquish me inheritance Serites and Javitatri. The Duke of Purple Thorn said, outside of this city, even passing robber Skankiliu. Juanchen could practice breathing techniques, even insignificant bandite could solitaki his life. Even if Thedix and this best knights, they couldn't protect them for too long. In this world, one has own strength eyes of everything. Juanchen grinned, regulatus breathing, beginning garithmus inhale exhale, gradual eliminating Gathentwitra around him. The Duke of Purple Thorns pupils dilated. These was the breathing technique inherent in Vegeculmention, the White Blade Knight's breathing technique, also Thoriliancy of Southern Realm. The of mastering the basic level of breathing technique is the emergency of idea around the body. He had always believed that Juanchen, this useless individual, wouldn't live a life of fidelness on dependency, his only purpose being to continue the Purple Thorns bloodline. He didn't expect Thimpton. It seemed that the proximity to the couldn't unlock human potential to a great extent. The Duke of Purple Thorns gazes often noticeably, a look that made Juanchen feel somewhat nauseated. Worry on lay treat das a human when I or useful thighs wast world currently lived in. Howdy do awaken the breathing technique, the Duke Kun Tressist asking. Juanchen stayed the excuse a hato ready prepared, the holy light granted Manulife, father. Just mastering the beginner's level of breathing technique wouldn't save your life. The Duke of Purple Thorns began contemplating for Juanchen, I can send thee out of White Blade Knight's garrison, Nuna can harm me out there. With Radiant Knight present, you can Sefeli grope. The Radiant Knight was the pillar of Southern Realm. In the Southern Realm, sometimes stewards of the Radiant Knight carried more weight than those of Duke of Purple Thorns, enjoy enjoyment prestige. Juanchen Grenadin said, all three if my brother scamma from there. I believe that apart from the Radiant Knight, Mennonites there will support them, I don't trust them. While staying at White Blade Knight garrison could provide a temporary respite, it won't last long. Juanchen didn't trust Aignon hen like trusted himself. The second creed of Juanchen's life was on a Australian on himself. He declared his oath to Duke of Purple Thorns, father, after Callus incident, I have learned two truths, the first is that he cannot stand firm without being ruthless, the second is that must rely on himself. Seeing Thetherolite transform Juanchen, the Duke of Purple Thorns did not intend to persuade him further and asked, what do I need? Juanchen Hadelria thought I through and replied without hesitation, in need the authorization letter of a colonial lord, you want to establish a free Chazami base, sot hata want beck and strain be them. In addition, you need feel path Dark Knight take him, whys beer side I believe can help me through the initial difficulties. Nightakam was on off T futile led knights in Southern Realm, the captain and instructor of T first squadron off White Blade Knight garrison, permanent life station death educal mention to protect Duke of Purple Thorns, Huosphere, strict, independent, and in Leobiad Thedukis orders. It was in Lysomion like Hethas that Juanchender to borrow. What else? Juanchen added, to colonize a territory, inaturally need an excellence toward and an experience at tax collector, besides that, in need population and gold coins. It depends on how much support Father Kanjum. The Duke of Purple Thorns Fulsilin for a while, neither rejecting nor agreeing, only leaving words, he will consider it. After saying this, he left the private dungeon. Juanchen was in a rush, sitting on the wooden bed, helmet of Orinton while contemplating his next plan. Chapter 3 Acknowledging mistakes and standing tall under adversity. Merely 2 days after the departure of Duke Sijingji, Juanchen was granted his long-awaited moment of freedom. A middle-aged knight, whose face bore the heavy marks of grievance, personally unlatched the prison door and liberated him.
This knight was none other than the aide Zhuangchen had requested from Duke Zijingji, one of the instructors of the Blade Knights. The Dark Knight Arkham harbored a profound displeasure within. As the guardian knight of the Duke, he found himself tasked with the protection of a scoundrel, a role that contradicted his chivalric principles. Upon seeing the melancholic expression on Arkham's face, Zhuangchen couldn't help but wonder if his parents had met their end in a grim alley and whether he might share the surname Wayne. Out of courtesy, however, Zhuang refrained from asking directly, opting to inquire further once their acquaintance deepened. The knight seemed reticent, following Zhuangchen silently after releasing him, his lips sealed. Zhuang, well aware of his infamous reputation within the Duke's estate and the entirety of the capital, remained unfazed. He understood that time could obliterate all, and even the Duke's guardian knight would eventually find himself in a position to profit from his misdeeds. Whistling a jaunty tune, he swaggered toward his designated courtyard. The Duke's estate occupied nearly a third of the inner city, and as the Duke's son, Zhuangchen was entitled to a manor of his own, albeit one where the servants were rather unruly. Upon returning to the manor, he was greeted by a contingent of 20 knights clad in silver armor, standing resolutely in the courtyard. This squad belonged to Knight Arkham, part of the Blade Knights, originally assigned to safeguard Duke Zijingji. All members were seasoned knights. At the forefront stood an elderly gentleman, the Duke's long-serving steward, Edward Walter, who had fought alongside Duke Zijingji for half a lifetime. Edward was tall and imposing, having once served as the vice-captain of the Blade Knights before retiring due to injury, transitioning into the role of chief steward for the Duke. Despite his wounds, his prowess was akin to that of a seasoned knight, commanding respect even from the Duke himself. "Mr. Edward, it has been far too long, I have missed you dearly," Zhuangchen exclaimed as he approached Edward with enthusiasm. Edward stood rigid, his expression devoid of warmth. He scrutinized Zhuangchen before delivering his message. "The Duke has granted you but 1 month. After this period, you shall depart the capital to venture southward, where you may select any town of your choosing." Zhuangchen's smile faded, taken aback by his father's decisiveness. It seemed he had reached a conclusion after only a few days of contemplation. "During this month, command of Arkham and his knightly squad shall be entrusted to you, and you must return it upon your departure from the capital," Edward continued, drawing the blade symbolizing command, the white blade, from his waist and presenting it to Zhuangchen with both hands. Receiving the white blade, Zhuangchen recalled its storied reputation, having once been wielded by a single knight who vanquished a demon king. The blade, sealed within a magically inscribed scabbard, could not be drawn by anyone unworthy. Its transfer to Zhuangchen was merely symbolic for the time being. Upon grasping the sword, a line of text materialized before Zhuangchen's eyes, indicating a surge of energy. Tempted to absorb it, he hesitated, recognizing that this weapon was not yet his to claim. In due time, it would belong to him. Testing the blade's heft, he felt a faint response, prompting a fleeting change in Edward's otherwise impassive gaze before he regained his composure. Zhuangchen refrained from further attempts, attaching the sword to his belt. Now was not the moment to flaunt such a potent symbol, for the implications were too profound. "May fortune favor your endeavors," Edward remarked, preparing to depart, but Zhuangchen quickly interjected, "Mr. Edward, might I inquire about the coins my father mentioned?" "They shall be provided to you on the eve of your departure from the capital," Edward replied, his tone remaining chilly. Zhuangchen rubbed his hands together, attempting to ingratiate himself. "Mr. Edward, having grown up under your watchful eye, you understand that a month is a brief span. I shall need some coins to prepare provisions." "I shall convey your request to the Duke," Edward retorted before departing the manor. Feeling somewhat dejected, Zhuangchen contemplated the absurdity of being granted command over a small squad without the accompanying funds. How could one embark on territorial expansion without substantial financial backing? He needed to devise a strategy to procure some coins within the month. "Esteemed knights, for the duration of this time, the security of the manor rests entirely upon your shoulders." After Edward's departure, Zhuangchen addressed the assembled Blade Knights, then sent them off to their duties, recognizing that he possessed little to rally them with for now. He would need to wait until he had secured some funds before attempting to win their loyalty. Ideally, he would take them along for the expedition, as their presence would significantly ease the challenges of expansion. "Thompson, you wretched cur, come forth." Once the Blade Knights had dispersed throughout the manor, Zhuangchen led Arkham into the grand hall of his modest castle, bellowing into the interior. Immediately, hurried footsteps echoed from the second floor, and a tall, gaunt young man clad in a tailcoat, with a shifty appearance, tumbled down the stairs, collapsing before Zhuangchen and weeping profusely. "Young Master Zhuang, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly." Zhuangchen kicked him aside. "Missed me, or wished for my demise?" Thompson was his personal servant, a staple among the nobility, often becoming a steward in time. Yet Zhuangchen's servant had forfeited that chance, as Zhuang's memories revealed that Thompson had led him to Karas, a fateful encounter Zhuang would have otherwise avoided. "Young master, I assure you, I harbored no such thoughts."
My feelings are genuine.
Thompson stammered, bowing repeatedly in desperation. Zhuangchen nonchalantly pulled a chair over and seated himself.
Gather everyone in the manor.
As you wish, young master, I shall attend to it immediately. Assuming Zhuangchen had forgiven him, Thompson sprang to his feet and hurriedly summoned the remaining staff. The turnout was scant, fewer in number than Arkham's squad, comprising a handful of farmers, 3 cooks, and several maids, those deemed safe enough to roam the night, leftovers from Zhuang's 3 older brothers. Young master, they have all arrived. Please issue your commands, Thompson announced, bowing and nodding beside Zhuangchen, who shot him a cold glance.
Did I instruct you to stand there? Go kneel before me.
Of course, young master, I shall kneel at once. Thompson, intimidated by Zhuangchen's demeanor and the silent Arkham standing behind him, promptly knelt. Zhuangchen loomed over the assembly, casting a frigid gaze upon them before turning his scrutiny toward Thompson.
Now, tell me, how much did they offer you to betray me?
Nothing, absolutely nothing, young master. I swear, I have not betrayed you. Thompson's fear was palpable. As he continued to bow his head in supplication, Zhuangchen turned to Arkham. Knight Arkham, kindly assist me in removing his left hand.
Arkham stepped forward silently.
In a panicked response, Thompson attempted to flee, only to be swiftly tackled and brought to the ground by Arkham, who unsheathed his sword and struck down, with Thompson's anguished scream, his left hand severed and sent tumbling aside, blood splattered, causing the manor's servants to recoil in horror. After executing the act, Arkham returned to his post behind Zhuangchen. Zhuangchen's intentions were clear, to set an example. Although Arkham preferred not to harm the weak, he bore no qualms about dealing with a traitor like Thompson, devoid of honor. One must acknowledge their mistakes and stand tall in the face of punishment. Such a simple principle, yet you fail to comprehend it, Zhuangchen remarked, shaking his head before asking, now, are you ready to confess? I shall speak, please, for the years I have cared for you, spare my life. Thompson, now thoroughly terrified, implored, never having anticipated that his master would return with the formidable Knight Arkham by his side. Chapter 4 of the local nobility's utter lack of etiquette. Through Thompson's account, Zhuangchen learned that Vincent had instructed his servant to give Thompson 20 gold coins, which led Thompson to agree to betray Zhuangchen. This infuriated Zhuangchen. The purchasing power of 20 gold coins here equates to 200,000. Such a paltry sum, nearly 200,000, could buy the life of a duke's heir, which was utterly insulting. The local nobility exhibited an outrageous lack of courtesy. Zhuangchen confiscated Thompson's ill-gotten gains and utilized his savings as compensation, ultimately seizing 36 gold and 10 silver coins. That he generously distributed the remaining change among the present servants, admonishing them with a furious voice, those who disregard the rules will meet a fate akin to his. Who desires to exchange places with him? The servants, witnessing Thompson leave the estate with one hand severed, were rendered speechless. Zhuangchen spared Thompson's life, for in some instances, allowing a person to live is the greatest torment. After dismissing the servants, Zhuangchen retreated to his chamber, carefully storing away his gleaming sword, and began to assess his assets. Expanding his territory necessitated a considerable amount of resources and populace, all of which required substantial funding. The Duke of Zijingji would surely not offer him much monetary assistance. He needed to devise a means to generate income. Upon tallying his resources, he found that he possessed a mere 138 gold and 23 silver coins. With 1 gold coin's purchasing power equivalent to 10,000, and 1 silver to 1,000, he had a total of over 140,000, a sum he had amassed over 2 decades as a duke's heir. This amount might take a lifetime for a commoner in the capital to earn, sufficient for him to live lavishly and without worries for half his life. However, for a noble, a duke's heir, gold coins that do not reach the tens of thousands are not but worthless. Among his possessions, 36 gold coins were confiscated from Thompson, while 100 gold coins were bequeathed to him by his deceased mother, alongside a magical crystal card from the Zijingji Trading Company, which contained an additional 100 gold coins. After deducting these, his actual wealth amounted to a mere 10 silver coins. The Duke granted him a monthly allowance of 5 gold coins, but as it was only the beginning of the month, the original owner had squandered that sum before the Khalees incident. After all, the estate required no financial upkeep from him, and the servants did not need to be paid by him. Zhuangchen gazed at his meager assets and sighed. It was far too little, and he must strive to earn more. Subsequently, he rummaged through various boxes, seeking anything with energy attributes to absorb. Aside from the pendant left to him by his mother around his neck, he searched for half an hour before discovering a palm-sized purple mana crystal. Upon detecting energy, he contemplated absorption. Absorbed, the purple crystal instantly dulled, and his system panel displayed an energy level of 5, yet no number appeared after the breathing technique. The energy was insufficient for an upgrade. Zhuangchen grasped the gold coins and the magic crystal card, summoning Akam to accompany him to the slave market in the outer city, hoping to ascertain the price of slaves for future reference. Not long after departing the estate, a shadow materialized in the Duke's study, as a figure clad in a hood emerged from the darkness, kneeling beside the Duke of Zijingji and reporting with bowed head, "My lord, young Master Zhuangchen has left the estate, and his carriage is en route to the outer city." The Duke of Zijingji commanded, "Send a few men to assassinate him." "You hold Akam back." "As you wish, my lord," the shadow replied before vanishing into the darkness once more. The southern capital, known as Zijingji Ring City, is divided into 3 concentric circles. The inner and outer cities comprised the original old town. Due to rapid population growth, the capital had to expand, and a decade ago, a new ring of walls was constructed, though planning had yet to commence, leaving behind vast areas of shantytowns and emerging factories. The outer city bustled with vibrancy, inhabited by various races, including lizard folk, cat-eared girls, and even minotaur warriors, leaving Zhuangchen in awe. Once he amassed wealth, he would certainly compile a record of diverse customs. The carriage halted outside Zijingji Square, beyond which lay the bustling trade district, teeming with crowds, making it impractical to drive through. Upon entering the trade area, Zhuangchen's mind brimmed with numerous money-making ideas, but lacking a solid foundation, he could only sigh in resignation. He arrived at a slave trading area where a group of hiring adventurers stood or sat, and in the center sat an elderly man with a goat's beard, with a staircase behind him showcasing 3 rows of robust human slaves. "What are the prices for your slaves?" Zhuangchen inquired as he approached. The goat-bearded man appraised Zhuangchen's opulent attire and then glanced at the indifferent Akam behind him before declaring, "These are the finest strongmen from the western regions, 30 silver each." This equated to 30,000 for a single slave, which, while reasonably priced in terms of silver currency, was far too steep for Zhuangchen's financial standing. Noticing Zhuangchen's lack of response, the goat-bearded man added, "Young master, this is already the lowest price at our goat trading company. It is calculated based on their remuneration after 5 years of service." Zhuangchen disregarded him and turned to explore other stalls. After a swift tour, he found that human male slaves generally ranged from 30 to 50 silver coins, with females costing double that. Non-human races were even more exorbitantly priced. The minotaur warriors he favored started at 10 gold coins, while the more elite catgirls began at several tens of gold coins. Too expensive, perhaps a tavern visit would be more fruitful. Zhuangchen led Akam down a narrow alley, as the original owner often frequented the outer city and was quite familiar with the area. Nearby was the Dawn Tavern, where he might recruit some talent. However, Akam halted, extending his hand to stop Zhuangchen. At the alley's end, 2 masked thieves brandishing daggers appeared, and behind Zhuangchen and Akam, 2 swordsmen also advanced menacingly. Not only were there threats on the ground, but an archer stood atop a nearby rooftop, aiming at them. Zhuangchen understood that an assassination attempt was inevitable, but he had not anticipated it would come so swiftly, especially in the bustling market area where they dared to act. Akam placed a hand on Zhuangchen's shoulder, and a grey mist enveloped them as he prepared to whisk Zhuangchen away into the Shadow Realm. The 5-member assassin group was not particularly formidable. Akam could handle them single-handedly, yet Zhuangchen's safety could not be guaranteed. Just as they entered the Shadow Realm, Akam spotted a shadow hurtling towards him, catching him off guard and flinging them out of the Shadow Realm. A skilled opponent. "Be cautious," Akam warned, drawing his knight's sword and raising it high, exclaiming, "May glory prevail." A blinding white light erupted, accompanied by the sound of the sword, enveloping both Akam and Zhuangchen. The archer atop the rooftop loosed an arrow, and the 4 assailants in the alley advanced simultaneously. Akam could not afford to leave Zhuangchen's side, yet a sudden thrust of a blade from the Shadow Realm forced him to retreat. The 2 thieves before Zhuangchen closed in rapidly, and as Akam sought to assist, he was restrained by the Shadow Realm's assassin, unable to turn back to provide support. The archer aimed an arrow at Zhuangchen's chest, but Zhuangchen had been focused on the archer from the outset. He sidestepped deftly, yet the 2 thieves immediately flanked him, effectively sealing off his escape routes. "Young Master Zhuang!" Akam exclaimed in a state of utmost urgency, yet he remained helpless to intervene. Chapter 5 Every evil shall be brought to justice. Zhuangchen exhibited no signs of panic, rather, he felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through him, a sensation long forgotten that sent his adrenaline soaring. Coupled with the breath control techniques of the Blade Knights, his reflexes were significantly heightened. Confronted by the blockade of 2 thieves, Zhuangchen boldly stepped forward, feinting a punch while simultaneously delivering a swift kick to one thief's groin. The thief quickly retreated, displaying surprising speed. Meanwhile, the other thief attempted to encircle Zhuangchen from behind for a surprise attack. However, Zhuangchen adeptly sidestepped and, with remarkable speed, seized the assailant's hand, yanked him forward, and drove his knee sharply upward. The thief staggered momentarily before he could react. Zhuangchen had wrested the dagger from him and plunged it into his throat. The entire sequence unfolded with fluidity and grace. Witnessing the turn of events, the second thief promptly abandoned the scene, realizing the dire situation. Zhuang Chen's combat prowess was evidently not as reported in the mission brief. The archer atop the rooftop cast a fleeting glance at Zhuang Chen, then also retreated, abandoning his longbow. Only the two swordsmen behind Akam remained, yet their escape was thwarted even while restrained. Akam had sufficient strength to ward them off, and the two swordsmen, mere ordinary practitioners, sustained grave injuries in just a single exchange against the esteemed knight. Were it not for the skilled individual lurking in the shadows, all five, including the archer, would have faced dire consequences. The assassin concealed in the shadows, realizing his attack had failed, ceased to engage and vanished completely into the darkness. Should there be a survivor, Akam, with a swift kick, toppled the last standing swordsman, pressing his blade against the man's throat, and turned to Zhuang Chen with a question. Zhuang Chen, rifling through the thief's corpse, discovered 5 coins and a dagger, casually responding, "No need, just kill him." With a flash of steel, both swordsmen met their end and Zhuang Chen hastened to the two bodies, unearthing an additional 10 coins, prompting an exclamation of frustration. "Damn it, each one is worth only 5 coins. A total of 25 gold, and my life is deemed so worthless." Akam silently stowed away his weapon, acknowledging his lapse in duty. Had Zhuang Chen not displayed such incongruous strength, they might have faced disaster. His perception of Zhuang Chen had shifted significantly. He had previously regarded him as nothing more than a fortunate scoundrel, only to discover the depths of his hidden capabilities. Indeed, every noble must not be underestimated. After finishing his grim task, Zhuang Chen turned to Akam. "Does this count as your dereliction of duty?" Akam nodded, his gaze sincere. "It does." Zhuang Chen gestured to the bodies on the ground. "Then help me strip them of their chainmail, boots, and weapons. Assist me in ensuring this reaches the manor." "This punishment is not excessive, is it?" "Not at all," Akam replied affirmatively as he began his work. "All right, let us return home and rally our forces. This is the perfect pretext for a grand display." Zhuang Chen rubbed his palms together, already devising a scheme for wealth. Akam, burdened with 2 sets of chainmail and boots, followed closely behind, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Do you know who orchestrated this? Have you uncovered any evidence?" Zhuang Chen dismissed the notion. "I am not a constable, what need have I for evidence? Whoever I believe is responsible, is indeed responsible." Upon their return to the manor, they summoned all the Blade Knights, fully armed, and marched resolutely towards the outer city. Akam followed Zhuang Chen to a tavern by the inner river of the outer city, where the Blade Knights efficiently surrounded the establishment known as the Black Shark Tavern. Zhuang Chen kicked open the tavern doors and bellowed, "Summon Burn to me at once." The tavern keeper, upon seeing the imposing figure of Zhuang Chen and the surrounding knights, dared not defy him and promptly dispatched someone to fetch Burn. Zhuang Chen settled at the bar. The tavern was bustling with patrons, yet their silence was palpable, stifled by the presence of the Blade Knights. Before long, a lizard man with a face adorned with black scales hurried in, and upon spotting Zhuang Chen, rushed forward. "Young Master Zhuang, what brings you here?" Zhuang Chen raised a hand. "First, give him a beating." 2 Blade Knights stepped forward, seizing the lizard man and administering a barrage of blows. Burn, cowering on the ground with a pained expression, raised his head in confusion. "Young Master Zhuang, I don't believe I've wronged you." Zhuang Chen looked down at Burn. "I was ambushed in the trading district earlier. I suspect it was your Black Shark Gang's doing. Is that reason sufficient?" Burn stood, attempting to speak, but Zhuang Chen raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Did I permit you to stand?" Another beating. The knights resumed their assault on Burn. After enduring 2 rounds of punishment, Burn could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Enough, Zhuang, I am a man of young Master Vincent." Zhuang Chen slammed his hand on the table. "Nonsense, how could my brother associate with a sewer rat like you? To slander my brother is to provoke the dignity of the Duke of Thorns. Kill him." The knights drew their swords in unison but refrained from striking, merely awaiting Zhuang Chen's command. Burn scoffed, "You wouldn't dare kill me. If you harm me, Vincent will." Before he could finish, Zhuang Chen stepped forward, snatched a sword from one of the knights, and with a single thrust, pierced Burn's neck, swiftly severing his head. Zhuang Chen cast a cold glance at the knights. "What, is my command unclear?" The knights bowed their heads, silent as Zhuang Chen huffed, tossing the weapon aside before returning to his seat, addressing the tavern owner. "Aside from him, who else here holds authority?" "Bring them forth." The tavern owner swallowed hard, cautiously responding, I can make decisions." As Zhuang Chen scrutinized the tavern owner. "What is your name, young Master Zhuang?" "I am Jason Beck." Zhuang Chen inquired further, "After this garbage is gone, can the Black Shark Gang be managed?" "Indeed, of course, young Master Zhuang, the Black Shark Gang shall obey your will." Jason's eyes brightened, realizing Zhuang Chen aimed to absorb the Black Shark Gang that he had long been unable to contend with. Burn, the Dragonborn, relegated to a supporting role, yet no one wished to remain in the shadows indefinitely. Nobles were a duplicitous lot, desiring wealth while shunning the dirt at hands of their own actions, often seeking the aid of underhanded accomplices. None were exempt, not even the Duke's house. Zhuang Chen viewed their management style as tyrannical, squandering a prime opportunity. "Well, earlier someone attempted to assassinate me in the trading district. Who do you believe was responsible?" Jason's heart sank as he recognized Zhuang Chen was demanding his honesty. His response could very well dictate his fate. I suspect it was the Blood Gang. Their malevolence is well known throughout the outer city. Jason understood the intricacies of the power struggles among the Duke's heirs, and he dared not directly name the nobles involved, but he was unafraid of implicating the underlings. After all, it all boiled down to the pursuit of profit. Zhuang Chen, uninterested in idle chatter, stated plainly, "The Blood Gang, is it? You have one day to rally every capable member of the Black Shark Gang. Tomorrow, I expect the Blood Gang to be eradicated. Can you accomplish this?" Jason was now drenched in sweat. The Blood Gang was the largest faction in the outer city, backed by the Duke's eldest son, Count Robert. The number of practitioners within the Blood Gang exceeded that of the Black Shark Gang by more than double. Dispatching all his members would still leave them outmatched by the Blood Gang. I can do it, but I require a little assistance." Jason glanced at Akam, who stood silently beside Zhuang Chen. To eliminate the Blood Gang, the aid of the Blade Knights was indispensable. Zhuang Chen turned to Akam. "I had never imagined such a dreadful evil lurked within the outer city. They dared to assault the bloodline of the Duke of Thorns today. Tomorrow, they would dare to strike at the Grand Duke. Such lawless brigands cannot be allowed to exist. Akam, do you believe this evil should be cleansed?" Akam's eyelids twitched. He had witnessed many seeking to exploit situations, but Zhuang Chen's maneuver was unprecedented. The forces within the outer city were a tangled web, with countless noble interests at play, and Zhuang Chen evidently sought to seize control of this domain. His ambitions were colossal. "Every evil shall be brought to justice," Akam acquiesced, harboring no affection for the gangs. Indeed, he bore deep-seated animosity. Years ago, his parents had been robbed by gang members and slain in a narrow alley. The memory remained vivid even now. Chapter 6. I am currently engulfed in fury. I have but one day to eradicate a formidable gang that has entrenched itself in the outskirts for decades. Even with Arkham leading the most elite squad of Blade Knights from the southern region, it is an impossible feat. It is not that we cannot eliminate the leader of the Blood Gang, but rather that there will undoubtedly be those who rise to impede Arkham's unsheathing of his sword. Zhuang Chen refrained from urging Jason to act hastily. As a person of higher rank, he was indifferent to how matters were handled below him, as long as he achieved the desired outcome. However, he must withstand the pressure from above. Given Zhuang Chen's current influence and lamentable standing, should his elder brother Robert intervene, this extermination campaign would turn into a farce, and the Duke would certainly not involve himself in such affairs. Zhuang Chen required an ally, one so formidable that even Robert would have to bow his head in deference. The operation to dismantle the Blood Gang would commence tomorrow morning, but for now, he instructed his men to spread the word that the Blood Gang had attempted to assassinate him in the trade district, and that he was seething with rage and intent on seeking retribution. Having uttered this directive, Zhuang Chen prepared to depart when Jason could no longer restrain himself. "A young master, if we make such a loud proclamation, the Blood Gang will likely be put on alert. Are you instructing me on how to conduct affairs?" Zhuang Chen's disdain for being questioned was palpable. Jason, unable to meet Zhuang Chen's cold gaze, lowered his head and repeatedly apologized that he had heard that Zhuang Chen was deemed a worthless individual in the Duke's household, yet here, he appeared even more intimidating than Vincent. "Is this what nobility entails? It is truly admirable. Even the most incompetent noble exudes such audacious confidence." Zhuang Chen scoffed. "Attend to your duties. I, Zhuang Chen, am a man of action. Rewards will be given where due, and punishments where necessary. Fairness is of utmost importance, Jason. Should you execute this task with finesse, I will pave a path to wealth for you." Though currently impoverished, as a person of higher rank, he could not neglect the art of enticing others with promises. "Thank you, young master. I will ensure the task is executed flawlessly and will not let you down," Jason exclaimed, bowing repeatedly in excitement. Zhuang Chen chose not to elaborate further and departed the tavern with Arkham. Outside the Black Shark Tavern, Zhuang Chen produced a pouch containing 30 gold coins and tossed it to Arkham. "You have worked hard today, distribute these coins among the men. As an individual of status, one must never reveal their poverty. Generosity must be displayed." Zhuang Chen relinquished a third of his wealth in one breath, feeling a pang of regret yet feigning indifference. Arkham was not one to lack adaptability. He silently accepted the pouch, understanding that Zhuang Chen intended to win the hearts of his men. However, whether he could truly sway them depended on the Duke's approval. The Blade Knights, upon receiving their share of gold, became instantly animated, offering their heartfelt thanks to Zhuang Chen. Although they were the elite among the Blade Knights, they lacked the rank of knightly lords. Only those like Arkham, who were titled knights, possessed such status. Their livelihoods depended solely on the meager salaries bestowed by the Duke, so any additional income was a cause for jubilation. "Thank you, young master. Rest assured, tomorrow I shall ensure the Blood Gang receives their due punishment." Zhuang Chen waved his hand. "You have the day off today, report back here tomorrow." The cheers of the Blade Knights were even more exuberant than when they had received their coins. After dispersing them, Zhuang Chen and Arkham boarded the carriage, for he had other matters to attend to. The coachman inquired, "Young master, where are we heading?" To a professional tailor's shop to create something, then to the Cathedral of the Holy Light, Zhuangchen commanded. At the Cathedral of the Holy Light, Zhuangchen alighted from the carriage, and Arkham followed, carrying a freshly crafted banner. Upon reaching the entrance, a priest stationed at the door approached. "Young Master Zhuangchen, may the Holy Light bless you."
"How may I assist you?"
Zhuangchen declared loudly, "Archbishop Raymond saved my life. I have come to express my gratitude." His voice drew the attention of numerous congregants, and seizing the moment, Zhuangchen instructed Arkham to unfurl the banner, which was a vibrant red adorned with gold thread, inscribed with "God loves all mankind, praise the Holy Light, and thank you, Archbishop Raymond, for granting me new life." In the lower right corner, it bore the signature of Zhuangchen of the Purple Thorn. Not only were the congregants wide-eyed in astonishment, but even the priest was taken aback. They had never encountered such a unique method of expressing gratitude. This was indeed a revelation. The nobility's offspring was distinctly different, and even their expressions of thanks were refreshingly novel. Zhuangchen was quite pleased with the response he garnered. The banner had cost him 5 gold coins to have crafted by a professional. Had he approached an ordinary tailor, he would have been forced to wait at least a week, but he lacked the luxury of time.
"Zhuangchen, what brings you here?"
Hearing the commotion, Archbishop Raymond emerged from the church, momentarily stunned by the sight of the banner in Arkham's hands. As the Archbishop, he was often the recipient of thanks, typically involving tearful expressions of gratitude or modest gifts, yet he had never received a banner inscribed with words of thanks. Raymond found this approach intriguing and felt an elevated regard for Zhuangchen. Zhuangchen took the banner from Arkham and, with both hands, presented it to Raymond. "Archbishop Raymond, I am eternally grateful for the new life you have bestowed upon me. I was at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Knowing your aversion to earthly possessions, I could only inscribe all my appreciation upon this modest banner. I humbly ask that you accept it."
"God loves all mankind, quite commendable and innovative."
"I shall accept it," Raymond replied with genuine pleasure. Taking hold of the banner, he noted that this small flag could also be hung up, which piqued his interest. Turning to the priest beside him, he instructed, "Ryan, hang this banner in the main hall of the cathedral so that all the faithful may witness this gift of the Holy Light." "Yes, Your Excellency." Priest Ryan accepted the banner and proceeded into the hall. Raymond, thoroughly satisfied, patted Zhuangchen on the shoulder. "You have made a remarkable recovery. Come, let us take a stroll in the garden. It is all by the grace of the Holy Light and your compassionate heart, Archbishop. Otherwise, I could not have recovered so swiftly," Zhuangchen responded, following Raymond while gesturing for Arkham to wait nearby. They arrived at a pavilion in the church's garden, where Raymond, taking a seat, composed himself. "Now, speak.
"What brings you to me?" Zhuangchen inquired. "Might I ask how many adherents the Holy Church has in the outer city?"
Raymond countered. "What is your interest? Do you have insights on the teachings of the Holy Church?" "Insights are perhaps too grand a term. I merely wish to see the light of the Holy Light spread further," Zhuangchen replied, producing a map of the city from his pocket and unfurling it upon the stone table before them. Raymond's interest peaked. "Oh, pray tell, how would you propose to spread it?" Zhuangchen pointed to the outer city. "The citizens residing here mostly manage to meet their basic needs, yet due to the inadequacies of imperial law and the encroachments of various gangs, their sense of security is severely compromised." Raymond remained silent. If Zhuangchen's insights were limited to this, he intended to take his leave. "Among these individuals, there may be some followers of the Holy Church, but most are merely superficial believers. While the Holy Light protects them, their ignorant eyes fail to recognize its presence. Thus, they require something tangible, something that allows these ignorant citizens to witness, experience, and feel the grandeur of the Holy Light."
"What tangible thing do you propose?"
Zhuangchen smiled. "This, dear Archbishop, requires your modest assistance."
Chapter 7.
Deep Blue, Level Up. After 2 hours of deliberation, Zhuangchen finally managed to persuade Archbishop Raymond, who pledged to assist in the eradication of the Blood Gang, ensuring that no one would dare to obstruct the operation unless they wished to oppose the Holy Church. In this world, divine beings indeed exist. No one would want to incur the wrath of the Church. Zhuangchen spoke with some dryness in his throat, yet he felt compelled to paint a vivid picture of the future. As he was about to leave, he added, "If the plan unfolds successfully, in addition to the increase in followers and church revenues that I mentioned, you could transform this place into a model parish for the Holy Church, attracting other parishes to visit and learn. At that time, my lord, I fear I may have to address you as the Cardinal Archbishop." Raymond was particularly intrigued by Zhuangchen's notion of a model parish, not for the title of Cardinal Archbishop itself, but because he was eager to delve deeper.
He pulled Zhuangchen, who was about to depart, and inquired, "What exactly does this model parish entail?"
"Those are matters for another time. While we must keep our sights set on the long term, the present is equally crucial." Zhuangchen could not divulge all his ideas at once. Otherwise, what would be left for Raymond to require of him? Raymond understood Zhuang Chen's implication and refrained from further questioning. After a moment of contemplation, he rummaged through his garments and produced a necklace adorned with the likeness of the holy goddess Laniwaya, the deity venerated by the church. This is a protective talisman of the Holy Church, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Grand Knight. Your brothers may not be very settled, so exercise caution.
Thank you so much, this is precisely what I needed. Zhuang Chen exclaimed, elated as a system notification appeared before him. Detected a small amount of energy, would you like to absorb it? He stowed away the holy talisman and left the church. Having been out for nearly a day, news from the port should have reached the Duke's residence by now. He needed to return and share a bond of brotherhood with Vincent. Once back in the carriage, Zhuang Chen decisively absorbed the energy from the holy talisman, believing that offense was the best defense. After the absorption, his energy surged to 105, and the next tier of the White Blade Knight breathing technique finally became accessible. Deep Blue, level up, a warm current surged from the crown of his head, coursing through his entire body, causing his bones and joints to resonate. Drawing Arkham's attention, he observed Zhuang Chen's breathing shift from rapid to steady, then to nearly imperceptible. Suddenly, a violet aura erupted, prompting Arkham to act swiftly, pulling Zhuang Chen into the Shadow Realm. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, the carriage would have splintered. Once the energy dissipated, Arkham led Zhuang Chen back from the Shadow Realm to the carriage. Have you been promoted tonight? Arkham had never witnessed such rapid advancement.
As far as he knew, Zhuang Chen had only recently begun to grasp the basics of the breathing technique in the private dungeon. How could this be? You have already attained full-body breathing, triggering the soul resonance of the White Blade Knight legacy. The energy that had just erupted rivaled the commotion he had caused upon his own promotion years ago. Yes, Archbishop Raymond provided me with a small bit of assistance.
Zhuang Chen exhaled deeply.
He now possessed the ability to protect himself. Previously, he was merely an ordinary person with some martial prowess, but now he could proudly claim the title of a noble practitioner. His system panel had also undergone significant changes, now featuring an unexpected addition: Zhuang Chen occupation, White Blade Knight secondary occupation and untraining, first stage Knight of the White Blade Knight breathing technique, Shadow Affinity, not yet mastered, skills. Apprentice Swordsmanship of the White Blade Knight, Apprentice Oath of the White Blade Energy 0. He had acquired two derivative skills of the White Blade Knight, one in swordsmanship and another in the state-enhancing skill that Arkham had called out during the assassination attempt. To his delight, he had gained the Shadow Affinity skill, which he had long envied in Arkham, who could traverse shadows at will. He never anticipated that accompanying Arkham into the shadows twice would yield such a skill. If he could receive a few more blessings from the Holy Light, might he not unlock the training techniques of the Holy Light, perhaps even turn into a paladin? Zhuang Chen pondered this and allocated points to Shadow Affinity. The moment he did, he felt a wave of dizziness, as if something were whispering in his ear. He beheld a hazy gray mist, within which emerged a towering and eerie figure. It vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving no trace behind, as though nothing had transpired. Arkham, being particularly sensitive to shadows, keenly sensed Zhuang Chen's transformation and exclaimed, "Did you just perceive the Shadow Realm?"
Zhuang Chen nodded. The Shadow Realm?
Just now, I saw a cloud of gray mist, and then there was a shadow, almost as if a pair of squinting eyes were watching me. It was quite unsettling.
Arkham was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Did you see the manifestation of the Shadow Lord?
Calm down, do not be overly agitated, Arkham advised. I only encountered his manifestation once I comprehended my own path as a knight. For you to behold it upon your first experience in the Shadow Realm suggests your Shadow Affinity may surpass mine.
Zhuang Chen glanced at his panel, noting the initial level of Shadow Affinity.
It was merely basic, hardly indicative of superiority. Unfortunately, his energy points were already depleted. Having spent 5 points this time, he wondered how many he would require next, given that advancing the breathing technique had cost him 100 points, such a high multiplier. Zhuang Chen, you worthless fool!
Get down here!
The carriage halted at the entrance of the Duke's residence, and Vincent's furious voice echoed from outside. Zhuang Chen immediately perked up. His beloved brother had arrived.
Isn't that my dear brother Vincent?
I never imagined you cared for me so deeply that you'd come personally to greet me.
Zhuang Chen leaped from the carriage, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he teased Vincent. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to act against you?
Vincent unsheathed his knightly sword and ran a hand along the blade, a layer of white radiance enveloping it, clearly intent on confrontation. Zhuang Chen, witnessing this maneuver, felt a surge of temptation. The skill was one he lacked. Vincent also practiced the White Blade Knight breathing technique, so it seemed he ought to find time for Arkham to teach him. Arkham, sensing the energy fluctuations, dismounted from the carriage, his expression stoic as he stood behind Zhuang Chen, one hand resting on his sword's hilt. According to the Duke's orders, during this month, anyone who dared to harm Zhuang Chen, even if he were of noble blood, would face consequences. As Arkham appeared, Vincent's actions momentarily stalled. He trembled with rage but ultimately refrained from striking Zhuang Chen.
Zhuang Chen, did you kill Byrne?
Vincent's eyes were red with fury.
Indeed, the moment I laid eyes on that scoundrel, I knew he was no good.
Zhuang Chen nodded earnestly, adding, before he died, he even boasted that he was your man.
Truly, he had a death wish, brother. As a noble scion of the Duke's house, how could you ever associate with such a despicable rat from the sewers? But fret not, I struck him down with a single blow, no need to thank me.
He uttered my name, and you still dared to move against him, that would be courting death. Zhuang Chen adopted an air of nonchalance, infuriating Vincent further, who disregarded Arkham's presence, unleashing a wave of energy as he stepped forward, raising his sword to strike. Clang! The clash of blades sparked a shower of sparks. Arkham leaped past Zhuang Chen, drawing his sword with lightning speed to intercept the attack. Chapter 8: A single blow to defeat you. The night before last, Duke Zijingji summoned his eldest son Robert and his second son Vincent, while the third son, Vincent, who was stationed far away at the Blade Knight stronghold, was notified by letter. He bluntly informed them that Zhuang Chen had voluntarily relinquished his claim to the inheritance and would depart from the capital in a month to venture southward. As compensation for his renunciation of inheritance, Duke Zijingji temporarily loaned Zhuang Chen the command of the Arkham Knights and his squad, along with a sum for his expedition, while forbidding his three sons from laying a hand on Zhuang Chen during this month. At least on the surface, this was not permitted. Vincent had originally intended to wait for the messenger from the royal capital to arrive, hoping to exact revenge through him, but unexpectedly, Zhuang Chen, that worthless wretch, dared to provoke him as soon as he appeared, cutting off his financial avenue and even killing one of his dogs. How dare this fool, Arkham, this is none of your concern, step aside, Zhuang Chen, you coward, come out if you have the guts. Zhuang Chen ignored Vincent, as he was testing his skills. Without a sword in hand, he could only try the oath of the blade. With a thought, a surge of energy erupted from within him, swirling chaotically as if seeking an outlet. Zhuang Chen recalled how Arkham had first condensed the energy into the blade before releasing it. If that could work for the sword, surely it would be effective for his fists and feet as well. His right leg glowed with a white radiance, ripples of energy surging forth. Zhuang Chen's eyes brightened as he delivered a powerful kick towards Vincent. Bang! Vincent was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, and Zhuang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, wow! Golden right foot, world wave. Arkham appeared somewhat troubled. Young Master Zhuang Chen, my duty is to protect you, but if you strike at young Master Vincent first, I will not intervene. No need, I will defeat him in one blow. Zhuang Chen was becoming familiar with the skill. This application was reminiscent of the internal power found in martial arts novels. He couldn't tarnish the reputation of his fellow travelers, he had to strike him hard. Zhuang Chen! Vincent roared as he sprang up from the ground, disregarding his weapon, enveloped in a swirling cyclone, his body radiating white light as he charged forward. A person who has lost their rationality fights like a beast, straightforward and reckless. Zhuang Chen filled his legs with energy and sidestepped just as Vincent approached, delivering a whip kick to Vincent's lower back. Vincent crashed to the ground at an angle, rolling away for quite a distance as Zhuang Chen pursued him, seizing the moment before Vincent could react to pin his neck with his knee and lock his joints, rendering him incapable of rising. A standard American police stance, an expert would have recognized it. Ah, I will kill you, I want to kill you. Vincent struggled beneath Zhuang Chen, howling, his mouth smeared with blood and dirt, his eyes bloodshot, clearly having lost his sanity. I am a person who values fairness. I will treat you as you treat me. Zhuang Chen grinned, his hands glowing with white light. Suddenly, he exerted force, and with a sharp crack, Vincent's restrained right hand was broken, bones jutting out at an unnatural angle. Ah! Vincent screamed, struggling for breath beneath the pressure on his neck, and in a fit of rage, spat out a mouthful of black blood, losing consciousness. Noticing Vincent's stillness, Zhuang Chen frowned, rising to curse, damn worthless fool, already fainted, can't take a hit. Arkham hurried over to assess Vincent's injuries and looked up at Zhuang Chen, saying, you were too harsh. He is on the verge of death. Good riddance, such trash living only consumes precious food. Zhuang Chen was indifferent. Why should he be able to kill him while he could not retaliate? Arkham lifted Vincent's unconscious body. We must get him to the church quickly. What do you care? Just toss him into the cart. Zhuang Chen gestured to the shivering coachman at the door. You, take him to the church and let Raymond come out to sweep the floor. The coachman scrambled over, taking the limp Vincent from Arkham. Let us go collect our dues. Zhuang Chen strode boldly towards the Duke's mansion, heading straight for Vincent's estate. He had dared to draw his sword against him, causing him distress, so seeking some compensation for emotional damages was not too much to ask, was it? Arkham hurried to keep pace with Zhuang Chen, urging, "You've nearly beaten him to death and still want to cause trouble?
Aren't you afraid of the Duke's punishment?"
Zhuang Chen replied coldly. "When I was on the brink of death, did he punish that worthless fool? Today, I seek nothing but a measure of fairness.
No one will deter me."
He was nearly out of funds. He needed to find some income, for he could not sleep without gold coins in hand. Arriving at Vincent's estate, the gates were tightly shut. Zhuang Chen kicked the door, sending half of the iron gate flying. Hearing the commotion, knights rushed over. "Who dares to cause trouble at the Duke's estate?"
"Who said this young master is causing trouble at the Duke's estate? Who are you to represent the Duke?"
Zhuang Chen approached the leading knight with an intimidating air. The captain of the knights, resolute, straightened his back and shouted, "Young Master Zhuang Chen, this is young Master Vincent's territory.
Please leave at once." Zhuang Chen raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. "Whose territory is this? What is your name?" "I am Lansmart. Do you dare strike me? Do you dare strike me? Do you hold any respect for Duke Zijingji? The entire southern territory belongs to Zijingji. How dare you claim this is Vincent's domain?"
With each statement, Zhuang Chen delivered a slap, forcing Lans back until, in a fit of rage, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword.
"You still wish to draw your sword? As a guardian knight of Zijingji, do you dare to lay a hand on the bloodline of Zijingji?"
Zhuang Chen seized Lan's sword, kicking him down to the ground, then driving the blade down through his throat, twisting it forcefully.
Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that Zhuang Chen would truly dare to kill him, and so decisively Zhuang Chen acted with such speed that even Arkham failed to react. He had never anticipated Zhuang Chen would unleash such violence here. He had truly gone mad. "Lans," a nearby knight cried out in anguish. Others, filled with indignation, drew their swords. "Zhuang Chen, you mad dog. I will avenge Lans."
Zhuang Chen turned to the man with a smile, the sword in his hand glowing with white light. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance and swung his blade towards the knight's neck. The knight instinctively raised his sword in defense, but Zhuang Chen slid along the blade, quickly transitioning to a thrust that pierced through his throat.
"How much do you earn in a week? What a reckless game."
Zhuang Chen twisted his head, withdrawing the sword. "As a member of the Zijingji bloodline, if you show me disrespect, that is one thing, but to show disrespect to Duke Zijingji is another matter entirely.
What will be your fate?"
With that, Zhuang Chen kicked the knight's lifeless body aside, casting a cold gaze over the remaining Blade Knights. The Blade Knights were the most elite group serving Duke Zijingji, stationed at the Blade Knight stronghold to guard the Duke's mansion. Most had grown too comfortable, having lingered in the world of nobility for far too long. Just as Zhuang Chen had witnessed Arkham's knights hesitating to kill Byrne earlier, these knights had become unworthy of being called the Sword of the Blade.
Chapter 9, I
will fight for my dignity. Zhuang Chen no longer paid heed to the group of white Blade Knights and proceeded towards the manor. Arkham earnestly advised, "We must cease the killings.
The Duke may already be aware."
"Knowing and taking action are two different matters," Zhuang Chen replied, slowing his pace to walk alongside Arkham. "The Duke's residence is not expansive. When I confronted Vincent at the entrance, he likely became aware then, yet he refrained from intervening, just as he did that day."
Arkham fell silent.
Zhuang Chen stepped into Vincent's opulent manor, which far surpassed his dilapidated small castle. Everywhere he looked, he saw young and attractive maids. Astonishingly, even a cat-eared maid. To his surprise, he realized he was indeed fortunate. Vincent was now on a path towards his demise. At the grand entrance, Vincent's personal male servant and the manor's steward, Matt, anxiously observed Zhuang Chen's approach. Previously, Vincent had heard of Zhuang Chen's slaying of Byrne from the Black Shark Gang and had stormed out in a rage, akin to an enraged lion, seeking vengeance on his own, but he had not returned. Before long, the manor's doors were kicked open, and even Lance had fallen at his hands. And now, Zhuang Chen closed in on the grand building, standing before Matt. The latter's face turned ashen, trembling as he stammered, "Young Master Zhuang Chen, what do you intend to do?" Zhuang Chen stepped closer, patting Matt's neck. "Your master brandished his sword at me at the entrance, causing me considerable fright.
I have come to seek a bit of compensation. Is that too much to ask?" Matt retreated a few steps, gritting his teeth as he inquired, "What has become of young Master Vincent? What happens to him is beyond my knowledge."
"However, what happens to you depends on your answer," Zhuang Chen replied, pressing the bloodied knight's sword against Matt's tailcoat, wiping the blood.
"Where is your treasury?"
The sword, slick with blood, glided from Matt's waist to his collar, lingering at his throat.
I am merely a servant."
I do not know," Matt stammered as Zhuang Chen's eyes blazed like dancing flames, radiating an overwhelming aggression. Matt dared not meet his gaze, lowering his head. Suddenly, the sword pressed against Matt's collar lifted sharply, severing his left ear cleanly.
"Are you deaf?" Then this ear is of no use to you, is it?
Matt screamed in agony, staggering back a few steps before collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from his right ear.
In terror, he pleaded, please, do not kill me, I cannot speak, if I do, I will die, I do not particularly enjoy bloodshed, after all, I believe in the holy light.
Zhuang Chen muttered to himself as he advanced towards Matt, finally planting his foot upon Matt's chest, raising his longsword, its blade shimmering with a white light.
But I offer you a chance. It seems you are unwilling to seize it. I will speak, please, do not kill me.
Zhuang Chen thrust his sword into Matt's left palm, feigning surprise. My apologies, my hand slipped. I am a compassionate person, unable to bear the sight of blood.
Allow me to bandage this up. What are you all standing around for? Come and clean this mess. Zhuang Chen called out to the trembling servants nearby. Yes, we will clean it immediately.
The servants scrambled to fetch water, bandages, and one maid cautiously approached with a mop. Truly, these noble servants were well trained. Swiftly tidying the floor once Matt's wounds were tended to, he led Zhuang Chen to the basement and opened the door to the treasury. Though it was called a treasury, it was merely a small underground chamber filled with boxes, enchanted weapons hanging on the walls, and a few useless murals and artworks. The boxes were unlocked. Zhuang Chen kicked one open, revealing it brimming with gold coins, significantly alleviating his ire.
How many gold coins are here in total? Zhuang Chen asked, uninterested in counting.
Matt, his wounds still throbbing, endured the pain to respond. Young Master Zhuang Chen, there are a total of 2,000 gold coins here, with 1,000 in each box. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Chen grew displeased once more.
Only 2 boxes filled from these large crates?
Just this little amount. As a scion of the Duke's house, there are merely 2,000 gold coins in the treasury, not even breaking 10,000, this is truly disappointing, he exclaimed, kicking open the other boxes, which contained some jewelry and a pile of rolled-up paintings.
What use are these paintings? Have someone transport them back to my manor.
As Zhuang Chen spoke, he ran his hands over the enchanted items hanging on the wall, but he did not absorb their energy directly.
He merely assessed how much energy could potentially be drawn later. Shall I repeat myself? Are you not calling someone to carry this away?
Zhuang Chen kicked Matt, who was trembling beside him, irritated by his lack of cleverness. If he had shown even a hint of spirit, he would have been doomed.
Yes, I will call someone to carry it right away.
Matt scrambled out of the treasury, returning shortly with servants to transport the goods. Zhuang Chen had initially intended to inquire about Vincent's ledger, knowing he must possess considerable assets in the capital. However, Zhuang Chen realized that seizing such immovable properties would be of little use, as he could not establish a long. At this moment, Zhuang Chen was still in a fledgling state. Even if he acquired these items, he had no means to exchange them. Few nobles in the capital would dare to purchase Vincent's assets, making the exchange exceedingly cumbersome. Zhuang Chen couldn't help but lament, I have been too soft-hearted, I shall take what I can next time. Matt, remember this, your master still owes me a debt I shall come to collect when the opportunity arises.
Matt, unsure of Zhuang Chen's meaning, could only nod vigorously in agreement.
Zhuang Chen, accompanied by Matt's transportation crew, triumphantly returned to his manor, where he found the elderly steward Edward standing at the entrance, hands clasped behind his back, standing tall and straight, truly elegant. The transporting servants halted upon seeing Edward, hesitant to enter the manor. Zhuang Chen erupted in anger, do you all have a problem with your legs? Are you unable to move?
The servants, caught between Zhuang Chen's pressure and their fear of Edward, found themselves in a dilemma.
Furious, Zhuang Chen drew his sword, move inside. Faced with the threat of death, the servants finally dared to act, trembling as they obeyed Edward's cold gaze while carrying the boxes into the manor. Zhuang Chen sheathed his weapon and approached Edward, greeting him, Mr. Edward, what brings you here? Come in and sit for a while. Edward squinted, speaking in a low tone, the Duke sent me to ascertain whether you have lost your sanity.
Where is the madness?
I feel quite well. This afternoon, I even visited the church to receive the Holy Light's baptism. I feel utterly rejuvenated. Zhuang Chen stretched his limbs and sighed contentedly. Edward observed the bloodstains on Zhuang Chen's attire, contemplating, before adding, as for Vincent's matter, let us conclude it here.
The Duke has decreed that this shall be the only occasion.
Zhuang Chen remained unconvinced, he still owes me a sum, I do not appreciate having debts lingering. Edward cautioned, Vincent lacks capable subordinates, but should you declare your intent against the Blood Gang, Master Robert is not the same inept fool as Vincent.
Arkham cannot shield you for long. That is of no concern.
Zhuang Chen mimicked Edward's posture, hands clasped behind his back, standing tall with a tilted head, declaring, you may inform him that I languished for 20 years.
I have awaited this opportunity. I will fight for my dignity, not to prove my worth, but to convey to them that I shall reclaim all that I have lost.
Chapter 10 The key to success lies primarily in three aspects. The Duke of Calia has 4 sons, with the eldest, Robert, set to inherit the title of Viscount and corresponding lands upon reaching the age of 18, as dictated by the noble laws of Calia. Within 2 years of becoming a Viscount, Robert successfully ascended to the rank of Count through his own merits, having quelled a rebellion in the south, vanquished marauding demons, and engaged in various strategic maneuvers. He resides in his own count's estate within the inner city, distinct from the Duke's residence. This morning, Zhuang Chen, accompanied by Akam's squad, eliminated Burn of the Black Shark Gang and issued a warning to the Blood Gang. Initially, the Blood Gang leader, Marcus, brushed off Zhuang Chen, deeming him a worthless young master. Regardless of Akam's leadership, however, as dusk approached, he received word that Vincent had suffered a shattered hand and was discarded like a dead dog at the entrance of the Holy Church. Alarmed, Marcus pondered the unsettling transformation of Zhuang Chen, a cowardly fool who dared to maim Vincent. What could he possibly rely on, or had the Duke chosen to support Zhuang Chen? At the Count's estate, Marcus hurriedly paid his respects, and the steward escorted him to the study. It was customary for the Duke to favor the study, and Robert shared this preference, necessitating a study within his manor. "My Lord Count," Marcus proclaimed as he entered, promptly kneeling before Robert, his head bowed low, appearing as humble as a dog. Robert, engrossed in a tome on Silian noble heraldry, remained focused on his reading, unperturbed by Marcus's presence. Marcus dared not interrupt and remained kneeling. After approximately an hour, Robert set down his book. He claims that the Blood Gang has sent assassins after him, and he intends to seek vengeance tomorrow. Marcus remained too intimidated to lift his gaze, acutely aware of the Count's formidable presence.
Robert's expression turned icy. "Are you afraid of him?" Noticing the shift in Robert's tone, Marcus immediately knelt again. "My Lord Count, I harbor no fear, I merely worry whether the Duke supports him." Impatiently, Robert waved his hand. "Return. If Zhuang Chen can consume your Blood Gang, then there is little purpose in my keeping you." "My Lord Count, I understand," Marcus replied, refraining from further inquiries. He exited the study, standing only once he was outside. Upon returning to his base, Marcus summoned all available officers, for he must confront Zhuang Chen directly. Robert's stance was abundantly clear: he would not intervene, leaving Marcus with no option but to rely on himself. Tomorrow, it would be a matter of survival. Only one would emerge standing. Zhuang Chen stood in his chamber, having absorbed the power from the enchanted weapons he had collected, raising his system energy to 125. The vast array of enchanted weapons paled in comparison to a single talisman belonging to Archbishop Raymond. Indeed, the church was wealthy. With energy in hand, upgrades were inevitable. After surpassing the 100-point threshold, the Shadow Affinity emerged, yet the White Blade Knight breathing technique did not. Without hesitation, Zhuang Chen upgraded his Shadow Affinity, feeling a slight disorientation as a gray mist enveloped him, as if something was calling and beckoning him. In this haze, Zhuang Chen entered the dim realm of shadows, where a towering figure loomed before him, its stature surpassing 100 meters, its form reminiscent of a curtain of night, obscuring Zhuang Chen's vision. In an instant, the shadow vanished, leaving an emptiness in its wake. His system panel underwent a subtle transformation. Zhuang Chen title: White Blade Knight. Secondary title: Apostle of Shadows. Training: First stage of White Blade Knight breathing technique, Apostle of Shadow Affinity skills. Apprentice in White Blade Knight swordsmanship, Apprentice in Oath of the White Blade, Shadow Traversal Apostle, Shadow Veil Apostle, Shadow Scythe Apostle. Energy 0. Zhuang Chen glanced at the changes, perplexed. Initially, the Shadow Affinity should have been marked as novice. Why had it suddenly transformed into an apostle? Moreover, he had inexplicably gained 3 skills, albeit his energy had been entirely depleted. According to Zhuang Chen's original expectations, leveling up should have required around 100 points. However, considering the unearned skills, he momentarily forgave the shadow. With a thought, Zhuang Chen returned from the Shadow Realm, only to find Akam standing at the door, his expression one of astonishment. "I sense the presence of the Lord of Shadows." "Has he summoned you again?" "That notion is misguided. It could very well be that I summoned him," Zhuang Chen replied dismissively. As an unfaithful red warrior, he cared little for deities or lords. Anything that could be of use to him was deemed valuable. Suddenly, Zhuang Chen approached Akam briskly. "How adept are you at writing?" "Ha?" Akam responded, puzzled. "While you're here, assist me in drafting a proposal." "I will dictate, and you shall write." Zhuang Chen disregarded Akam's potential objections, guiding him to a chair and promptly placing a quill and paper before him. "Now, let us begin." Akam tilted his head back. "What shall I write?" "Naturally, a grand scheme for financial success." A person's triumph hinges primarily on 3 factors: first, money; second, money; and third, still money. Zhuang Chen enthusiastically shared his philosophy. Akam sighed. "Speak on." Let the title read: "On the feasibility of establishing a property management company in the outer city of the Tsilian Thorn," and proceed to draft an introduction.
Zhuang Chen offered guidance while contemplating the necessity of acquiring a cat-herd made by tomorrow, otherwise, he would have no one to pour him water.
Just as Akam prepared to write, he hesitated. Wait, what is property, and what is a company?
Zhuang Chen pressed down on Akam's shoulder. Why question so much? Just write as I instruct. I shall elucidate in the introduction.
Fine, Akam acquiesced, increasingly bewildered by Zhuang Chen, yet also intrigued.
Now, commence the introduction. Street gangs and criminal organizations predominantly emerge in societies undergoing modern economic expansion, often lacking the requisite legal frameworks to safeguard property rights or resolve commercial disputes. For instance, impoverished regions are prone to chaotic violence, giving rise to street gangs. In conclusion, a society devoid of effective management becomes a breeding ground for gangs and criminal organizations. As Zhuang Chen spoke deliberately, Akam found himself glimpsing an entirely new world, unable to fathom what the reality would resemble should this proposal truly succeed. The concepts of corporate structure, property management, and the church's exemplary parishes, each new term assailed Akam's worldview. Chapter 11. The need for money. At the inner river port, throngs of people surged outside the Black Shark Tavern, where Jason summoned all the combatants of the Black Shark Gang. Despite the presence of approximately 400 to 500 individuals, Jason felt an unsettling anxiety within. The primary enterprise of the Black Shark Gang revolved around smuggling runic steel for Vincent, with auxiliary activities including dock labor, the collection of protection fees, slave trading, and the sale of alcoholic beverages. The majority of the gang members were merely dock workers, although they boasted thousands of followers. The number of combatants scarcely exceeded 500. With core professionals numbering fewer than 50. The gang's dominance over the outer city's inner river port was solely due to the patronage extended to Vincent by the nobility and other gangs. Now, they were set to confront the Blood Gang, one of Count Robert's enforcers, who had been entrenched in the criminal underworld for 30 years. The outer city populace held them in disdain, indicating that the Blood Gang was thriving in the gangland, with a favorable outlook. On the broad avenue of the inner river port, Arkham rode a magnificent white steed at the forefront, followed closely by Lord Zhuang's bespoke purple thorn carriage. Flanking them were Arkham's squad of blade knights, 10 on each side, all clad in armor and mounted on powerful steeds, advancing majestically towards the Black Shark Tavern. Lord Zhuang has arrived. It is Arkham, the Dark Knight of the Blade Knights. How can a single squad of Blade Knights contend against the Blood Gang? Upon witnessing Lord Zhuang's arrival, the Black Shark Gang members erupted in cheers, only to be followed by a wave of murmurs. Zhuang had brought with him merely a night squad, while the Blood Gang claimed to have over 10,000 members, causing their hearts to falter. The crowd instinctively parted to create a wide path as the carriage halted before the entrance of the Black Shark Tavern. A cat-haired maid assisted Lord Zhuang as he descended from the carriage, clad in a custom-made black trench coat akin to that of a private gentleman, which concealed a crisp white knight's tunic, and with a cigar perched between his lips, he emanated an extraordinary presence. As he dismounted, Jason, quick to perceive the moment, led all the Black Shark members in a deep bow. All members of the Black Shark Gang, we pay our respects to young Master Zhuang. With one arm draped around the cat-eared maid and the other holding his cigar, Zhuang proclaimed loudly, Jason, unload the items from the carriage. Jason hastened to comply, swiftly bringing forth an exquisitely crafted large chest before Zhuang. Under the scrutinizing gazes of all present, Zhuang kicked open the unlatched chest, revealing it to be brimming with gold coins, which immediately incited a clamor among the onlookers, their eyes fixated with greed upon the sight of such a vast fortune, one they had never beheld in their lifetimes.
Alan, remove your hat at once. This is an entire chest of gold.
All hat-clad members of the Black Shark Gang promptly doffed their hats, their expressions reverent as Zhuang stood atop the chest, took a couple of puffs from his cigar, and declared, yesterday, the Blood Gang attempted to assassinate me.
I shall annihilate Marcus and his entire family to quench my wrath. Do you support me? In light of the grand chest of gold before them, the crowd, rallying their utmost fervor, resounded in unison, we support you. Let us vanquish the Blood Gang, avenge Lord Zhuang. Zhuang raised his hand to signal for silence and continued, I, Zhuang, am a man of fairness. You risked your lives for me today. I shall not neglect your. Each of you shall receive 1 silver coin, those wounded will receive 5 silver coins, and those permanently incapacitated will be granted a gold coin. Furthermore, I promise that as long as I draw breath, you shall want for nothing. As for those who tragically fall in battle, their families shall receive a 2 gold coin settlement. Upon concluding his speech, Zhuang surveyed the crowd. Is there anyone who fears and wishes to depart? No one dared to speak. Their eyes remained glued to the chest at his feet. Today, Zhuang had indeed bled profusely, having brought forth one of the 2 chests he possessed. Should anyone dare to leave, he would not hesitate to show his wrath. Excellent. All professionals, step forward. The professionals of the Black Shark Gang moved to the front, and upon hearing Zhuang's command, they stepped forward eagerly. The front row, each of you take a contingent and bring down the Blood Gang's gambling dens, brothels, trading houses, and factories. Is there any objection? No objection.
Satisfied, Zhuang added, Jason, the remaining members shall accompany me. We are heading to Marcus's lair for a little chat. Let us depart. Before setting off, the large chest of gold was securely delivered to the nearby Purple Thorn Trading Company. Zhuang did not intend for the Black Shark Gang to engage in a direct confrontation with the Blood Gang. He sought results, hence sending the professionals out to ensure the outer city bore witness to today's events. As for Marcus, that matter was entrusted to Arkham. The Blood Gang's stronghold lay in the slave district of the eastern quarter of the outer city, where the street was teeming with Blood Gang members. Their headquarters was situated in the center of the street, within a building known as the Bloodthirst Tavern. Upon arriving at Slave Street, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the scene, with Blood Gang members flanking the street, none daring to act recklessly, merely eyeing Zhuang and his entourage with predatory gazes as they halted before the Bloodthirst Tavern. Two towering minotaurs guarded the tavern entrance, arms crossed, their steely gazes fixed on Zhuang as he disembarked from the carriage. My master wishes to see Marcus, step aside. Jason declared boldly, unperturbed even in the presence of the formidable minotaurs. Zhuang was quite pleased. The minotaurs appeared to have received prior instructions, and Zhuang was not inclined to force his way into Slave Street, thus they parted to allow passage. Zhuang, accompanied by Arkham and Jason, entered the tavern, while the remaining squad of Blade Knights and Black Shark members stood guard outside. Within the Bloodthirst Tavern, Marcus wore a grim expression as he polished a glass at the bar. The hall was filled with tables occupied by a diverse array of individuals, a veritable melting pot of races, with even a two-headed ogre finding a seat among them. This assembly comprised the Blood Gang Escadre, each possessing no less than 5 years of independent adventuring experience, all seasoned members of the Adventurers Guild. Zhuang, with only 2 companions, was vastly outnumbered by the 20 or so elite combatants of the Blood Gang present. Seeing Zhuang enter with merely 2 individuals, Marcus couldn't help but exhale in relief. Aside from Arkham, the other, Jason, struck him as utterly inept. He could crush Jason with a mere hand. The thought that Amir Zhuang had kept him on edge all night and even earned him a reprimand from Count Robert was intolerable, and today he would reclaim that lost pride.
Young Master Zhuang, would you care for a drink?
Marcus asked with a feigned smile. Zhuang tilted his head back, glaring at Marcus through flared nostrils. I've heard your establishment's specialty is blood wine. I intend to brew it using your head. I wonder how it would taste?
Marcus set down the glass, his expression darkening. Young Master Zhuang, you dare speak to me in such a manner with only 2 companions at your side? Do you consider yourself significant?
Zhuang placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, which was no ordinary blade.
Arkham, can you handle that rabble over there by yourself? He inquired, glancing at Arkham.
Arkham furrowed his brow slightly. Any work outside our usual scope requires additional payment.
Very well, let us engage.
Chapter 12 of The Thrill of Battle. Marcus, a seasoned warrior, was once a golden-level adventurer within the Adventurers Guild, until an arrow pierced his knee, prompting his withdrawal from the front lines of adventuring. He returned to the Southern Territories to inherit his father's criminal enterprise. Following his ascension to leadership of the Blood Gang, opportunities for training dwindled. He vigorously expanded the slave trade, established black factories, and engaged in the smuggling of alchemical materials. Simultaneously, Marcus, a man of initiative, diligently developed innovative forms of gambling and high-interest lending, cornerstones of the underworld, making indelible contributions to the Southern Territories' criminal endeavors. Though nearly 5 or 6 years had elapsed since he last wielded a weapon, his skills remained sharp. In response to Zhao Chen's provocation, he slammed his hand on the table, poised to draw his sword, when 2 tendrils of grey mist simultaneously erupted from Zhao Chen and Akam, swiftly coalescing into a vast black curtain that enveloped the entire tavern.
Beware the shadow curtain. Everyone, take heed.
A knowledgeable voice warned, but with no mages present within the tavern, there was no one to halt the encroaching shadow. All patrons were drawn into the shadow realm.
This was the tactic Zhao Chen and Akam had conspired over the previous night. Zhao Chen needed to establish his authority. He must personally dispatch Marcus, demonstrating to the outer city that his prowess was not merely reliant on the name of the Bramble Thorn.
Within the shadow realm, Marcus faced only Zhao Chen, as his other subordinates had been whisked away by Akam. I had anticipated confronting the Dark Knight Akam, yet here I stand before you, Marcus chuckled, drawing his longsword and swinging it a few times. Though it has been many years since I engaged in combat, slaying a feeble noble scion should pose no challenge for me.
Zhao Chen laughed in turn.
With his first-tier knightly strength, he was clearly no match for Marcus. However, should he unsheath the blade of white edge, how would you respond then? With a flourish, the blade of white edge emerged, its dazzling radiance nearly consuming the shadowy expanse, accompanied by a resonant hum akin to a heartbeat, each thrum reverberating through Marcus's very soul. This was an epic relic of the Southern Territories, the sword of the first-generation Blade Knight. The knightly spirit was etched into its blade, passed down through generations. Any nefarious villain, upon encountering the unsheathed blade of White Edge, would be cowed by its resounding melody.
You can wield the blade of White Edge? The Duke has entrusted it to you.
Marcus exclaimed in alarm. Count Robert had erred. He was mistaken. The Duke indeed supported Zhao Chen. The very sword symbolizing the Blade Knights had been placed in Zhao Chen's hands, affirming his noble character. He was a born knight, recognized by the legacy of the blade. When Zhao Chen had first obtained the sword, he had attempted to draw it, finding no restrictions according to the memories of the original bearer. It was said that only those who bore the blade's legacy, those recognized by the spirit of the first Blade Knight, could unsheath it. Once drawn, even an ordinary person, devoid of swordsmanship, could contend with seasoned warriors. The spirit of the first Blade Knight would imbue the wielder with invincible courage in the name of freedom.
Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Let us fight.
Zhao Chen charged forward, his demeanor bordering on madness, utterly incomprehensible to Marcus. How could he, in such a state, have earned the recognition of the blade?
As you wish.
Marcus realized that victory in this battle was unlikely, yet he would not yield easily.
As a warrior, he was destined to perish in combat. Zhao Chen, allow me to witness the true brilliance of the blade.
With a primal roar, Marcus unleashed his battle cry. His blood surged, his skin flushed with crimson, steam rising from his form. With a resounding clash, the white brilliance and red light collided, neither able to gain the upper hand. Despite wielding the blade of White Edge, Zhao Chen remained merely a first-tier knight, facing the seasoned warrior Marcus, resulting in a mere 50-50 chance of victory. He could not confine Marcus within the Shadow Realm for long. A swift resolution was imperative.
The glory of the blade is nothing extraordinary.
Marcus bellowed with derision, channeling his energy and unleashing a fierce cry that solidified his blood essence into a visible crimson mist, surging toward Zhao Chen. This was the battle cry of a warrior, seeking to diminish the blade's influence. The blade of White Edge erupted in a golden flash, transforming into a knightly kite-shaped shield that collided forcefully with the red mist. The mist dissipated, and Marcus's strength waned momentarily, forcing him to take 2 steps back. Zhao Chen grinned, seizing the opportunity to unleash his power, executing a swift kick that sent Marcus sprawling. Yet, he evaded Zhao Chen's follow-up strike, rolling aside and regaining his footing. As a veteran warrior, Marcus's experience was profound. Had it not been for Zhao Chen's possession of the blade, he would have dispatched him long ago. Now, that sword posed a significant challenge, capable of resisting mental assaults. To eliminate Zhao Chen, it appeared brute strength would be necessary. Marcus retreated a step, then leapt forward, dual-wielding his weapons, their blades engulfed in swirling red light, descending upon Zhao Chen with a fierce strike. Remarkably, Zhao Chen chose not to evade the attack, opting to meet it head-on with just one hand. In Marcus's eyes, this was the act of a madman. Even with the blade's might, his right hand would surely be shattered. With a tremendous crash, the red light erupted. Zhao Chen's right hand, grasping the sword, emitted a sickening crack, confirming Marcus's suspicions as the blow shattered his bones. It seems I have emerged victorious. Marcus laughed triumphantly, while Zhao Chen's sword hand began to tremble, Marcus's blade already poised at his throat. Zhao Chen gasped. The force of that strike had been formidable. His right hand was utterly incapacitated, devoid of strength, yet he still clung to the sword due to its adhesive grip on his palm. Be grateful for your bramble thorn lineage. I shall not kill you, but I will render you a cripple. I will sever your tendons, ensuring you live the rest of your life as a mere shell. As Marcus reveled in his declaration of victory, he remained blissfully unaware of the grey scythe forming behind him. Too kind. Farewell. Zhao Chen raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. The shadow scythe flashed past, and Marcus's head rolled to the ground. Zhao Chen hastily exited the Shadow Realm, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. He could scarcely maintain the strain of dragging a person into the shadows while engaged in such intense combat. The toll on his mental faculties felt akin to being crushed beneath a steamroller. Ultimately, his blue mana was insufficient. Knights like Akam could effortlessly drag a score of individuals into the fray, whereas he could manage but one. Upon returning to the tavern, Akam and the others had yet to emerge from the Shadow Realm. Zhao Chen, weary and drained, approached the bar and poured himself a mug of ale, simultaneously cursing the inhumanity of the shadow scythe skill, which required the use of his hand to activate, leaving his right hand fractured and his pride bruised. Chapter 13. Marcus remained silent after consuming several sips of wine. Zhuang Chen regained some of his vitality. With his left hand supporting his right, he sheathed the blade of the white-edged sword. Under the seal of the scabbard, the sword relinquished its dazzling brilliance and returned to a state of tranquility, no longer clinging to his hand. No reaction. Zhuang Chen shook his right hand a few times, feeling no pain at all. Damn it, he would have to visit the church for a baptism in holy light. He needed to find an opportunity to learn a healing skill soon. What is this? Zhuang Chen glanced at the system panel and noticed a new addition. Zhuangchen Thorn of the Purple Blossom class, White Edge Knight subclass, Shadow Apostle cultivation, a first stage night breathing technique of the White Edge Knight, Shadow Affinity Apostle skills, Apprentice Swordsmanship of the White Edge Knight, Apprentice Oath of the White Edge, Shadow Transposition Apostle, Shadow Veil Apostle, Shadow Scythe Apostle energy. Zero soul, a soul of the Nameless Warrior X1 the system has upgraded. Why is there an additional soul? Zhuangchen pondered, and with a thought, he extracted the soul of the Nameless Warrior. On the palm of his left hand appeared a glowing white orb, about the size of half a palm, flickering like a flame. Could this possibly be Marcus's soul? Zhuangchen muttered to himself, then closed his hand and squeezed. The orb transformed into specks of white light, merging into Zhuangchen's body. No unusual sensations, his body reacted not at all. Zhuangchen glanced at the system panel once more, discovering that the energy bar had changed to 50. Observing this alteration, Zhuangchen fell into deep contemplation. The individuals he had slain with the Shadow Scythe had their souls extracted, which were subsequently absorbed by the system. Could that Shadow Lord be the Grim Reaper? In the memories of his original self, the Grim Reaper indeed existed and was certainly not just some Shadow Lord. Moreover, even the Shadow Lord had its own lore. It was a deity revered by the Wanderer class, known as the God of Night and Shadows, with no connection to death at all. Most importantly, why was the Shadow Lord capable of altering his system and adding a soul category? Was his system crafted by that shadowy figure? Zhuangchen found himself increasingly perplexed. Suddenly, the tavern filled with mist as Akam and the others returned from the Shadow Realm. Over 20 professionals had been drawn into the tavern, and within half an hour, only 11 remained standing. The rest had been transformed into corpses. Akam's silver knight armor was nearly stained red, yet he appeared unharmed. Even Jason was drenched in blood, his chainmail shredded, with exposed wounds gushing blood, his complexion pale from blood loss. Zhuangchen picked up Marcus's head from beneath the bar and placed it atop the counter, gazing at the 11 remaining members of the Blood Gang in the corner.
Akam, what transpired with these individuals?
Akam sheathed his weapon and replied, "These individuals wish to pledge their allegiance to you.
Young Master Zhuangchen, we merely followed Marcus to earn a living. We never intended to oppose you.
Lord Zhuangchen, I believe aligning with you offers a brighter future. What kind of rubbish rat was Marcus to warrant my service? Only a powerful knight like Lord Zhuangchen could earn my respect. From this day forth, I, Black Arm Mark, shall be your most loyal subordinate." The surviving 11 members fervently expressed their allegiance. They had initially thought that with over 20 of them, they could easily slay a titled knight, but upon witnessing Akam's murderous prowess in the Shadow Realm, they were reminded of the terror governed by the Duke of Purple Blossom. Zhuangchen recognized Akam's strength, otherwise, he would not be qualified to oversee the safety of the Duke of Purple Blossom. However, he had not anticipated that Akam would be this formidable. This led him to deduce that the shadowy assassin who had intercepted Akam in the trade district must also be of extraordinary caliber, at least 3 or 4 stories tall.
Who could have sent such a powerful figure? Excellent, splendid, you are all talented individuals. I, Zhuangchen, have a penchant for those who are pragmatic and adaptable. Those who toil in the underworld without intellect shall forever remain mere henchmen for the nobility. Zhuangchen dismissed thoughts of the shadowy assassin. It was now time for the victors to revel in their triumph. He lifted Marcus's head as he exited the bar, addressing the Blood Gang members before him. Being a mere henchman for the nobility is rather lackluster.
I, Zhuangchen, assure you, one day you too shall ascend to nobility. When it came to promises, Zhuangchen was never stingy. After all, these were mere words, and there was no need for them to be fulfilled. The grander, the better of the 11 members, including Jason, became fervently enthusiastic. Zhuangchen remarked, "Jason, go and inspect our new territory." Jason jogged over, trailing behind Zhuangchen, while the 11 members followed suit, crossing over the bodies of their former companions. Akam glanced at the strewn corpses and suddenly smiled. Joining them outside. Those waiting outside had been in anticipation for over half an hour. Neither the Black Shark Gang nor the Blood Gang dared to act rashly, waiting for the signal that a conflict had erupted within the tavern. After a prolonged silence without any indication of disturbance, the Blood Gang members began to wonder if they had imagined hearing their leaders appeasing Zhuangchen. What did this mean? Had Marcus perished without a sound? At that moment, Zhuangchen kicked open the tavern doors, holding Marcus's head aloft as he stepped outside. The 2 Minotaur warriors stationed at the entrance widened their eyes, momentarily unsure of how to react. As Zhuangchen emerged, Jason and the 11 surviving members followed, standing behind him in a posture of unwavering loyalty. "I apologize for the wait, everyone rest assured, I have conversed with Marcus, and from this day forth, the Blood Gang shall merge with the Black Shark Gang." Marcus had no objections. As he spoke, Zhuangchen tossed Marcus's head onto the ground, surveying the gang members gathered on the street. He called out, "Does anyone have any objections?" A profound silence enveloped the scene. Zhuangchen felt a twinge of disappointment. Having only claimed 1 life today seemed rather underwhelming. Whoever, lead me to Marcus's treasury and also bring me the Blood Gang's accounts, Zhuang Chen instructed, pointing casually at one of the members. He then turned to Jason, saying, "Take charge of the assets here, arrange for your people to collect the funds from the Purple Blossom merchants, and ensure the tavern is cleaned up.
Tonight, all cadres shall convene for a meeting."
Devouring the Blood Gang was merely the initial step in his grand scheme. The forthcoming meeting was not the main event, the true significance lay in what would transpire afterward. He intended to consolidate all gangs in the outer city under a unified management. This endeavor would inevitably involve countless nobles, but resolving that issue was not his concern. In the absence of the Duke of Purple Blossom, Archbishop Raymond was the most formidable ally in this capital. Now, it was time to tally the spoils of war. Chapter 14. You are indeed famished, willing to devour anything. To Marcus's astonishment, his treasury was not located in the outer city. Mark, an officer of the Blood Gang, revealed that his true hideout, along with the treasury, resided in the new city, where his wife and children lived, and where he owned a private textile factory employing villagers from his hometown. Everything he cherished was situated within the industrial planning zone of the new city. Zhuang Chen patted Mark on the shoulder. "Your name is Mark, is it not? I have always maintained a reputation for integrity. When I vowed to eradicate Marcus's entire family, I assuredly intended to follow through. As it stands, I feel my task remains incomplete. What do you propose?" "Lord Zhuang Chen, allow me to handle this matter. I assure you, I will not disappoint." Mark responded with an unburdened conscience, having long harbored a desire for Marcus's wife, whose beauty resembled that of a thorny rose, captivating and irresistible. Today, it seemed, he would finally have the opportunity to savor this ripe red rose. "Go ahead, I will inspect the accounts here before coming to assess the results." Zhuang Chen had little interest in personally dealing with commoners. However, given that this location served as Marcus's stronghold, it was likely well guarded. The Blood Gang had yet to prove their worth, and it was an opportune moment to test the sharpness of his blade. Marcus maintained two ledgers, one within the Bloodthirsty Tavern, containing records of various shops, factories, and trade orders, suitable for public scrutiny. The other was stored in the new city, entangled with numerous nobles and shadowy enterprises. Seated at the tavern's bar, Zhuang Chen indulged in the massage provided by a newly arrived catgirl maid, planning to examine the ledgers before visiting the church to tend to his right hand, after which he would head to the new city. The Blood Gang steward brought forth a ledger, nearly half his height, from the basement, presenting it respectfully to Zhuang Chen. "My lord, all the ledgers are here for your review." Zhuang Chen casually picked up one ledger and glanced through it. "Excellent," he mused, "completely incomprehensible. The accounting methods here are archaic, entirely unlike what I am accustomed to. I cannot be bothered to read it." As a figure of authority, one must not display ignorance. It is imperative to maintain an air of superiority and mystery. Thus, Zhuang Chen did not immediately set the ledger down but feigned contemplation for a moment before placing the one in his left hand down and turning to the steward. "What industries does the Blood Gang possess in the outer city? What are the monthly revenues? How much liquid capital can be extracted at present? Please provide a brief overview." Bowing deeply, the steward replied respectfully, "Currently, you have 3 taverns, 2 breweries, 1 alchemical laboratory, 2 shops, 3 inns, 5 gambling houses, 10 brothels, and 2 slave caravans in the outer city. The total liquid funds available amount to 2,500 gold coins. However, some industries may require your presence to navigate the bureaucratic procedures with the governor." Upon hearing the steward's astute response, Zhuang Chen was elated, recognizing a true talent worthy of remembrance. "What is your name?" "My lord, my name is Fuxiaston." "It is an honor to be asked," the steward replied. "A fine name indeed. You shall be my steward from this day forth. Report to Edward at the Duke's residence tonight." Zhuang Chen obstinately believed that all stewards named after were destined to be exemplary. Fuxiaston graciously performed an elegant bow. "I am deeply grateful for this opportunity, and I shall exert my utmost efforts to assist you." Zhuang Chen acknowledged him with a nod and rose to his feet. "Arrange for the transfer of those 2,500 gold coins to my estate. Tomorrow, find a suitable time to accompany me in addressing the necessary procedures for those industries." Zhuang Chen had never considered the repercussions of diverting the liquid assets of these industries. He had no intention of establishing a presence here only to amass tangible wealth. "My lord, I shall comply with your wishes. However, some industries may involve certain nobles. Should we notify them?" Fuxiaston stepped aside as Zhuang Chen rose, maintaining a respectful distance. Zhuang Chen scoffed, "Do I need to inform them of what I have acquired? Do their noble crests bear thorns as well?" Fuxiaston wisely sidestepped the topic, recognizing that if his master was indifferent, he too need not worry. "Are you also responsible for the ledger in the new city?" Zhuang Chen produced a cigar, and the catgirl maid promptly offered a lighter, having been acquired from Vincent, with her deed of servitude returned as part of the interest.
Fuxiuston shook his head.
The ledger for the new city has always been managed by Marcus himself. We lacked the authority to inspect it. It appeared that the bulk of the operations lay within the new city. Time was of the essence. He must go and investigate. As Zhuang Chen first paid a visit to Raymond, tending to his hand before promptly heading towards the new city, bringing along the night squad from Arkham, who had not exerted themselves today. Though they were not paid by him, Zhuang Chen could not bear to see them idle and felt compelled to take them out for a spin. Upon arriving at Marcus's cozy abode, Zhuang Chen was incensed. The grandeur of this estate nearly rivaled his own, and its opulence seemed unworthy of his stature. He resolved to have this wretched place demolished by tomorrow. The screams echoing through the estate had yet to subside. Mark, accompanied by numerous associates, should have completed their grim task by this hour. As Zhuang Chen and his entourage entered, they encountered several corpses, and near the flower bed, a couple was caught in the throes of passion. The woman, clearly unwilling, was crying out in distress. Zhuang Chen, possessing a compassionate heart, could not bear such tragic scenes. He raised his hand and commanded, "Bring me a person, sever that man's head, and inquire if the woman desires assistance in finding peace. If she wishes to perish, let her be slain as well." Arkham promptly signaled a knight, who unsheathed his sword and approached the man in the flowerbed. Finally noticed Zhuang Chen's presence and hastily rose.
"Young Master Zhuang Chen, I am one of Lord Mark's men. I am one of your own.
Who the hell considers scum like you as kin? Cut that thing off, and hang the body from the street lamp outside." Feeling somewhat nauseated, Zhuang Chen quickened his pace, encountering numerous individuals violating women's consent along the way.
Enraged, he declared, "Spread out and see how many more there are. All shall be hung from street lamps."
Arkham's night squad immediately dispersed to scour the area. As Zhuang Chen stepped into the hall, he witnessed Mark violently grappling with a woman clad in red, seemingly lifeless beneath him. A dagger lay beneath the woman's drooping hand, her neck bleeding, and her vacant eyes fixated on a spot where a child lay in a pool of blood. "My lord, you have arrived. I sincerely apologize, I will be finished shortly." Mark hastily extricated himself from the corpse, flustered as he attempted to dress. Zhuang Chen inhaled sharply, "You are indeed famished, not even sparing a corpse." Mark awkwardly chuckled, "I've craved this wench for quite some time. I never anticipated she would take her own life, I merely sought to indulge while the moment was ripe."
Zhuang Chen shook his head, "You are utterly depraved, even demons would be adorned with your mark."
Arkham, ensure he is hung from a street lamp as well. Chapter 15, A Man Who Values Wealth Over Life. The events surrounding Mark left Zhuang Chen profoundly shaken. The Blood Gang was replete with talent, and individuals of Mark's ilk were undoubtedly plentiful. It was imperative to seize an opportunity to purge such filth. Zhuang Chen believed that to thrive within his ranks, one need not possess impeccable character, but at the very least, one must be a normal human being, with a balanced perspective on morality. As for despicable characters like Mark, he would eliminate them with ruthless efficiency. After resolving the issue with Mark, Zhuang Chen was left to ascertain the location of Marcus's treasury on his own, as the associates Mark had brought were largely slain by the White Blade Knights. Fortunately, finding the treasury was not a daunting task, for the inhabitants of this region had a penchant for constructing basements, and Marcus was no exception. The underground vault had evidently been accessed prior. It seemed Mark had not dared to tamper with its contents. Upon entering, Zhuang Chen noted that it was at least twice the size of Vincent's. Within, there were 5 chests filled with gold coins, truly befitting someone who worked for Robert, displaying remarkable opulence. He resolved to visit Robert's treasury someday to broaden his horizons. Within the subterranean vault, there was a separate chamber furnished with a table, chairs, and bookshelves, where Marcus's illicit accounts lay. Zhuang Chen, unable to comprehend the documents, instructed, "Arkham, Afu, please examine the ledgers." He then turned to the cat-eared maid, opening a chest of jewels, "Carrie, see if there's anything you fancy.
Feel free to take a handful."
"My lord, your weekly allowance is already quite generous, and I am thoroughly content," Carrie replied. Though tempted, she refrained from taking anything, as Zhuang Chen's formidable presence loomed over her, brutal and capricious, making her feel as if she were walking on thin ice, fearful that a single misstep could lead to her demise at his hands. Zhuang Chen recognized her trepidation but did not press her. Desire was a matter of choice.
"Ah, what is this?"
Zhuang Chen noticed a familiar object hanging on the wall. Approaching it, he carefully removed it for examination. It resembled a pistol, albeit with a thicker barrel and elongated by a factor of 2. It bore a striking resemblance to a flintlock pistol but lacked a firing mechanism. Instead, runes that shimmered with a purple glint adorned its body. The butt of the weapon featured a small indentation the size of a finger, within which was nestled a polished mana crystal. "What purpose does this serve?"
Zhuang Chen pondered aloud as he sought out Arkham. How is it activated?
Arkham, still perusing the ledgers, glanced at the peculiar firearm in Zhuang Chen's grasp. That is a mana hand cannon, specifically designed for mages, requiring magical energy for activation.
Does shadow energy qualify?
Zhuang Chen inquired, raising the hand cannon toward the wall and infusing it with shadow energy. The runes illuminated brightly, and a purple energy bolt erupted from the muzzle, creating a sizable crater upon impact. The weapon possessed decent power, though the sound was somewhat muted, indicating potential for enhancement.
This is quite remarkable. Afu, where can I procure more of these mana crystals?
The hand cannon in Zhuang Chen's possession was rather rudimentary, capable of firing only once before requiring a recharge, and the duration of each crystal's efficacy was uncertain, lacking any sort of energy gauge. Afu promptly set down the ledger and stood to respond. My lord, these crystals can be refined in your alchemical chamber, with a cost of approximately 1 silver coin.
No wonder it hasn't gained traction.
A single shot costs 1,000 coins, and the recharge is slow. Only nobles and mages can afford such luxuries, Zhuang Chen mused. He resolved that once he arrived in the frontier territory, he would seek an opportunity to unlock the flintlock pistol. If the dwarven craftsman could align with his vision, they might even produce a repeating firearm among Marcus's collection of weapons. Only the mana hand cannon piqued Zhuang Chen's interest. The remaining swords, shields, and knives would all be absorbed once returned to the manor.
How goes the examination of the ledgers?
Zhuang Chen asked, having lost interest in the treasures after a brief perusal, eager to ascertain how much more he could extract from Marcus. Afu, sensing Zhuang Chen's impatience, had only skimmed the accounts. Upon being pressed for details, he replied, My lord, these ledgers primarily record unimportant. What matters is how much gold we have.
Zhuang Chen interjected, dismissing the irrelevant details. Afu, recognizing the need for brevity, amended his statement. The Purple Thorn Trading Company holds 15,000 gold, and the Kalia Bank contains 8,000 gold. However, what? Zhuang Chen prompted.
These coins are the result of investments made by Count Robert and various southern nobles in several underground enterprises, accompanied by several agreements.
Afu attempted to present the documents to Zhuang Chen. Zhuang Chen waved him off.
Those agreements are not with me, simply transfer all gold into my mana card. Arkham could not help but voice his concern, and this money involves at least 5 counts and numerous nobles of varying ranks.
Acquiring it may prove challenging. Zhuang Chen chuckled, can the flesh before me simply fly away?
Seeing Zhuang Chen's confidence, Arkham ceased his objections as Zhuang Chen pondered further. What industries are so lucrative? These coins collectively approach 3 small targets.
Is the underworld business truly this promising?
Afu glanced at Carrie, who stood beside Zhuang Chen.
May I speak freely? Carrie instantly recognized the implication, kneeling before Zhuang Chen in supplication. My lord, I can leave. I shall hear nothing. Rise. At worst, I shall simply execute you. There is no need for fear, just keep your lips sealed, Zhuang Chen reassured the cat-eared maid. He then turned to Afu. Speak plainly, do not dawdle. These enterprises derive their primary funding from a privateer group supported by the nobility, primarily operating in the eastern territories. Additionally, they engage in the smuggling of runic steel, alchemical materials, mana crystals, illicit salt, and spices. Afu provided a succinct overview, adding, this privateer group has also kidnapped numerous nobles from the east, demanding ransom. Arkham sighed and interjected, this privateer group is the infamous Black Plague sought by the Empire years ago. No wonder they consistently evade capture by the Judgment Knights and the Eastern Red Lion Knights. Afu continued, in addition to the items recorded in the ledgers, there are likely many more that cannot be documented, rendering this cache of gold quite perilous. Zhuang Chen remained unfazed. It does not involve rebellion. What is there to fear? Actually, it does involve that, Arkham coughed. The Black Plague originally comprised a rebel faction, which was eradicated by Count Avalon of the Eastern Territories a decade ago, only to resurface recently. This matter indeed posed significant ramifications, yet it was evident that this mess was a direct result of Robert's machinations, of no concern to Zhuang Chen. If Robert possessed any sense, he would either dispatch someone to eliminate Zhuang Chen to erase evidence or approach him to offer a bribe or direct threat for the ledgers. Ah, truly, my brother is remarkable, each one a stunning talent. Zhuang Chen marveled, before commanding, gather the items and return them to the manor, then transfer the gold. I am a man who values wealth over life. Chapter 16 The Pursuit of Wealth. Another visitor arrived at the Earl Robert's residence. Ever since Zhuang Chen emerged from his private confinement, the influx of guests has surged. Almost every individual who stepped through the threshold bore an air of urgency, as if a raging inferno were nigh upon them. Viscount Henry had cast aside the decorum befitting his noble lineage. He burst through the door without so much as a courtesy knock and shouted, "Damn it, Robert, you have prepared nothing, your brother has already transported the goods from New City back to his estate." Robert's countenance darkened, not due to the matter concerning Zhuang Chen, but rather due to Henry's palpable distrust. He turned, cradling a fluffy white cat in his arms, gently grooming it with a small jade comb that he lifted his gaze slightly and, in a tone devoid of emotion, retorted, "How many gold coins did you invest?" 1,500 gold coins. A full 1,500. Henry replied, his voice brimming with indignation. Robert raised his left hand, gesturing towards the door. "I shall arrange for the gold coins to be delivered to your estate shortly. If there is nothing further, I suggest you take your leave." Henry paused, flabbergasted, and exclaimed in a fit of rage, "Damn it, what do you mean by that? This is about the gold." He brandished the ledger, adding, "If this matter comes to light, we will all be in peril." Robert, discarding the cat onto the floor, rose and approached Henry step by step, slowly tightening his grip around Henry's throat. "I have made it abundantly clear that I harbor no fondness for those who do not trust me. You desire wealth yet fear risk. This is inconsequential, however. Your lack of faith in me, my friend, is quite displeasing." Henry's face reddened as he struggled for breath, desperately attempting to break free, his eyes wide with terror and pleading. Just as his vision began to fade, Robert released his grip. Henry collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, drool trailing from the corner of his mouth. "You should consider yourself fortunate. I seldom take the lives of nobles, and now, begone, there is no place for you in this game." With that, Robert kicked Henry out of the study and instructed the servants outside, returned Viscount Henry to his estate, along with his 1,500 gold coins. Zhuang Chen, escorting 3 fully laden carts of spoils from New City to the Duke's estate, found it astonishing that not a single soul had dared to impede their passage over the course of nearly 3 hours. Arkham, feeling the weight of impending danger, did not exhale until he beheld the gates of the Duke of Purplethorn's residence. He pondered why, given the multitude of nobles involved, no one had come forth to reclaim the ledger. Robert's usual demeanor suggested he would never allow Zhuang Chen to escape unscathed. Such behavior was utterly uncharacteristic. Zhuang Chen felt a twinge of regret. He had anticipated a playful encounter, yet found them to be as inert as turtles. Upon returning to the estate and organizing the spoils, he summoned Afu and Arkham to his chamber to prepare for the evening's meeting. "As before, I shall take on the speaking role while you two handle the writing." Zhuang Chen distributed paper and pens to both, noting Afu's bewilderment as he had yet to meet Mr. Edward before being thrust into work. "Afu, you are tasked with drafting the industrial upgrade proposal. Arkham, you will handle the proposal for the Purple Thorn Club." Though Afu did not grasp the specialized terminology, he refrained from inquiring further and obediently prepared to write. Arkham, too, remained perplexed but offered a reminder. "Are you planning to use the Purple Thorn name to develop a gang industry?" The Duke would not be pleased. "Who said I intend to cultivate a gang industry?" Zhuang Chen replied, tapping his temple. "What era do you think we are in? We must employ our intellect." Last year, the royal capital established the Arcane Energy Industrial Commission. The world is on the brink of monumental transformation. Our aim is not merely to keep pace with the times but to lead the charge, standing at the forefront of the world. Arkham's outlook remained antiquated, clinging to his knightly principles, yet he was adaptable enough to embrace new ideas. Zhuang Chen was willing to enlighten him. After 2 hours of labor, darkness enveloped the sky, and they finally completed the drafts of both proposals. In addition to the proposals, Zhuang Chen instructed Kelly to take 2 clothing designs to the tailor for the expedited creation of 2 outfits. Once all preparations were finalized, Zhuang Chen set off for the Bloodthirsty Tavern. Upon arrival, he found that Jason had already ensured the first floor's hall was thoroughly cleaned. The greasy, nearly moldy tables and chairs had been replaced with pristine new ones, arranged in 3 neat rows. The platform, once reserved for the dancers, was now adorned with a leather carpet, and a finely carved desk had been procured for Zhuang Chen's use. The leaders of the Blood Gang and the Black Shark Gang sat uneasily below, their apprehension palpable as they had heard tales of Mark's fate, hanging from a lamppost, and the subsequent devastation that ensued. Many feared Zhuang Chen would turn against them. Zhuang Chen, undeterred by the tension in the room, approached the desk on the platform and took a seat, the chair covered in a layer of tiger skin, though it offered little comfort. Arkham and Afu stood on either side, while Jason, feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Afu, edged closer, pushing Afu aside. After all, he had been the first to pledge loyalty to Zhuang Chen. Why should Afu stand at his left? Zhuang Chen disregarded the petty squabble and set the 2 proposals before him, surveying the group of hardened gang leaders with a commanding voice. "Today's meeting will not be extensive. The first order of business is the reorganization of the 2 gangs into a single entity, to be known as the Blackwater Company. As for what a company entails, I shall arrange for a training session in due course.
The cadre below exhibited a spectrum of expressions, the majority appearing utterly confounded.
Zhuang Chen added, "Do not fret, I can assure you that I am here today for 3 matters: first, to amass wealth; second, to assist you in amassing wealth; third, to extract wealth from the nobles." At this proclamation, comprehension dawned upon all present, and under Jason's lead, the tavern erupted in applause. Zhuang Chen raised his hand to quiet the crowd, signaling for silence. "The second order of business, starting tomorrow, we will conduct a complete census of all gang members and provide them with standardized attire." Kelly, accompanied by 2 knights, approached, the knights standing tall and robust, their years of training lending them an air of undeniable charisma, akin to perfect models. The knight on the left donned attire inspired by the Razor Gang's garb: a black overcoat, suit, polished shoes, a newsboy cap, and leather gloves. The knight on the right sported a tailored black business suit, a variant of a noble's waistcoat, replacing the garish lace cravat with a crisp tie, and his pocket held a pocket watch, with his gloves transformed into white ones. All present, including Arkham, were riveted by the knight's sartorial elegance. They looked exceedingly gentlemanly and remarkably capable, surpassing even the nobility in refinement. Zhuang Chen elucidated, "The attire on the left will serve as casual wear for the regular gang members, while the outfit on the right is designated as formal wear for the leadership. Jason, I will provide you with the design sketches, seek out several clothing manufacturers and negotiate prices. If negotiations fail, then ensure you claim the clothing manufacturers." Jason, envious of the knight's attire, readily accepted the task, eager to procure a set for himself to try on immediately. Chapter 17. The gangster's resume. Conducting a meeting is an art form in itself. One must first pique their interest to ensure they attentively consider your proposals from the outset. Zhuang Chen played his trump card. In this world, everyone strives to ascend to nobility, willing to employ any means necessary to elevate their status. Presenting 2 suits that exuded gentlemanly sophistication, surpassing even that of the nobility, he captivated their senses, igniting aspirations for the future within them. Zhuang Chen had anticipated their reactions. His attire garnered considerable attention, yet many dismissed it as merely a reflection of his lineage as a scion of the Zijingji clan, and now, an opportunity lay before them. It must be said that the presence of the 2 dashing white blade knights as models significantly enhanced the appeal of the gathering. The third matter at hand concerned the future of our Heishui company. How to generate revenue, and indeed, how to extract wealth from the nobility. Zhuang Chen posed this question while introducing several others, inciting contemplation among the cadre. After a brief pause, he grasped the first plan document in his hands. Industrial upgrading stands as the most significant reform our company currently faces. What are the gangs in the outer city engaged in? They extort protection fees, smuggle goods, and traffic in human lives, ventures rife with risk and yielding meager profits, unsustainable in the long run. As Zhuang Chen spoke, he passed the plan document to Afu. Please provide a concise explanation of the industrial upgrading plan to everyone. Afu nodded, taking the document in hand. As he recognized more than half of the attending cadre, he felt at ease. Opening the plan, he proclaimed loudly, "Industrial upgrading means innovating and improving the industries we previously engaged in to enhance efficiency and quality. Specific details will be addressed in a training session organized by young Master Zhuang. For now, I will briefly outline which industries require upgrading and the nature of those upgrades. Firstly, the protection fee collection industry will be transformed into a property management company, with our Heishui company establishing a subsidiary dedicated to this purpose. Secondly, the gambling sector will undergo expansion and reform, encompassing numerous aspects requiring further training. Thirdly, the brothel industry necessitates comprehensive improvements in training. Fourthly, for smuggling and transport, a new subsidiary will be founded, tentatively named Zijingji Public Transport Company. The plan is extensive. Zhuang Chen initially outlined over a dozen industries. It is, of course, impossible to achieve such sweeping reforms within a mere month, hence he drafted a second plan. The Zijingji Entertainment Club. After Afu succinctly summarized the plan, the cadre found themselves thoroughly perplexed, unable to grasp the full scope, yet sensing the potential for something significant. Zhuang Chen gestured for Afu to step back and picked up the second plan document. "I trust that many of you may not have fully understood what I just presented, but fear not. Over the course of this month, I shall gradually impart this knowledge to you. As long as you demonstrate diligence, the company will not neglect your contributions. And now, let us proceed to the fourth matter, which ties into the industrial upgrading project, providing you with exemplary models. If you are unsure, observe and learn. Heishui Company does not support idleness or incompetence. Without further ado, allow me to discuss the development plan for the Zijingji Entertainment Club. This establishment will adopt a membership system, catering specifically to nobility and so-called high society. The club will encompass an integrated platform comprising the brothel industry, gambling, dining, and new forms of recreational sports. If you find this perplexing, rest assured that it will serve as the foundational economic pillar for Heishui Company. Zhuang Chen merely summarized the plan,
refraining from further elaboration, as the complexities involved required a step-by-step approach. I will personally oversee this project, with an initial investment of 2,000 gold coins. Facing the astonished gazes of the cadre, Zhuang Chen further declared that the club would operate under a shareholding system, with him retaining 51 of the shares, while the remainder would be open for external purchase. He briefly explained the concept of shareholding to the cadre. Now, the opportunity for wealth lies before you. After tonight, I shall seek investments from the nobility. Do not blame me for not including you in the venture then. Upon concluding his remarks, Zhuang Chen scanned the room. Jason was the first to leap forward. Master Zhuang, I will invest 200 gold. Without needing further instruction, A Fu promptly produced paper and quill to record the investment. With Jason leading the charge, the cadre quickly followed suit, calling out their pledges. My lord, I believe in you. I will invest 100 gold. I will invest 50 gold. I will invest 150 gold. Zhuang Chen then instructed Kelly, take note of who has not invested. Those who doubt me shall find themselves hanging from the lampposts after this meeting. His words, though softly spoken, were clearly audible to all. Faced with the threat of dire consequences, the cadre collectively invested, amassing a total of 2,550 gold coins. No one wished to be left dangling from a lamppost. Your enthusiasm is commendable, and I am quite pleased. Zhuang Chen rose and announced, let us now arrange tomorrow's work tasks. The first task. Tomorrow, we shall re-register all personnel at Heishui Company. Each individual, including you cadre members, must submit a resume to Jason, as this will determine your positions within the company. Cadre resumes are due to me by tomorrow evening. For those below, you have 2 days to collect them. As for what a resume entails, I will provide you with a template shortly. The second task, mobilize everyone to compile a list of shops, factories, and residences within the trade district. You may discuss how to allocate these tasks amongst yourselves. The data must be submitted to A Fu by the day after tomorrow at the latest. The third task is relatively straightforward. Gather all those in the gang who can read and write, regardless of gender, and send them to my estate. I shall offer them a chance for a new life. The fourth task involves notifying all gang leaders from the outer city to convene here for a meeting tomorrow evening. Zhuang Chen was pressed for time, unwilling to engage in protracted discussions with the outer city gangs. He had but 1 month in which to amass the initial capital. After the meeting concluded, Zhuang Chen utilized Jason as a template to draft a resume. Jason Beck, a resident of the inner Riverside Docks in the outer district of Zijingji, former steward of the Black Shark Gang, and second in command of the gang. A warrior, silver-level member of the Adventurers Association, primarily engaged in smuggling, slave trafficking, dock management, stewardship, and tavern management. Professional certifications: Intermediate Warrior Certification from the Warriors Association, Silver Adventurer Certification from the Adventurers Association, and third place in the South District Tavern League's 7th annual competition. Self-evaluation: with years of experience in the underworld, I possess a profound understanding of the gangster industry and maintain a keen sensitivity and attentiveness to its dynamics. I am well versed in the processes of gang industry development and possess strong planning capabilities, product demand analysis, and independent interactive design skills. Zhuang Chen held up Jason's freshly minted resume and declared loudly, please circulate this for everyone's review and study diligently. As cadre members, you must uphold a spirit of advancement. Chapter 18. Let us bless Zhuang Chen. Zhuang Chen found himself exceedingly busy, as the shortage of talent compelled him to engage in numerous tasks personally. The literacy rate in this world has improved slightly compared to the Middle Ages. With the progression of industry and the establishment of the Magic Energy Industry Committee, the Kalia Empire is now in dire need of skilled individuals and has initiated efforts to enhance literacy across the realm. The parish and noble schools, managed by the clergy and aristocracy, remain the primary institutions, while ordinary citizens face substantial barriers to education. Families of modest means are left with no choice but to send their children to the free schools run by the Adventurers Association or to apprentice in order to gain knowledge. Currently, there are fewer than 50 free schools for the impoverished in the outer city, attended predominantly by children and adolescents, who are not the talents Zhuang Chen requires at this moment. To implement his plans, Zhuang Chen needs to seek out a cohort of professional aides. He momentarily dismissed the idea of recruiting from the nobility, as in their eyes, he was not merely unpopular but rather a pariah. Attempting to enlist their talent seemed rather impractical. Although the Adventurers Association boasted a plethora of skilled individuals, they would require financial compensation for their services. Zhuang Chen desired talent but was reluctant to part with his funds. Therefore, Archbishop Raymond, I find myself in need of your modest assistance. Archbishop Raymond, clad in his nightgown, sat in his living room with an expression of displeasure. You display a complete lack of noble decorum. I have never encountered someone so brazenly seeking assistance. This is not a request, but rather a partnership, where both parties benefit. Zhuang Chen corrected Raymond, puffing on his cigar. Times have changed, he was no longer inclined to diminish his stature. Raymond chuckled, surprised that Zhuang Chen dared to speak to him in such a manner. Typically, only Duke Zijing could engage in equal discourse with him. Zhuang Chen, while confidence is commendable, you may be overstepping the bounds of your self-assurance. Raymond tapped his fingers on the table. Everything you have accomplished in these past days is mere child's play in the eyes of the upper echelons. They have yet to intervene. Zhuang Chen dismissed this notion. If a young person lacks confidence, can they truly be considered young? As for those foolish nobles, I shall offer a morsel to the obedient and hang the defiant from the lampposts. Do you genuinely believe that the noble laws of the Kalia Empire are mere decorations? Raymond shook his head in agreement. No matter how many noble black gloves you eliminate, you will not attract trouble, but the nobles are a different matter. I will manage the noble issue. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Talent. I require a substantial influx of talent, be they teachers or students. If possible, even retired priests and nuns from your church would suffice. Zhuang Chen preferred not to engage in discussions about the nobility, as such conversations yielded no fruitful outcomes. Raymond would not assist him with noble matters unless tangible benefits were evident. The church indeed possessed a considerable reserve of talent, yet they were not to be trifled with. Archbishop Raymond, do not attempt to haggle with me. There are no free lunches in this world. I am not asking for your investment. If you are going to count every benefit, I might as well approach Robert directly. Zhuang Chen interrupted Raymond, rising to leave. I am certain Robert would be quite interested in profit. No one stands against gold, even if I appear to be at odds with him. I can lend you people of the Archbishop quickly stopped Zhuang Chen, adding, I am not bargaining with you. The church's personnel cannot assist you indefinitely. You must prepare a formal agreement. 3 years, 1 year. 2 years, with a provision for replacement. The Archbishop stood, extending his hand. Shall we agree to collaborate? Additionally, I have heard that the Holy Church has a night training ground in the outer city that has fallen into neglect. I find that location quite appealing. Raymond withdrew his hand. Leave. Zhuang Chen retrieved the blueprint for the Zijing Club from his pocket and offered it. Do you not wish to inquire about my intentions for that location? Frowning, Raymond took the plan and skimmed through it, his expression darkening. Have you lost your mind? You intend to transform such a sacred training ground into a brothel? It seems your vision is limited to base pursuits. Raymond, kindly examine it more thoroughly before speaking. Zhuang Chen gritted his teeth, wishing fervently that he could replace this obstinate old man. After scrutinizing the plan for half an hour, Raymond turned to Zhuang Chen once more. Are you certain you will not convert that place into the largest brothel in the southern region? If that is your true desire, I would not mind personally designing one for you. Next time, Raymond muttered softly. With the talent crisis and club location temporarily resolved, Zhuang Chen could finally return to embrace his soft, fragrant cat-eared maid and enjoy a restful slumber. While Zhuang Chen peacefully drifted into sleep, Count Robert's study remained illuminated. On Robert's desk lay the printed version of the plan Zhuang Chen had presented during the meeting, and his butler stood nearby, hands clasped behind his back, observing intently. A bold and innovative plan, Lawrence. What is your perspective? Lawrence replied with a smile. It is not only comprehensive but also remarkably ahead of its time, far beyond what one would expect from Master Zhuang Chen. Robert, holding the plan, fell into deep contemplation, only resurfacing after a lengthy silence to remark, he could not cultivate the breathing technique in his youth, lacked elemental affinity, and even the holy light had abandoned him. It appears he chose not to succumb to despair. His mind has accumulated many ideas, yet he refrained from expressing them due to his lack of self-defense. Until Vincent cornered him, he no longer concealed himself and began to reveal his brilliance. Setting the plan aside, Robert murmured, the potential of a person is truly unpredictable. Lawrence listened quietly, awaiting Robert's command. He understood that Robert would inevitably take action against Zhuang Chen, refusing to allow him to grow too powerful, much like the situation with young Master Vincent in the past. You will go to the Rhine Daily and request that they amend tomorrow's front page. Robert placed the plan aside and swiftly began to write on a piece of paper. Let us extend our blessings to Zhuang Chen, wishing him smooth sailing on his expedition a month from now. Upon seeing the contents of the paper, Lawrence could not suppress a smile. Count Robert's maneuver was striking directly at Zhuang Chen's vulnerabilities. Should Zhuang Chen forsake his claim to the dukedom of Zijing and venture to the impoverished Blackstone town on the southern frontier for territorial expansion, all his endeavors in the capital would be rendered baseless and devoid of belonging, mere empty rhetoric. Even if he expended vast amounts of funds and resources to execute these plans, he would leave with nothing after a month. Robert greatly appreciated Zhuang Chen's plan. Should Zhuang Chen humble himself and seek his assistance, Robert would not hesitate to accept these projects and allocate a share of the profits to Zhuang Chen, thereby alleviating the hardships of his pioneering journey. Take this to the Rhine Daily. I wish to see tomorrow's newspaper on my bedside table. Lawrence accepted the paper from Robert with both hands. I shall fulfill your request, wishing you sweet dreams under the starry night. Chapter 19 of the Lordship Expansion Act. Zhuang Chen rose early, while the cat-eared maid remained in a deep slumber. He raised his hand and struck the bulging covers with a resounding slap, rousing his master. At your age and with your status, how can you sleep so soundly? Kyrie jolted awake, instinctively curling into a corner before gradually opening her eyes.
Young master?
Zhuangchen paid her no mind, proceeding to rise and wash up before descending the stairs. In the parlor, upon seeing Zhuangchen, the servants promptly bowed and then inquired what he wished to have for breakfast. Zhuangchen, being a carnivore by nature and considering himself not particularly picky, lamented the culinary desolation around him, especially among the nobility, where an abundance of dairy products and pastries prevailed, yet there was a distinct lack of meat.
This left him reliant on steak for sustenance, which was quite pitiful.
Steak, bread, and a glass of wine, with ice, please.
After placing his order, Zhuangchen stepped into the courtyard and observed Akam practicing swordsmanship by the flower bed. He approached and asked, "Akam, what was that technique Vincent used to gather white light on his sword?"
Blade affinity, Akam replied, extending his left hand to condense energy within his palm as he explained. This technique primarily involves channeling the energy flowing within one's body through breathing exercises, concentrating it into the palm. He raised his weapon, positioning it horizontally before him, and continued, by placing your palm against the sword, you can sense its presence, and gradually release energy, allowing the white blade aura to entwine with the sword.
Zhuangchen, though utterly perplexed, nodded and declared, "All right, I understand." Akam was taken aback. "What?"
Zhuangchen seized Akam's weapon, concentrated white light in his left hand, and swept it along the blade before returning the glowing white blade knight sword to Akam.
"Thank you, farewell." Akam watched Zhuangchen's retreating figure, then glanced down at his weapon, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? I spent an entire week on this, yet he learned it so swiftly. Could he be the reincarnation of the original White Blade Knight?" Upon returning to the parlor, Zhuangchen noticed Afu had arrived. After returning last night, he had gone to report to Edward and had not returned to the manor. "Did Edward train you all night?"
Afu appeared remarkably spirited, contrary to someone who had stayed up all night. He stood upright, mimicking Edward's demeanor with his hands clasped behind his back. "In response to your inquiry, young master, I have been training for 2 hours daily as Edward is indeed quite strict." Zhuangchen sat down and waved his hand.
"Take a seat. Manage your own time. What are today's arrangements?"
Having appointed this steward, Zhuangchen began delegating his tasks to him, ensuring he did not forget in the midst of his busy schedule. Afu produced a small notebook, reminiscent of the one Edward often carried, and after glancing at it, he addressed Zhuangchen, "Young master, after your breakfast, you are to find Mr.
Akam to learn the techniques of the White Blade Knight." "I just learned that. What's next?"
"You need to register some of your assets at the governing hall, and also discuss matters concerning the Blackwater Company and the Purple Thorn Club, as these 2 projects of yours are new ventures that may require parliamentary approval. The parliament, in the southern region, is divided into 2 tiers. One is the Grand Council, established a year ago under the Kalia Empire law, primarily composed of noble lords and ecclesiastical officials, dictating the overarching direction of development in the south. The other is the City Council, colloquially referred to by the populace as the Little Council, designated for the descendants of nobility. Those without inherited titles often find themselves squeezed into the council, giving rise to a new class. The council nobility. As time progressed, nations embarked on sweeping reforms. The city council began to include representatives of citizens, merchants, and craftsmen, collectively occupying 1/3 of the council seats. Zhuangchen's 3 major projects fell within the purview of the city council's discussions. Afu was confident in Zhuangchen's projects, believing they would bolster tax revenue and promote urban development, yet Zhuangchen felt no such assurance. He had offended too many nobles in just a few days, particularly due to the Blood Gang incident, with the black ledger he acquired implicating nobles throughout the entire council class. Zhuangchen's prior cleansing of the gang was merely an off-the-books struggle, and now, to navigate the parliamentary landscape, he must adhere to the rules set forth by the nobility.
"Do not fret about the parliamentary matters. They will be resolved."
Zhuangchen was untroubled by the parliament. From the outset, he had secured the support of Archbishop Raymond, the Grand Council's chief justice and vice president, whose influence could decisively sway such issues. After breakfast, Afu gathered the necessary materials into a leather satchel, one of the practical and convenient steward kits provided by Edward. In the morning, Zhuangchen first visited the governing hall to transfer all gang-related assets into his name. The officials there dared not obstruct him, and everything proceeded smoothly until the arrival of Viscount Henry.
"Mr. Zhuang, according to the Kalia Noble Law and the Lordship Expansion Act, these assets cannot be registered under your name."
Viscount Henry, representing the Grand Council, held a seat as a council member and was of upper echelon rank. His presence rendered the officials at the governing hall hesitant to assist Zhuangchen with the registration. Zhuangchen raised an eyebrow, impatiently tapping the table.
"Viscount Henry, when did I become an expansion lord?" I was unaware.
Feigning surprise, Viscount Henry produced a newspaper from his coat.
For the god's sake, those damned journalists are at it again with their baseless rumors?
He placed the paper before Zhuang Chen, the headline proclaiming, "Let us wish Mr. Zhuang well as he forges ahead through thorns on his path of expansion," detailing that Zhuang Chen would venture to the arduous south in a month's time to cultivate the uncivilized dark forest mountains, emphasizing that he would voluntarily renounce his claim to the purple thorn inheritance. A few, standing behind Zhuang Chen, turned pale upon seeing the newspaper. The nobles had indeed struck, targeting Zhuang Chen at his most vulnerable. Even Akam, who was politically naive, recognized the blow this newspaper delivered to Zhuang Chen. A mere opinion piece, even if fabricated, could ensnare Zhuang Chen in a quagmire. The most perilous aspect was that it was true. Zhuang Chen was acutely aware that only the Duke and his 3 elder brothers knew of his intention to renounce his inheritance and head to the south. As for Vincent, he still lay in the church's infirmary. Though his injuries were not severe, he was greatly agitated. Vincent was forced to hide at the White Blade Knight stronghold and dared not return to face Robert. Currently, in the entire capital, his greatest enemy remained his elder brother, Robert of the Purple Thorn. Chapter 20. Expanding and strengthening. Viscount Henry held a strong disdain for Robert's confidence and arrogance, yet he was unequivocally convinced of Robert's abilities. Merely a headline in a newspaper could expose the true nature of Zhuang Chen, which left Henry regretting the decision to retrieve his 1,500 gold coins. He resolved to find an opportunity to host a banquet, inviting Robert to acknowledge his mistakes, perhaps even to gain a morsel of goodwill. Zhuang Chen lit a cigar, unaware that the law prohibiting lords from registering properties was an absurdity crafted by some fool, a law that purely undermined the nobility's zeal for territorial expansion. Laws can indeed be enacted, but they can also be repealed. The southern region was not the royal capital but an autonomous territory. Had it not been for the constraints of the Four Realms Treaty, the Thorns of the Purple would have long since become a duchy. The Kalia Empire, in essence, was a federation of 5 grand duchies, with the royal capital's oversight over the 4 realms diminishing year by year. The Kalia imperial laws served merely as a reference for the southern region.
My lady, what are you staring at me for?
If it's time to register, do so without wasting my time, Zhuang Chen commanded, rapping the table to urge the female magistrate responsible for property registration to expedite the process.
Viscount Henry shook his head, chuckling. Lisa, go ahead and register him. After all, there will be a transfer of properties in a month. Of course, Mr. Zhuang Chen, should you wish to liquidate these assets, I wouldn't mind investing in the acquisition. People like you are too slow to even catch a whiff of fresh dung. Don't embarrass yourself here, Zhuang Chen retorted, offering no deference to Viscount Henry. Henry, believing Zhuang Chen would eventually bow to the parliament, remained unfazed, leaving the magistracy with a smile. After Lisa meticulously registered all of Zhuang Chen's appropriated properties, she cautiously reminded him, Mr. Zhuang Chen, a significant portion of these properties has yet to pay taxes. When do you plan to settle that? Zhuang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone owes me money?
Lisa, failing to grasp his meaning, replied, Mr.
Zhuang Chen, I do not understand your point.
When I acquired these properties, no one informed me of any tax evasion, Zhuang Chen said, reclining on the sofa with crossed legs, his demeanor darkening.
Is your tax officer inept, and now the trouble finds its way to me? Who is the head of your tax department?
That would be Count Toronto, sir, Lisa replied. As a mere offshoot of the nobility, her position in the magistracy was already a testament to her ancestors' virtue. She dared not handle the issue of Zhuang Chen's tax evasion herself, nor did she possess the authority to do so. Zhuang Chen took a puff of his cigar, the smoke obscuring his expression.
And who is the tax officer responsible for the trade zone?
That would be Jose Carl, she answered. Zhuang Chen turned to his butler, Alfred, make a note of that name, invite him over for tea during tonight's meeting.
Alfred complied, jotting down the name while contemplating how to arrange for a tax officer's abduction.
Very well, I wish to register a new-style commercial association, also referred to as a company. I have already discussed the specifics with Chief Judge Raymond. Please assist me in organizing these materials for submission to the Grand Parliament.
Of course, sir. Zhuang Chen and Raymond had only established a verbal agreement, yet the formal process still needed to be followed. His patience was limited. Should no results materialize by tomorrow, he would seek out Raymond at the church for a discussion. He had promised a portion of equity in the Blackwater Company project to the church and Raymond's private shares, a commitment he must fulfill. After leaving the magistracy, Zhuang Chen instructed Alfred in the carriage, 3 tasks. First, invite the editor of the Rhine Daily to the Bloodthirsty Tavern. Second, find a compliant lawyer to meet with me. Third, gather a group to spread some rumors. After Alfred noted everything down, he inquired, what rumors should we spread?
Rumors about my impending expedition to the Dark Forest Mountain for territorial expansion in a month.
I want a mix of both positive and negative narratives. I will provide you with the specifics shortly. For now, head to the Bloodthirsty Tavern. Understood, young master. I shall make the arrangements. Currently, the Bloodthirsty Tavern was an inadequate commercial headquarters for Zhuang Chen. He intended to find a more suitable commercial office building. The Rhine Daily's premises were quite appealing, located in the heart of the outer city, near the thorns of the Purple Square, which Zhuang Chen favored greatly. As the carriage entered the eastern district, it was bustling with activity. Members of two gangs had gathered to register. The registrars had donned the attire designed by Zhuang Chen, but due to time constraints, a full rollout had yet to occur. For these individuals, registration was a minor task, but crafting resumes proved a daunting ordeal. As gang members, if they could read, they wouldn't be in a gang. Most could barely recognize a few characters, only skilled in violence. Given their gentlemanly attire, they scoured the area for anyone who could assist in swiftly completing their resumes for submission. Upon arriving at the tavern, many officials had congregated, originally occupied with their respective tasks. The previous night's assignments from Zhuang Chen had left them overwhelmed, yet they all gathered for one singular purpose. The day's Rhine Daily. As Zhuang Chen alighted from the carriage, surveying the somber atmosphere within the tavern, he was displeased and kicked over the nearest table, exclaiming, "What is this? Are you also idle? Have you completed the tasks I assigned?" The officials were enveloped in a cloud of uncertainty. They wished to question Zhuang Chen, but, recalling his ruthless nature, none dared to speak up. Instead, glancing at Jason at the bar, Jason, cornered by their gazes, felt akin to being roasted over an open flame. When Zhuang Chen turned his attention toward him, he steeled himself to speak. "Young master, I have completed all the tasks you assigned this morning. I personally led the team to seize 2 clothing factories, and the literate gang members." "Stop." "What gang members? They are employees." Zhuang Chen corrected Jason sternly. "Traditional gangs lead only to ruin. I have stated that I intend to lead you to grow and prosper, which necessitates formalization." "Young master, how can you lead us to grow and prosper when you will be heading to the Dark Forest Mountain for territorial expansion in a month?" One official could no longer contain himself and stood to inquire. Zhuang Chen turned his gaze toward him. The speaker was a half-orc with a tiger's head and a human body, now clad in a fitted black suit that suited him well. "What is your name?" Faced with Zhuang Chen's calm inquiry, the lizard-man official became flustered, stepping back slightly and responding in a whisper, "Young master, I am Matt. Everyone calls me Black Blade Matt. To question me in such a manner is a sign of distrust. I detest those who do not trust me yet wish to benefit from my endeavors." Zhuang Chen produced a Manahan cannon from his pocket, aiming it at Matt. "Now tell me, how should I deal with you?" Matt's facial hair trembled as he stammered, "Young master, I do not distrust you. I am merely concerned for you." Bang! Zhuang Chen infused the gun with shadow energy and fired. The purple energy projectile struck Matt's shoulder, exploding into a cloud of blood mist as he let out a pained scream and collapsed to the ground. "I am not fond of your tone. Consider this a minor punishment, do you mind?" Matt clutched his shattered arm, stifling his agony as he replied, "No, I do not mind. It is my fault, and your punishment is justified." Chapter 21. Surely, you are well versed in the law. Zhuang Chen was acutely aware of the panic and unease among the officials. Robert's orchestrated campaign of public opinion was not merely aimed at instilling fear in Zhuang Chen's subordinates. It seemed he sought to force Zhuang Chen himself into submission to the dictates of the aristocrats, compelling him to bow before them. Should Zhuang Chen fail to counter this maneuver, he would likely relinquish the majority of his enterprises and the fruits of his labor over the past month. Although Zhuang Chen had yet to devise a flawless counter-strategy, he could not afford to reveal even a hint of uncertainty before this assembly of officials. They were members of the underworld, unscrupulous individuals who thrived on peril, and any display of weakness on Zhuang Chen's part would result in his own subordinates tearing him apart before Robert could even lay a hand on him. Zhuang Chen secured his magical artillery and seized a newspaper from the bar, turning to face the cadre with a commanding voice. "I understand that you are all quite curious about the veracity of this front-page news and are concerned about whether I will indeed depart from here in a month's time. Allow me to be unequivocal, I will indeed leave, at the beginning of next month." His declaration incited a wave of shock among the officials, heightening their trepidation. They were aware that Zhuang Chen had offended many nobles, yet as long as he held on to his claim to the title, those so-called nobles were insignificant. He remained a formidable ally, worthy of their allegiance. However, the situation had shifted dramatically. By acknowledging the claims made by the Rhine Daily, he was poised to forfeit the illustrious title of Duke of the Purple Thorn and instead assume the role of a humble lord of exploration. At that point, his past deeds would be forgotten, and he would possess no value until he achieved tangible success in his so-called territorial ventures. With a resounding bang, Zhuang Chen discharged his weapon into the tavern's ceiling, the mana crystal within the stock dimming entirely, its energy expended.
"Fear not, I am leaving, not dying." The officials fell into a silence, internally grumbling, "While he was not perishing, the difference felt negligible. I had intended to surprise you, but your lack of trust is disheartening," Zhuang Chen lamented, shaking his head with an air of disappointment. The affairs of the Blackwater Company were not solely my independent design. It was the esteemed Archbishop Raymond of the Holy Church who was the true architect behind it all. At the moment those words left his lips, the official's expressions transformed, for with the Church's involvement, the nature of the situation had drastically altered. In this realm where divine right reigned and the existence of deities was tangible, the Church's authority eclipsed all else. They could scarcely believe that Zhuang Chen had garnered the support of the Southern Archbishop, a figure nearly as influential as the Duke of the Purple Thorn. Life suddenly seemed filled with promise once more. Zhuang Chen continued, "Whether I remain here or not, the Blackwater Company will continue to operate, and the projects I oversee are of significant interest to the Archbishop. He intends to transform the Purple Thorn into a model parish city, attracting representatives from various nations and high-ranking church officials for visits and learning. I have assured you that I will lead you onto the right path. This is no mere empty promise. You will be my first appointed subordinates. I am a man of loyalty. As long as you fulfill your duties diligently, I shall not treat you unfairly." Zhuang Chen surveyed the cadre, declaring, "Now, if anyone wishes to withdraw, you may do so immediately, and I shall hold no grudge." The officials were visibly unsettled. A few indeed contemplated departing, recognizing the depths of the treachery involved, yet Zhuang Chen's recent brutality had instilled a deep-seated fear within them. He epitomized the archetype of a crime lord, and before him, none possessed any semblance of confidence. After a brief pause, Zhuang Chen was taken aback to find that none chose to leave, not even the recently threatened Black Blade Matt. "No one wishes to depart, then get to work," he commanded, and the officials promptly dispersed, eager to escape the stifling atmosphere of the tavern and revel in their authority before their own subordinates. Jason, huddled at the bar, also sought an exit, burdened with unfinished tasks. Zhuang Chen turned to him and called, "Come here and report on your progress." Jason emerged from behind the bar, his demeanor anxious as he stood beside Zhuang Chen, stammering, "Young master," Zhuang Chen interjected, "from now on, refer to me as boss and relay the information accordingly." The term unsettled Zhuang Chen, evoking an impression of immaturity. "Very well, boss, I have completed the tasks you assigned this morning." Zhuang Chen frowned. "Why does that sound familiar? Spare me the pleasantries. Tell me the results, boss. You requested a list of all literate members. I have compiled it. The list is here." Jason produced a booklet from his pocket, presenting it with both hands. Zhuang Chen accepted it, flipping to the last page to check the numbers. To his dismay, the merger of the two gangs yielded only 235 literate members. Such a level of education rendered even a primary school graduate a paragon of intellect in this context. "Next time, just tell me the number. Ensure they are settled at the old training ground of the Knights in the Baker District. I have already spoken with Raymond, and that area now belongs to us." "Understood, boss." Jason, no longer feeling safe in the tavern, began to inch toward the exit. Before he could leave, Zhuang Chen raised a hand to summon his butler. "Ah Fu, what are our next steps?" Ah Fu consulted his ledger briefly before responding, "You need to invite the editor of the Rhine Daily for tea, and you must also visit the Masons Guild to discuss the renovations for the Purple Thorn Club. Jason, please invite the editor of the Rhine Daily here, and while you're at it, ask the Masons Guild to send someone of sufficient stature to meet with me." "Yes, boss, I'll attend to it immediately." Jason, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders, departed the tavern. In a matter of moments, the once bustling establishment was left with only Zhuang Chen, his three companions, and the servants cowering in the kitchen. Zhuang Chen selected a seat, discontented with the tavern's ambience. The urgency to secure a new workspace was palpable, and he would soon ascertain whether the editor of the Rhine Daily was competent enough to understand the gravity of the situation. Before long, the editor of the Rhine Daily, Mr. Owen Chris, was delivered bound and gagged by Jason's men. Upon learning of his significant backing from Archbishop Raymond, Jason's approach grew increasingly audacious, as he ordered his men to storm the Rhine Daily headquarters, declaring, "Blackwater Company is conducting business. Bystanders should step aside." This display of authority caught the attention of several reporters, who dutifully noted the events for tomorrow's headlines. "Release me. I am a city council member, a member of the Kaelier Writers Association. My father is Lord Chris." Owen had been shouting, but upon catching sight of Zhuang Chen's grim countenance, he swiftly fell silent. He had anticipated Zhuang Chen's intentions, believing that with Robert's protection, Zhuang Chen would never dare to abduct him. However, he was astounded to discover the audacity with which Zhuang Chen executed his plans. "Mr. Owen, as a city council member, I trust you are well acquainted with the law." Chapter 22, a bit of knowledge in everything. Owen epitomized the quintessential second-generation aristocrat of the Kalia Empire, lacking the privilege of inheriting a title yet managing to secure a position as a noble parliamentarian amidst his peers. Within the cadre of second-generation nobles, there existed a hierarchy. Robert evidently occupied the pinnacle of this echelon, while Zhuang Chen, being a direct descendant of a duke, held a position of prominence even in the absence of an inherited title, remaining at the apex until his departure from the duke's estate. In the presence of Zhang Chen, Owen felt utterly devoid of confidence, refraining even from invoking Robert's name. The oppressive aura emanating from Zhang Chen was formidable. He had never felt such trepidation even in the face of Robert. "You have published matters concerning me without my consent. In broader terms, this constitutes a breach into the secrets of the Zijinji family according to Kalia noble law. Mr. Owen, what sort of judgment do you expect?" Zhang Chen casually threatened, yet his words seemed to awaken Owen's professional instincts, prompting him to defiantly retort, "According to the special provisions of the Kalia Writers Association, as a journalist, I possess the right to freedom of speech." Before Owen could elaborate, Zhang Chen, unable to restrain himself, delivered a swift kick to Owen's face, inciting a visceral reaction within him. In his previous life, Zhang Chen had grown weary of journalists during his time in Shangjiang, and the memory of that frustration surged back. Taking a few deep breaths to regain his composure, Zhang Chen beckoned to Ah Fu. "Release him." Ah Fu untied Owen, who stood up, trembling. Zhang Chen gestured for him to sit and inquired coolly, "I struck you just now, do you wish to file a complaint?" Owen hastily shook his head, No, it's unnecessary, as long as you are satisfied." "Would you care for a drink?" No, Zhang Chen placed his foot heavily on the table. "Is this how you repay my hospitality?" Owen quickly amended his response, "I'll have a glass of water, just a glass of water, please." "You come to my tavern and only order water?" Zhang Chen retracted his foot, producing a magical energy hand cannon and slamming it onto the table. "For some reason, you irk me deeply." Memories of journalists from his past life flooded Zhang Chen's mind, stirring his agitation to the point where he contemplated shooting Owen on the spot. "A glass of ale, please." "Thank you." Owen was thoroughly intimidated by Zhang Chen's volatile temperament. Shrinking his head and avoiding eye contact, Zhang Chen lit a cigar to suppress his mounting frustration, glaring at Owen through his nostrils. "I do not care who instructed you. I am in a foul mood. Speak, how do you intend to compensate me?" A servant cautiously brought over the ale and, after placing it before Owen, swiftly retreated. Owen pondered his options, struggling to devise a plan. He finally admitted, "Zhang Chen, I acknowledge my fault. I should not have involved myself in your conflicts, please spare me." Zhang Chen abruptly stood, seizing the wine glass before Owen and smashing it against his head. The wooden goblet shattered, splattering wine everywhere. Blood mixed with the spilled wine trickled down Owen's forehead as he curled up on the ground, wailing in agony. Wiping his hands clean, Zhang Chen called out to the tavern staff, "Bring me an hourglass." The servant quickly rummaged through the bar, where hourglasses were standard equipment for various competitions, and soon returned with one, retreating to the bar to observe. Zhang Chen held the hourglass in one hand while lifting Owen, slamming the hourglass onto the table. "When the sand runs out, if I do not hear a satisfactory answer, I will make you regret it." Terrified, Owen burst into tears as Zhang Chen released him, standing aside and coldly stating, "Crying? That counts as time too. What do you want? Just tell me, I beseech you, spare me further torment." Owen reached a breaking point, realizing that whether he extended his neck or withdrew it, he would still face the same fate. "Your newspaper building is quite impressive. I admire it." Zhang Chen, uninterested in idle chatter, cut to the chase. "That is my life, it embodies my lifelong efforts, even if it costs me my life." Zhang Chen drew the knight's sword from Arkham's waist and pressed it against Owen's shoulder, the blade barely an inch from his neck. Owen swallowed his words, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. "That can be negotiated. As you are aware, I lack inheritance rights, and my position in the city council is merely nominal. The Rhine Daily is my sole asset." Zhang Chen struck Owen's shoulder with the sword. "I will not take your newspaper for free, I will teach you how to run it." "You will teach me?" Owen's face reflected disbelief. Zhang Chen returned the sword to Arkham, walked to the bar, and tossed today's Rhine Daily onto the table before Owen. "Your publication's sales must be dismal." Owen lowered his head. Today was decent. Usually, it is not impressive. Zhang Chen scoffed. "Have you taken a moment to consider what you report daily? Court politics, southern legislative matters, what nonsense is that? What should I report instead?" Zhang Chen did not answer directly, instead posing a question, "How many reporters do you have working for you?" Owen pondered briefly, "Including myself, 5. With such a meager staff, how have you managed to keep the publication afloat?" Zhang Chen expressed incredulity. For a newspaper that held sway over public opinion in the southern region, it was astonishing that it had not collapsed with only 5 reporters. Owen hung his head, reluctant to respond. Zhang Chen sighed. My Blackwater company comprises about 15,000 personnel spread throughout the outer city, ensuring that I can access first-hand information on any news at a moment's notice. Owen raised his head, his eyes sparkling with newfound hope. I can assist you with daily leaks, but your content is far too mundane.
It requires transformation. How should it be transformed? Zhang Chen spread the newspaper open on the table.
To resonate with the public, it must address all aspects of their lives. The 4 pillars of food, drink, pleasure, and vice are indispensable.
Owen's face flushed with indignation. The Rhine Daily cannot stoop to reporting such lowbrow matters. Could you not be a bit more tactful?
Zhang Chen tapped Owen on the head, continuing, initiate a food column, perhaps a Southern Beauties review section. You could seek sponsorship from brothels and host a competition.as for the beverage column. Simply approach the brewers for sponsorship and organize a Southern region's most popular beverage contest, complete with expert reviews or endorsements from notable nobles.
As Zhang Chen spoke rapidly, Owen began to sense that something was amiss. Is this still a publication we are discussing? Your ideas are better off donated.
It is about creating demand where none exists. Your newspaper is as dreadful as Jason's breakfast offerings. How can you expect to boost sales without a reputation? Owen finally grasped the concept, his mind racing as if he had discovered treasure.
How do you know so much?
Zhang Chen took a puff from his cigar, sighing, I merely possess a smattering of knowledge in various fields. It's no great feat. Chapter 23 of The Stonemason and the Copperbeard. Zhuang Chen's understanding of the media industry, particularly concerning newspapers, was rather limited. However, having endured the bombardment of modern information and possessing a keen grasp of packaging design and various commercial strategies, he recognized that revitalizing a struggling newspaper required infusing it with new vigor and enhancing its visibility. Creating demand is an essential skill that every businessman must master. With years of experience in organizational work, Zhuang Chen was adept at generating demand. Owen, an ambitious citizen of the new empire, dreamed of elevating his Rhine Daily to prominence, etching a significant mark in the annals of the Kalia Empire and the continent's historical records. While Robert's assistance to Owen was primarily material and political, it fell short of fulfilling Owen's spiritual needs. Once a person is well-fed, they often seek fulfillment beyond the physical. Zhuang Chen now offered Owen an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Owen's mindset underwent a profound transformation, leading him to shamelessly entreat Zhuang Chen for a proposal. Witnessing Owen's distasteful demeanor, Zhuang Chen felt a surge of discomfort. It was said that the nobility of this era harbored peculiarities, and the more he contemplated, the more apprehensive he grew. With a swift kick, he sent Owen away, declaring, prepare an agreement. I ask for little, just a 70-30 split for the Rhine Daily.
Only 30%?
Owen exclaimed from the ground, his face a portrait of disbelief. Zhuang Chen, brimming with irritation, thought of silencing him permanently. I demand 70%, now, get out. Owen scrambled to his feet and dashed out of the tavern. Notify Kelly to come over, I'm feeling rather irate, Zhuang Chen instructed, loosening his inner garment for some air. Afyu acknowledged and ventured out to relay the message. He considered that Zhuang Chen's recent endeavors had filled his schedule to the brim, and even with his assistance, it was nearly impossible to keep pace. It appeared he would need to find a steward to handle errands. As he exited, intending to find a random member of the company, Afyu spotted Jason approaching with a stout, bearded dwarf. Upon scrutinizing the dwarf, Afyu's expression shifted. The dwarf's brass-colored beard indicated his noble lineage from the Copperbeard clan of the Hill Kingdom, likely affiliated with the Stonemason Association. Recalling Zhuang Chen's temperament, Afyu hurried forward and whispered to Jason, please send someone to the Duke's residence to summon Kelly. The boss is in a foul mood. I've brought the vice president of the Stonemason Association, Mr. Copperbeard, Jason replied softly, completing the handover. Afyu nodded, leave this to me, you go on. Jason nodded repeatedly, wary of entering given Zhuang Chen's displeasure, and merely introduced the dwarf at the tavern entrance. Mr. Copperbeard, this is Master Zhuang Chen's steward, Fu Houston. He will escort you to meet Master Zhuang. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Lead the way. I despise your noble nonsense, the dwarf bellowed, huffing as he puffed out his beard. Afyu guided the dwarf into the tavern, where Zhuang Chen was adjusting the drinks at the bar, dissatisfied with the bland taste of the beer and attempting to enhance its potency. If unsuccessful, he would need to consult a brewery for advice on increasing the strength. Master, the vice president of the Stonemason Association, Mr. Copperbeard, has arrived, Afyu announced, seating the dwarf at the bar. He contemplated discreetly reminding Zhuang Chen of Copperbeard's noble status. The nobility of the demi-human races differed significantly from that of humans, characterized by their remarkable unity. When one member was injured, the entire clan would mobilize to assist. Afyu was genuinely concerned about Zhuang Chen's mental state. Upon noticing a dwarf seated at the bar with a lush and meticulously groomed beard, Zhuang Chen was taken aback.
Good heavens, how do you maintain such a splendid beard?
It possesses a rugged charm coupled with a touch of softness, much like a fine spirit with ice, absolutely perfect. Copperbeard, initially brimming with indignation from years of ungracious treatment in the capital, pondered what sort of man Zhuang Chen was to demand his presence. However, his anger was swiftly extinguished by Zhuang Chen's compliment. He admires my beard, he must be a good person, Copperbeard mused internally, unable to resist stroking his beard, puffing up with pride. Of course, I care for my beard daily, using only the finest beard balm. Afu, witnessing Copperbeard's sudden shift in demeanor, was utterly astonished.
Master Zhuang was actually complimenting someone, and with such precision? Where can I acquire it?
Zhuang Chen inquired, his mind racing with a new business plan. The market for hair care and bathing products was woefully underdeveloped in this world. If he could obtain the recipe for the dwarf's beard balm, he could develop a hair conditioner that would surely have the noble women of Kalia clamoring to purchase it. Copperbeard, realizing this human sought to pry into his secret balm, immediately retorted, that is a dwarf's secret.
You have no beard, why do you even ask?
Zhuang Chen set down the drink he had concocted and pointed to his own hair, feigning distress. My hair is split, Mr. Copperbeard, your balm tames even the most unruly beards.
If applied to hair, the resulting smoothness would be unparalleled.
That's a clever idea, but the formula for beard balm is of utmost importance to dwarves, do not even think about it. Copperbeard's voice boomed, his tone akin to a reprimand. Humans unfamiliar with dwarven customs often found themselves embroiled in disputes with them, yet Zhuang Chen, having read extensively about dwarves, found himself surprisingly at ease. Unfazed by Copperbeard's volume, Zhuang Chen offered the dwarf a freshly mixed drink.
This cocktail is freshly made and yet unnamed. Would you do me the honor of tasting it? Of course, when it comes to tasting, no one can rival dwarves. Copperbeard exclaimed, draining the drink in one go, resembling a glutton indulging in a feast, utterly lacking any pretense of savoring.
With a resounding thud, Copperbeard slammed the empty glass onto the bar, exhaling contentedly.
Ha, what a delight, this drink is exceptional, what is its name, bring me another. Observing the dwarf's reaction, Zhuang Chen mused, did I really manage to concoct something successful?
The local drinking culture leaves much to be desired. It's called Copperbeard, Zhuang Chen replied. Upon hearing the name, Copperbeard joyously puffed his beard.
An intriguing human noble, what task do you wish me to undertake?
I find you agreeable and shall assist you, but you must tell me how this drink is made. The base is bountiful ale, mixed with Eastland's 4C pirate dogs, harvest syrup, and lime. I will provide you with the exact recipe shortly. Before becoming a prominent figure in the organization, Zhuang Chen had worked as a bartender and possessed a modest understanding of cocktail culture. Copperbeard savored the lingering taste of the drink. It lacks sufficient potency, next time, let us try it with my dwarven spirits. That would be splendid, Afu, grant Mr. Copperbeard a lifetime membership to the tavern.
He shall drink for free from now on.
Zhuang Chen affirmed, instructing Afu to make the announcement with great fanfare to honor the dwarf's status. Copperbeard beamed with joy, it had been ages since he encountered such an entertaining human. Chapter 24. Suffocating for dreams. The atmosphere of the tavern was so delightful that Afu began to question the meaning of life. It was the first time he had witnessed Zhuang Chen in such a state. His demeanor towards Leisure was akin to that of old friends reuniting. Had it not been for Afu's advice, Zhuang Chen would have eagerly sought out strong spirits to indulge in the pleasures of the lizardfolk at the Dragonborn's lair. After a few rounds of drinks, it was time for Zhuang Chen to address the matter at hand. He inquired, I wonder if Your Excellency Leisure has ever visited the former training grounds of the Knights of the Chapel in the Baker district? Upon hearing the name, Leisure could not help but stroke his beard, his face alight with pride as he replied, the way you ask suggests that you have never set foot inside. The training square bears my name, Leisure of the Copperbeard, for I designed and constructed that training ground myself.
What a remarkable coincidence, Zhuang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Leisure, since you designed it yourself, you must be intimately familiar with the place, am I correct? Leisure nodded, his memory exceptionally sharp. Even after a century, he could still vividly recall the original appearance of that training ground. Zhuang Chen produced the design document for the Purple Thorn Club from his pocket and handed it to Leisure, stating, I have reached an agreement with Archbishop Raymond. The training ground is now at my disposal. I wish to transform it into a high-end entertainment venue. A high-end brothel?
The dwarf perused the plans, flipping through a few pages. Zhuang Chen's expression darkened. Why was it that upon hearing the term club, the first thought that sprang to mind was a brothel? Vulgar. Exceedingly vulgar. The specifics were detailed thoroughly in the document.
I need to renovate the facilities inside. How long do you think it will take?
Lai Shi examined the pages, becoming increasingly aware of the complexity of the proposal, to the point of neglecting Zhuang Chen's question. He muttered to himself while gazing at the plans: dogfighting, horse racing, free fighting, wine tasting contests, massages, a furnace. Above all of this, is this heaven? After a cursory glance at the plans, Lai Shi returned to reality, calculated the necessary changes, and provided a fair estimate: 1 year. Even with my personal supervision, it will require at least a year. 1 year divided into 3 phases. For the first phase, I need to establish the small castle of the training ground as the main venue, encompassing the first part of the facilities.
How long will that take?
A year was far too long. He could not wait that long. He could endure a maximum of half a month before expecting to see tangible changes. Lai Shi furrowed his brow as he calculated, that would still require at least 2 months.
There are simply too many new elements involved here. 2 months was also unacceptable for Zhuang Chen. He pressed further. What if we keep the main structure of the castle intact and only add some necessary facilities? Could that shorten the time?
An ingenious idea suddenly struck Zhuang Chen, one that would not only save costs but also highlight the club's unique character. Your Excellency Lai Shi, let us adopt the theme of the Knights of the Chapel for the club.
Surely, many would be intrigued by the mysterious Knights of the Chapel? Zhuang Chen contemplated that if the club were to adopt the Knights of the Chapel as its theme, it would necessitate discarding many elements.
After all, the church must maintain its dignity. One could not exploit their name for disreputable ventures. The Purple Thorn Club primarily served the nobility, a crowd that had long grown weary of certain entertainments and need not have them included. The club merely needed to possess sufficient allure to captivate them. Novelty would suffice for initial operations. If we proceed with your idea, the timeline could be reduced to a month, providing you with a basic framework. Lai Shi, still favoring Zhuang Chen, agreed to shorten the construction period. After all, such a significant project impacted his reputation, and he could not afford to jeopardize it for the sake of speed.
Could we manage it in half a month? Lai Shi's expression darkened. Brother Zhuang Chen, I cannot tarnish the reputation of dwarves. A month is already the fastest timeline.
Then I shall entrust this plan and the club's affairs to you. When can we commence? Tomorrow. Zhuang Chen urged Lai Shi with the fervor of a ghastly capitalist, akin to a loathsome figure dangling from a lamppost. Lai Shi felt a chill run down his spine under Zhuang Chen's fervent gaze. By the gods, do not look at me with such intensity. Why are you so eager for the construction to begin?
Zhuang Chen sighed. Did you not see today's Rhine Daily?
I must venture to the Darkwood Mountains to expand my territory in a month. I cannot remain in the city.
What Rhine Daily? No dog would bother to read it.
The dwarf held little fondness for the newspapers invented by human nobles, finding their content to be a hodgepodge of trivialities that failed to pique his interest. Lai Shi struggled to comprehend the human nobility's mindset, muttering, expand territory, that place is beyond saving. Why would one willingly seek hardship there?
Zhuang Chen grinned. Of course, it is for survival, Mr. Lai Shi.
Lai Shi, not grasping the context, replied, if you encounter difficulties there, you may visit the Copper Beard Tavern in Blackstone Town.
The owner, Iron Hammer, is my brother. Mention my name, and he will assist you. Thank you for your friendship. Afu found himself increasingly baffled by Zhuang Chen. Why did he exhibit such formality in the presence of a dwarf?
Had the dwarf saved his life in a past existence, Lai Shi departed with the plans, stating that he needed to confer with his assistant and that construction could not begin until at least next week. Zhuang Chen gazed at the tavern's entrance, tapping his fingers on the bar top, lost in thought. According to his original plan, a month was ample time to set his plans in motion, secure initial capital, and then depart with flair. However, as he began to implement his plans, he realized that the local initiative was severely lacking, and the societal structure was too primitive. Many of his ideas could not be realized, nor could he find the conditions to execute them.
A month was far too brief. Ideally, he needed to negotiate for an additional month. The timeline had been dictated by his miserly father, serving as a novice protection period. He could set it for a month or two, all contingent upon the whims of Duke Purple Thorn. Zhuang Chen needed to devise a rationale to persuade Duke Purple Thorn the challenge should not be too great, yet lingering in the capital held little purpose. He did not genuinely intend to develop the city's industries. His sole ambition was to amass a fortune and then vanish. A month might suffice, though a shift in strategy was necessary. He would temporarily set aside tangible industries and focus on selling concepts. A Ponzi scheme would be unwise, especially with the church involved. Danger would persist even in the Darkwood Mountains. However, he could target the nobility and share the profits with Raymond. This plan appeared promising. Leveraging the church's name to generate income while ensnaring Raymond in the scheme, ensuring that others would shield him from any repercussions. Afu, what are the next steps in our work arrangement?
Zhuang Chen rubbed his temples, feeling mentally fatigued. Today's exertions had pushed him to his limits. Were it not for his breathing techniques, an ordinary person would struggle to cope. Afu, noticing his exhaustion, advised, "Young master, you should now set everything aside, enjoy a good lunch, and take some time to rest."
Rest? Unnecessary. Afu, listen, I have an idea.
Zhuang Chen recalled the plan he had proposed to Owen that day: first, to establish prominence, then to unveil a new business concept to attract investment. Organizing a few competitions would not take long. Zhuang Chen had even thought of a new name for himself: Zhuang Chen Yueling, suffocating for dreams. Purple Thorn. Chapter 25. The tragic daily life of butler Afu. Zhuang Chen is a man of action. As soon as he deems a plan feasible, he will prepare to implement it. He instructed Afu to fetch paper and pen, and right there at the bar, he began to draft the plan.
Afu, take note.
I require a batch of uniforms from the Blackwater Company, 20 sets, to be delivered to Arkham by tomorrow. As Zhuang Chen wrote, he concurrently issued commands, demonstrating a remarkable ability to multitask. Afu was thoroughly impressed by his new master. He had heard tales of Zhuang Chen's reputation in his younger years, a quintessential second-generation noble, known to kick stray dogs from the outer city. Afu could not fathom the sudden and immense transformation in Zhuang Chen. From where did all his incessant plans and ideas originate? He was equally perplexed, as was Arkham. The year Zhuang Chen was knighted, he was merely 15 years old. Now, 5 years had elapsed, and Arkham had observed Zhuang Chen's evolution from a petty hoodlum into a notorious figure. Following the Khalees incident, Zhuang Chen had undergone a remarkable change. At times, Arkham could not help but suspect that Zhuang Chen had been possessed by a demon. However, demons cannot approach the vicinity of a church, and Zhuang Chen not only drew near but also entered to converse amiably with Archbishop Raymond. Thus, he was likely not a demon, though his behavior bore a striking resemblance to one. Snapping back from his reverie, Arkham inquired, "What purpose do you have for the uniforms?" Without lifting his gaze, Zhuang Chen replied, "To distribute among your team. They shall serve as a fayade." Originally, Zhuang Chen had planned for Jason to procure a batch of presentable individuals, but upon recalling the idle White Blade Knight squad residing in his manor, he opted for them directly. In terms of demeanor and appearance, only the Knights of the Church in the southern region could compare to the White Blade Knights. Afu, add one more set of uniforms for Arkham. Zhuang Chen glanced at Arkham, noticing his apparent reluctance, and added, "Make it a formal outfit."
Afu diligently noted this and could not resist asking, "Young master, what about my uniform?"
Zhuang Chen waved him off. "I will arrange for a bespoke butler's outfit for you later. For now, focus on what I am saying." Afu harbored a genuine fondness for the attire designed by Zhuang Chen. Upon hearing that he would personally create a custom outfit for him, Afu's enthusiasm surged as he retrieved his butler's notebook, poised for instructions. "Young master, please command me."
3 tasks, Zhuang Chen outlined.
Firstly, have Jason select a group of clever, obedient, and eager to learn employees from the company, aged 15 to 20, approximately 10 to 20 individuals.
You will be responsible for their training, preferably from the literate demographic. Afu noted this down while inquiring, "May I personally select them?"
"Certainly, this group will become your assistants. Nurture them well, for I have grand plans ahead." Zhuang Chen intended to assemble his own cohort, as his forthcoming endeavors were intricate, and Afu could not manage alone. He contemplated the necessity of cultivating several assistants. Afu had his own designs. He wished to choose orphans or those from impoverished backgrounds, as securing their loyalty would be considerably easier. He understood that Zhuang Chen's future achievements would undoubtedly transcend the modest role of a mere frontier lord. Given Zhuang Chen's current vision and methods, with a few more years of experience, he would be far more suited for the position of Duke of the Southern Region than Robert. The second task was to have Jason set aside core work duties and focus entirely on my current plans. I intend to host a wine tasting competition and a beauty pageant in the capital. The inaugural event will encompass the capital and its surrounding cities. Zhuang Chen wrote with remarkable speed, the quill struggling to keep pace with his thoughts. He pondered whether to procure a fountain pen, as his mind overflowed with ideas. "I require a list of wine merchants in the capital, particularly those noble families known for their fine wines. Make sure to include the Liersch family. Additionally, I need a list of prominent ladies in the capital. I wish to invite them as judges." Zhuang Chen spoke rapidly, leaving Afu drenched in perspiration as he struggled to keep up. Working for such a master provided a sense of accomplishment, yet it was exhausting. The third task is to disseminate news of the wine tasting competition and beauty pageant. The towns surrounding the capital must be informed. The registration period will commence next Monday, lasting 1 week, with the venue tentatively set at the Bloodthirsty Tavern. I will outline the specific procedures shortly. For now, just take note. Afu wiped the sweat from his brow. "Understood, young master. I have recorded everything. Arkham shook his head, even secretly reveling in the fact that Zhuang Chen had recruited Fuxiaston. Otherwise, Zhuang Chen would undoubtedly have assigned himself this workload. Once Zhuang Chen had arranged most of the affairs, he began to diligently compose the plans for the competitions at hand. These endeavors were not only to enhance his notoriety but also to secure substantial investments through these two events. After approximately 2 hours, Zhuang Chen let out a sigh of relief, finally completing both project proposals.
Afu, what are our arrangements for the afternoon?
Afu's stomach protested audibly. Young master, I sincerely believe you must first have lunch before considering work matters.
Aren't you capable of ordering a meal?
What about the tavern staff? Bring me 3 hearty meal sets.
Zhuang Chen called out towards the kitchen.
Very well, boss, I will arrange that immediately. The kitchen staff were oblivious to what constituted a hearty meal set, but they dared not ask.
Whatever was the finest and most expensive in the tavern would be presented. While waiting for the meal, Zhuang Chen remained engaged, explaining the details of the competitions to Afu. This event must be of the highest caliber and quality. All participants would undergo standardized training, while Arkham's squad would be responsible for security. Arkham pressed his forehead and replied, yes, yes, yes. The beauty pageant will be postponed for a week, commencing after the wine tasting, to ensure sufficient personnel.
Afu, take note. Beginning tomorrow, we will conduct training sessions for 2 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the evening. You must finalize your selections by tonight, as time is of the essence.
Zhuang Chen resumed issuing directives, leaving Afu's mind nearly overwhelmed.
He wished to crack open Zhuang Chen's head to discover how so many ideas could reside within. Young master, given the tight schedule, there may not be enough time to investigate the backgrounds of the selected personnel. Afu expressed his concern, as he envisioned this group becoming Zhuang Chen's foundation, and he felt the weight of responsibility in selecting them diligently.
Then select a few more.
We will train them collectively. Those who do not meet the standard will be dismissed, while the capable will remain. The southern region, being the Empire's granary, is never short of people. Zhuang Chen had no time to wait for Afu's meticulous selection. As long as the sieve was sufficiently large, a pool of talent could be filtered from it. As they conversed, the staff finally brought in the long-awaited lunch: 3 generous platters of roasted meat, a large loaf of bread, and an assortment of side dishes. Zhuang Chen, feeling somewhat guilty for Afu, signaled for a pause in their discussions. Let us dine first, we shall resume our arrangements afterward. You have worked hard, young master. Though Afu felt he had done nothing, he nonetheless felt utterly fatigued that day. Arkham joined them, muttering to himself. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Chen recalled that Arkham was indeed a high-caliber talent, a White Blade Knight instructor, a knight in his own right, and educated at the esteemed Duke of Purple Thorn's estate. Confronted by Zhuang Chen's suddenly intense gaze, Arkham raised his fork, warily pointing it at Zhuang Chen. I am solely responsible for your protection. I will not accept any additional tasks.
Weekly wage. 5 gold coins? Arkham lowered his fork, contemplating for a moment. 6 gold coins?
Deal. Afu, add a new training module for combat, physical fitness, and tactics. Arkham could not help but slam his hand on the table. Stop. Not everyone possesses the physical capabilities of a White Blade Knight. Your arrangement could exhaust them to death. Zhuang Chen pondered. Then let us provisionally focus on physical fitness and close combat training.
Chapter 26.
Transformation is imperative. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Zhuang Chen allowed Afu a brief respite with a cup of tea before immediately dispatching him to the training grounds to recruit individuals. The moment Afu stepped out of the tavern, he was enveloped by an uncanny sensation of having traversed into another realm. It dawned upon him why Jason held such trepidation towards Zhuang Chen. The fear was palpable, indeed overwhelmingly so. Upon Afu's departure from the tavern, Akam assumed the role of steward. Zhuang Chen inquired, as was his habit, Akam, what are the plans for this afternoon?
Akam pondered thoughtfully before responding, I am uncertain.
Perhaps you would like to accompany me back to practice the techniques of the Blade Knight. I've noticed there are numerous skills you have yet to master.
That is of little consequence for now. First, where is Afu? Zhuang Chen glanced around in search of him. Akam reminded, you sent him to the training grounds to recruit. Make a note of it for now, and later we shall arrange something. This afternoon, I will contemplate my next course of action.
Zhuang Chen paced within the tavern, seemingly devoid of any plans for the afternoon, as the affairs concerning the Outer City Gang Assembly and the tax collector were scheduled for the evening. Matters regarding the cadre resumes had to await Jason's collection, and the rebranding of Blackwater Company did not require his oversight. Contemplating all these, he discovered an unusual gap in his schedule today. Unaccustomed to such lavish leisure, Zhuang Chen mused for a moment before snapping his fingers. To the Rhine Daily, let us inspect my new office space. The Rhine Daily building, situated at the heart of the outer city, lay to the left of the Zijinji Square, merely separated from the inner city's gate by a defensive moat. The structure boasted 4 stories, yet the Rhine Daily presently occupied only the first and second floors, while the upper 2 served as employee accommodations, where Irving occasionally resided. As Zhuangchen and Akam approached the entrance, they spotted Irving hastily approaching, documents in hand.
"My lord, what brings you here?" "I was just on my way to find you."
"From now on, simply address me as boss," Zhuangchen corrected him, casting a glance at the documents Irving held.
"What is it?" Irving handed the papers to Zhuangchen.
"The agreement for the Rhine Daily."
"I was just about to request your signature."
"Very well, let us discuss this as we walk." Zhuangchen perused the documents while entering the newsroom. The layout on the first floor could only be described as haphazard, with a few shelves containing books and newspapers. In such an expansive space, aside from an elderly man dozing off beneath a newspaper, not a soul was in sight. Zhuangchen was greatly displeased with this waste of resources. "Tomorrow, dismantle this setup and seek out the Stonemasons Guild.
Have them send someone to renovate."
"Understood, boss. How would you like the renovations to proceed?" Irving inquired, while nudging the sleeping elder at the counter, gently urging him to awaken. "Are you finished for the day?" the elder mumbled, blinking in confusion.
Zhuangchen cast a sideways glance at the man. "And who might he be?"
Irving hastily explained, "This is my uncle, Ryan. Uncle, this gentleman is a partner of the Rhine Daily and our new boss, Zhuangchen."
Upon hearing the surname Zhuangchen, Ryan instantly became alert and stood up. "Young Master Zhuang, it is an honor." Zhuangchen nodded, patiently inquiring, "Mr.
Ryan, would you be interested in a change of employment? It would be far more engaging than this."
"What sort of position?"
Ryan pondered, recalling Zhuangchen's exploits, growing increasingly apprehensive, especially with memories of today's newspaper and Irving's mention of him suddenly becoming the owner of the Rhine Daily.
"Surely, he wasn't here for revenge, was he?" Zhuangchen began. "May I ask which institution you graduated from in your field of study?" Ryan, visibly anxious, replied, "Zijingji Public University, Faculty of Management." Zhuangchen snapped his fingers. "Perfect. Report to the Duke's mansion tomorrow to meet Edward. You will serve as my private tutor, primarily instructing a group of children around the age of 15. What do you think?" Bestowing the title of private tutor upon Ryan meant he would not have to bear the cost of a weekly salary. Zhuangchen considered himself rather frugal and sought to save where he could. Ryan, incredulous, turned to Irving, who nodded vigorously, eager to take on the role himself. Ryan could not fathom how Irving, who had seemingly offended Zhuangchen, was now so subservient. "Mr. Ryan, have you given it thought?"
Ryan, unable to refuse, conceded, "Thank you, Lord Zhuang. I shall teach diligently." Zhuangchen patted Ryan on the shoulder. "Go home and prepare. You will primarily be responsible for teaching a group of 15-year-olds.
Thus, Ryan returned home in a daze.
Akam marveled at Zhuangchen's ability to secure a private tutor with such ease. Truly, he was a master of strategy. With his methods, one could only wonder if he might soon recruit Akam himself for ventures in the frontier. The mere thought sent a chill down Akam's spine. He admired Zhuangchen's progressive ideas, yet dared not work under him. "Now, let us discuss the renovations here." Zhuangchen surveyed the first floor area, which spanned over 100 square meters, transformed by Irving into a leisure space for the elderly, resembling a disorganized junk shop.
"Changes must be substantial."
He stepped outside to observe the foot traffic. Being near the square and adjacent to the trade district, the area was undeniably bustling, yet the first floor remained devoid of any patrons. A failure, a resounding failure.
The first floor would be divided into 3 sections.
The entrance area would become a lounge serving light refreshments and low-alcohol beverages, stocked with various novels and a few cats for patrons to play with. Upon witnessing Zhuangchen's current state of mind, Akam felt alarmed and quickly stepped aside.
Irving, still bewildered, awaited Zhuangchen's directives, jotting down notes, though his comprehension lagged far behind Afu's, as he incessantly questioned, "Boss, what is a lounge, and why by cats?" "I will provide you with a plan later. For now, take note." Zhuangchen replied, proceeding further into the space, continuing, "The central area will be designated as a reception, while the rear section will serve as the staff area, upstairs." The two ascended to the second floor, the primary office space of the newspaper, where the few staff members and reporters congregated in small groups, engaged in idle chatter, exuding an air of indolence. Upon noticing Zhuangchen, who approached with hands clasped behind his back and a serious expression, they instinctively dispersed, returning to their desks to feign busyness. Zhuangchen shook his head. "You remain far too idle. I shall provide you with a plan today." Irving quickly interjected, "Boss, you haven't given it to us yet.
you instructed me to fetch the agreement for the newspaper.
Oh, indeed.
Zhuang Chen recalled he still held the agreement Irving had handed him. He requested a pen, signed his name, and returned the document to Irving.
This place also requires modification, and your cadre of reporters must undergo retraining.
Though Zhuang Chen's voice was not loud, the pronouncement sent shivers through all present at the newspaper, an inexplicable dread flooding their hearts.
In their eyes, Zhuang Chen appeared as a formidable demon lord, complete with horns and wielding a whip, fearsome, undeniably fearsome. Chapter 27. The delegated agent Zhuang Chen conducted an inspection of the Rhine Daily and instructed Owen to meticulously document his renovation plans, anticipating that the stonemasons could be summoned for the refurbishment as early as tomorrow, given that the scope of work was not extensive. As for the financial matters, Zhuang Chen chose to remain uninvolved. His decision to forego the acquisition of the account books and the treasury of the Rhine Daily was, indeed, a significant concession to Owen. Having departed from the Rhine Daily, dusk was approaching, and Zhuang Chen took a detour to the trading district, exploring its shops, where he procured a Manahan cannon and several energy crystals. With ample time before the gang meeting that night, he returned directly to the manor, intending to wait for Afu to finish his selection of individuals before departing together. Afu returned just as twilight was nearly complete, accompanied by the 25 youths he had chosen, along with a hooded figure clad in a mage apprentice's robe. "Young master, I have brought everyone back for your consideration," Afu announced. He arranged the 25 individuals into 3 rows within the grand hall, prompting Zhuang Chen to stroll around the group with his hands clasped behind his back, inquiring, "Have the resumes been prepared?" Time was too short.
"We haven't managed to complete them yet, young master," Afu replied, having overlooked this detail. He could not fathom why Zhuang Chen placed such importance on these documents, particularly given his earlier directive that every member of the 2 gangs must submit a resume, which was undoubtedly a tall order for those involved in organized crime. "Lord Zhuang, I have written mine," a red-haired girl suddenly interjected from the crowd, capturing Zhuang Chen's attention.
"Oh?
Let's have a look," he replied, stepping closer to assess her. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, with a few freckles marring her overall appearance. Her attire was modest but sufficiently clean, and a dagger was sheathed at her waist. The girl, somewhat anxious, retrieved a neatly folded sheet of white paper from a small bag she carried and presented it to Zhuang Chen with both hands. The handwriting on the resume was impressively neat, adhering closely to Zhuang Chen's requested template, indicating a serious effort. The girl introduced herself as Aaron Raman, a resident of the New City slums, an immigrant from the East, with her father being a dock worker for the Black Shark Gang, essentially a low-ranking enforcer, lacking any professional qualifications. Aaron had studied for 3 years at the East District Prosperity Church Academy, a promising candidate. Indeed, her primary role involved bookkeeping and inventory management at the docks, and her only certification was a diploma from the Prosperity Church Academy. Zhuang Chen briefly scanned the document and felt quite satisfied, particularly with Aaron's attitude. His insistence on having everyone submit a resume served dual purposes, to identify talent and to gauge compliance. Whether or not you know how to write is inconsequential. As long as you submit one, I shall provide you with a position. However, failure to do so indicates a lack of proper attitude, and even a cadre member would not be spared.
Aaron Raman.
How may I serve you, young master?
The girl met Zhuang Chen's gaze unflinchingly, revealing an evident ambition to ascend in this world, a rare quality for someone of her lowly stature to maintain in front of a noble.
From now on, this group will be under your supervision. Should you find anyone disobedient, you need not report to me or Afu. You have the authority to expel them from this manor directly. Aaron was overwhelmed with excitement, straightening her posture like Afu and exclaiming, "Thank you for your trust, young master.
I shall not disappoint you."
By merely presenting a resume, Aaron achieved a promotion to management, now overseeing 24 subordinates. The other youths displayed a range of emotions. Of most were envious, while some harbored jealousy or disdain.
Zhuang Chen continued, "You have 2 tasks now. First, there are numerous vacant rooms on the 3rd floor. You must organize accommodations for them and arrange a sumptuous dinner with the kitchen. Secondly, I expect to see all resumes by tomorrow morning." "Is that understood?"
"Absolutely, young master." Zhuang Chen gestured for Aaron to lead the group upstairs, then approached Afu, glancing at the mage apprentice beside him. Afu introduced him, saying, "Young master, this is Aganzo Williams, a mage apprentice from the Mose Tower." Prior to becoming an apprentice, he was a certified lawyer for the council court. Aganzo, somewhat shy, smiled at Zhuang Chen and placed his hand on his chest, bowing slightly. "It is a pleasure to meet you, young master Zhuang."
"Has Afu briefed you on the matters I need addressed?" Zhuang Chen inquired, somewhat impatiently.
Aganzo nodded. "The steward has informed me of the case's details. Your situation is not overly complicated. The Pioneer Act regarding lords being unable to register assets in the capital originates from the 23rd year of Kalia.
Zhuang Chen raised a hand to interrupt. Stop.
I only require knowledge of the solutions, not the history of this foolish law's inception.
Aganzo swallowed his words, reorienting his thoughts, and responded, there are three primary solutions. First, to register the assets under your direct blood relatives.
Second, to appoint a delegated agent, witnessed and supervised by the Holy Church and the Council Court. Third, to establish a free trade city for the pioneering lords.
Let us proceed with the second option. What qualifications are required for a delegated agent? In light of Zhuang Chen's directness, Aganzo found himself once more swallowing his initial response and elaborated, the delegated agent must meet at least one of the following three criteria. First, a delegated affairs officer from the executive hall or a certified lawyer from the council court. Second, a direct relative or close kin of the principal. Third, a representative or member of the Kalia Merchants Association. Zhuang Chen pondered for a moment, feeling it was somewhat cumbersome. At present, aside from Arkham, he hardly had anyone he could trust here. A Fu had just arrived. It was unthinkable to entrust him with managing the estate, especially since he would need to take him along to assist in pioneering the gang. As for Jason, he was even less an option. Individuals like him could betray at a moment's notice. After much contemplation, Zhuang Chen realized he had a perfect candidate in mind. If that person agreed, then Aganzo's so-called requirements were inconsequential. No one would dare use the law to impose upon him. Edward Walter, the most trusted steward of the Duke and former vice-captain of the Blade Knights. I shall seek an opportunity to inquire with him. After all, he does not intend to base his operations in the capital, merely seeking profit. A share of the earnings for Edward would be a small price to pay. With his mind made up, Zhuang Chen declared, I believe I have an idea. I will notify you once confirmed. Would you care to stay for a meal? Aganzo shook his head. Thank you for your hospitality, young Master Zhuang, but I must return to the Mage Tower to work. Working late into the evening? Is that old most truly so heartless? Have you considered seeking alternate employment? Zhuang Chen thought, considering that Aganzo had come all this way, perhaps he could take advantage of him. As an apprentice, I do not possess the authority to leave the Mage Tower until I advance to a full mage. Once again, I express my gratitude, but I must take my leave. A Fu escorted Aganzo from the manor, arranging the specifics of his compensation. Meanwhile, Zhuang Chen contemplated the need for a knight in his team, as well as mages and priests. He ought to recruit some talents to nurture. Aganzo seemed quite promising. He had yet to establish himself, making him more affordable to recruit than a fully fledged mage. Have I forgotten something? Zhuang Chen mused for a moment but could not recall. He turned to a Fu, who had just returned from seeing off the guest. What are the plans for later? A Fu replied straightforwardly, after dinner, you will need to attend a meeting at the Bloodthirsty Tavern. Is that all? I feel as though I've overlooked something. Zhuang Chen rubbed his chin, glancing towards Arkham in search of an answer. Arkham frowned. Don't look at me, how should I know what you've forgotten? At that moment, within the Bloodthirsty Tavern, Maid Kelly awaited Zhuang Chen's arrival. Chapter 28 Hanging him from the street lamp. The principal factions in the outer city predominantly comprise non-human races. However, once a gang expands to a certain scale, its leadership invariably transitions to human. This is a consensus among the noble class, a restriction imposed on non-human races. The former leader of the Black Shark Gang, Byrne, has yet to be supplanted by a human solely due to Vincent's lack of capable substitutes. Had he possessed any measure of competence, he would not have fallen to such a dire state. To survive in the outer city, one must have a noble as a backing. The entirety of the city's gangs are but hounds bred by the nobility. Once Zhuang Chen's notice was disseminated, most gang leaders found themselves powerless to act independently, obliged instead to consult their noble patrons. The nobles, meanwhile, maintain a stance of cautious observation, awaiting the movements of Count Robert. It is now the third day since Zhuang Chen emerged. Vincent is gravely injured and receiving treatment at the Holy Church's sanatorium, and one of Robert's minions has been seized by Zhuang Chen. Even his mouthpiece, the Rhine Daily, was swiftly silenced within a single day, branded with Zhuang Chen's mark. The most unsettling aspect for the nobles is the stance of the church. They are utterly perplexed as to why Archbishop Raymond would cede such a pivotal location as the old knight training grounds to Zhuang Chen, leading them to speculate what bargain was struck. Deprived of information from the church, the nobles can only dispatch their subordinate gangs to the Bloodthirsty Tavern, seeking to discern Zhuang Chen's intentions. There are hundreds of gangs entrenched in the outer city, and not everyone is privy to Jason's summons. Jason selects gangs of a similar scale to the Black Shark Gang, believing that only those with at least 2 gray market enterprises are worthy of participating in this assembly. After his careful selection, he has notified 26 gangs, of which 15 have arrived. Although only 15 gang leaders are present, they have brought throngs of followers, nearly filling Slave Street, primarily out of concern for Zhuang Chen's recent notoriety and the fear of potential violence.
As Jason polished the glasses, he thought to himself how grandly arrogant their young master was. They had been waiting for quite some time with the speaker. The leader of the crocodile gang, known as Swamp Croc, primarily engaged in the slave trade, boasts extensive connections and is backed by the Harvey family. Jason initially served as a glass polisher at the Black Shark Tavern, but was promoted to steward due to his literacy, though he has been unable to shed his moniker due to lack of notable achievements.
Esteemed leaders, I kindly ask for your patience.
The young master will arrive shortly. Jason felt a twinge of anxiety. He typically only encountered this crowd in Burns' company, and even then, he rarely spoke. Now, he had summoned them all. With their master so tardy, the group was nearing the brink of restlessness. Had it not been for Zhuang Chen's illustrious lineage as a scion of the Duke of Prickly Thorn, they would have already begun to wreak havoc on the tavern. The leaders cast discontented glances at Jason, their displeasure evident partly because Zhuang Chen had yet to arrive, and partly due to their envy at seeing Jason and his associates dress so impeccably, prompting thoughts of acquiring similar attire for themselves after this meeting. Just as Jason contemplated speaking, the tavern door was forcefully flung open, and the tax collector of the Eastern District, Jose, stumbled in, bloodied and disheveled. Those who navigate the outer city are generally familiar with the tax collectors of each district. Although Jose is not of noble blood, he possesses noble lineage and serves the Earl of Toronto, making him a figure of significance that the outer city is eager to curry favor with. Who would dare harm him? Zhuang Chen sauntered into the tavern, cigar in mouth, leaving a trail of blood in his wake, flanked by Arkham and Matthew, with a full contingent of Blades Knights stationed outside. Upon seeing Zhuang Chen, Jose, who had collapsed on the floor, scrambled up in panic and rushed towards Swamp Croc, pleading for assistance. Swamp Croc, save me, help me return. Swamp Croc rose to his feet, supporting Jose, and addressing the arrogant Zhuang Chen, remarked, Young Master Zhuang, may I inquire how Lord Jose has incurred your ire? Zhuang Chen was taken aback. There remained those bold enough to defend this tax collector. Nevertheless, he disregarded Swamp Croc and approached Jason, spotting Kelly cowering behind the bar, trembling.
Kelly, what brings you here?
Tears brimming, Kelly replied, Young Master, you called me over, but I couldn't find you.
Thank you for your diligence.
I shall increase your weekly pay, Zhuang Chen said dismissively before turning to Jason. How many have you notified, and how many have arrived? Jason respectfully responded, Boss, I informed 26 gang leaders, currently, 15 are present. Zhuang Chen surveyed the assembly of leaders, noticing several vacant chairs, and with a decisive wave of his hand commanded, remove the remaining chairs.
Record the names of those absent, and have gifts dispatched to them tomorrow.
With Zhuang Chen present, Jason felt emboldened, promptly arranging for the remaining chairs to be cleared as Zhuang Chen redirected his attention to Jose, advancing towards him. Jose sought refuge behind Swamp Croc, knowing that among the many leaders present, only the backing of Count Harvey could save him.
What's this, you wish to shield him? Swamp Croc, having navigated his way to his current position while enjoying the protection of Count Harvey, understood well the implications of Zhuang Chen's theatrics. He had convened this meeting, and before discussing any substantive matters, he must assert his dominance. Zhuang Chen would target whoever sought to overshadow him. Jose was merely a pawn. Swamp Croc, reluctant to draw attention to himself, felt compelled to protect Jose due to his own connections that required Jose's assistance, fearing the loss of significant favors. It was this very reason that prompted Jose to seek Swamp Croc's protection at the first opportunity. Swamp Croc glanced back at Jose, inquiring, Lord Jose, how did you offend young Master Zhuang? Peeking from behind Swamp Croc, Jose gritted his teeth and declared, O Zhuang Chen, I have never wronged you. Why do you trouble me?
Zhuang Chen grinned, I detest those who flout the rules. With that, he produced a magical energy pistol from his coat and fired a shot at Jose's head. Swamp Croc's pupils dilated as he instinctively rolled aside. Jose, quick on his feet, began to flee upon seeing Zhuang Chen reach for something.
Still attempting to evade?
Zhuang Chen drew another magical energy pistol, firing at Jose as he attempted to ascend the staircase. The violet energy projectile pierced through Jose's calf, sending him tumbling down the stairs, clutching his leg in agony. Zhuang Chen, where have I offended you? Speak, and I shall apologize.
Swamp Croc, still shaken, rose from the floor, realizing that Zhuang Chen was indeed a madman, willing to shoot without hesitation. Had he not reacted swiftly, he too might have met a dire fate today. As Zhuang Chen approached, stepping on Jose's wound, and pointed his cigar at Jose's head, chastising, Today, those in the governing hall informed me that some enterprises under my purview have evaded taxation. Do you dare to embezzle my money? What, your enterprises, embezzle money? I would never.
Jose was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the underlying implications of Zhuang Chen's words. Growing weary of the exchange, Zhuang Chen lifted his foot and delivered a kick that rendered Jose unconscious.
The intended lesson had been imparted, and Jose had outlived his usefulness.
Jason, hang him from the street lamp outside.
Understood, boss.
Jason scampered over to drag Jose away as Zhuang Chen ascended the platform, surveying the assembly of gang leaders, still in shock, and forced a smile he deemed amiable. I apologize for the delay caused by trivial matters. I suppose many of you are yet unfamiliar with me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhuang Chen of the Prickly Thorn, and I shall henceforth be your employer.
Swamp Croc stood frozen, bewildered. What did this mean? Was he intending to consolidate all the gangs in the outer city under his command? On what grounds? Chapter 29 of The Ladder to Advancement. The Swamp Crocodile could not fathom the significance of Zhuang Chen's ambition to unify the gangs of the outer city. The gangs operated independently, each with its own established channels, largely reliant on the aristocrats who backed them. What channels did Zhuang Chen possess that would enable him to absorb the entirety of the outer city's gangs? The Swamp Crocodile was at a loss. To his knowledge, Zhuang Chen had no connections, nor had any noble invested in him. After devouring the Black Shark Gang and the Blood Gang, the channels sustaining those factions would soon run dry. Those connections had been established by Vincent and Roland, leaving Zhuang Chen with nothing. Zhuang Chen surveyed the room, raising his hand to inquire, I have finished my remarks. Does anyone have any objections? The individuals present had clawed their way to this position from the brink of death. None were foolish enough to voice dissent at such a moment. Zhuang Chen was clearly asserting his authority. The Swamp Crocodile managed to evade the brunt of it, while Jose found himself exposed to scorn. Moreover, their ascent to their current status had been contingent upon the favor of the nobles. Without their approval, Zhuang Chen's meeting would be rendered futile. At this moment, Zhuang Chen felt as if he had returned home, basking in the warmth of spring. He was acutely aware of the structure of the outer city's gangs, akin to his previous life in Hong Kong's underworld. To thrive, one required substantial backing. To entice others to switch allegiances, one must possess considerable leverage. The attendees of this meeting were all astute individuals, capable of discerning the current dynamics. As Zhuang Chen spoke, he moved among them. I know that behind each of you stands a noble, to whom you must cater if you wish to profit, often engaging in perilous and unsavory tasks. You have all reached a legendary status in the eyes of ordinary citizens in the outer city. Approaching the Swamp Crocodile, he patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Yet, in the eyes of the nobility, you are but expendable hounds, which is quite pitiful, is it not? The expressions of the gang leaders shifted subtly. Zhuang Chen's words rang true, yet few relished the bitter truth that cut into their pride. The outer city's most formidable force, once the formidable Marcus, had perished overnight, unable to protect even his own family, merely because Robert had forsaken him and refrained from intervening. This realization brought a somber melancholy to the gathering. You may have wealth, power, and territory, yet in the eyes of the aristocracy, you remain the most contemptible of beings, scarcely distinguishable from the common folk. Do you understand what you lack? Zhuang Chen gazed at the Swamp Crocodile, urging him to respond reluctant. The Swamp Crocodile hesitated until Zhuang Chen furrowed his brow and rummaged through his clothes. The Swamp Crocodile quickly replied, Power, it is power. Zhuang Chen produced a box of cigars from his attire, prompting a sigh of relief from the Swamp Crocodile as he watched him extend the offering. Although the response was commendable, it was not entirely accurate. After handing the cigar to the Swamp Crocodile, Zhuang Chen returned to the podium and raised his arms high, addressing the assembly of gang leaders. What you lack is merely a ladder to ascend further. Indeed, they possessed nearly everything, save for the means of elevation. The aristocracy had completely obstructed that path, rendering their ascent nearly impossible. For the rest of their lives, they would remain as gang leaders, ultimately succumbing to violence. This was almost their only fate. The reason I can stand here and address you today is due to my fortunate lineage as a direct descendant of the Duke. I am his son. Without that, I am utterly inconsequential. Arkham watched from the side, silently admiring Zhuang Chen's prowess. He was indeed noble, adept at instilling fear, reminiscent of the Duke from years past. Jason, inexperienced in such grand affairs, found Zhuang Chen's words to be pearls of wisdom, completely engrossed in his rhetoric. Only a select few, like the Swamp Crocodile, who had earned Count Harvey's trust and were partially integrated into the so-called upper echelons, remained unmoved by Zhuang Chen's speech. He vividly recalled that Zhuang Chen possessed no resources and would soon be forced to vacate the capital. I cannot offer you this opportunity, for I possess nothing. To be candid, even this knight guarding me is merely a temporary loan from my father. Zhuang Chen expertly navigated the dynamics of the meeting, skillfully building suspense. Arkham disliked being scrutinized by a group of rogues and coldly retorted, prompting the gang leaders, aware of his temperament, to avert their gazes, fearing he might succumb to the honor of his knighthood and draw his sword. However, I have secured this opportunity for you. Now it is up to you to decide how much you are willing to invest.
Zhuangchen snapped his fingers, and Afu, who had been pre-arranged for a task, promptly turned and made his way to the entrance. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a priest, well known among the gang leaders as a resident of the Holy Church.
Reverend Leonard, one of Archbishop Raymond's disciples. Upon witnessing the priest's entrance, the swamp crocodile felt little surprise. He had anticipated this development as Zhuangchen lacked influence among the nobles, but the church offered a different avenue. This ally was far more substantial than the aristocrats of the atmosphere shifted as many present began to sense the burgeoning opportunity Zhuangchen had alluded to. Reverend Leonard ascended the platform, standing somewhat awkwardly beside Zhuangchen, as Archbishop Raymond preferred not to lower his status to converse with a gathering of gutter rats, opting instead to send his disciple as a representative. Zhuangchen addressed the crowd. I trust you are all acquainted with Reverend Leonard, the most trusted disciple of Archbishop Raymond, now here representing both the Archbishop and the Holy Church. Young Master Zhuang, Reverend Leonard, how may we serve you? Some were already stirred, unable to restrain their eagerness. Zhuangchen replied, Archbishop Raymond is formulating a plan that could transform the entire continent, and the first step begins here. In truth, Zhuangchen's initial intention was merely to establish a property management company to enhance the outer city's environment. However, to impress both the attendees below and those above, he needed to inflate this notion sufficiently. The more individuals involved, the better. Even if some eventually recognized the FAAD, they would still strive to protect their interests. Zhuangchen's role was merely that of a purveyor of concepts, a visionary from the southern realms. Archbishop Raymond detested the tedious and distasteful protocols of the nobility, preferring to operate with efficiency and decisiveness. Zhuangchen surveyed the assembly of leaders in the entire southern region, who could possibly execute tasks with greater efficiency and swiftness than you. Chapter 30 On my disdain for the impolite. After Pastor Ryan took the stage, the mindset of the attending leaders underwent a notable transformation. Regardless of the veracity of Zhuangchen's so-called plan, they felt it would not hurt to listen, and thus they drew closer, attentively engaged. After Zhuangchen expounded at length, he appeared somewhat fatigued and requested Afu to present the prior project proposal, detailing the plans for the property company and the gang's industrial upgrades. Once Afu concluded, Zhuangchen supplemented his remarks. Everything my steward mentioned earlier can be conveyed to your backers. I shall also have the steward provide you with a copy of this information to take home. The swamp crocodile could not help but ponder the property company's plan. He did not fully grasp its intricacies. He understood that it could transform the living conditions of the outer city, yet it seemed not particularly lucrative. Conversely, the industrial upgrade Zhuangchen had alluded to held great promise. In the current milieu of the outer city, profitable avenues were limited to a few, and to earn more, one must engage in conflict and seize territory. As Zhuangchen had presented them with an entirely new perspective, prompting them to forget his earlier assertion about providing them with a pathway to advancement, as they now focused solely on how to implement those industrial upgrade plans upon their return. No one would ever complain about earning too little money, even if it meant serving as a dog for someone. The prospect of profit made everything negotiable. The leaders in attendance began to murmur among themselves, discussing the feasibility of the industrial upgrades with familiar associates, while also gauging which path they might choose. Zhuangchen narrowed his eyes, a radiant white light coalescing at his feet, and with a gentle stomp, a crisp sound resonated, accompanied by a gust of energy that swept through the room, instantly silencing the crowd. The two projects outlined above mark the commencement of your journey and serve as the key to opening the ladder of advancement. You should be aware of the Archbishop's power. It is only the Holy Church that can elevate you to that coveted position you have long desired. Titles and territories, all of this hinges on your performance. Zhuangchen's tone was imbued with fervent persuasion, as if he were born for this role. All present, including the previously non-committal swamp crocodile, found themselves envisioning a promising future. If it were the Archbishop, it indeed seemed plausible that they would be granted such an opportunity. As Zhuangchen continued, he shifted the narrative. I trust you all have seen today's report in the Rhine Daily regarding my impending departure from the capital in a month. The swamp crocodile was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhuangchen would acknowledge this matter. As Zhuangchen pressed on, the report is largely accurate. My departure is indeed linked to Archbishop Raymond's plans, and it constitutes one facet of it. He had yet to finalize the specifics of which facet it was, intending to consult Edward later about the situation on that front. A few classic cases lingered in his mind, and he merely needed to ascertain suitable locations, like the infamous $30 billion fraud case on Wall Street from his previous life. In this world, the most valuable resource was magical energy ore. He could easily revise the operational strategy, but a thorough investigation was still necessary. As Zhuangchen was more focused on the immediate circumstances. Most individuals present clearly did not believe his rationale, but he was unconcerned. As long as they entered the fray, he was confident they would take the bait.
I have but one request of you, regardless of your noble backers' attitudes or opinions, you must cooperate with me during this month. Upon concluding, he turned his gaze to the reticent Pastor Ryan. At Pastor Ryan, I invited 26 individuals today, yet only 15 have arrived. 11 remain absent, showing disrespect to the Holy Church and defying Archbishop Raymond's authority. How do you propose we address this? Pastor Ryan had not received any instructions from Raymond regarding this matter and was at a loss for how to respond. He could only say, the Archbishop has entrusted you with this plan, everything should be arranged according to your wishes. Zhuang Chen promptly declared with righteous fervor, excellent. As for those 11 who obstruct the Church's growth and hinder everyone's prosperity, my view is that such individuals deserve to be hung from lampposts for public scorn.
What do you think?
Pastor Ryan found no issue with the notion of hanging gang members from lampposts and nodded in agreement. You are correct. Zhuang Chen merely required his affirmation. The ensuing matters did not necessitate the Church's intervention. This cadre of gang leaders would need to pay an entry fee to join the fray. The swamp crocodile observed Zhuang Chen as he turned to address the audience. He could nearly predict what Zhuang Chen was about to say. I detest the impolite above all else. Today, I invited 26 representatives, and now 11 have failed to show me the courtesy I deserve. Esteemed leaders, can you assist me in reclaiming this dignity? As anticipated, the 11 absent gangs were precisely the entry tickets Zhuang Chen sought. The swamp crocodile dared not concur. The absence of those 11 gangs undoubtedly benefited certain nobles, and attacking them would equate to striking the aristocrats themselves. Jason was the first to respond. Boss, I was responsible for notifying them. Their absence is largely on me, and I am willing to rectify one. Being the most adaptable, Jason seized the opportunity that he did not wish to be seen merely as a messenger. He sought recognition. Although Zhuang Chen had forcibly merged the Black Shark Gang with the Blood Gang, the cadre of the Blood Gang did not extend him much respect. After Zhuang Chen's intervention, the channels of the Black Shark Gang and the Blood Gang had been severed, and Zhuang Chen had siphoned off the Blood Gang's liquidity. Jason, too apprehensive to request funds from Zhuang Chen, felt his resources dwindling and recognized the necessity of seizing this opportunity. I appreciate your willingness to act. Zhuang Chen was pleased with Jason's attitude and then surveyed the crowd. If they could not provide him with a satisfactory answer, he would not hesitate to replace these leaders with more obedient and agreeable ones. Young Master Zhuang, I have long harbored disdain for the Wolf Gang. I can take care of them. Not every gang leader enjoyed the level of trust from Count Harvey that the swamp crocodile did. Most were like Marcus, disposable dogs, lacking any significant loyalty to the nobles. As long as the benefits were sufficient, they would not hesitate to turn their blades against their benefactors. Once one person responded, others quickly followed suit. Within mere minutes, the 11 factions were divided among them. These leaders, tasked with the mission, understood that the Holy Church was the one compelling them to take action. Even if the nobles were to hold them accountable, they would possess a valid justification. In a narrower context, this was merely a gang conflict within the outer city. Rarely was there such a legitimate opportunity to obliterate rival factions. They would not squander this chance. It appears everyone is quite enthusiastic about the Archbishop's plan, and I am delighted. I hope to see those 11 discourteous individuals hanging from the lampposts on this street by tomorrow night. This is a trivial matter. Can you accomplish it? Although they were uncertain why, they simply resolved to act tonight to avoid any prolonged complications. The crowd echoed their agreement, save for a few leaders seated beside the swamp crocodile, who maintained their sullen silence. Zhuang Chen had already taken note of these individuals. Their connections with the nobility were evidently deep.
Mr. Swamp Crocodile, do you have any objections to the Archbishop's plan?
Upon hearing his name called, the swamp crocodile quickly rose to respond. No, young Master Zhuang, I personally support the Archbishop's plan wholeheartedly. However, all my actions are supported by Count Harvey. I am merely a messenger. The Archbishop's plan still requires the Count's endorsement. As he spoke, the swamp crocodile scrutinized Zhuang Chen's expression. Noticing a frown, he hastily accelerated his speech to add, I am confident that Count Harvey will also back the Archbishop's opportunity. I shall certainly persuade Lord Harvey upon my return. Chapter 31. In my utmost disdain for rulebreakers, the swamp crocodile felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Zhuang Chen might use him as a mere ticket for his own demise, hanging lifelessly from a lamppost. He continuously expressed his position while attempting to leverage the name of Count Harvey to secure his own safety. Since this matter is beyond your control, let me propose something within your purview.
Zhuang Chen had no intention of killing the swamp crocodile.
He regarded him as a valuable asset, intelligent and keen on preserving his own life. The swamp crocodile sighed in relief. Speak, and I shall fulfill whatever is within my power. Zhuang Chen replied, the streets of the outer city are rife with unsightly filth, which I find quite distasteful.
I trust you would not wish to step outside only to tread upon some unknown substance, would you?
Are you suggesting a thorough cleansing of the outer city? I could arrange for that, the swamp crocodile tentatively inquired, thinking that a mere cleaning would not require extensive resources. Zhuang Chen shook his head, a simple cleaning will do nothing to ameliorate the conditions of the outer city. I require you to establish public restrooms throughout the area and set up a responsible department for their daily maintenance, including but not limited to the regular cleaning of the streets and upkeep of the restrooms.
This did not sound like a trivial endeavor.
The swamp crocodile felt rather cornered. He had no qualms about providing funds and manpower, but managing such unpleasant tasks felt like a slap in the face. Zhuang Chen patted Pastor Ryan on the shoulder. Surely, the Holy Church would not wish to witness such filthy streets?
Can the church address the issue of land for public restrooms?
Pastor Ryan nodded, acknowledging the necessity. I shall report this to the Archbishop, and I am certain he will approve this initiative. With the church's endorsement, the swamp crocodile had no choice but to acquiesce. To refuse now would be to show blatant disrespect. Taking a deep breath, he conceded, Master Zhuang, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Zhuang Chen clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the residents of the outer city for your forthcoming contributions. This is indeed a laborious task, and I shall grant you 5 days. Within this time frame, I expect to see a transformed outer city, and I shall reward you handsomely.
Thank you for your trust, Master Zhuang.
I shall exert myself to the fullest. The swamp crocodile gritted his teeth, dismissing thoughts of Zhuang Chen's promised compensation and instead contemplating how to manage this undertaking. Zhuang Chen understood that the swamp crocodile and his associates harbored considerable skepticism towards him. Had he not brought in representatives from the church today, he might have lost a few lives. The meeting had covered only a few key points, and he dismissed everyone. You have all worked hard this evening. You may return now. Having no further arrangements to make, Zhuang Chen recognized that some matters could only be addressed after securing entry tickets. Discussing them now would be futile. Tonight was merely a glimpse into the attitudes of various parties. Progress must be made step by step. The swamp crocodile's apprehension dissipated as he departed the tavern with the others, feeling compelled to report back to Count Harvey. Regardless of the veracity of Zhuang Chen's statements, a storm was certainly brewing in the capital, and he needed to prepare. Once the group, including Pastor Ryan, had dispersed, Zhuang Chen immediately summoned the existing personnel from the Blackwater Company. This cadre held no official positions, they merely maintained their roles within the original gang, managing their respective territories. The first order of business upon gathering these individuals was to review their resumes. Jason, collect their resumes, he instructed. Upon hearing this, several faces paled. Some believed Zhuang Chen was merely toying with them. Although they had been instructed to submit resumes, many had neglected to do so. Others, more astute, had arranged for their subordinates to assist in crafting a submission, even if they themselves had not written one. Among the remnants of the Black Shark Gang and the Blood Gang, there were a total of 27 individuals, 10 of whom belonged to the Blood Gang. This was not to suggest that only these 10 remained. Several had been dispatched by Marcus and were likely unaware of the Blood Gang's dissolution. Out of the 27, 18 resumes were submitted, totaling 19 with Jason's included. Zhuang Chen did not scrutinize the contents.
He simply counted. Those who have not submitted, step forward.
9 individuals hesitantly emerged, 3 from the Blood Gang and the rest from the Black Shark Gang. Jason swallowed hard, having previously reminded his team, yet they seemed to have disregarded his counsel.
Zhuang Chen regarded the 9, indifferent to their affiliations. Failure to submit a resume was a clear sign of disrespect.
I detest those who interrupt me, he began, his presence radiating an ominous light as he shattered the floor beneath him, the brilliance exploding within the tavern. While no one was harmed, the atmosphere thickened with lethal intent. Silence ensued as the 9 bowed their heads, too fearful to speak.
Those who called me boss, step forward.
The one to comply was an elderly man with a goat-like beard, whom Zhuang Chen recognized as the first slave trader he had encountered at the market.
What is your name? Eugene Goat, the trembling elder replied. I am called Eugene. Zhuang Chen noted his name, maintaining a stern demeanor. You may now submit a resume. Thank you, boss. Thank you, I shall do it immediately.
Eugene scrambled to the bar in search of paper. Zhuang Chen ignored him, turning his attention back to the remaining 8. I informed Jason today that you were to address me as boss and not young master. Did he relay this to you? Jason wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved he had managed to mention it while gathering everyone for the meeting. The 8 nodded, avoiding Zhuang Chen's gaze. Zhuang Chen continued, I have little patience for those who defy the rules. I will not question how you execute the tasks I assign. What matters is whether you complete them and exhibit a proper work ethic. My inquiry regarding resumes was not a whim. I sought to gauge your attitudes, not only from the leaders but from the ranks below. Clearly, you have not regarded me with the respect I deserve.
I am currently in a foul mood. Tell me, how should I deal with you?
Zhuangchen placed his hand upon the grip of his magical energy cannon, coldly stating, 8 of you, one by one.
If your answer satisfies me, tonight's matter will be forgotten.
Chapter 32 The Abyssal Man in the Sanctuary of the Holy Order. Vincent awoke with a start, grappling with the remnants of a nightmare. Standing beside his bed was a tall cleric, adorned in garments embellished with 3 golden-stitched olive branches, signifying his rank as a bishop. The bishop's eyes gleamed with a sapphire hue, a trait exclusive to those of the Kalia bloodline. The Southern Realm, akin to an autonomous duchy within the Kalia Empire, experiences minimal strife aside from demonic incursions, earning it the esteemed title of the Empire's granary. This status affords the inhabitants of the Southern Realm a semblance of sustenance, sparing them from the dire fate of starving farmers in the noble domains of other expansive territories. However, the considerable advantages held by the Southern Realm present a conundrum for the Kalia Empire, which finds itself unable to interfere in its internal affairs. Were it not for the Kalia Four Territories Pact, the Southern Realm could have easily declared independence. In the year 230 of the Kalia calendar, Duke Norton of the Blushing Thorn led the Blade Knights and the Horned Wanderers in a decisive campaign that shattered the dark gates besieging the Southern Realm, putting an end to nearly a century of demonic disturbances. This monumental victory elevated both knightly orders to the top 10 on the continent, securing the 5th and 10th ranks, respectively. During this conflict, Duke Norton vanquished and sealed a demon lord who wielded the power of the laws. While the illustrious knights played a pivotal role, Duke Norton's valor cannot be overlooked. However, sealing a demon lord has subjected Norton to the curse of the abyss. On the surface, the Southern Realm has returned to a state of peace, yet beneath this fade, turmoil brews as countless eyes fixate upon the position of the Duke of Blushing Thorn, including those of the Kalia royal family.
Mr.
Vincent, you have greatly disappointed the Marquis, the bishop remarked, his tone laden with disapproval. Had there been an alternative, he would never have chosen Vincent as his protege. Among Duke Norton's 4 offspring, the eldest, Robert, is marked by his confidence and arrogance, possessing a cunning intellect that makes him difficult to manage. The second son, Vincent, is characterized by his low profile, making him challenging to assess, though he is undeniably cautious. 6 months prior, in the capital, he merely exchanged a single move with Robert before retreating to the Blade Knight stronghold, reluctant to engage with other nobles, immersing himself in the affairs of the knights. The once esteemed 4th son, Zhuangchen, now appears utterly inept, and it seems the true failure lies solely with Vincent. With determination, Vincent propped himself up, gritting his teeth as he implored, Mr. Charlie, grant me another chance. Once I have recuperated, I shall personally slay him. Charlie gazed down at Vincent, his eyes filled with disdain. With a scoff, he replied, I have arranged for you an assistant.
Once you are well, you may meet him at the Traveler's Tavern. What sort of assistant, a Grand Knight from the capital or a powerful Archmage from the Tower Council? Vincent inquired, a flicker of excitement in his voice. In truth, he had few capable allies, relying instead on those of little merit who were drawn to his noble title. His charisma was insufficient to recruit formidable individuals. Charlie, as the representative of the capital and a bishop of the Holy Order, wielded far broader connections. A down-and-out knight from the Eastern Realm, known as Smith Rogers, a knight of the Hydra title. Initially disheartened, Vincent's spirits lifted upon hearing of the knight's title, signifying considerable strength. At the very least, he could contend with Arkham. Zhuangchen, just you wait, I shall soon rise to the occasion. Vincent began to envision the moment he would triumph over Zhuangchen, cruelly severing his ears as a token of victory. Observing Vincent's fervor, Charlie couldn't resist a mocking retort, do not rejoice prematurely. Smith's lineage hails from Osiris, he is a double-edged sword. Be cautious not to wound yourself. Abyssal man?
Vincent furrowed his brow, aware that those emerging from Osiris were often deemed madmen, akin to the mountain dwellers of the Darkwood Mountains. Their bloodlines had been tainted by the abyss, and their souls were perpetually tormented by demonic whispers, rendering their next actions unpredictable. Vincent doubted his ability to subdue an abyssal madman wielding the strength of a knight, and he hesitated, contemplating whether to request Charlie to find a different ally. Charlie understood Vincent's trepidation. The entire continent acknowledged the difficulty in controlling those emerging from Osiris. However, Smith was an exception. He merely bore the bloodline of the abyssal, which justified his knighthood. Smith had a decent reputation, at least, and was unlikely to succumb to madness abruptly. Feeling somewhat reassured, Vincent stated, I shall pay him a visit tomorrow, thank you for your assistance. Charlie cautioned, you would do well to strategize promptly. Zhuangchen has been quite active of late, while Robert, in his overconfidence, has underestimated him, oblivious to the fact that Zhuangchen has already allied with Archbishop Raymond.
Archbishop Raymond? What could he possibly offer?
Vincent exclaimed incredulously. Charlie, disinterested in answering the question, admitted he was equally uncertain. Within the bloodthirsty tavern, Zhuangchen shot a bureaucrat in the chest, coldly declaring, "I do not favor this excuse. Drag him out and hang him from a lamppost. If he survives by morning, take him for treatment." Jason hastily arranged for the fallen bureaucrat to be removed. Zhuangchen interrogated 8 bureaucrats in succession, firing 2 shots and leaving 6 alive. The bureaucrats, trembling with fear, dared not utter a word. This was their first encounter with such a volatile leader. Arkham observed the entire ordeal, believing Zhuangchen had shown insufficient severity. Given the current circumstances, there were few who could be of use. Otherwise, based on Zhuangchen's temperament, he would have hung every one of the 9 who had failed to submit their credentials from the lamppost. However, Arkham pondered why Zhuangchen had such an affinity for hanging people from lampposts. Having watched Zhuangchen grow up, he had never witnessed any peculiar obsession with lampposts in his youth.
After resolving the credential matter, Zhuangchen gathered the documents and inquired of Alfie, "What are the plans for tonight?" Alfie consulted his notebook, replying, "Tonight, you need to appoint personnel for the Blackwater Company."
Zhuangchen glanced through the resumes, noting that these individuals had all adhered to a similar template. "Jason, from tonight onward, you shall serve as the Human Resources Manager for the Blackwater Company. You are familiar with these individuals, it is your responsibility to assign them roles," referring to the Blackwater Company as plan for specifics.
"Yes, boss, I shall thoroughly review it and ensure your satisfaction."
Jason, while unaware of the true meaning of a Human Resources Manager, understood that he now held the power to assign personnel.
"Let us depart. Back to the manor."
Zhuangchen, disinterested in lingering, set aside the resumes and left directly, needing to discuss matters with Edward. Upon returning to the manor, he found Edward seated in the parlor, sipping tea, with Eileen attentively waiting beside him. As Edward stood upright upon Zhuangchen's entrance, the latter noted the elder's striking handsomeness, which he found somewhat unsettling, as it nearly rivaled his own.
"Mr. Edward, what brings you here?"
Zhuangchen greeted, extending the courtesy, especially as Edward had risen to welcome him. With hands clasped behind his back, Edward replied calmly, "Young Master Zhuangchen, the Duke has some matters that require your attention."
Chapter 33 The Arcane Industrial Committee. In recent days, Duke Norton has been closely monitoring the actions of Zhuangchen in the outer city.
Aside from initially arranging for an assassination attempt on his own son, he has not made any further moves. Zhuangchen swiftly capitalized on this assassination, establishing a considerable influence in a mere 2 days. Although it appeared somewhat flawed and ineffectual, Duke Norton was nonetheless quite satisfied with Zhuangchen's ability to exploit the situation to such an extent. Since being cursed, Duke Norton has seldom made public appearances, even his own sons rarely have the opportunity to see him. Edward has gradually become the Duke's sole spokesperson, handling all affairs pertaining to the Duke's residence and the Southern Territories. Zhuangchen held little regard for such a negligent father. He was reluctant to meet him and equally disinclined to address him as father.
Utilizing Edward as an intermediary proved to be quite satisfactory.
After quietly dispersed the guests from the drawing room, leaving only Edward and Zhuangchen in the spacious chamber. Zhuangchen poured another cup of red tea for Edward and filled his own cup as well. The red tea from the Southern Territories is quite delightful, favored by both nobility and commoners alike. However, they prefer to accompany it with sweet pastries and biscuits, which Zhuangchen deemed an aberration of tea culture. Tea should be enjoyed as is, why must it be paired with sweets? A handful of roasted peanuts or melon seeds would be far superior. Edward, evidently a connoisseur of sweets, added sweetened milk to his tea, leaving Zhuangchen bemused as to how he could tolerate such a concoction. Young Master Zhuang, the envoy from the royal capital, has arrived at Beijing Fortress.
He is expected to reach the capital within 3 to 5 days at the latest, Edward stated, sitting up straight and fixing his gaze on Zhuangchen. Zhuangchen languidly reclined in his chair, shrugging nonchalantly. "If my esteemed father has come merely to convey that, it hardly seems necessary for you to make the journey personally." The royal envoy's visit to the Southern Territories, laden with royal accountability, was likely intended to leverage the situation regarding Karas against the Zijing Thorn. A year prior, Duke Norton had been in his prime, his formidable achievements nearly rivaling those of the northern warriors. Zhuangchen suspected that the royal capital felt humiliated and had come to exploit the opportunity. Edward remarked, "It pertains to you in some way." "What manner of relationship?"
Zhuangchen urged. "Feel free to be forthright, I prefer directness." He nearly reverted to his gangster patriarch persona but quickly corrected himself, realizing the man before him was Edward. Edward had recently heard much regarding Zhuangchen's exploits and had received numerous reports on his catchphrases. The fact that Edward could prompt him to amend his speech indicated some level of respect. It was no wonder the Duke was reassessing him. Arkham needs to head to Blackstone Town. He can no longer serve as your guardian knight, Edward stated plainly. Upon hearing this news, Zhuang Chen straightened up, his languor dissipating. Arkham was crucial to his entire plan. His safety depended entirely on him for the month ahead. His ability to defeat Marcus had relied on the suppression of the White Blade Sword, and without Arkham to fend off 20 or so gang professionals, he would not have survived the Blood Gang encounter. Most importantly, Arkham represented Fade for him, the best tool for pulling off audacious schemes. Losing Arkham would be akin to the loss of a Khan in Tongliao, devoid of spirit. Zhuang Chen had been getting along quite well with Arkham lately and felt confident in his ability to bring him on board. Why, then, would his father the Duke suddenly reassign him? Was Robert behind this? It hardly seemed characteristic of Robert. Zhuang Chen gazed at Edward, refraining from questioning, merely awaiting his elucidation. Edward slowly continued, the Baron of Blackstone Town has reported that, after excavating 600 meters into the Blackstone mine, energy, confirmed by the gnomish artificers, it is highly likely that a new type of energy ore exists within the mine. Zhuang Chen's interest was piqued. This was precisely the opportunity he had been waiting for. Truly, as a traveler from another world, his luck was extraordinary. He had been contemplating orchestrating a grand mining scam, and here Edward presented him with such promising news that very night.
This is fortuitous indeed. Was it not said that I could select any small town in the south? I claim Blackstone Town.
Edward observed Zhuang Chen's excitement, mistakenly believing it was solely due to the prospect of the energy ore. You must hear me out before making any plans, he cautioned. Zhuang Chen gestured for him to continue. The Southern Territories' advantages lie in their abundant grain resources, with timber and stone exports also serving as pillars of the economy. However, since the establishment of the Arcane Industrial Committee a year ago, the imperial economic system has begun to shift. The southern regions possess the least amount of energy ore among the 4 territories, with most supplies reliant on the west. Following the formation of the committee, the royal family has reclaimed control over the distribution of energy ore, focusing on the eastern territories, which has left the south at a disadvantage in this era of transformation. Edward's words were stark and straightforward. Anyone with foresight in this age could discern that a sweeping change was imminent across the continent. He who possesses the energy ore and seizes this tide will gain the upper hand. Previously, the southern territories boasted rich agricultural production, standing independently, but the situation has drastically altered. The royal capital's stance on the southern territories is now abundantly clear. While the Kalia royal family dares not openly declare their intentions, they have begun to covertly contemplate replacing the Duke. The Blackstone mine serves as a lifeline for the southern territories. Zhuang Chen finally comprehended why Arkham was being reassigned. Only as the Duke's guardian knight could he shoulder this vital responsibility. Edward continued, setting aside the threats lurking beneath each energy mine. In light of the current circumstances, should you choose to take on this matter, you will become a target for countless factions. The glory of the Zijing Thorn has been precariously balanced since the Duke was cursed.
Young Master Zhuang, what shall you do? Zhuang Chen stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before laughing. Are you certain you wish to inquire of me regarding such matters? Edward nodded.
The news from Blackstone Town has yet to be disclosed, but it cannot remain hidden for long.
The Duke will inform all his progeny and will seek the opinions of each. What does Robert say? Surely he will be the first to be questioned.
Zhuang Chen doubted he would be granted the honor of being the first to learn of this news. Robert's path was far more orthodox, adhering strictly to the upper echelons of nobility. Zhuang Chen, on the other hand, had chosen the gang route out of necessity. Who would aspire to be a society's overlord for life? Young Master Robert believes that the southern territories should ally with the northern realms, arranging a marriage between the Zijing Thorn and the Darich family. Edward summarized Robert's meticulously penned opinions into a single statement.
Zhuang Chen could not help but burst into laughter. Ah, the same old tired formula. I still maintain that one must rely on oneself. Chapter 34 of the South and of Vice. The northern region of the Kalia Empire, situated in the northern expanse of the continent, bears a resemblance to the terrain of the land of the Rus in the previous life of Zhuang Chen, albeit on a grander scale. This northern domain is also connected to a forbidding area known as the Eternal Frozen Soil. In a fantastical world, such inexplicable forbidden zones are bound to arise, much like the dark forest mountains in the southern region, which is indeed another such place. The inhabitants of the north, much like the Rus, are towering figures, robust and brawny, naturally born warriors in the realm. The Delric family of the north, or rather their northern duke, is renowned for producing formidable men, akin to gods of war descended from the heavens. Since its rise during the unfading Lanjian rebellion, Kalia has led the ancestors of the current 4 dukes in seizing territory from the royal court of unfading Lanjian and the present-day Holy Mayor Empire.
It was the Delric family that carved a path forward with the Dark Knight Legion they established. Following the establishment of the nation, the north is bordered by the eternal frozen soil to the north, defending against the frost giant clans, while to the west looms an emerging orc tribe on the verge of nationhood, and to the east lies the Holy Maiar Empire. Thus, they are surrounded by formidable foes on three fronts, akin to a pack of wolves encircling their prey. The Delric family, relying on the Dark Knight Legion, managed to scatter the western orc tribe that was on the brink of nationhood, while the frost giants of the eternal frozen soil were driven back into the depths of their frozen territory by the fearless knights. The Holy Maiar Empire fared even worse. What was once an inland sea was entirely seized by Delric II and his Dark Knight Legion, leaving not a single nautical mile for the Holy Maiar Empire. Such formidable warriors, and you, Robert, intend to forge a marital alliance with them. If an alliance were truly to be formed, the South would merely become a provider of sustenance for the Dark Knight Legion, serving as their subordinate. Life in the South has ultimately been too comfortable. Barely a year after the demon crisis has ended, Robert has already forgotten how the Thorns of Purple began their ascent. Zhuangchen, while extracting relevant information about the North from the memories of his former self, couldn't help but lament. Such a paradigm is reminiscent of the great Tang Emperor Li Shimin. So how did this insignificant Kalia ascend to power, especially the Dark Knight Legion of the North, which nearly rivals the Black Knights under the Sun King Gwyn from the Dark Souls series? From Edward's tone, Zhuangchen discerned his disapproval of Robert's notions. Edward was indeed quite eager for Zhuangchen's response and inquired, "Young master, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Without hesitation, Zhuangchen replied, "I have stated before, one must rely on oneself. If the Kalia royal family shows us no respect, we shall establish our own nation and, once the magical energy mine in Blackstone Town is operational, we will change our banners and alter the course of our fate." Edward seemed to grasp Zhuangchen's intentions but appeared somewhat dissatisfied, stating, "The four territories have a covenant with the Kalia royal family, witnessed by the gods, and it cannot be forsaken. Moreover, the situation regarding Blackstone Town is not as straightforward as you imagine." Zhuangchen initially contemplated a retort that would dismiss Edward's concerns, but upon hearing the mention of Blackstone Town, which he had already earmarked for his plans, he naturally became invested and probed further. "What is the situation regarding Blackstone Town?" After taking a sip of his drink to clear his throat, Edward continued, "According to the Dwarven craftsman's reconnaissance, the energy fluctuations detected at the Blackstone mine are of a dark nature, typically found within dark creatures, such as demons. Blackstone Town is in close proximity to the Dark Forest Mountains, and the dwarves suspect that some high-ranking or even lord-level demons perished beneath the mine, their energies having corrupted the surrounding geology, thus giving rise to the Dark Energy Mine." Zhuangchen, unfamiliar with the intricacies of energy theory, directly inquired, "Is the difficulty and risk of extraction high?" "Indeed, it is exceedingly high. Given the current capabilities of the South and the technology of the Dwarven craftsmen, even if we were to extract it, refining the Dark Energy Mine would require assistance from the Magical Energy Industrial Committee in the capital," Edward lamented. The energy mine had already been choked off, and now with the discovery of a new mine emitting dark energy fluctuations, the technological limitations were further compounded. The South's predicaments are multiplying, which explains the urgency with which Duke Thorns of Purple has sought to accelerate the growth of his bloodline, even resorting to the ruthless means of bloodline struggles to compel them to mature swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuangchen inquired, "What is the nature of our relationship with the dwarves?" Due to the former self's low standing, Zhuangchen found it difficult to engage with the affairs of the Thorns of Purple and was not well acquainted with the family's relations with various races. In the Hill Lands, there exists a faction of Copperbeard nobles who maintain a cordial relationship with the Whiteblade Knights, and the current overseer of the Blackstone mine is a Copperbeard noble, Edward briefly explained. Zhuangchen keenly sensed the subtext in Edward's words. The Copperbeard's alliance with the Whiteblade Knights did not necessarily imply a favorable relationship with the Thorns of Purple. "And what of the Horned Ranger Knights?" "I have heard they are comprised of elves and half-elves," Zhuangchen further inquired. Edward shook his head. "They are responsible for guarding the Dark Forest Mountains according to the Whiteblade Covenant established a millennium ago and do not partake in human conflicts. Our role is merely to supply them with provisions. Could you kindly provide me with some information regarding the Magical Energy Industrial Committee?" Zhuangchen requested. He had no immediate plans but wished to first delve into the workings of this so-called Magical Energy Industrial Committee. This world, which he had yet to fully explore, follows a peculiar developmental trajectory. Despite the absence of steam engines, magical energy hand cannons have emerged, yet such so-called magical industrial technologies are entirely absent from the civilian market. In Zhuangchen's eyes, the environment of the capital resembled that of the medieval era he remembered, albeit with the addition of elements like prosperity and the presence of swords and sorcery. "Certainly, I shall have someone deliver it tomorrow. As for specific matters, such as Arkham's expedition to Blackstone Town and your desire for Blackstone Town to serve as a pioneering territory, we must await the Duke's response, Edward stated as he lifted his teacup and drained it in one go, preparing to take his leave. Today, he was merely representing Duke Norton in seeking a response from Zhuang Chen and had no other business at hand. Whether Zhuang Chen's response would satisfy Duke Norton was not a concern for Edward.
Mr.
Edward, please hold on, I wish to discuss certain matters with you, Zhuang Chen interjected, intending to converse about the issue of proxy representatives, which presented an opportune moment for discussion.
Mr. Edward, have you heard of the concept of a proxy representative?
Edward resumed his seat, scrutinizing Zhuang Chen for a moment before shaking his head. As the steward of the Thorns of Purple, I am afraid I cannot acquiesce to your request, young Master Zhuang Chen.
I trust you understand that I cannot offer you any substantial assistance.
As the steward, Edward was bound by the intricacies of the bloodline struggles within the Thorns of Purple. Even if he favored any particular member, he could not intervene on their behalf. He was aware of the situation regarding Zhuang Chen's proxy representative but recognized that it was a matter Zhuang Chen must handle himself.
Do you not wish to hear my thoughts? Zhuang Chen pressed.
Edward rose, apologizing, I am afraid I cannot die. I shall adhere to my duties as steward, young Master Zhuang Chen. I wish you sweet dreams. Chapter 35 of the Bloodthorn. Within the study of the Duke's manor, before a small magical network array, a six-pointed star magic disc glimmered with violet energy, coalescing into the imposing figure of a knight clad in the armor of the White Blade Order. This towering silhouette represented the pillar of the Southern Realm, the soul of the White Blade Knights, and the hero in the hearts of the Southern people, the Resplendent Knight, Candido Yen. Though the title of Resplendent Knight held great prestige, his appearance was not conventionally handsome. He possessed an elongated visage and thick brows. Before his rise to fame, he was often ridiculed, earning the moniker of Horseface Knight. Yet, he paid little heed to such jests and steadfastly adhered to the oaths of knighthood, forging his own path as a knight through the legacy of the White Blade. A decade ago, he vanquished an evil sorcerer at the town of Horsehoof Fortress, a battle that reduced the fortress to ruins, leaving behind a gaping chasm. However, in the throes of that conflict, the sorcerer's dying retaliation tore at Candido's very soul, a wound that has yet to heal. A year prior, during the Battle of the Hellgate, he single-handedly withstood the onslaught of the demon Lord Yaglu, providing the Duke of Norton with an opportunity. Yet, Yaglu, perceiving the luminous wound upon Candido's soul, dealt him a devastating blow. With old injuries unhealed and new ones inflicted, Candido found himself near the brink of collapse. Had it not been for his unwavering resolve along the resplendent path, he would have perished before the Hellgate a year ago. Duke Norton stood before the disc, hands clasped behind his back, observing the knight's condition with a heavy sigh. Candido, is there truly no way to stabilize your injuries? Candido, maintaining a serene demeanor, replied, perhaps fate has decreed that my journey ends here. There is no need to insist upon a delay. He had long come to terms with his fate. Now that the Hellgate lay in ruins, he believed his mission was complete. The fact that death had spared him in that battle was already a boon from the goddess of fate. Duke Norton, too, bore severe wounds to his soul, injuries that were notoriously difficult to heal across the Empire and the entire continent. The Holy Light could only provide stabilization, it could not mend a soul that had been rent asunder. Most crucially, the study of souls was regarded as a malevolent pursuit on the continent, condemned by nations and the three holy churches alike. The sorcerer slain by Candido at Horsehoof Fortress had emerged from the Tower Council, having succumbed to darkness in his quest to study souls, abducting individuals for his experiments. Yet, Duke Norton was unwilling to concede defeat. I have contacted Grand Duke Akshan of the North, entrusting him to seek Master Otto, who delves deep into the eternal Frostlands that he may possess a means to heal our soul injuries. Otto Tanpiest, a legendary archmage and honorary president of the Tower Council, had engaged in research even more extreme than that of the sorcerer. His focus lay in the study of demonic soulcraft, a heresy among heresies. 2 centuries ago, he published a groundbreaking paper at the Holy Icon Tower, titled A Reverse Derivation of Forbidden Sorcery to Reverse Demonic Corruption of Human Souls, which sent shockwaves through the mage community. Ultimately, his research led to his fusion with a high-ranking demon, transforming him into a terrifying hybrid of man and demon. Due to his overwhelming power, the Mage Council could only denounce him and expel him from their ranks. Nations and the holy churches merely issued a bounty, lacking the resolve to pursue him actively. And now, over 200 years later, he thrived, having founded the Kalia Tower Council himself. Who would dare to pursue him? Candido raised an eyebrow, dissenting. Norton, as a duke, it would be wise to avoid contact with Master Otto. Ha! Akshan regards Master Otto as a brother, who would dare utter a word against him. Norton, discontent with accepting fate, would seize any opportunity that presented itself. Understanding Norton's character, Candido knew he could not dissuade him and chose not to continue the discourse. He stated, I have conversed with Vincent. His response, while naive, resonates with me. He hopes you will bring an end to this absurd struggle for bloodline supremacy. It matters not who becomes the heir, he wishes to avoid fratricide. Norton's ideology bordered on the extreme and the absurd. The so-called curse of demons that Candido failed to perceive was instead evident in Norton's own hands, which had wrought death upon his progeny. When he made that fateful decision, Candido briefly believed him to be possessed by a demon. I explained this to you a year ago. I do not wish to revisit this matter, Norton sighed, closing his eyes. He did not desire such an outcome, but the Bloodthorn lineage could only be preserved in this manner. The curse of Yaglu was merely an additional wound upon old scars. When he assumed the dukedom, he discovered that the Bloodthorn had been under demonic scrutiny for a full 15 centuries. The Bloodthorn symbolized familial harmony, akin to kinship, yet, for 1,500 years, the blood spilled in their internecine conflicts had stained this flower into a Bloodthorn. Duke Norton had no alternative. To preserve his lineage, he made choices strikingly similar to those of his ancestors. Candido was unaware of the Bloodthorn family's hidden truths. Norton had only provided a vague explanation, yet he still could not endorse the Duke's perspective, believing that there must be a resolution without resorting to such extremes. Their debates on the matter had recurred numerous times, yielding no resolution. Norton, feeling helpless, reflected on the fact that for 1,500 years, the Bloodthorn had found no solution. How could two individuals possibly reach a conclusion?
Vincennes has a tendency to evade responsibility. Once you are gone, who will protect him?
Duke Norton harbored concerns for his second son. With his own demise impending, if no news arrived from Master Otto, he might never witness which of his 4 sons would survive. Candido spoke coldly. How reminiscent of you, is it not? Vincennes evades, just as you, as a father, are also evading.
The two old friends fell into a silence, ultimately broken by Candido. What of Zhuang Chen?
At the mention of Zhuang Chen, Norton's eyes brightened perceptibly.
He truly resembles me. Perhaps he will be the one to carry on the Bloodthorn title.
Candido's expression flickered with surprise.
He can inherit the Bloodthorn. You must be mad. Duke Norton responded nonchalantly. What is there to prevent it?
Raymond did not detect any signs of his transformation by demons. His soul remains unchanged, regardless of who he is. The blood of the Bloodthorn flows within him. The traits Zhuang Chen had exhibited in recent days, his actions, bore no clear origin. Even his character had shifted drastically. Charitably speaking, one might say he had been bestowed with divine wisdom, undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Yet, as a father, Norton felt acutely that his son, Zhuang Chen, had perished, his soul entirely dissipated. The being now occupying his son's body seemed to be an otherworldly entity. Nevertheless, Norton remained unfazed.
Do you truly have faith in him? Would you like me to return and check on him? Candido expressed his concern. Duke Norton waved his hand dismissively. No need, he still calls me father, and that is sufficient.
Chapter 36. The time to train has arrived. After Edward's departure, Zhuang Chen found himself pondering alone in the hall for quite some time. He was in dire need of manpower, despite his recent near unification of the outer city's gangs, which gave the illusion of a robust organization. It was, in reality, nothing more than a makeshift ensemble. He had reservations about relying on the members of the Blackwater Company, and presently, only Jason seemed dependable. Although this lad was astute in navigating circumstances, he was also somewhat fickle, prone to shifting allegiances when the winds changed. Alfred, serving as the butler, was performing his duties adequately, but having only been in the role for a day or two, it was too early to discern any significant signs of his effectiveness. Ultimately, Zhuang Chen's predicament stemmed from the lack of a reliable information network. He was unable to properly assess the capabilities of those beneath him, who could be of use and who could not. The most pressing task at hand was to establish his own intelligence network. During his time as a gang leader, he had learned a crucial lesson: information dictates everything. When Alfred and the others saw Edward leave, they returned to the hall. Noticing Zhuang Chen deep in thought, they refrained from disturbing him and kept to themselves. Zhuang Chen eventually lifted his gaze and inquired of Alfred, "Where is Arkham?" "Mr. Arkham is outside practicing his swordsmanship," Alfred replied.
Zhuang Chen rubbed his temples, exclaiming, "This is utterly exhausting, summon him in."
Alfred promptly fetched Arkham. Although Edward had not mentioned his impending reassignment to Arkham before leaving, Arkham, with his keen hearing, had overheard the conversation in the hall and could roughly guess the nature of Zhuang Chen's request.
"Do you have any promising talents in your squad?"
Zhuang Chen pondered, realizing that while Arkham would soon depart, he must at least retain a capable swordsman as his deputy.
Without hesitation, Arkham responded, "There is one, named Gustav, a diligent young man."
"Bring him in for a chat," Zhuang Chen instructed. Just as Arkham was about to call for him, he noticed Alfred had already dashed out to fetch the lad. The White Blade Knights had their quarters adjacent to the small castle, as they were responsible for the night watch. Before long, Alfred returned with a young man in tow, dressed in a suit tailored by Zhuang Chen. Accompanied by his light golden hair, he exuded an air of British gentlemanliness, as if he were of noble birth.
"Young Master Zhuang."
Gustav greeted with a broad smile, appearing quite familiar.
Zhuang Chen was not fond of overly familiar individuals, merely responding with an acknowledgement before asking, "What are your skills?" Gustav pondered for a moment before answering, "Young master, my horsemanship is commendable. Too commonplace. Do you possess anything distinctive?"
Zhuang Chen preferred to remember those with unique qualities and felt disinclined to recall those who were too ordinary. Gustav had initially considered mentioning his talent for drinking, but given Zhuang Chen's character and his recent approach to personnel, he recognized that if his strengths were too generic, he might forfeit this opportunity. Just a few days prior, Gustav had held a rather low opinion of Zhuang Chen, but the latter's actions over a short span had left him in awe, igniting a keen interest in his future plans. Gustav was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. "I often serve as a scout within the squad, possessing ample experience in field reconnaissance, with a solid understanding of tracking." Zhuang Chen could not help but pinch his chin, observing Gustav's astuteness. His affable demeanor was indeed fitting for a scout. "Excellent, for the time being, you shall accompany me as my personal knight," Zhuang Chen declared. Currently, he lacked a title, rendering him unable to grant the knighthood. Such honors required at least the rank of baron, which was a title he could bestow only upon becoming a landholder. Gustav did not immediately acquiesce but instead looked to Arkham for his approval. Arkham held significant esteem among the White Blade Knights and also served as their instructor. Although he was temporarily not taking on disciples due to his duties as a Duke's Guardian Knight, many in the White Blade Knights regarded him as a mentor. "Your life should be governed by your own choices, and there is no need to seek my counsel," Arkham replied, as he never made decisions about his team members' life paths, preferring to allow them to make their own choices. Gustav interpreted Arkham's response as tacit approval of his decision. He promptly knelt before Zhuang Chen, placing his left hand across his chest and bowing his head in a knightly salute. "Gustav is willing to become your personal knight." "Rise," Zhuang Chen instructed. "I have no title, and I have no fondness for such pompous rituals." Zhuang Chen gestured for Gustav to stand, adding, "I firmly believe that as long as rewards and punishments are clear, those under your command will respect you. If you work diligently for me, I assure you shall not be shortchanged." Gustav stood with gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your recognition, young master." Zhuang Chen acknowledged him and instructed him to wait aside. He then turned to Arkham, saying, "Arkham, you have watched me grow within this Duke's estate. You are the person I trust most." Arkham raised his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. "Young Master Zhuang, feel free to speak candidly. There is no need for such formalities. One must lay the groundwork," Zhuang Chen retorted, rolling his eyes as he lit a cigar and leisurely continued. "Edward just informed me that you will soon be reassigned to Blackstone Town to handle certain matters. I would like you to assist me with a few tasks while you are at it." Arkham did not hastily agree, aware that Zhuang Chen had a tendency to treat people as mere tools. He seemed to regard even himself as little more than a beast of burden, and accepting his tasks could be exhausting. Ever since becoming the Duke's Guardian Knight, Arkham had focused solely on enhancing his skills as a knight, devoid of any other ambitions. He was averse to troublesome matters. Noticing Arkham's hesitation, Zhuang Chen pressed on, "It is nothing too arduous, simply assist me in sorting out the noble relations in the south and the various channels of interest. If possible, help me train a capable militia in Blackstone Town. I will provide you with specific training methods." It did not sound like a particularly challenging task. Training the militia would not require his direct involvement and could easily be delegated to the White Blade Knights he would bring alone. After a moment of contemplation, Arkham replied, "If it is merely these tasks, I can agree." Zhuang Chen smiled. "For now, these are the only tasks. Rest assured, I shall not put you in a difficult position." With no further matters to discuss, Arkham decided to return home to prepare for his upcoming departure from the capital. Zhuang Chen, however, stopped him, saying, "What is the rush? Now that you're here, I still have several training plans to write. Lend me your hand in copying them." "Gustav, your time to shine has arrived. Apply yourself diligently." Arkham patted Gustav on the shoulder, turned, and hurried away, his pace quickening to a run as he exited, anxious not to be halted by Zhuang Chen for lingering. Zhuang Chen rubbed his temples, muttering, "Tisk, Arkham lacks ambition." "Alfred." Alfred stepped closer, responding, "I am here, young master." "Go find Mr. Edward and request a copy of the Arcane Energy Industrial Committee's documents, as well as information regarding Blackstone Town and the southern region. Also, bring me a map." Chapter 37 The Black Wolf Gang. The reason the Blood Gang has ascended to the status of the foremost faction in the outer city is not due to the combat prowess of its members, but rather because of the influence and connections that accompany such a position. Simply being formidable is of little consequence without power and a solid backing. When Marcus took the helm of the Blood Gang, he grasped this truth and promptly sought out the patronage of the nobility. Through his diligent efforts, he virtually monopolized the entirety of the Eastern District, with half of the trade zone falling under his command. And now, with Zhuang Chen at the helm of the Blood Gang, the channels that once flourished overnight have been severed by the nobility, who await Zhuang Chen's approach to negotiate the distribution of interests. The aristocrats are quite amenable to changing their alliances, provided that the attitude displayed is sufficiently sincere. However, Zhuang Chen's current demeanor suggests he is not inclined to engage in discussions with them. This predicament places Jason, the current leader of the gang, in a difficult position. The gang's channels have been cut off by the nobility, and the so-called Blackwater Company now relies on a few enterprises within the capital to barely sustain itself, a situation that has only persisted for a short span of 1 or 2 days, thus posing no immediate issues. The crux of the matter lies in Zhuang Chen's excessively aggressive approach, an unprecedented strategy that leaves Jason bewildered. Marcus spent a full 5 years solidifying the Blood Gang's position as the most prominent faction in the outer city after aligning with Robert. Now, Zhuang Chen attempts to accomplish this in a mere 2 days, taking strides too ambitious for his own good. Jason's heart is heavy with trepidation. He believes in Zhuang Chen's ability to realize the grand visions outlined in their plans, yet the rapid pace at which Zhuang Chen operates fills him with fear that he may not be able to keep up and could be cast aside as a mere tool. For Jason, this night represents not only an opportunity to prove his worth but also a chance to gauge Zhuang Chen's ambitions. Should he fulfill the tasks assigned by Zhuang Chen without receiving the corresponding rewards, he would be compelled to reconsider his life's trajectory. As the gang meeting concluded, the outer city was destined for a sleepless night. Seizing the moment while the cadre was assembled, Jason immediately set about rallying his forces, preparing to seize a target under the cover of night. The target Jason selected was situated within the trade zone, which had originally been divided into 3 segments. Marcus claimed half, while the remaining portion was split between 2 factions, one led by the Swamp Crocodile Gang, a long-established local organization backed by the Southern Wind Knights, living comfortably in a semi-legitimized state, and the other being the Black Wolf Gang, which Jason had chosen as his target. Given that the so-called Blackwater Company comprises both the Blood Gang and the Black Shark Gang, it is imperative to confront the toughest adversary first, otherwise, the other factions would not yield to him. The Black Wolf Gang does not resemble a typical gang. They originate from an adventurers' guild, characterized by a meticulously structured organization akin to that of a knightly order. These individuals are formidable opponents. Most gangs in the outer city feast on flesh, but these are bloodthirsty, employing exceedingly brutal tactics, with mages among their ranks a rare and challenging adversary. Fortunately, the Black Wolf Gang is not numerous, yet each member is a skilled fighter. To ensure the success of this mission, Jason called upon nearly all the operatives he could muster, mobilizing half of the combat personnel within the gang. Dozens of operatives, accompanied by over 1,000 combatants, surged toward the territory of the Black Wolf Gang. Their gathering point, a tavern known as the Traveler's Tavern, is located on Grey Street within the trade zone. Although named a tavern, its nature differs significantly from the Black Shark Tavern and the Bloodthirsty Tavern, as it does not serve alcohol and is not open to the public. Originally a branch of the Adventurers Guild, it primarily facilitated the transfer and dissemination of mission information, catering to mid to high-ranking adventurers. After departing the guild, the Black Wolf Gang's leader, Juan Antonio, leveraged connections to acquire this establishment, starting to conduct some unsavory business. Only those who are at least silver-ranked adventurers and have garnered the Black Wolf Gang's approval may enter the tavern. Most of its occupants are long-standing members of the Black Wolf Gang, along with some adventurers who have earned their esteem, lingering there while accepting missions. Jason dispatched operatives to encircle the tavern, and upon his arrival, he received word that the operation had been compromised. The entirety of the Black Wolf Gang's leadership was now gathered within the tavern, eagerly awaiting his arrival. The operatives accompanying Jason were primarily from the Black Shark Gang, and they were understandably anxious. Although the Black Wolf Gang was fewer in number, their fearsome reputation loomed large. Even during Marcus's tenure, he had treated them with utmost respect. The Blood Gang's operatives lingered at a distance, equally uncertain, as the former Blood Gang rarely clashed with the Black Wolf Gang, and any conflicts had always been resolved solely by Marcus, leaving them without first-hand experience against this formidable group. Taking a deep breath, Jason understood that the outcome rested on this night. He recalled the moment Zhuang Chen had led him into the Bloodthirsty Tavern, feeling a slight surge of confidence.
"Follow me," he commanded, and the operatives fell in line behind him, none daring to take the lead. The doors of the Traveler's Tavern stood ajar, and the atmosphere within was vibrant, as if a grand feast were underway, with voices and the clinking of glasses filling the air. As Jason stepped through the entrance, the cacophony within the tavern abruptly quieted, and a multitude of predatory gazes fixated upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. He instinctively moved his neck to alleviate some of the tension, attempting to project an aura of strength despite his inner turmoil. "Isn't this the infamous Blackwater Jason from the outer city? Have you come with such a large entourage to wipe out my Black Wolf Gang?" A towering figure rose from the crowd, clad in black leather armor,
with wild black hair framing a visage reminiscent of a famished wolf, his piercing gaze sending chills down Juan's spine. Juan Antonio, the leader of the Black Wolf Gang, an emerald-ranked adventurer and a masterful warrior, stepped forward. In that moment of direct confrontation, Jason felt a wave of regret wash over him.
He cursed himself inwardly, questioning his audacity in provoking the Black Wolf Gang. A single Juan could easily crush him with one hand, and he lacked the support of any formidable allies like the Arkham Knights.
The operatives behind Jason instinctively took a half step back. The oppressive aura exuded by Juan was far more intimidating than Zhuang Chen's brash arrogance. "Juan, I am here on behalf of my boss to discuss some matters with you." Jason quickly altered his initial strategy. Given the current circumstances, engaging in a fight was out of the question. Should combat ensue, the operatives around him might scatter faster than he could imagine, rendering the Black Wolf Gang's lethal capabilities moot. The prospect of becoming a laughingstock throughout the southern region was too dire to contemplate, and Zhuang Chen would not spare him either. Juan approached with commanding strides, his footfalls resonating like thunder, quickly closing the distance between them. He towered over Jason, his imposing frame and menacing aura rendering Jason somewhat breathless. Gritting his teeth, Jason forced himself to meet Juan's gaze. Juan laughed heartily. "Discuss. I've heard that your boss Zhuang Chen intends to hang me from a lamppost.
Are you here to persuade me to willingly take that fate upon myself?"
As these words left his lips, the members of the Black Wolf Gang suddenly placed their hands on their weapons, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chapter 38 The most perfect protection. The Traveler's Tavern was not particularly crowded, including the notorious Black Wolf One himself. There were merely 11 members of the Black Wolf Gang present. Jason had brought along over 20 officials, with half of them still jostling outside, unable to gain entry. Their numbers were nearly several times that of their adversaries, yet the atmosphere was palpably skewed against them. Only Jason maintained a facade of bravado, while the other officials contemplated their escape. Juan, a figure so formidable that even Marcus preferred to keep his distance, was fortunate that the illustrious knight was still alive. He conducted his affairs with utmost discretion, eschewing flamboyance, and only those who navigated the murky underworld were aware of his fearsome reputation. Jason, mustering all his courage, declared, "Boss Juan, as a guest, shouldn't a chair be arranged for me so we can sit down and converse?" Juan flashed a grin, leaning in close to Jason's face, his gaze piercing. "Patrons of the Traveler's Tavern must first earn the Black Wolf Gang's approval. Only upon receiving it may they take a seat." With a reckless resolve, despite the turmoil churning within him, Jason stood his ground and retorted, "Boss Juan, I come representing young Master Zhuang Chen, not merely myself. Your approval, it seems, does not pertain to me."
"Young Master Zhuang Chen, ha 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 ha."
Juan erupted in maniacal laughter, doubling over before abruptly sobering, his expression turning grave. He shifted slightly, casting a cold sidelong glance at Jason. "Since you represent Zhuang Chen, you indeed have the right to sit, but that entourage of yours is quite bothersome, send them away." Just as Jason was about to respond, he noticed a commotion behind him. His cadre was orderly retreating from the tavern. This action incited uproarious laughter from those within, for if word of this spread, Zhuang Chen's Blackwater Company would likely find itself in dire straits in the outer city. Jason had become the last vestige of dignity for Blackwater Company. If he failed to negotiate successfully with Juan tonight, it appeared there would be little reason for the company's existence. "Please, Mr. Jason, ha. Juan gestured sideward, mimicking a servant directing Jason, laughter emanating nervously from him. Jason stepped into the main hall of the tavern, under the scrutinizing gazes of the Black Wolf Gang's officials, and squeezed into the crowd, occupying the seat previously held by. It felt as though the very sounds of the tavern had been stripped away, and even the temperature seemed to plummet. Juan's lips curled into another grin as he approached Jason, and an official rose to relinquish a seat for Juan across from Jason.
"You are not as inept as the rumors suggest." "You possess quite the audacity," Juan remarked, seemingly reverting to a more normal demeanor. His tone softened. Jason leaned back in his chair, his back thoroughly soaked, his complexion pale, yet he clung to an inner fortitude he could scarcely comprehend. "At worst, it's just death. For those in our line of work, we all tread with our lives on the line," Jason replied, his body still tense but his demeanor regaining some semblance of composure. Juan propped one foot on the table, reclining slightly against the chair's back, appraising Jason with a few scrutinizing glances before saying, "Speak, what is it that you wish to discuss?" "Given your remarkable boldness tonight, I, Juan, shall extend you a courtesy." Initially, Jason had envisioned leading a formidable force against the Black Wolf Gang, engaging in a fierce battle, and emerging victorious, ultimately seeking commendation from Zhuang Chen. However, upon facing Juan, the dynamics shifted. He needed to reclaim the initiative. The Black Wolf Gang had previously received an invitation, a notification personally delivered by Jason, though at that time, Juan was absent from the city and his officials had received the message.
During the meeting, Juan had not attended, yet now he permitted Jason to sit and converse. Jason had yet to decipher Juan's mindset. He was uncertain of Juan's true intentions. Upon Jason invoking Zhuangchen's name, Juan did not resort to immediate violence, nor did he express disdain. He even allowed Jason to occupy his seat without ire. This array of signals suggested that Juan harbored trepidation towards Zhuangchen, or more accurately, he dared not offend the Duke's estate. Despite his brash demeanor, he was willing to adopt a negotiating stance, indicating that Juan had aspirations of his own. Jason rapidly analyzed the situation. Perhaps Juan was inclined to align with Zhuangchen, yet did not wish to become merely a subordinate. Did he seek a partnership of equals? The Black Wolf Gang, though lacking noble protection, maintained frequent interactions with the aristocracy. The nobles required the Black Wolf Gang as a sharp instrument for their dealings while being keen to preserve their reputations. After all, the Black Wolf Gang's reputation was the most tarnished in the southern region. Had it not been for Juan's rapport with the president of the Southern Region's Adventurers Association, they might have long since been subdued by the illustrious knight. The current turmoil in the southern region had started to shift significantly following Zhuangchen's interference. A storm was brewing. The Black Wolf Gang had remained in a state of limbo for years. They might be seeking avenues for advancement but were too proud to relent. After contemplating this, Jason ventured a probing remark. Boss Juan, you are a man of considerable talent. Young Master Zhuangchen has always been exceptionally generous towards capable individuals.
Might the Black Wolf Gang have an interest in collaborating with the Blackwater Company?
Juan had heard of the Blackwater Company, and though only a couple of days had passed, Zhuangchen seemed not to have kept secrets regarding it. His subordinates were hardly pristine, and the discussions held at the Bloodthirsty Tavern, along with Zhuangchen's innovative plans, had likely reached the upper echelons. The Black Wolf Gang had also obtained insights through the Adventurers Association, and it must be said, there were aspects that intrigued Juan greatly.
Collaboration? Do your words hold weight before Zhuangchen?
Juan regarded Jason with palpable disdain. This response relieved Jason. Juan's inquiry indicated a potential willingness, affirming his suspicions were correct. Juan acknowledged Zhuangchen's vision and sought to engage with his plans, yet he desired an equal standing.
Instead of directly addressing Juan's query, Jason countered, "It seems Boss Juan has not inquired about the nature of the Blackwater Company, which likely suggests you have gleaned some understanding of our structure through various channels?"
Your young Master Zhuangchen appears unconcerned about the leakage of such information, Juan scoffed, fixing his gaze.
What we currently lack is an exceptional talent like you, Boss Juan. The Black Wolf Gang is evidently well suited for this endeavor.
Killing is what the Black Wolf Gang excels at. We have never engaged in the business of protection.
Juan erupted into laughter once more, joined by the other officials in the tavern, the atmosphere inexplicably brightening. Sensing a shift in fortune, Jason pressed on, eliminating the enemies of our clients. Doesn't that constitute the most perfect form of protection?
Upon utterance of this, the room fell silent, leaving Jason bewildered as he watched Juan rise, a hand resting on the curved blade at his waist, a murderous glint igniting in his eyes. You are correct, Mr. Jason. I happen to have just received a task, and it appears you and your master, Zhuangchen, are indeed the enemies of our client. Chapter 39 of The Heart of Vigilance. The pace of life in the southern region is, in truth, rather leisurely. At least, few nobles rise as early as Zhuangchen. Last night, he had pressed Fu and Gus to assist him in drafting several plans, which included the upgrading of the gang's operations and the renovation project for the Rhine Daily. Had it not been for the multitude of tasks awaiting him today, he might have spent the night completing these documents. Having risen early, Zhuangchen found that the servants had yet to prepare breakfast, so he strolled out onto the lawn. There, he observed Akam practicing his swordsmanship, while Gus was instructing a group of children residing in the estate in the fundamentals of swordplay. Zhuangchen approached Akam, stretching lazily, and inquired with curiosity, logically, your swordsmanship should be so adept that you could execute it with your eyes closed.
Why do I see you here practicing the basics whenever you have a moment?
Akam slowly lowered his stance, exhaling a long breath as the white aura surrounding him gradually dissipated before he spoke. These fundamentals help calm my mind, allowing me to pursue my path as a knight.
What does your knightly path entail? Zhuangchen pondered, recognizing that although Akam was a Blades Knight, he did not seem to tread the fearless path typically associated with such a title. His moniker, the Dark Knight, hinted at a deeper connection with shadows. Was he perhaps following the path of Wayne Bruce? With a wry smile, Akam replied, I do not know, but if I did, I would already be a Grand Knight. Zhuangchen understood.
Akam was in a state of confusion, uncertain of his life's direction and lacking a corresponding plan, which hindered his ability to carve out his own knightly path. The notion of a knightly path is akin to the grand philosophies found in fantasy tales. It revolves around the essence of what one wishes to become and what one strives to achieve. It is a simple concept, yet its execution is as daunting as scaling the heavens, for it is steeped in metaphysical intricacies. Zhuangchen considered employing the narrative techniques he had gleaned from novels to encourage Akam to experience an epiphany, but before he could speak, Akam suddenly turned to him, his expression serious.
This was not due to your talent,
but rather your character at the time. Back then, you lacked the aptitude for the breathing technique, the holy light did not favor you, and the elemental spirit shunned you. You became a mere muggle, a common occurrence in noble families. While most did not give up, you chose to abandon hope. Zhuang Chen was not fond of hearing such moralistic lectures, yet he refrained from interrupting Akam. When someone sought to connect on a deeper level, especially for his own good, it was best not to rebut. Though Zhuang Chen's demeanor was often domineering, he conducted himself with propriety.
Akam continued, "Those are past matters, and I do not wish to dwell on them now that you have awakened and possess the aptitude for the breathing technique, progressing rapidly. You seem to have neglected its importance these days."
Zhuang Chen, Nolan is a harsh land. Intelligence may slightly improve your circumstances, but in most matters, strength speaks volumes.
Akam let out a long sigh.
"I must depart for Blackstone Town tonight. The situation there is urgent and cannot be delayed. Upon my departure, I hope you will take the white blade breathing technique seriously." He then produced a bound manuscript from his knightly armor and handed it to Zhuang Chen. "These are some insights and techniques I compiled years ago. Study them diligently. When you become sufficiently powerful, everything you do will yield success, and those around you will be virtuous, requiring no elaborate schemes on your part. Your enemies will willingly prostrate themselves at your feet." Zhuang Chen solemnly accepted the manuscript with both hands, though he felt no need for such insights. With sufficient energy from the system, he could potentially ascend to godhood, and thresholds were inconsequential to him. What he lacked was energy, and since enchanted weapons were both costly and scarce in energy, he believed he would need mana or refined mana crystals. "I shall," Zhuang Chen replied, securing the manuscript close to his person as a sign of respect.
Akam inquired further, "How many combat techniques do you currently command?"
Zhuang Chen glanced at his system's skill list. Skills: Apprentice of White Blade Knight Swordsmanship, Apprentice of the Oath of the White Blade, Apostle of Shadow Traversal, Apostle of Shadow Veil, Apostle of the Shadow Scythe. With 2 skills from the White Blade category and 3 from the Shadow category, Zhuang Chen felt the latter were more practical, particularly since the Apostle level of the Shadow skill seemed capable of directly siphoning other souls to convert into energy. He contemplated acquiring a set of Batman's nocturnal attire to eliminate a few scoundrels at night to supplement his energy. "For now, I only know the Oath of the White Blade," Zhuang Chen responded, considering the White Blade Knight swordsmanship not a true combat technique. Akam pondered for a moment before stating, "As you are just beginning, you cannot grasp overly complex techniques. I will teach you a rather practical one of the Heart of Vigilance." Intrigued, Zhuang Chen displayed a demeanor of earnest inquiry. Akam radiated a white light as he explained, "The Heart of Vigilance was refined from the prophetic arts of mages by the Radiant Knight. It primarily functions by resonating with the White Blade legacy, releasing your spirit outward to detect animosity. In the initial stages, you can maintain vigilance within a radius of approximately 10 meters. Begin by regulating your breathing, ensuring your mind is sufficiently tranquil. Close your eyes and attune to your breath. You will gradually perceive a thread of white light. Attempt to connect with this light through your spirit. When the frequency of the white light aligns with your breath, you will faintly visualize a sword, the sword of the White Blade." Zhuang Chen attempted the exercise, but saw no white light whatsoever. Instead, the system indicated a new skill, Heart of Vigilance, beginner level. Having recently extracted energy from Marcus, along with Marcus's soul energy, he now had a balance of 225. The recent busyness had nearly made him forget that he had such energy at his disposal. Akam was indeed correct. Strength dictated everything. Deep Blue, allocate points. Heart of Vigilance Apprentice, 10 energy points spent, successfully comprehended. Akam continued to elucidate, "The challenge of the Heart of Vigilance lies in maintaining a constant state of alertness, which requires a significant expenditure of mental energy. You must." Zhuang Chen, with hands clasped behind his back, assumed a pose of a solitary master.
"Akam, perhaps this is what it means to be a genius."
Suddenly, Zhuang Chen felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, an alarm ringing within his heart as an indescribable, terrifying darkness descended upon him like an all-encompassing shroud, pressing down so heavily that he could scarcely breathe. This darkness was fleeting, vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared, as if it had never existed. Akam mirrored Zhuang Chen's posture, adopting a similar tone. "The Heart of Vigilance has a severe side effect. If the enemy is too powerful, it may shatter your spirit, rendering you a mindless fool." "Damn it," Zhuang Chen cursed inwardly, "no wonder he is the Dark Knight, his heart must be as black as his title suggests." Yet, outwardly, he flattered, "Truly, you are a knight of formidable prowess. Do you have any other combat skills to impart?" Akam patted his shoulder, "All the knowledge you require is in the notes I provided. Study well." Akam felt drained. He was weary of teaching, unable to bear witnessing a genius flourish before him.
Chapter 40, I.
Value fairness above all. Zhuang Chen returned to the hall, indulging in breakfast while casually utilizing the remaining 215 energy. At this moment, his system panel had transformed into Zhuang Chen title Blade Knight secondary profession Shadow Apostle cultivation second stage Night breathing technique of Blade Knight Shadow affinity Apostle skills Blade Knight swordsmanship Novice Oath of the Blade Novice Heart of Warning Novice Shadow shifting Apostle Shadow Veil Apostle Scythe of Shadows Apostle energy 15 soul. An ascending from novice to first stage costs 100 energy, while progressing from first to second stage requires 200. The skill slots remain unexplored, leaving him uncertain about the specific costs for upgrades. However, he was perplexed by the secondary profession of Shadow Apostle. Previously, when he had 225 energy, no notifications had appeared, leaving Zhuang Chen bewildered regarding how to upgrade this particular aspect. After reaching the second stage, Zhuang Chen distinctly sensed a notable enhancement in his auditory and visual acuity, and the operation of his breathing technique became significantly smoother. Apart from this, no other substantial improvements were evident, and he had not directly acquired any combat techniques, suggesting that learning was indeed necessary. Perhaps consulting skill books was essential. Nevertheless, this system was not overly complex. As long as he had sufficient energy, his upgrades progressed swiftly without the need to ponder esoteric concepts like inheritance resonance that eluded comprehension. Afu approached Zhuang Chen, holding a tote bag, patiently waiting for him to finish his meal. Zhuang Chen's eating style mirrored his work ethic, pragmatic and straightforward. He hastily consumed his food, content as long as he was satiated, only taking the time to savor his meal when in a particularly good mood. After quickly filling his belly, he wiped his mouth, and a servant presented him with a cup of red tea as Zhuang Chen lit a cigar, although he did not particularly enjoy smoking cigars. He simply lacked an alternative to cigarettes. The original persona had little inclination for tobacco, yet Zhuang Chen found himself quite addicted.
Afu, have there been any updates regarding last night's events?
Afu replied, nothing has been relayed yet, but Jason is waiting outside.
Let him in.
Afu went to usher Jason into the room. This was Jason's first visit to Zhuang Chen's residence and his first time entering the Duke's estate. Previously, he had never even had the opportunity to meet Byrne. Vincent would never seek out Byrne himself, leaving all such interactions to his steward.
Boss, I have some matters to report.
Jason entered, bowing deeply to Zhuang Chen before kneeling, lowering his head in a gesture of contrition.
Zhuang Chen found this posture distasteful. Stand up. I do not appreciate being bowed to, nor do I enjoy watching others kneel. He acknowledged that a single knee on the ground could signify loyalty, but both knees on the floor was something he could not accept. Jason rose, pondering how to begin. As Zhuang Chen remarked, your expression suggests that you were unable to hang Black Wolf Wan from the lamppost, am I correct? Jason was aware that Zhuang Chen had chosen to pursue the Black Wolf faction and had even contemplated assigning the Blade Knight squad to assist him. However, as Jason had not spoken up at the time, Zhuang Chen refrained from offering assistance. Since Jason had sought to prove himself, believing he could accomplish the task, Zhuang Chen saw no need to pry further. Boss, I have let your trust down.
When I went to the Traveler's Tavern, a single Black Wolf Wan overwhelmed us. His strength is likely comparable to Lord Arkham. The name of Black Wolf Wan resonated loudly in the capital, and Zhuang Chen recalled pertinent details from the original memories: an emerald-level adventurer and a master-level warrior, akin to Arkham in stature. The balance of power between them remained uncertain. Among the gangs in the outer city, Marcus of the Blood Gang held the greatest influence, while Wan from the Black Wolves possessed the strongest individual prowess. When Jason chose to confront the Black Wolves, Zhuang Chen had doubted his ability to complete the task, even fearing for Jason's life. However, Jason had returned unscathed, indicating that Black Wolf Wan had shown a degree of respect, sparing him from harm. Zhuang Chen retrieved a cigar from his pocket and offered one to Jason. Sit down and speak freely, do not worry about my reproach. Jason accepted the cigar, a smile breaking across his face, knowing Zhuang Chen would not blame him. His gamble had paid off. Zhuang Chen continued, I have previously stated that I value your attitude towards work. Whether you err or fail to achieve a task is of little concern. What matters is that you made the effort and applied yourself sincerely. You chose Wan last night, and I knew you were determined to fight the Blood Gang. As officers dismissed you because you lacked notable achievements, prompting you to seek my guidance. Jason clutched the cigar in his hands, his head bowed in embarrassment.
Zhuang Chen shot him a glance. Sit down, do I need to invite you again?
Jason hastily complied, sitting upright with his legs together. I never anticipated you could take down the Black Wolves, but your safe return from the Traveler's Tavern indicates a change in strategy.
Tell me, what did you discuss with Wan?
Jason respectfully replied, "Boss, I informed Juan that you place great importance on talent. It seems our primary business at Blackwater Company revolves around providing security services, and with the strength of the Black Wolves, they could easily engage in this work. If they were to join us," Zhuang Chen raised a hand, signaling Jason to cease his elaboration.
"Simply tell me, what benefits did you promise Juan?" Jason wiped the sweat from his brow, cautiously responding, "He wishes to collaborate with you, to join Blackwater Company as a partner." Zhuang Chen reclined on the sofa, nodding thoughtfully. "I understand. He desires an equal partnership, with the price being a master-level warrior and the entire Black Wolf faction?"
"Boss, he also revealed that someone intends to kill you," Jason said, unable to confront Zhuang Chen directly.
"How curious.
Many desire my demise. If he is sincere, he should deliver that person's head to me."
Zhuang Chen rose, gazing down at Jason. "Regardless, your performance has been commendable. What do you desire?" Jason stood as well, not daring to remain seated while Zhuang Chen was standing. He lowered his gaze, smiling sheepishly. "As long as I can follow in the footsteps of my boss, I would be quite content."
Zhuang Chen furrowed his brow and shook his head. "Jason, I do not appreciate such empty platitudes. I have stated before that I value fairness. If you risk your life to work, I must reward you. If I cannot even manage the distinction between reward and punishment, then you have no need to remain by my side." Hearing Zhuang Chen's forthrightness, Jason ceased to hold back and spoke plainly, "Boss, I wish to earn money, and I aspire to become a noble." At this, Zhuang Chen finally smiled in satisfaction.
"Now that is more like it. Seeking wealth is no problem. I will provide you with a lucrative opportunity and additionally grant you a reward of 500 gold as an investment. However, regarding your aspiration to become a noble, I cannot offer that just yet. You are not yet qualified to request such a reward from me." "I understand."
Zhuang Chen approached Jason and patted him on the shoulder. "However, you are quite pleasing to me. I can certainly procure a knightly title for you." Jason was overcome with joy, his eyes widening in disbelief.
"Really? I can forego that opportunity to earn money. Regarding the knightly title, I will provide you with an answer tomorrow. For now, take me to meet Black Wolf 1. Zhuang Chen indeed valued talent, but he was not one to accept just anyone.
Black Wolf Wan's absence from the meeting the previous night was quite disrespectful, and now he sought to negotiate as an equal. Had he attended, Zhuang Chen would have been open to offering him temporary preferential treatment. However, since he had not, Zhuang Chen felt disinclined to extend any courtesy. Chapter 41 of the Rickshaw. On his way to the Traveler's Tavern, Zhuang Chen first visited the Zijingji Commercial Association to acquire an anonymous magic crystal card, which he handed to Jason. This card contained 500 gold coins, a reward he had redeemed during the carriage ride. Zhuang Chen revealed to Jason a lucrative business opportunity of the human-powered rickshaw enterprise. This venture merely required the construction of wheels and a framework to penetrate the market. Zhuang Chen had observed that in this capital city, carriages were the predominant mode of transportation. The nobility possessed their exclusive carriages, while the majority of others could only rent them. Commoners, wishing to traverse districts swiftly without incurring exorbitant rental fees, could downgrade to donkey carts or freight vehicles used for transporting goods. The human-powered rickshaw, however, presented a different proposition: affordable and durable. It could even forego rubber wheels, as long as it could turn. Though the ride might be bumpy, considering its service to the lower market, the use of rubber wheels could be postponed until profits were secured. For further research, this rickshaw market not only promised to create employment opportunities, allowing the underprivileged to earn a living, but could also function as a mobile intelligence network. Eventually, the entire rickshaw operation would serve as Zhuang Chen's eyes and ears, providing a foundation for his information network. Throughout the journey, Zhuang Chen elucidated the intricacies of this market to Jason. The concept was straightforward, but the challenge lay in training his personnel, as he required this group to act as his initial scouts. Jason listened with admiration, realizing that the boss truly deserved his title. The market had existed for years without his notice. While the profits might not be substantial, the steady income and broad market reach were sufficient for Jason to reap rewards within a single district. After explaining the rickshaw project, Zhuang Chen continued, "I will subsequently establish a labor dispatch company. At that time, the entire city will rely on the company to facilitate job placements. Your responsibility will merely be to identify the market and ensure that dispatched personnel receive their remuneration promptly."
Jason marveled once more.
Within such a short span, Zhuang Chen had proposed yet another profitable avenue, and he yearned to uncover the depths of Zhuang Chen's intellect. As their conversation progressed, the carriage gradually arrived at the Traveler's Tavern. Typically, Zhuang Chen would not take the initiative to meet Juan, preferring instead to await Juan's approach. Following the previous night's embarrassment brought on by Jason's group, Zhuang Chen, as the leader, felt compelled to restore their dignity. The entrance to the traveler's tavern remained perpetually open, yet few dared to step inside as Zhuang Chen disembarked, flanked by Fu and Arkham, with Jason trailing behind. Gus, who had been driving the carriage, parked it and followed suit. The tavern's decor was unremarkable compared to others, with the bar area directly in front upon entry, a dining area to the right, and a heating stove on the left. The walls were adorned with various mounted beast heads. The bar was deserted, but a solitary figure occupied the dining area, clad in red and black knightly leather armor, bearing a circular emblem depicting a hydra in red on a black background. Due to the influence of the White Blade Knights, the southern regions favored white hues, with most knights donning silver or white equipment, rarely opting for other colors. The knight seated there was evidently not from the southern territories. Arkham leaned close to Zhuang Chen and whispered, "There is a master among us, that is a titled knight." Each titled knight possessed a unique insignia. For instance, Arkham's symbol was a black white blade sword etched on his shoulder pad. Not all titled knights held renown throughout the Empire. Although Arkham could not identify the Hydra emblem, he recognized the red and black leather armor as originating from the Eastern Territories. Zhuang Chen approached the knight's table directly and took a seat. The knight was savoring a steak at a leisurely pace, and Zhuang Chen's arrival did not disrupt his meal. Meanwhile, Jason dashed to the bar for a quick glance before heading to the kitchen, uncertain of Juan's whereabouts but intent on notifying a member of the Black Wolf Brigade. The unexpected presence of an Eastern titled knight in the southern capital piqued Zhuang Chen's curiosity. He suspected that this knight had come with intentions directed at him. However, it seemed unlikely that one possessed the influence to summon a titled knight, leading Zhuang Chen to surmise that it was the southern nobility who had taken action. Zhuang Chen's recent activities in the outer city had already stirred discontent among numerous nobles. Without delving into the enterprises under the control of the gang, the mere fact that Zhuang Chen had retrieved a ledger from Marcus's treasury was enough to provoke their ire.
"Friend, would you like a cigar?"
Zhuang Chen inquired, producing a cigar box from his pocket and extending it toward the knight. The knight finally lifted his gaze to meet Zhuang Chen's, revealing rough, weathered skin, indicative of someone who had likely resided in coastal or port cities. His expression bore a lifeless quality, reminiscent of a college student who had lost all motivation, simply coasting through life. He accepted the box of cigars, examined it briefly, and extracted one, yet did not light it. Instead, he muttered, "Why do some individuals persist in indulging in such vices that lead to ruin?
Or is it simply the case that all humans inevitably descend into depravity?" Zhuang Chen then tossed the cigar cutter and lighter to the knight, asking, "What brings you to the southern regions?"
The knight lit his cigar and took a deep drag, clearly inexperienced, as he inhaled with great force, exhaling 2 plumes of smoke from his nostrils without coughing, maintaining his composure.
"Ah, I hail from the evening maple port in the Longda territory of the east."
"Thank you for the cigar," he replied, taking several more puffs, this time swallowing the smoke whole, a feat Zhuang Chen found remarkable, having never witnessed such a method of smoking before. The knight, seemingly unsatisfied, began to chew on the cigar, including the burning tip, which he swallowed. "The taste is peculiar, yet somewhat invigorating," he muttered to himself like a deranged individual.
Arkham remained vigilant nearby, while Gus, sensing Arkham's tension, scrutinized the knight but discerned nothing unusual, merely perceiving him as unremarkable. Aside from his apparent mental instability, Zhuang Chen pressed on, "What is your name?" "Why are you so inquisitive?" the knight replied, irritation evident as he furrowed his brow at Zhuang Chen, glancing around before exclaiming, "Oh, I haven't seen such clothing before." "It looks splendid. Would you gift me a set?"
"Certainly, but you must first reveal your purpose for visiting the southern realm," Zhuang Chen replied, wishing to curtail the conversation with this eccentric knight. The knight yawned, scratching his head. "Someone sought me out, saying a young master in the south was interested in my skills and wished to enlist me as a guardian knight. I believe his name is Vincent, a scion of the Zijingji Duke's lineage. I've been waiting here for 2 days, yet he has yet to arrive. How rude." He patted his belly, belching contentedly before standing and declaring, "Having filled my stomach, it's time to rest."
"By the way, when will you deliver the clothing?"
Chapter 42. The rules. The arrival of the titled knight from the eastern domain undoubtedly posed a significant challenge for Zhuang Chen. Just as Arkham was about to depart, his elder brother Vincent introduced a guardian knight. Zhuang Chen's mind raced. The journey from the eastern domain to the southern domain was no short distance, indicating that this titled knight had been commissioned at least a month in advance. The early preparation was evidently not intended for dealing with him but rather aimed at confronting Robert. Now that Vincent had been gravely injured, it was likely that this knight would be prioritized for dealing with him. "I will send a tailor over shortly to take your measurements," Zhuang Chen said, rising to his feet alongside the knight and extending his hand.
"Zhuang Chen, of the Purple Thorn." It is a pleasure to meet you. The knight regarded Zhuang Chen with a hint of amusement and reciprocated the handshake. Very well, I am Smith Rogers, titled the Hydra. You may address me as you wish. Until we meet again, Master Zhuang.
Smith Rogers retracted his hand and turned to ascend the stairs leisurely, seemingly disinterested in further interaction with Zhuang Chen. Arkham watched Smith depart with a look of concern.
This Hydra knight possesses formidable strength. I cannot guarantee that I can subdue him. You must exercise caution during this period. Rest assured, Master Zhuang, I shall do everything in my power to protect you. Gus declared, stepping forward to pledge his loyalty. At that moment, Juan hurried in with a cadre from the Black Wolf Brigade. Upon spotting Zhuang Chen, he quickly approached. Zhuang Chen, why did you not inform me of your arrival in advance?
Walter, pour some wine for Zhuang Chen.
Zhuang Chen scrutinized Juan and coldly responded, Do I need to report my presence to you? Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?
Walter, who was about to pour wine for Zhuang Chen, halted upon hearing the remark, recognizing that Zhuang Chen was seeking a confrontation. He immediately fixed a cold stare on Zhuang Chen, hand resting on his weapon. Juan chuckled, Zhuang Chen, how could I dare instruct you? You consolidated the outer city in a single night, and 4 factions that did not attend your meeting were swallowed whole. Your reputation is spreading throughout the outer city, and I genuinely admire your prowess. The 11 factions that had not attended were swiftly dismantled, a result that was rather satisfactory. Zhuang Chen had not anticipated that group to be particularly obedient. Had all 11 been annihilated, he would have had to consider an early departure to Blackstone Town. Such an effortless unfolding of events suggested that someone was subtly manipulating the tides, seizing the opportunity to design their own schemes. Nevertheless, Zhuang Chen felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing the results from Juan. However, Zhuang Chen's discontent with Juan's attitude grew. Juan's previous words were clearly a reminder that, in the outer city, Zhuang Chen's authority was not as formidable as he believed. Zhuang Chen glanced at Walter, who was still gripping the hilt of his sword, and suddenly stepped closer, delivering a sharp slap to Walter's face. Are you planning to draw your sword against me? The unexpected strike momentarily stunned Walter, igniting a blaze of fury within him as he prepared to unsheath his weapon. Only then did Juan intervene, pulling Walter back behind him and addressing Zhuang Chen. Zhuang Chen, if my brother has erred, please feel free to tell me directly, and I shall take appropriate action. Jason, witnessing the scene from the sidelines, remained silent, not daring to speak. The Black Wolf Brigade's dealings had been negotiated by him with Juan, and he initially believed Zhuang Chen would engage Juan in a civil discussion before applying some form of pressure. Who could have anticipated that Zhuang Chen would initiate with a slap? Though directed at Walter, the blow had effectively struck Juan's dignity. Under such circumstances, it was implausible for Juan to continue discussions with Zhuang Chen. He cast a wary glance at Arkham and then fixed his gaze on Zhuang Chen. It seems you are not interested in collaborating with the Black Wolf Brigade. If that is the case, simply inform me, and there is no need for this personal visit. Upon finishing, Juan turned to Jason. Jason, it appears your words hold little weight in front of Zhuang Chen. I find that rather regrettable. Jason immediately broke into a cold sweat. Juan's words struck a nerve. Zhuang Chen chuckled lightly. One of the Black Wolf, I acknowledge your strength and that of your brigade. I view the prospect of collaboration favorably, yet your demeanor leaves much to be desired. Juan had initially intended to leave. If he could not reach an agreement with Zhuang Chen, he could easily seek alliances with other nobles. Zhuang Chen had offended many in the outer city, and Juan had numerous opportunities before him. He need not hang his fortune solely on Zhuang Chen. Upon hearing Zhuang Chen's remarks, Juan became curious about Zhuang Chen's intentions. Zhuang Chen, if you wish to continue this dialogue, let us sit down and converse without the tension. Zhuang Chen had no intention of sitting. Instead, he circled Juan and remarked, Juan, you have navigated the outer city for many years, yet no noble has chosen to be your patron. Do you know why? The nobles you speak of are primarily concerned with their reputations, yet you are different. No noble has ever descended to the fray, Juan replied, following Zhuang Chen's lead. Zhuang Chen patted his shoulder and leaned in closer. You are correct. If I have personally entered the fray, what gives you the right to maintain such a stance? Juan furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Jason had informed you last night that I indeed value talent, but I place an even greater emphasis on attitude. Zhuang Chen moved to a chair, leaning back with a grave expression. One of the Black Wolf, you have thrived in the outer city, conducting business adeptly and enjoying a comfortable life, protected by your master-level prowess and the comrades of the Black Wolf Brigade. You have refused to bow to the nobility, and now, years have passed, and your reputation has only soured, yielding no progress. Your men cannot even venture into the southern domain, as no channels are willing to accept you. It seems you have come to this realization, which is why you were willing to converse with Jason last night, seeking to change your circumstances, yet, you have shown me no respect. You do not regard me as worthy, you are even reluctant to address me as Master Zhuang. With the strength of the Black Wolf Brigade, had Juan been willing to humble himself before the nobility from the outset, the title of the foremost faction in the outer city would not have fallen to Marcus. Juan took pride in his own strength, but his capabilities were limited. In the eyes of adventurers, he was indeed formidable, almost legendary. However, to the nobles, he was merely a low-tier version of a titled knight. A warrior without the legacy of breathing techniques relies solely on vitality to enhance themselves. Even the mightiest warrior will ultimately succumb to age and the depletion of vitality, resulting in a fleeting peak, unlike knights who can maintain 80% of their strength even at 70 or 80 years old. Approaching 50, Juan had already surpassed his prime, and he could muster at most 80% of his master-level abilities. Each year, his vitality waned, and he was desperately seeking new avenues, yearning to explore the breathing techniques of knights to sustain his power. Yet, he remained unwilling to bow down, reluctant to submit to the world. Zhuang Chen admired such individuals but did not endorse Juan's approach. He maintained that when one lacks the ability to change the rules, one must abide by them. This belief was one of the reasons Zhuang Chen sought to leave the capital and venture southward. The rules of the capital had been upheld by the nobility for nearly a millennium, and to dismantle them would require their complete eradication. Zhuang Chen's entry into the underworld was an attempt to operate outside the nobles' rules. To them, he was merely causing a commotion, not threatening their very foundations, and had not truly violated their regulations. Otherwise, they would have long since taken measures to suppress him completely. Chapter 43 Chaos in the outer city. On this continent, power dictates everything. When one lacks strength, securing the right position becomes one's paramount objective. Zhuang Chen, having delivered an extensive monologue, grew weary of his own words and made his way to the door, turning his back to Juan as he dropped a parting remark. I shall give you a day to contemplate. Should you choose to trust me, simply bring your sincerity and attitude, and I will afford you the respect you deserve. Even after Zhuang Chen departed with his entourage, Juan remained silent, lost in thought. Beside him, Walter, unable to tolerate Zhuang Chen's condescending demeanor, remarked coldly, "Boss, do you need me to gather some men to deal with him? Are you mad? You dare to touch the direct lineage of the Purple Thorn?" Juan snapped back, pulling himself from his reverie. He added, "Zhuang Chen makes a valid point. Our reputation has suffered greatly over the years, and our stance has been inconsistent. Now, apart from him, no one is willing to help us advance further. Boss, Zhuang Chen is merely here to slap you in the face. Can you really swallow that?" Walter retorted, his frustration evident. In his days as an adventurer, he had been known for his quick temper and violent tendencies. "Walter, your mindset needs to evolve. We are no longer adventurers," Juan sighed, turning away and leaving Walter in a state of bewilderment. He could not fathom the extent of Zhuang Chen's promises that could so swiftly transform his boss's demeanor. Zhuang Chen's allure was not without its defenses. It had spread rapidly throughout the capital in recent days, bolstered by various factions working behind the scenes, culminating in a complete eruption last night. Only the Eastern District, where Zhuang Chen's power resided, remained tranquil. Upon returning to the Bloodthirsty Tavern, Zhuang Chen had just alighted from his carriage when he was met by Priest Ryan, who approached briskly, concern etched across his face. "Young Master Zhuang Chen, we are in serious trouble." "There is no need to panic. Panicking accomplishes nothing. You instructed that gang to act last night, and now the entire outer city is in disarray, with limbs strewn about and people being slaughtered. The fighting persists, and even our church knights have been compelled to intervene to quell the chaos. The Archbishop is furious." Ryan exclaimed, his urgency palpable. Zhuang Chen, unfazed, thought to himself that chaos was advantageous. How could one prosper without it? As he stepped into the tavern, he first approached the bar, intending to mix a drink. Ryan continued, "Young Master Zhuang Chen, you must devise a plan. Those thugs are invoking your and the Archbishop's names while causing havoc, tarnishing the church's reputation." Zhuang Chen's eyes lit up. He abandoned his drink and leaned closer to Ryan at the bar. "Are they truly killing in the name of the Archbishop?" Ryan nodded vigorously. "Indeed. Several bishops are seeking the Archbishop's guidance. They mention that envoys from the capital will arrive in a few days. If they report the situation in the outer city to the Holy See, I shudder to think of the consequences." Zhuang Chen disregarded Ryan's concerns and immediately turned to Jason, issuing commands. "Jason, 3 tasks. Remember them well and act swiftly." "Yes, boss." Jason responded, rushing forward with a notebook poised to jot down instructions. Eager to progress, he had even purchased a notebook akin to Ifu's, driven by his desire for advancement. Firstly, instruct those incompetent officials to disperse and secure the Eastern District. Inform them that while chaos may reign elsewhere, our territory, the Eastern District, must remain undisturbed. This is their final chance. Convey my dissatisfaction with their performance last night.
Understood, boss, I will make a note of it. Zhuang Chen raised a second finger. Secondly, what is the status of the trade district's shops, factories, and housing that I tasked you to survey? Jason's complexion shifted.
He had nearly forgotten about this task. Although only 2 days had passed, the events had been overwhelming, and he struggled to keep pace. Fortunately, he had arranged for someone to gather the information, though he was uncertain of the outcome. Faced with Zhuang Chen, Jason dared not lie, yet he hesitated to divulge the truth, replying with trepidation, "The tasks you assigned have been delegated, we are still awaiting the compilation of the results." Zhuang Chen discerned that Jason had not prioritized the matter, but rather than chastise him, he acknowledged that at least the task had been initiated. He continued, "For the second task, I need a contingent of obedient fighters to secure the trade district. Ensure they are attired in Blackwater Company uniforms. Do you grasp my intent?"
Jason nodded fervently. Yes, boss. You wish to promote the property company's services. Zhuang Chen snapped his fingers in delight.
Very astute. I am increasingly impressed by you. Inform the merchants that this week they will experience the Blackwater Company's property services for free.
As for how the services will be rendered, Aifu, who had been waiting patiently, stepped forward. Young master, how may I assist? Deliver the property company's proposal and last night's training process to the young ones at the manor and have them learn on the go. After issuing the directive regarding the manor, Zhuang Chen turned to Jason. These youngsters will collaborate with your team. They will be responsible for training and management. Jason, I do not wish to hear reports of them encountering issues or being mistreated by your men. Can you ensure this? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jason replied earnestly, I can assure you, boss, I will not allow a single hair on their heads to be harmed. Most of the youngsters at the manor were kin to the gang, and he did not anticipate them causing trouble. However, he understood the potential for condescension from the younger ones. Jason found it challenging to guarantee that the gang's enforcers would obey, especially since he struggled to command his own subordinates effectively. Yet, given Zhuang Chen's orders, he felt compelled to comply. Zhuang Chen had considered this aspect as well. The coming days would be particularly tumultuous, but if the chaos did not suffice, he contemplated adding fuel to the fire. The people at the manor constituted his foundational support, and he needed to reinforce that base. Gus, you need not shadow me for the next few days. Take your men and ensure the safety of those youngsters. Assign each one a White Blade Knight as a bodyguard. If you lack personnel, seek out Edward for reinforcements. Though Gus was somewhat reluctant, he nevertheless agreed to the task. Finally, Zhuang Chen turned to Aifu, lamenting the scarcity of reliable personnel, even considering dispatching Aifu. Yet, he realized he could not function without someone both obedient and astute by his side. This prompted thoughts of his cat-eared maid. He needed to devise a method to cultivate the talents of his household staff as well. The Blackwater Company would not sustain idlers. Even mastering the splits would be deemed an asset. Aifu, I must ask you to manage various affairs diligently over the next few days. Zhuang Chen had no choice but to rely on Aifu's capabilities, as he could not oversee everything himself. He was responsible for the broader strategy. Aifu assured him, Young master, rest assured, I will exert my utmost efforts in these matters. Jason lingered, awaiting Zhuang Chen's third task, hesitant to depart. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuang Chen raised 3 fingers. Jason, for the third task, ensure that the literate individuals I previously requested are also deployed to assist. They should be scattered across various locations to collect data. Refer to the proposal for the specific procedures. For now, focus on these 3 tasks. Go. Jason hurriedly exited the tavern. Although Zhuang Chen's instructions were succinct, executing them would prove challenging, and he needed to strategize carefully. Observing Zhuang Chen's series of arrangements, Priest Ryan felt overwhelmed, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. Noticing a discrepancy, he urgently inquired, Young Master Zhuang Chen, why are you only concerned with the Trade District and Eastern District? What of the turmoil in the other parts of the outer city? Zhuang Chen replied nonchalantly, Why should I? The outer city is not under my jurisdiction. Am I to meddle in their affairs for no reason? But they are acting in your and the Archbishop's names. Ryan exclaimed. Zhuang Chen chuckled, Priest Ryan, my name holds little worth. It is Archbishop Raymond who is the principal figure.
But, young master, regarding the Archbishop, Zhuang Chen waved a dismissive hand. What is the rush? Have a drink, and I shall elaborate at my leisure.
Arkham raised an eyebrow, pondering.
Here we go again. Zhuang Chen is painting another picture. I wonder what the filling is this time.
Chapter 44.
The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. Zhuang Chen led Ryan to the bar and took his place behind it to mix drinks. Ever since this bloodthirsty tavern had fallen under his control, it had seen no patrons. Even the officers dared not venture here, making it Zhuang Chen's private domain. Initially, the tavern offered a limited selection of beverages, but due to Zhuang Chen's penchant for mixology and his intention to host a tasting competition, Jason and Afu had brought in a variety of samples.
While preparing the drinks, Zhuang Chen inquired of Ryan, Reverend Ryan, could you describe the expression on Archbishop Raymond's face when he learned of the chaos in the outer city?
After a moment of contemplation, Reverend Ryan replied, the Archbishop merely frowned, appearing quite displeased. I see, Zhuang Chen said, as he began to shake a cocktail shaker.
He sent you here for me to provide a response, did he not?
Ryan nodded, about to voice his thoughts when Zhuang Chen interrupted him, continuing his mixology. After a while, Zhuang Chen completed the drink and poured a glass for Ryan.
Give it a try, it's a bit strong, savor it slowly. Ryan took a sip, bewildered, and immediately felt the alcohol clash violently in his mouth. It was far too potent. Cough, this is rather harsh.
Zhuang Chen chuckled, do not rush.
Take your time, can you not sense the sweetness beginning to emerge? Ryan paused, as if realizing the truth in that moment. The initial sharpness dissipated quickly, transforming into a smooth sensation akin to cotton.
Zhuang Chen raised his glass and remarked, this drink mirrors the current state of the outer city, a complex amalgamation of various spirits. To achieve harmony among them, one must first shake vigorously.
Though Ryan grasped Zhuang Chen's metaphor, his patience for such comparisons was waning. To amass wealth, have you ever heard the saying from the eastern coastal cities? What saying?
Zhuang Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening, the greater the storm, the pricier the fish. Ryan frowned, young Master Zhuang, the current turmoil in the outer city severely tarnishes. Rather, he sought an opportunity for advancement. Thus, he placed little value on the profits Zhuang Chen referenced, focusing instead on the positive ramifications of Zhuang Chen's actions. With the envoy from the royal capital soon to arrive, it was evident they would exacerbate the negative impacts currently plaguing the city. It was even possible that Archbishop Raymond would be publicly called out by the sanctum, leading to a complete forfeiture of his chances for promotion, leaving him trapped in the southern territories. It seems there is much you still need to learn. Inform Raymond that the chaos in the outer city is, in fact, his opportunity. He need not concern himself with anything else.
Zhuang Chen had little desire to engage in further idle chatter with Reverend Ryan, whose awareness seemed somewhat lacking.
It was no wonder he, as Raymond's disciple, was relegated to the role of gatekeeper, receiving visitors. While Ryan might have faltered in some areas of understanding, his grasp of the light's principles was commendable. Upon hearing Zhuang Chen's response, he could not contain his indignation and stood to protest. Young Master Zhuang, will you merely stand by as they tear each other apart? The innocent citizens and the unfortunate common folk are all caught in the crossfire of your schemes. Zhuang Chen's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on Ryan.
Mr.
Ryan, your words are becoming rather excessive. I am not fond of such sentiments. Ryan hesitated, gritting his teeth before turning to leave. He had initially believed Zhuang Chen to be different from other nobles, but it was becoming increasingly clear that all aristocrats were cut from the same cloth, untrustworthy. They never paid heed to the plight of the lower classes, fixating solely on their own gains and losses. Ryan's frustration grew, baffled as to why Archbishop Raymond would lower himself to collaborate with someone like Zhuang Chen. After Ryan departed, Zhuang Chen instructed Afu and Gus to carry out the tasks he had assigned earlier, and to stop by the Rhine daily to deliver the proposal to Owen. In the tavern, only Zhuang Chen and Akam remained, alongside the occasional staff member hiding in the kitchen leaning against the bar's pillar. Zhuang Chen turned to Akam and asked, what do you believe is currently lacking in my situation?
Personnel, Akam replied, surveying the empty tavern and cautioning, once I leave, you will find yourself at a disadvantage. They may not act against you immediately, but what of your subordinates? Indeed, I wonder which will be the first to encounter trouble, Jason or Afu. Zhuang Chen sighed deeply, taking a cigar from the bar and placing it between his lips. He anticipated that those lurking in the shadows would likely target his closest associates. Aside from Akam, Jason was the only one who frequently roamed the outer city alongside Zhuang Chen. Jason was likely to be the first victim, followed by Afu. If they managed to eliminate or severely injure Zhuang Chen's inner circle, it would significantly impede his plans, akin to a severed limb.
The moment Zhuang Chen received news of the chaos in the outer city, he immediately considered this possibility. It was akin to the protagonists in those Hong Kong films who, in their quest for prominence, inevitably faced steep costs. You are now caught in a predicament, Zhuang Chen, Akam observed, right? He understood that if the hidden forces dared to act against Zhuang Chen's people, Zhuang Chen would surely find a way to make them pay, but how could he? How many allies did Zhuang Chen have? And how many did those in the shadows command? The so-called price was merely a pawn destined for sacrifice in their eyes. Their stakes far outweighed Zhuang Chen's. I must stabilize the situation in the Eastern District. The rickshaw project must be expedited. The more people involved, the more eyes I will have, Zhuang Chen noted, lacking a solid strategy for the time being, with his primary objective remaining to secure the Eastern Territory. As long as the foundation held steady, Zhuang Chen would still have a path to retreat. After a moment of thought, he speculated, they will likely strike on the day the royal envoy arrives in the capital, eager to observe, or perhaps test the stance of the Purple Thorns. The royal capital needed to suppress the southern territories while monitoring the Purple Thorns' position. At present, Zhuang Chen had become the scapegoat. His actions, in the eyes of some, represented the Duke of Purple Thorns. Akam rubbed his temples. I cannot assist you. Be cautious. If there is anything I can do before this afternoon, let me know, and I shall see to it. Zhuang Chen chuckled. Indeed, can you break into Robert's estate and give him a good thrashing? After a moment of silence, Akam replied, I could do that. I remain his instructor and have the authority to discipline him, but at this juncture, you do not warrant my intervention against him. What about eliminating that Hydra Knight from the Traveler's Tavern? Akam raised an eyebrow. He hasn't committed any offenses, and killing a knight of his rank is hardly less severe than slaying a noble. The Eastern Territories would immediately apply pressure on your father. Do not entertain such foolish ideas. Zhuang Chen retorted earnestly, I only wish to engage him in a spar. I need him to be in a state of injury. Very well, Akam. Arkham vs. Smith. So, you are my employer, Vincent Thornbloom. Smith reclined in his chamber at the Traveler's Tavern, peering out at the nobleman lingering at the door, who bore a striking resemblance to the one he encountered that morning, claiming to be Lord Thornbloom. However, this man's visage was somewhat swollen and still bore signs of a recent altercation. Vincent stood outside, arms crossed, gazing at the recumbent Smith, who seemed reluctant to move, and coldly remarked, Is this how you receive your employer? Smith rolled over, yawning, You haven't paid me yet, and you expect me to work? Even a vampire would nurture its blood slave until they are plump and healthy, wouldn't they? Vincent's eyelids twitched as he produced a magic crystal card from his pocket and tossed it towards Smith. This is your salary, and now that is more like it, esteemed employer. Smith exclaimed as he swiftly rose, donned his attire, and bowed slightly to Vincent, asking, How may I be of service to you? Return with me, Vincent replied, disliking the atmosphere of this place, feeling overwhelmed by an unbearable stench. Every second spent here felt like a torment. Very well, esteemed sir, Smith said, casting a few glances at the magic crystal card before stowing it away and jogging towards Vincent, attempting to ingratiate himself like an adept servant, devoid of any semblance of a knightly demeanor. Vincent couldn't help but question the authenticity of his title. If it weren't for the introduction by Bishop Charlie, he would have considered returning this fellow on the spot. The man's proximity was accompanied by an unpleasant odor of sweat mingled with a fishy scent, making Vincent feel nauseous. Keep your distance, and once we return, make sure to take a bath immediately, Vincent declared, holding a handkerchief to his nose, unabashedly expressing his disdain for Smith. Of course, esteemed Sir Vincent, Smith grinned, his voice affected, his impertinent demeanor further exasperating Vincent. How could someone like him be worthy of a knightly title? Who conferred it upon him? Upon exiting the Traveler's Tavern, as they prepared to board the carriage, they spotted Arkham approaching on a white steed. Vincent's countenance darkened at the sight of Arkham. He detested this self-righteous man and loathed that he could not be utilized to his advantage. Arkham, what brings you here? Vincent questioned with a frosty demeanor. Smith positioned himself in front of Vincent, hand resting on his sword hilt, declaring earnestly, Sir, you need not fear. Should he trouble you, I shall eliminate him. Vincent rolled his eyes. What can you kill? Arkham's title was bestowed by Duke Thornbloom himself. He is a knight of the southern region, far more legitimate than your dubious claims to knighthood. He possesses tangible achievements. Arkham stood erect, gleaming like a sword plunged into the ground. Fixing his gaze on Smith, he intoned, It is rare to have the opportunity to spar with an Eastern region knight. Today, I wish to test the mettle of an Eastern knight. Smith's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Oh ho ho, Sir Vincent, he wishes to challenge me. What shall I do? Should I kill him? Silence, Vincent snapped, his impatience evident. He understood Arkham's prowess but was uncertain of Smith's capabilities. Today marked the first day of his recovery, and he wished to avoid embarrassment. Furthermore, he had promised Bishop Charlie that he would not engage Lord Thornbloom until the envoy from the capital arrived. Bishop Charlie had stated that if action was to be taken, it must be decisive and strike at Thornbloom's vital points. With Bishop Charlie already orchestrating matters, the chaos in the outer city had been instigated under his guidance, awaiting the arrival of the capital's envoy to ignite the powder keg of the outer city himself. "Arkham, this is no concern of yours, I warn you, do not seek trouble," Vincent warned sternly, attempting to escort Smith to the carriage. However, as he boarded, Smith remained unresponsive, gazing at Arkham with a look of eager anticipation. "Smith, what are you planning to do?" Smith grinned. "Esteemed sir, he has come to our door, it would be remiss not to engage in a duel. Besides, how can I request a raise without demonstrating my capabilities to you?" Arkham stepped back a few paces, and Smith promptly mirrored the action. Vincent, unable to dissuade them, instructed the driver to distance themselves. The streets of the slave district were sparsely populated, particularly within the view of the Traveler's Tavern. Aside from members of the Black Wolf gang, few would venture near this area. On the top floor of the tavern, one of the Black Wolf leaned against the window, observing the unfolding scene below. Walter poked his head out, inquiring, "Boss, what brings Arkham here?" Juan responded, "It seems to be Lord Thornbloom's intent, likely to remind Smith that this is the southern region." In the slave district, Arkham drew his long sword, holding it before his chest in a knightly salute, loudly proclaiming, "In the name of knighthood, oh, spare me the formalities, let us just fight." Smith retorted, disliking such pompous traditions. In an instant, he unsheathed his sword, leaving only a blood-red afterimage in his wake. A tremendous sound erupted, sending forth a visible shockwave that startled the horses tied to the nearby carriage, causing them to rear back and whinny in panic. Vincent, who had been discharged early from the infirmary and whose injuries had yet to fully heal, lost his balance and tumbled from the carriage. Of the driver, intending to calm the horses, saw Vincent fall and hurried to assist him. "Sir, are you all right?" Fuming with humiliation, Vincent kicked the driver away. "You wretched creature, how could you let the carriage get out of control?" The driver crumpled to the ground, clutching his abdomen and writhing in silence. Without the driver to steady them, the horses bolted, taking the carriage with them. "Oh dear, Sir Vincent, are you unscathed?" Smith interjected as he intercepted Arkham's strike, quickly retreating to Vincent's side. Vincent seethed, "You had better not lose, otherwise, don't even think about your salary." "Understood, understood." Smith adjusted his breathing. Previously, his exchange with Arkham had merely been a test of strength, without full exertion. "Mr. Arkham, for the sake of my salary, I have every reason not to be defeated," Smith shouted, a radiant red aura enveloping him, reminiscent of warriors channeling their inner strength. The crimson glow surged, resembling flames, as shadowy serpentine figures flickered around him. Arkham narrowed his eyes, his form surrounded by a brilliant white light as he raised his long sword, declaring, "In the name of the White Blade, witness my glory." A blinding white beam materialized, cascading down upon Arkham. "I can do that too," Smith echoed Arkham's movements, lifting his sword. "Glory endures." The red light surrounding him transformed into 9 serpentine apparitions, which hissed menacingly at Arkham before suddenly lunging toward Smith's arm. "Ah, that hurts." Smith curled up on the ground, convulsing, while Arkham stood frozen in place. Chapter 46 Annihilation. Arkham was momentarily taken aback, witnessing Smith's unwavering resolve and the palpable sense of crisis that lingered in the air. He felt an immense pressure weighing down upon him. In the initial exchange, both combatants were evenly matched, revealing the formidable prowess of this unassuming Hydra Knight. Enough of this, it is time to confront the reality of this battle. Stepping back half a pace, Arkham grasped his sword with one hand. The ethereal white glow surrounding him began to wane, as tendrils of black energy seeped through the fissures of his white knightly armor, extending and entwining like tangible entities. In the blink of an eye, Arkham's white armor was entirely ensnared by the black tendrils. He was preparing to get serious. "Is this the legendary dark form?" Smith, who had been lying on the ground, sprang up, straightening himself to assess Arkham's condition. With a sinister grin, he declared, "I can do that too." Crimson blood surged from the seams of his chainmail, morphing into blood-red serpentine heads, each adorned with sharp, backward-facing spikes, reminiscent of mutated dragon heads. 9 serpent heads clung to the front of Smith's armor, forming a V-shaped insignia, while the shoulder guards transformed into the likeness of serpents. In that moment, Smith shed his previous demeanor, abandoning his earlier joviality. He was now enveloped in a shroud of scarlet, resembling a heretical cultist sought by the Holy Church, exuding a fearsome aura that sent shivers down the spine. Arkham was not faring much better. The thick black tendrils surrounding him writhed incessantly, as if some malevolent force from the depths of hell had emerged to possess him, reeking of ominous foreboding. Vincent, witnessing Arkham's dark form for the first time, was engulfed in uncertainty, recalling the tales of old. According to legend, Arkham's dark form would be enveloped by an overwhelming shroud of black mist, from which an ominous black knight would emerge, astride a warhorse cloaked in dense darkness, with only its blood-red eyes visible. Now, witnessing it firsthand, though the spectacle was awe-inspiring, it felt somewhat anticlimactic. Acom, come forth, show me the true strength of the Knights of the Southern Realm.
Smith bellowed, channeling his energy.
The ground beneath him cracked instantly, debris scattering as he vanished from sight, akin to a sorcerer teleporting die, and that very moment, Acom too disappeared, leaving the onlookers only to hear the resounding booms followed by the eruption of visible shockwaves. In an instant, the windows of half the street shattered, the cacophony overwhelming. Only one, perched in the loft, could discern the fierce clash between the two. Their speed was so extraordinary that the average observer could not hope to capture it. Had Zhuangqin been present, he would surely have chastised Acom for having previously allowed the aquatic tranquility, for with Acom's current dark form, he could hardly believe that the earlier Acom would have been unable to thwart the assassin lurking in the shadows. A colossal roar was abruptly silenced by the emergence of an immense black veil, which enveloped half the block before vanishing without a trace, taking both Acom and Smith into the shadow realm. Those familiar with Acom understood that he had unleashed the Shroud of Shadows, drawing Smith into the realm of darkness to eye in their fierce struggle. Both knights, even while holding back, risked devastating the neighborhood, leaving them no choice but to battle within the shadow realm.
Ha ha, exhilarating. Truly exhilarating.
Within the shadow realm, the boundless darkness continuously replenished Acom's energy in his dark form, yet this did not imply that he had become an eternal motion machine. Drawing upon the dark energy of the shadow realm demanded a corresponding sacrifice. Initially, Acom could resist the encroaching darkness with sheer mental will, but when that will became overwhelmed, the darkness would seep into his very soul, ultimately rendering him a prisoner of shadows, a true Dark Knight. This path appeared destined for destruction, which explained why Acom had yet to ascend to the ranks of the Great Knights. One step forward, and he would plunge into the abyss of darkness, with his consciousness and soul devoured by the shadows. He had been teetering on this precipice for years, still unable to find his way through the darkness. Smith, undaunted by Acom's domain, pressed forward with every approach and attack, the Crimson Hydra clinging to him, aggressively seeking to bite into Acom, siphoning his vitality and eroding his consciousness. In the shadow realm, Smith possessed no advantage. He was relentlessly beaten down by Acom, yet his wounds healed almost instantaneously, and with the Hydra's assistance, he was capable of dragging Acom down into death. Acom's momentum began to wane, indicative of his faltering mental state. His relentless assault on Smith had failed to strike at his core and instead left him on the brink of collapse.
Not bad, Acom.
Despite being battered continuously, Smith did not forget to taunt Acom, attempting to infuriate him and disrupt his focus. Acom quickly created distance between them. Smith thrived on close quarters to drain his vitality, and there was no way he would allow that. In a sudden burst, Smith unleashed a radiant crimson light. As Acom landed, a blood-red circle materialized beneath him, and surging vitality transformed into countless serpents that lunged towards Acom, biting and entangling him. This boiling vitality seemed tainted with indescribable filth, incessantly infecting Acom's consciousness, even seeking to delve into the depths of his soul. Such tactics were not characteristic of a proper knight. They bore the hallmarks of a fallen knight, one ensnared by demonic whispers.
Are you a fallen knight?
Unable to extricate himself, Acom realized that this filth could only strip him of his darkness, compelling him to revert to the legacy of the White Blade, utilizing its fearless light to dispel the encroaching shadows. However, Acom was not adept in the legacy of the White Blade. He had instead mastered his own interpretation of the Dark Legacy, and any attempt to shift would render him incapable of defeating Smith. Smith laughed heartily. Of course not. I am officially recognized by the Holy Church. Do not slander the good. Acom, surrender now, and I can feign a loss to spare you some embarrassment. This was the Southern Realm, Acom's dominion within the Shadow Realm, and being vanquished on his home turf would indeed be a source of great shame. Yet Acom remained unflustered, exuding calmness as the serpent heads that had been gnawing at him suddenly fell silent, the black tendrils around him ceased their writhing, and time seemed to freeze. Smith's eyes widened as he swiftly closed the gap, his knightly sword enveloped in a fierce crimson light thrusting towards Acom with incredible speed. Acom's once pale blue eyes transformed into an abyssal hue as he allowed the sword to pierce his chest, slowly raising his hand. Smith felt no sensation of his blade entering flesh, as if it had plunged into the void. An indescribable sense of unease enveloped him, prompting him to retreat. The shadowy void seemed to coalesce into a singular entity, with Acom's gaze commanding its essence, locking onto Smith.
Acom raised his hand, placing it upon Smith's head.
Smith could no longer hear, as if the entire world had been silenced. In that instant, he lost consciousness. Chapter 47 is Sincerity. Both Acom and Smith emerged from the Shadow Realm simultaneously, one standing and the other lying down. Vincent's expression shifted dramatically. From his vantage point, he had merely witnessed Acom dragging Smith into the Shadow Realm for less than 5 minutes, barely enough time for him to enjoy a light breakfast, before Smith collapsed. The dark wisps surrounding Acom had entirely dissipated, his aura returning to its usual state as he stood silently in place, suddenly locking eyes with Juan in the loft above. Juan's heart raced, and Walter beside him was so frightened that he fell back onto the floor, his face a mask of shock, his heart pounding fiercely. Arkham averted his gaze, turning to his steed and mounting to depart. Juan took several deep breaths. He had once believed himself to be on par with the titled knights, but now it was evident that he had underestimated the depth of the Southern Knight's prowess. He needed to reassess his attitude towards Zhao Chen. Walter, still shaken, clutched his chest and trembled. "Boss, what just happened?" Juan did not respond to this inquiry, merely stating, "We must now find Zhao Chen and ally with him.
This is Zhao Chen's final warning to us."
Walter dared not speak further, still replaying that heart-stopping glance in his mind. Smith slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his head, and rose from the ground, appearing somewhat dazed, as if suffering from amnesia, unable to recall the events that had transpired.
Vincent approached briskly. "What just happened?"
Smith looked at Vincent with a hint of confusion, but suddenly his expression shifted and returned to its previous nonchalant demeanor, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Young Master Vincent, just now, Lord Arkham delivered a resounding slap to me, allowing me to experience the might of the Duke of Ziji's Guardian Knight.
It was truly exhilarating." "Lord Arkham?"
Vincent frowned, disliking this form of address. Smith chuckled. "Young Master Vincent, you seem to have a misunderstanding regarding Lord Arkham's strength. As a Guardian Knight of the Duke, he is certainly not someone I, a mere wild knight, could contend with. As for the matter of a pay raise, let us discuss that later."
Vincent was eager to leave, needing to return and send someone to inquire with Charlie about Arkham's true capabilities and what had transpired with Smith. How could two titled knights conclude their battle so swiftly? Had Arkham ascended to the rank of a Grand Knight, becoming an existence akin to the Resplendent Knight? If that were the case, then what was the point of any confrontation with Zhao Chen? After leaving, Arkham did not return to the Bloodthirsty Tavern but instead went directly to the Duke's residence to meet with Duke Ziji. He had momentarily merged with the darkness of the Shadow Realm and was concerned about potential repercussions, needing to consult the Duke, ideally to establish contact with the Resplendent Knight for further inquiries. Zhao Chen, having waited in vain for Arkham's return at the Bloodthirsty Tavern, had dispatched all available personnel and, finding himself with nothing to do, left the tavern for the Rhine Daily. Owen had received the plan from Zhao Chen, and the dwarves from the Masons Guild were currently surveying the Rhine Daily building. Upon Zhao Chen's arrival, Owen was directing the guild members in moving items. "What are you doing here?"
Zhao Chen appeared suddenly beside Owen, startling him into a shiver, nearly causing him to fall.
"Young Master Zhao Chen, what brings you here?" Owen managed a sycophantic smile, holding the plan and reporting, "The Masons Guild is preparing to remodel the first floor, and I'm overseeing the process." Zhao Chen's face darkened. "What are you overseeing? Have you ever been a Mason?" No." Owen's smile gradually faded as he lowered his head, avoiding Zhao Chen's gaze. "Then why are you giving orders? Why have I not seen today's report?" Zhao Chen felt the Rhine Daily was woefully unprofessional. Such a significant upheaval in the outer city had gone unreported. Owen quickly explained, "Young Master Zhao Chen, today's events would not reflect well on you, so I suppressed the news." Zhao Chen's voice turned icy. "What did you say to me before? You aspired to elevate the Rhine Daily, yet you shy away from reporting such matters. You might as well close up shop and play house with your maid." Owen felt somewhat embarrassed but had to steel himself, saying, "I'll notify them to print an additional issue today, and that will be an accurate report." Zhao Chen could not contain his frustration and kicked Owen lightly. "Your brain must be fed to the dogs. Even a dead dog would haunt you in a dream to scold you. Can't you at least embellish things a bit?" Understood. I'll take care of it immediately." Owen dashed into the crowd, sprinting up to the second floor of the newspaper office. Zhao Chen sighed in exasperation. Their lack of professionalism was astounding. If it were him, reporters from Shangjiang would have been on site immediately, covering the event in real time. Now it was noon, and with such a significant event occurring, Owen was clearly unsuited for a career in media. Everything needed to be taught to him personally. Such a character could be easily outperformed by any slave one might casually purchase off the street and train for a few days. Disappointed, Zhao Chen planned to visit the mage tower to seek out a mage apprentice named Aganzo. He preferred engaging with high-caliber talents like mages, as becoming a mage necessitated a vast accumulation of knowledge. If he could recruit a mage to assist him, his subsequent tasks would become considerably easier. As Zhao Chen contemplated discussing with the tower's head about temporarily borrowing Aganzo for a month, a carriage emblazoned with the image of a black wolf halted in the square beside the newspaper office. Juan, the black wolf, leaped from the carriage and strode briskly towards Zhao Chen. "Young Master Zhao Chen." Juan had altered his form of address, indicating he had come to an understanding. Juan immediately knelt on one knee. "Black Wolf Brigade." Zhao Chen did not allow him to finish, reaching out to pull Juan up. "No need to kneel. I've said before that as long as you come to an understanding and are willing to join me, I will afford you due respect."
One could not help but grumble inwardly. If that were the case, then Zhao Chen's silence had clearly indicated an expectation for him to bow and submit. Such nobles had their own peculiar ways of speaking. Zhao Chen retrieved his cigar box, revealing 2 remaining cigars, and offered one to Wan, stating, "My silence was not intended to compel you to bow or kneel."
You have misinterpreted my intent. Wan accepted the cigar with both hands, perplexed by Zhao Chen's meaning, and asked directly, "What do you mean?" "Sincerity. I have recognized your attitude, but if it is merely an attitude, then you can only become my subordinate." Zhao Chen lit his cigar and placed it in his mouth, saying, "I have stated that if you wish to collaborate with me, you must present your sincerity before me. Only then will I grant you the respect you deserve. Do you understand?" One comprehended that this meant he needed to offer Zhao Chen a guarantee of his commitment. He was to align himself with Zhao Chen. Understood. Zhao Chen did not define that so-called sincerity, maintaining an air of mystery. This was a fundamental principle of leadership. If everything was laid bare, his methods would become easily discernible, and the returns he received would significantly diminish. Chapter 48. The Mage Tower. Within the confines of the carriage, Zhuang Chen was engrossed in perusing the information pertaining to Blackstone Town. Despite the carriage's swaying, his concentration remained undeterred. He had already reviewed a portion of the material the previous night, but due to the necessity of articulating a strategic plan, he had not completed his reading. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to delve deeper into the documents. The information regarding Blackstone Town was relatively scant. The town was established years prior due to the abundance of stone resources in the vicinity, with the black stone being exceptionally robust, making it ideal for constructing defensive fortifications. The southern region primarily required vigilance against 2 areas, one being the Darkwood Mountain, which adjoined the Dark Forest and was home to numerous magical beasts, including those tainted by the Abyss, and the other was the Dark Forest itself, where a Hellgate had been destroyed a year ago. To safeguard against these 2 threats, the Southern Territories had financed the construction of 2 military fortresses, strategically positioned on either side of Darkwood Mountain to facilitate support. One was the Antler Fortress, located in the southwestern direction, manned by border knights of the Southern Realm, while the other, situated in the northeastern sector, served as the base for the Horned Ranger Knights, predominantly comprising elven rangers. Common folk were forbidden from approaching these areas, with access granted only to merchants and nobles possessing the requisite permits. Blackstone Town lay to the west of Antler Fortress, established along the banks of the Blackstone River, with the Blackstone Mountains obstructing any access to the sea. The only maritime outlet was located at the eastern Starmoon Bay. According to the southern map, if one were to choose, Starmoon Bay boasted a more advantageous geographical position, allowing Zhuang Chen to leverage this outlet alongside the Blackstone River for inland and maritime trade, a privilege that Blackstone Town lacked. However, Blackstone Town's most significant advantage at present was the discovery of mana ore, and it was not merely a matter of speculation. Otherwise, his ducal father would not have been so eager to dispatch Arkham to oversee the town. The stone resources of Blackstone Town could not be transported to the southern hinterlands, as land transport required traversing the perilous Darkwood Mountain, while maritime transport incurred exorbitant costs. The Blackstone River did connect to the inland Twin Star Lake, but the map indicated that this river plunged vertically from the cliffs of the Blackstone Mountains, marked by a military-grade mana lift, which would undoubtedly be off-limits for commercial use. Nevertheless, a request could be made to utilize it for the transportation of mana ore, as it constituted strategic material, potentially allowing for the clandestine transport of other local specialties. Overall, aside from the mana ore discovered in Blackstone Town, the southern region offered little else of value, with no significant prospects for development, as the majority of the Darkwood Mountain was excessively perilous, rendering expansion efforts immensely challenging, with minimal estimated returns on investment. Zhuang Chen needed to contemplate a long-term operational strategy beyond the mana ore. The mana ore would undoubtedly become a bargaining chip for negotiations between the southern territories and the capital, serving as the focal point of this impending revolution in the mana industry. However, with his ducal father still alive, he had limited opportunities to independently maneuver this avenue and needed to seek alternative breakthroughs to establish his own foundation. Having swiftly concluded his review of the scant materials on Blackstone Town, Zhuang Chen found himself left with the documents regarding the Mana Industry Committee. However, before he could retrieve them, the carriage came to a halt. They had arrived at the Mage Tower. Mage Towers were typically erected on the outskirts of urban areas, as they required open spaces for conducting magical experiments, cultivating magical materials, or breeding experimental magical beasts, which rendered them inherently hazardous and off-limits to ordinary citizens. Generally, individuals wishing to approach or enter a Mage Tower must first apply to the Mage Association, which would then review and submit the request to the tower's master for approval. Zhuang Chen, however, was exempt from such formalities. Bearing the surname of the Ziji family allowed him direct access, provided he was of direct ducal lineage, as the tower's master would otherwise disregard him.
Upon reaching the base of the tower, Zhuangchen found the grand door firmly shut, with no guards or attendants in sight. As he had arrived on a whim while alighting from the carriage, he dutifully placed his hand upon the circular plate at the entrance to announce his presence. Upon doing so, a beam of blue light emitted, scanning him much like a security device, followed by a voice emanating from the magical plate inquiring visitor's name, identity, and purpose of visit.
Zhuangchen Ziji, seeking an audience with Mage Mose.
The magical plate fell silent, and the grand door swung open of its own accord as Zhuangchen stepped into the mage tower, where upon entering, he found himself in a vast hall, characterized by a cylindrical structure with a spiral staircase wrapping around its interior. Several small doors adorned the column, etched with peculiar patterns that emitted a faint lavender glow, their purpose a mystery to him. Zhuangchen was filled with curiosity regarding the arcane arts, possessing only limited understanding gleaned from novels and the memories of his former self, rendering him unable to decipher the intricate designs. The hall was devoid of any inhabitants, and no one came forth to attend to him. The mages appeared to be engrossed in their own affairs unperturbed. Zhuangchen meandered around the hall, indulging his curiosity. Before long, a familiar face descended the staircase. Young Master Zhuang, what brings you here? Mage Mose has requested me to escort you to the reception room. Aganzo hurried down the stairs, greeting Zhuangchen while guiding him toward a door on the left side of the cylindrical hall. He produced a colorful feather from his pocket and traced a few lines upon the door, causing the patterns to glow brightly before it gradually swung open. Please, young Master Zhuang, do enter. The reception room awaits within. Aganzo did not follow him inside, remaining stationed at the threshold. Peering inside, Zhuangchen noted a window revealing a view that was clearly not characteristic of the ground floor, as distant buildings were visible, suggesting the room was situated several stories above. However, he was acutely aware that he was currently on the ground floor of the hall. This mage tower was intriguing. It appeared that the mages had made some significant advancements in spatial magic. As Zhuangchen stepped across the threshold, he immediately sensed a slight disorientation, akin to traversing into an ethereal realm, a delightful yet peculiar sensation. The reception room was modest yet impeccably arranged, featuring a long table, several chairs, and a storage cabinet, with an assortment of tea laid out upon the table. Mage Mose occupied the seat of honor, engrossed in a tome that was thicker than Zhuangchen's head, diligently searching for something. Hearing Zhuangchen's footsteps, he merely glanced up momentarily before returning to his reading, casually gesturing, "Have a seat." "There is tea on the table, it should be drinkable." Glancing at the tea set, which emitted no steam, Zhuangchen was uncertain of its age, compounded by Mose's dubious assurance that it should be drinkable, which further dissuaded him from sampling it. Mage Mose appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, his hair a cascade of white, with a long beard reminiscent of Gandalf, and a monocle perched upon his right eye, resembling a scholarly sage. Zhuangchen chose a seat at random and, observing Mose's apparent preoccupation, retrieved the documents from the Mana Industry Committee to peruse. Thus, the elderly mage and the young noble each engaged in their respective pursuits within the confines of the modest meeting room, enveloped in a silence that spoke volumes. Chapter 49 The Puppeteer Apostle. The arcane energy industry of this world has its origins in alchemical technology. Initially, alchemy was primarily employed by mages to facilitate the study of spells, resulting in the creation of various magical artifacts. Over time, this practice evolved, merging with dwarven forge technology, and branched out into a specialized discipline exclusively for mages. In the beginning, alchemy was not widely adopted due to its exorbitant costs and the instability of materials. However, everything changed when a baron named Trist successfully developed the magical rune energy conversion circuit. This groundbreaking advancement allowed mages and alchemists to absorb the energy of magic crystals without resorting to complex methods. Instead, they could now rely on the rune circuits for stable, fully automated transformation. This discovery laid the foundation for the arcane energy industry. Building upon Trist's work, the Tower Council, the Dwarven Kingdom, and the Goblin Technology Consortium eagerly pursued research and improvements, resulting in increasingly stable rune circuits with enhanced conversion rates. Simultaneously, they began to inscribe these rune circuits onto armor, weapons, and other items, leading to the development of the earliest enchanted equipment. With this foundation in enchanted gear, they ventured to inscribe rune circuits onto everyday tools. The Goblin Technology Consortium was the first to inscribe rune circuits onto smelting furnaces, aiming to increase temperatures, which led to an unprecedented explosion. Consequently, research on rune circuits stagnated for several years until humans and dwarves collaborated to successfully inscribe rune circuits onto dwarven furnaces, enabling temperature control, regulation, and even cooling functions. With the successful precedent of the rune furnace, they began to develop mining machines, further solidifying the foundation of the arcane energy industry. However, due to the current materials available, the Arcane Energy Industrial Committee remains in a state of research and improvement. Presently, there is no large-scale production or division of labor, and the Industrial Revolution is still in its exploratory phase. Zhuangchen pondered for a long while, gradually formulating ideas in his mind. The primary characteristic of an industrial revolution is large-scale production and division of labor. Now that the era of mass production is approaching, they have yet to master the assembly line methodology. This indicates that he could still be at the forefront of the times and reap the initial benefits of the Industrial Revolution. Currently, the Kalia Empire is the first to establish an industrial committee, with the entire nation engaged in the production of new mining machines, while other industries represent a sea of opportunity. Are you particularly interested in the arcane energy industry? Master Mo suddenly inquired, having ceased his perusal at some point. Zhuang Chen regained his focus and replied, "The empire, and indeed the entire continent, will be driven by this transformation. To avoid falling behind the times, one must invest effort into researching this field." Indeed, your insights are commendable. What is your perspective on the current state of the arcane energy industry? Master Mo's further question Zhuang Chen contemplated for a moment before responding. Although the framework has been established, the embryonic form of the industrial system has yet to be discerned. The individuals in the capital are on the right path, yet they have not found a solid foundation, but that is merely a matter of time. Master Mose nodded in satisfaction and continued, "What do you believe the embryonic form of the arcane energy industry is? How should this framework be constructed, and where should the foundation be laid?" Zhuang Chen chuckled, "Master Mose, this question delves into some confidential matters that if you wish to know, you must offer something in exchange." "Do you know?" Master Mo scrutinized Zhuang Chen, his gaze seemingly attempting to dissect him, seeking to understand him inside and out. Zhuang Chen confidently nodded, "I do." After a moment of silence, Master Mo abruptly stated, "You are not Zhuang Chen." Zhuang Chen maintained a calm demeanor. His unusual behavior would undoubtedly attract attention, yet even Cardinal Raymond and his noble father had not commented, indicating that they could find no trace of evidence, not even through divine means, which allowed him to remain composed. "I am Zhuang Chen." Master Mo stood, placing his hands behind his back and gazing out the window. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, "Zhuang Chen has never learned these things. I personally performed elemental attunement on him long ago. I have probed into his soul, gentle and tranquil. He is a good child." Zhuang Chen remained silent, merely observing, knowing that Master Mo had more to say. "You are different. I sensed your oddity the moment you entered. Your soul resembles a flame, fiercely aggressive. I am unaware of how Raymond conducted his assessment or why the Duke acknowledged your existence." Master Mo turned to face Zhuang Chen, locking eyes with him. "However, as long as you are not possessed by a demon from the abyss, it matters not where you hail from or what divine entity you may embody." This revelation piqued Zhuang Chen's curiosity, as it implied a particular connection between Master Mo and the house of Duke Zijin. However, his memories offered little additional information about Mose. He only recalled that the original identity perceived Mose as stern and unapproachable. During the original's childhood, Master Mose frequently appeared at the ducal manor but never spoke to him, merely casting a cold glance that instilled fear. Master Mose, maintaining his usual demeanor, regarded Zhuang Chen for an extended period before finally stating, "As long as the blood of Alex flows through your veins, that is sufficient. You should be unaware that she is my most esteemed disciple." "Alex?" The only impression the original had of this name was the cold, unyielding inscription on a tombstone, lacking any further memory of Alex, likely having never met her before her untimely demise. Reflecting on the memories, Zhuang Chen couldn't help but feel sympathy for the original, an orphan with a deceased mother, an indifferent father, no maternal affection, a lack of love from uncles, and brothers who harbored jealousy. It was indeed a struggle for him to survive until now. "State your purpose. I have other matters to attend to." Master Mo's intentions were difficult to decipher. After a few moments of inexplicable candor, he suddenly grew distant. Perhaps this was the demeanor of a reclusive elder. Zhuang Chen spoke plainly, "I wish to borrow a ganzo from the Mage Tower." Master Mo nodded, "That is acceptable, provided he consents. Is there anything else?" How accommodating, Zhuang Chen thought, perplexed, as he had not used any of the carefully prepared lines he had intended, wondering if he should address him as grandfather given this attitude. "Do you possess any spatial storage equipment?" Zhuang Chen recalled Master Mo's expertise in spatial transformation. He was uncertain about the extent of research within the mage community but presumed that Mo specialized in spatial magic. Master Mo countered, "What do you mean by spatial storage?" Zhuang Chen briefly explained concepts akin to spatial rings and the like. "Your line of thought is intriguing. This pertains to the compression and release of spatial laws. What about the energy? How can you ensure the stable operation of this spatial magic circuit?" Master Mo appeared intrigued, indicating that he likely did not possess such an item, and the mage community might not have it either. Pondering for a moment, Zhuang Chen inquired, "Could it not function like the Shadow Realm, with a separate space linked through a mysterious connection, utilizing certain mediums to access this space for storage and retrieval?" Master Mo seemed to contemplate this. That is indeed an interesting concept. However, the instability of space remains unmanageable. The Shadow Realm is a unique existence, navigable only by those recognized by the Shadow Lord, yet ultimately, they too will meet destruction, becoming puppets of the Shadow Lord.
Puppet apostles? Zhuangchen's heart.
Chapter 50 Assigning homework. Zhuangchen possessed scant knowledge regarding the Shadow Lord. Perhaps one could even assert he was entirely uninformed. The original memories merely indicated that Arkham was a knight favored by the Shadow Lord, and that the assassins, thieves, and other professions of wanderers lurking in the shadows belonged to the Shadow sequence. Overall, the profession of Shadow was rather prosperous. Anyone with an affinity for shadows would aspire to acquire several shadow-related skills, ideally mastering the formidable abilities of traversing shadows and navigating the Shadow Realm, skills that were invaluable for those wanderers seeking to preserve their lives. Beyond this, Zhuangchen was oblivious to any additional information. The perspective of Mage Mose was evidently far more elevated than that of the wanderers, as he recognized the drawbacks of shadows and likely did not endorse Arkham's chosen path. Zhuangchen was not fond of circumstances existing beyond his control. He needed to clarify any information pertaining to the Shadow Lord and devise a solution regarding the so-called puppet apostles.
Mage Mose, do you possess any materials regarding the Shadow Realm and the Shadow Lord?
Zhuangchen inquired, determined to gather resources for thorough study, planning to return with inquiries for Mo should he encounter any uncertainties. Simultaneously, he pondered why Arkham had not forewarned him about the downsides of shadows. Mage Mose did not respond verbally but instead withdrew a gray feather from his robe. He then turned to face the wall and waved it a few times, causing a faint purple luminescent pattern to emerge upon the surface, which swiftly extended and transformed into the door of a cabinet.
Zhuangchen was taken aback. Mage Mose, is this space transformation technique limited to the Mage Tower, or can it be utilized in the outside world?
Mose opened the cabinet door and retrieved a hefty stack of materials, placing it upon the table. The accumulation of documents was nearly half a person's height, comprising both bound and unbound materials, with the lower layers showing signs of yellowing. After rummaging through the documents, Mose produced 2 bound books and a notebook of his own compilation. Most of these are materials related to mage research. You may find them incomprehensible. You can start with these 3 items, he stated as Zhuangchen examined the covers of the 2 books. The thickest one was 3 fingers wide, titled The Shadow Old Testament, while the thinner one, a finger wide, bore the... Perhaps you could consult Aganzo, as he has been engaged in research on this topic recently. Zhuangchen nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. It was then that Mage Mose began to address Zhuangchen's earlier query. Currently, the application of spatial transformation can only be conducted through the Mage Tower's nexus. It cannot be utilized externally. This avenue of research is my primary focus. If you are interested, you may attend my lectures. I provide instruction to apprentices every Monday.
It seemed that Mage Mose had discerned Zhuangchen's inherent affinity for shadows, a fundamental requirement for aspiring mages. One must possess an elemental affinity towards one of the natural elements of the continent. Possessing multiple affinities was not necessarily advantageous, yet a minimal standard had to be met. After some thought, Zhuangchen could not resist inquiring, "Do you have any shadow-related spells available?" "There are some, yet you must undergo a year of theoretical apprenticeship."
Shadow spells and wanderer techniques are distinct concepts, Mage Mose replied calmly, emanating an air reminiscent of an NPC in a game, responding to inquiries with a certain emotional detachment. He maintained an icy demeanor yet answered every question, engaging further if a topic piqued his interest. This old fellow was rather intriguing, Zhuangchen mused, collecting the materials from the table. He smiled at Mage Mose, saying, "It appears I need to meticulously plan my time. I fear I will be unable to study under you for the time being."
Mose replied, "Indeed, I understand.
Upon your return, please draft a paper outlining your thoughts on spatial storage for me."
Zhuangchen was taken aback. "Wait, why are you assigning homework all of a sudden? Am I your student?" Noticing Zhuangchen's bewilderment, Mose added, "This is the price for your inquiries." Zhuangchen's eyelids twitched, and he remarked, "I don't know how to write a thesis. Aganzo can teach you."
"You may leave now," Mose stated, raising his hand as Zhuangchen immediately felt a powerful repulsion pushing him away, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself outside the door, which promptly closed, the magical patterns on the wall dimming thereafter.
Aganzo, awaiting nearby, inquired, "Young Master Zhuang, may I escort you?"
"Escort me to where? Your mentor has effectively sold you to me. Consider it an internship for a month now. Return and gather your belongings to accompany me back to the estate."
Zhuangchen opened his mouth to protest but quickly realized he had overlooked Mose's prior statement regarding consulting Aganzo.
Aganzo, however, displayed no sign of surprise, calmly accepting the outcome, as if such arrangements were commonplace in Mose's routine. "Very well, I shall return to pack," Aganzo replied, intending to head to his own quarters. Zhuang Chen cautioned, aside from items related to your mage profession, you need not gather anything else, I shall procure it for you. Thank you, young Master Zhuang, please hold on a moment, Aganzo responded politely, eliciting Zhuang Chen's satisfaction as he made his way back to the carriage. After a brief while, Aganzo approached swiftly, carrying a large trunk. He seated himself comfortably opposite Zhuang Chen without any semblance of restraint, further pleasing Zhuang Chen. In Aganzo's presence, Zhuang Chen felt an unexpected camaraderie, a familiarity reminiscent of encountering an old acquaintance on the road, allowing them to engage in casual conversation. He relished this atmosphere. By the way, Aganzo, there's one more matter, Zhuang Chen began. Aganzo looked up. What is it? Zhuang Chen handed the materials in his arms to Aganzo. Have you seen these? Aganzo glanced at the covers briefly before nodding. Yes, I have seen them. This notebook is one I recently compiled for the teacher. Excellent, please summarize its contents for me tonight, Zhuang Chen requested, then added, additionally, Mage Mose has tasked you with submitting a paper regarding spatial storage concepts and feasibility by tomorrow. Aganzo could no longer contain himself, tilting his head in disbelief. Are you sure this aligns with my area of research? Zhuang Chen scoffed, if not, then whose research would it be? I am not a mage. Mage Mose is testing you, not me. Rest assured, I will assist you with some ideas. Thank you most sincerely, young Master Zhuang, Aganzo sighed, resigned to accept this unexpected responsibility. Chapter 51 of the Innate Labor Saint Body. After returning Aganzo to the estate, Zhuang Chen did not rush to go out. Instead, he retreated to his room, where he took out paper and pen to jot down the tasks he needed to address in the near future. He had recently arranged numerous matters, primarily because the middle management framework had yet to be established, forcing him to actively inquire and supervise every detail. On paper, he outlined approximately 10 primary work directions. First and foremost was the consolidation of power. Currently, due to the structural issues, he found it quite challenging to maintain control over the Eastern District, let alone expand his influence, even if he desired the entire outer city to submit to him. Those lurking in the shadows had already made their moves, rendering the acquisition of the outer city temporarily impossible. At the very least, he needed to solidify his hold on the Eastern District. Next was the matter of potential threats, which required a mind map to comprehend the intricate relationships among the southern nobility, a rather troublesome endeavor that he decided to set aside for the moment. Following that was the recruitment and training of talent. In a month, he would need to bring a group of individuals with him, a task he was already undertaking, merely needing to ensure the proper direction. Then there was the need to address the emissaries from the royal capital and that group of nobles. Lastly, he contemplated his personal strength and the formulation of a long-term strategic plan. He needed to enhance his influence. The outer city project had failed due to the turmoil, yet this unfortunate event could expedite the development of the Heishui Company. Subsequently, he only needed to organize the wine tasting competition and the beauty pageant, at which point his influence would reach a considerable level, and many of his challenges would resolve themselves. After writing extensively, Zhuang Chen took out several sheets of paper and categorized the information, preparing 2 copies, one for Afu and another for Aganzo. As for Jason, given his current perceptiveness and ambition, as long as he could successfully manage the rickshaw project, Zhuang Chen would not hesitate to entrust him with all the enterprises under his name upon leaving the capital. Having organized his thoughts, Zhuang Chen washed his face and hurried downstairs with an unopened cigar box in hand. Today, he needed to understand the wine merchants he would collaborate with for the competition, as well as the nobles backing them. His plan was essentially unguarded, and it was likely that those individuals had caught wind of the news. With the outer city now in chaos, he needed to assess how many of these people would be willing to cooperate. If his intuition served him right, by tonight at the latest, a noble would find a pretext to host a banquet and extend an invitation to him. Nobles reveled in manipulating the rules they established. Should they stir the waters of the outer city, it would be an attempt to draw Zhuang Chen into their game. The estate was currently tranquil, as the children had been dispatched by Zhuang Chen, leaving only 3 individuals active in the hall. The cat-eared maid attended to Aganzo, whom she regarded as a venerable mage lord, akin to a noble, deserving of the utmost service. Aganzo, however, felt somewhat uncomfortable, as he was accustomed to serving others in the mage tower and had never experienced being served himself. Kelly, are you quite free? Zhuang Chen inquired as he descended the stairs, noticing Kelly busily serving tea and sweets. Suddenly, he realized he had not adequately assigned her any tasks. Kelly was startled, nearly toppling the tray she held, and hurriedly set it down, glancing down as she responded to Zhuang Chen's approach. Young master, I am serving Lord Aganzo.
Aganzo quickly stood to clarify, I am no lord, Miss Kelly. You may regard me as a colleague.
As Zhuang Chen approached, he scrutinized Kelly, contemplating what she could do. Kelly had been forcibly brought from Vincent's estate and was literate, capable of writing some simple words. Yet, that was the extent of her skills, as her major was that of a maid, lacking any other special abilities.
Wait, a maid's specialty? Zhuang Chen suddenly had an idea and asked, Kelly, how many years have you been at the Duke's residence?
After a moment of thought, Kelly replied, Young master, it seems I have been here for 5 or 6 years.
I cannot recall precisely, I apologize.
5 or 6 years should suffice for her to have learned the essentials expected of a noble maid. Zhuang Chen snapped his fingers. Very well, I have a task for you. I need you to train a group of servants and teach them the most fundamental skills. The Zijingji Club and the upcoming grand event required several servants for reception, making it an opportunity for practical training.
Those who performed well could be directly assigned to the club.
Understood, young master, I shall endeavor to do my best. Kelly had never managed or taught anyone before, but she had learned that the most basic requirement from her time at the Duke's residence was obedience. Regardless of her own capabilities, she felt compelled to comply with Zhuang Chen's request. Zhuang Chen instructed, I have a plan for the Zijingji Club in my room, please review it and organize the materials you need to teach.
Ideally, prepare a plan for me.
A plan? Kelly's mind immediately conjured the image of Zhuang Chen's dense pile of plans. Me, write a plan? She was somewhat bewildered, entirely unsure how to proceed but too timid to refuse. She could only grit her teeth and agree. Zhuang Chen did not pressure her regarding the quality of her plan, smiling as he said, write down whatever comes to mind, it need not be as elaborate as mine, just consider what you need to teach and how to teach it.
Remember, only the most basic concepts, such as etiquette and reception, it need not be overly complicated. Do you understand?
Kelly nodded, somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, Aganzo observed Zhuang Chen, noting that he bore a resemblance to Mage Mose in certain aspects, although Mose spoke little and rarely managed affairs, engrossed in his own research. Having delegated yet another task, Zhuang Chen felt satisfied and turned his attention to Aganzo, pondering his work direction. Afu was the steward, primarily responsible for coordination and oversight across various departments, while Jason was the action leader of the department, often needing to personally inquire about matters. Gus was temporarily in charge of the security team. Once the Black Wolf Regiment delivered their sincerity, the position would transfer to Juan. Aganzo, as a high-end talent, an apprentice mage, and part-time lawyer, was a rare find, and Zhuang Chen needed to consider how best to utilize him.
Aganzo, aside from being a mage and a lawyer, what other skills do you possess? Please provide a brief introduction.
Zhuang Chen settled onto the sofa and began by inquiring about Aganzo's specialties. Aganzo contemplated for a moment before responding, well, I have served as a noble
an innate labor-saint body. He paused, astonished. Wait, have you essentially dabbled in nearly every industry?
Aganzo nodded, adding, I have not worked as a priest, as I lack affinity for the holy light, but I did volunteer.
Are you in dire need of money? Won't this affect your path as a mage?
Chapter 52 The Pursuit of Wealth. Aganzo could only manage a wry smile as he remarked, my talents are rather lacking, thus I must engage in extensive practice. Many of the materials required for spellcasting must be purchased. It was evident that this was no trivial financial abyss, and Zhuang Chen dared not hastily propose to cover the cost of materials, especially since he himself lacked a stable income.
However, he had promises to offer.
Fear not, as long as you are willing to work, I shall ensure your financial satisfaction, and I will also consider providing you with bonuses, perhaps even contracting you for some of the spellcasting materials. Zhuang Chen skillfully painted a bright future, and Aganzo expressed his gratitude with a smile. At that moment, a servant hurriedly entered. Young Master Zhuang Chen, there is someone requesting an audience outside. It is the butler of the Earl of Toronto.
Please, let him in.
Zhuang Chen had initially thought that they would delay for several days, at least until the messenger from the capital arrived, but he was surprised that they could not contain themselves any longer. He began to analyze the situation. The Earl of Toronto was primarily responsible for the tax department, essentially the Minister of Finance for the Southern Realms. By legal standards, he should belong to the purse of the Zijingji Duke, though it remained uncertain which side he truly aligned with. Nevertheless, it was certain that he was not on Zhuang Chen's side. The Earl of Toronto's butler entered with an elegant gentlemanly gait, moving neither too fast nor too slow. Good day, young Master Zhuang Chen, it is an honor to meet you.
Zhuang Chen gestured for him to take a seat while inquiring, what brings you here?
The butler retrieved a golden-edged invitation from his. If not, the Earl would like to invite you to his estate for a discussion. Zhuang Chen had originally planned to oversee some project progress, particularly regarding the publicity of the property company. However, the Earl of Toronto seemed quite urgent, indicating that there was something significant at hand.
Very well. Zhuang Chen stood and instructed Aganzo to take Kelly to find Jason and bring back a group of maids for training.
After finishing his instructions, Zhuang Chen followed the butler to the Earl's estate. The Earl of Toronto's estate was merely a street away from the Zijingji Duke's residence. A turn and a straight walk brought them there. In his youth, Zhuang Chen had visited a few times, but after being labeled a waste, he ceased to accept any invitations. The butler led Zhuang Chen directly to the Earl's study, where the Earl had been waiting for quite some time.
Little Zhuang Chen, I trust your health has improved recently?
The Earl, seated comfortably, greeted him with a smile. By familial ties, Zhuang Chen should refer to him as uncle, though not by blood, as his sister was Vincent's mother. The Duke of Zijingji had married 3 ladies in total, the mother of Robert, the mothers of Vincent, and Zhuang Chen's own mother. All 3 duchesses had been laid to rest in the Thorn Cemetery, having perished from complications during childbirth. It was quite abstract. As Zhuang Chen recalled, he began to suspect that the Duke's residence was plagued by more than one curse. He wished to delve into the noble history of Zijingji to uncover the truth. Zhuang Chen casually pulled out a chair and sat down, retrieving a cigar from his pocket as he replied, I'm doing all right, able to eat, drink, and even smoke cigars.
Earl of Toronto, would you care for one?
The Earl waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, there is no need for such formality. By rights, you should call me uncle.
Zhuang Chen could not help but laugh. How could I dare call you uncle? Your own nephew would gladly see me dead. Let us skip the pleasantries, we have no emotional ties.
The Earl's expression darkened slightly. Having occupied a high position for many years, he sought to ease the tension.
Any person with a modicum of decorum would not allow the atmosphere to become so strained.
Zhuang Chen, you have recently undertaken many actions that have displeased a great number of people, and the balance of the capital has allowed certain opportunists to stoke the flames of discontent using your actions. The situation in the southern realms is far from stable, he continued, tapping his fingers on the table as Zhuang Chen lit his cigar, took a couple of puffs, and shifted to a more relaxed posture, gazing at the Earl of Toronto as he spoke. I do not quite grasp these lofty principles, Earl of Toronto. I simply wish to make money. Should you possess a lucrative opportunity or see potential in any of my plans, we could collaborate.
The Earl's brow furrowed, his gaze sharpening,
and his tone grew more severe. This is not a mere game, Zhuang Chen. Your actions have crossed the bottom line of the southern realms.
Earl of Toronto, we are all adults here, spare me the unnutritious rhetoric.
Zhuang Chen abhorred such indirectness. If there was a desire, why not state it plainly? You are quite a character, the Earl said, somewhat exasperated, rubbing his temples.
After a deep breath, he added, you possess a ledger. If you hand it over to me, I can help quell the unrest in the outer city. Zhuang Chen chuckled. The turmoil in the outer city is rather beneficial. Why should we quell it? What do you mean?
The Earl appeared puzzled, as nearly everyone assumed Zhuang Chen intended to take the underhanded route, unifying the outer city and engaging in unsavory business dealings. If chaos erupted in the outer city, one would expect him to be anxious. Zhuang Chen clarified, as I mentioned, I only wish to make money. Whether the outer city is in chaos or not does not affect my pursuit of wealth. The capital has never been my base of operations.
Its turmoil bears no consequence for me.
The Earl understood. Zhuang Chen intended to make a quick profit and depart. However, his recent plans did not seem indicative of such a strategy. He had obtained a copy of the proposal Zhuang Chen published at the Bloodthirsty Tavern through certain channels. Although much of it remained a draft, the primary framework was in place, allowing for gradual implementation. It was precisely this lack of defenses in Zhuang Chen's proposals that stirred the nobles of the capital, each eager to test the waters. Some had even sent the proposals back to their territories to begin implementation. The most critical issue was Zhuang Chen's collaboration with Archbishop Raymond. According to rumors from the Bloodthirsty Tavern and assertions from the Holy See, Zhuang Chen aimed to establish a new parish with Archbishop Raymond. Regardless of the plan, all required considerable time for development, yet Zhuang Chen had only a month. The Earl could not fathom nor predict Zhuang Chen's intentions. Your collaboration with the Archbishop does not seem as simple as you claim, the Earl mused, resting his forehead on his hand.
After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head. What I require is the ledger in your possession. What do you seek in return? After much circumlocution, they finally reached the crux of the matter. Zhuang Chen was not inclined to cling to a ledger that yielded no immediate benefits. Now that someone was willing to make an offer, he was naturally keen to proceed. What I always desire is glittering gold coins, Earl of Toronto. Name your price, and I shall have it packaged and delivered to your estate without delay. Chapter 53, Well spoken. 5,000 gold coins. 2,000 gold coins is my utmost sincerity, declared the Earl of Toronto as he made his offer. Zhuang Chen shook his head. Although the name of Toronto did not appear in the Black Ledger, the multitude of names and the flow of transactions therein were sufficient proof that the account far exceeded 2,000 gold coins. Let it be 5,000, a final offer, Zhuang Chen stated casually. The Earl remained unmoved. 2,000 gold coins, I shall not repeat myself.
Zhuang Chen immediately rose, then it appears there is nothing further to discuss. Toronto, watching Zhuang Chen stand, began to speak slowly. Although the materials of your Blackwater Company have already been submitted to Archbishop Raymond, they have yet to pass parliamentary review.
Zhuang Chen met the Earl's gaze without yielding. Are you threatening me?
Do not misunderstand, Zhuang Chen, the Earl explained.
We have never been adversaries.
As long as you possess the bloodline of the Bougainvillea, you must understand that we are on the same side. The Earl then stood and walked to the left wall, where a map of the Kalia Empire was displayed. It is not we who hinder your declaration, but rather another party.
I wonder if your father has ever mentioned this to you, he continued, turning to face Zhuang Chen with his hands clasped behind his back. You have been manipulated, Zhuang Chen.
Zhuang Chen recalled the conversation he had with Steward Edward. It seems some nobles from the south had already pledged allegiance to the capital. The Earl's statement clearly indicated that the chaos in the outer city was not of his making, but rather the work of another faction. The Earl continued, your brother Robert is well aware of this, which is why he has only made a move against you once. Since then, he has not targeted you again. Zhuang Chen, we must unite in the face of outsiders.
Zhuang Chen chuckled. So you consider me one of your own?
I fail to sense that, Earl of Toronto. The Earl leaned closer to Zhuang Chen and whispered, the day the envoy from the capital arrives will be when they strike. You are the spark that ignites it.
Should I thank you for the warning?
Zhuang Chen replied, ungrateful, for he had never trusted these lofty nobles. Without a vested interest, they would never offer a kind reminder. The Earl frowned at Zhuang Chen. The Holy See is not a monolith. The Archbishop cannot unilaterally decide all matters. The delay in approving the Blackwater Company's affairs is due to the dissent of certain bishops regarding your plans. The turmoil in the outer city serves as their perfect excuse, and this is merely the beginning. Seemingly urgent, the Earl continued, only we can assist you. If you wish to generate wealth, establish a club, or hold a wine competition, or even if you require anything for your future endeavors in the south, you will ultimately need to go through us.
We are not your enemies, Zhuang Chen. Do you not grasp this?
The Earl glared at Zhuang Chen with an expression of exasperation. You have become a thorn in their side. The bloodline of Bougainvillea may protect you temporarily, but it cannot guarantee the safety of those around you.
Zhuang Chen nodded seriously, stating, 5,000 gold coins. What?
Toronto was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Zhuang Chen enunciated deliberately, you have articulated your points well, I find them quite agreeable, hence, 5,000 gold coins. The Earl was momentarily speechless, staring at Zhuang Chen in disbelief. After all I have shared, you respond with 5,000 gold coins? Zhuang Chen's expression remained solemn. Earl of Toronto, you repeatedly assert you can assist me and that we are allies, yet you are unwilling to part with 5,000 gold coins.
How can I trust you? 5,000, very well.
Toronto gritted his teeth, hastily exiting the study. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a magic crystal card, seething with indignation, and thrust it into Zhuang Chen's hand.
Here are 5,000 coins. You may verify it with the Merchant Association. Deliver the ledger tonight.
The Earl's words seemed to be squeezed out through clenched teeth. Zhuang Chen feigned surprise as he accepted the magic crystal card. Oh, so this is the treatment reserved for allies?
I can feel it. Toronto took several deep breaths to calm himself before returning to his seat. Now, shall we engage in a proper discussion?
Zhuang Chen tucked away the magic crystal card. We can provide assistance with your plans, your enterprises, and even your collaboration with the Archbishop.
Zhuang Chen nodded vigorously, indeed, but what will be the cost? The Earl pondered briefly before replying. With regard to your enterprises, they wish to partake. They can invest, but they require representation in management and decision-making authority. Zhuang Chen did not refuse outright, gesturing for him to continue. What further demands do they have?
For the time being, refrain from causing disturbances. The incident with Jose hanging from the lamppost has greatly angered Mr. Harvey, and you owe him an apology.
The more the Earl spoke, the more he sensed something amiss. How had this individual become so agreeable so suddenly? After receiving the funds, his demeanor had transformed remarkably. Zhuang Chen feigned attentiveness. Is there anything else?
The Earl, of course, had additional stipulations. These demands were not his own, but rather the result of discussions. Yet Zhuang Chen's compliant demeanor left him feeling uncertain. After a moment's thought, he inquired, do you agree to all the conditions I just mentioned? Zhuang Chen took a puff from his cigar, recalling the procedural tactics and rhetoric from his previous life in Hong Kong, and said, regarding the requirements you just mentioned, I must first assess the situation. You know that these enterprises and plans are not solely within my purview. The Archbishop is involved, and I must also consider the opinions of my subordinates. Here is what I propose. I will discuss this with them, and you can wait a few days for my update on the progress.
Upon hearing this, the Earl felt an unsettling familiarity. Was this not the very rhetoric he frequently employed with his subordinates in the tax department? Bang! The Earl slammed his palm on the table and stood abruptly. Zhuang Chen, do not overstep your bounds. You have no foundation in the capital. Without us, you will accomplish nothing. Zhuang Chen seized his cigar and hurled it at Toronto's face, coldly retorting, the fact that I am sitting here conversing with you in a civil manner is due to the sincerity you just displayed. Who is truly overstepping their boundaries? Do you dare to strike me? Toronto's complexion flushed, veins bulging. Zhuang Chen, do you truly believe that donning the skin of Bougainvillea allows you to act recklessly in the Southern Territories? Zhuang Chen chuckled at Earl of Toronto, I prioritize attitude above all in my dealings. Your lofty demeanor and that of your associates are quite unappealing to me. Cooperation is not meant to be conducted in this manner. Zhuang Chen harbored no objection to collaborating with Toronto and his faction. They could send representatives to manage and obtain decision-making power, which did not pose a concern for him, provided the investment was substantial. He had never intended to anchor his foundation in the capital. Much like Black Wolf Wan, as long as he exhibited a proper attitude and displayed sincerity, he could collaborate with Wan. In this world, there are no eternal enemies. As long as interests do not conflict, everyone can be friends. Zhuang Chen continued, I have no desire to oppose anyone, I merely wish to generate wealth. If you regard my enterprises favorably and wish to partake, that is perfectly acceptable. Show me your sincerity and attitude, and I will welcome it wholeheartedly. Chapter 54. The opening. The Earl of Toronto regarded Zhuang Chen as excessively arrogant, oblivious to the fact that he now faced adversaries on all sides. His willingness to extend a gesture of goodwill on behalf of the local nobility of the southern capital was, in itself, the utmost sincerity, yet Zhuang Chen seemed to disregard it entirely. My invitation is a testament to my goodwill, Toronto asserted. He had no desire to prolong the conversation with Zhuang Chen and coldly added, you are still welcome at tonight's banquet. Should you come to your senses, you may join us at any time. This statement was evidently a dismissal, and Zhuang Chen, not wishing to linger, promptly took his leave. Toronto then reminded him, I suggest you do not forget about the accounts. Zhuang Chen waved his hand dismissively, rest assured, once I receive payment, I will fulfill my obligations. No need to see me off. After departing from Toronto's estate, Zhuang Chen initially intended to visit the Holy Church to ascertain the situation with Archbishop Raymond. However, the fact that he had sent someone to inquire today indicated that the Archbishop was currently unavailable for a meeting. Not wishing to embarrass himself, Zhuang Chen returned to his own manor. With all hands dispatched elsewhere and Arkham unaccounted for, he assumed Arkham was busy preparing for his imminent departure. Having been in this world for merely a few days, Zhuang Chen felt his mind taut with strain, constantly occupied without a moment's respite. With turmoil erupting in the outer city, he had swiftly adapted his strategy to fortify the Eastern District, seizing the opportunity to promote the property management company. This was a project he had committed to the Archbishop, and he was obliged to see it through. While the property management venture was not particularly lucrative, it offered steady returns and aimed to transform the surrounding ecological environment. True profit would derive from the concept sales following the wine tasting competition. However, due to the disturbances in the outer city, the competition might be delayed unless Zhuang Chen could persuade the merchants of libations and the nobles supporting them. Reclining on the sofa, Zhuang Chen's thoughts raced. The capital could be broadly divided into two factions, one aligned with the Earl of Toronto, claiming to represent the local nobility of the southern region, and the other likely comprising nobles who had pledged allegiance to the royal capital. Contemplating this, Zhuang Chen retreated to his room to meticulously peruse the list of nobles in the confiscated ledger. Notably absent was the name of Toronto, though one Henry appeared somewhat familiar. Could the names in this ledger signify their allegiance to a particular faction? Zhuang Chen exhaled deeply, tucking the ledger into his inner lining, intending to have Arkham deliver it to Toronto upon his return. As he descended the stairs, the hall remained desolate. Following the earlier incident with the male servants, the estate staff regarded Zhuang Chen with unusual trepidation, refraining from entering his line of sight without a compelling reason. Zhuang Chen reclined on the sofa and gradually closed his eyes, feeling fatigued. Outside the gates of the Duke of Bramblethorn's residence, Edward stood at the entrance, watching as Arkham, fully armed, led a small team of 5 on their departure. After leaving the capital, Arkham would pass by the station of the Blade Knights to request a contingent before proceeding to Blackstone Town. Edward lingered at the gate for an extended period, only departing once Arkham and his companions had completely vanished from sight. Arkham's departure was conspicuous, as he boldly led his team out of the inner city and through the outer city, until they were entirely beyond the capital's confines. During this time, spies from various factions within the capital scurried about, and news of Arkham's exit quickly reached the ears of many nobles. The setting sun draped a black shroud over the city, casting a quiet pall. Zhuang Chen opened his eyes to find a Ganzo standing before him, reporting, Young Master Zhuang Chen, Jason has gone missing, and I cannot establish contact with Afu.
They have initiated action, and it appears to be urgent.
Zhuang Chen's expression remained unchanged as he countered, has Arkham already left the city?
Yes, Iganzo confirmed with a nod as Zhuang Chen scanned the hall, noticing that Kelly had returned, accompanied by around 20 maids.
However, the atmosphere was so frigid that even Kelly dared not breathe loudly. The maids kept their heads bowed, silent.
Deliver this ledger directly to Toronto and then seek Gus to bring those children back, Zhuang Chen instructed.
Rising, he retrieved the ledger from his lining and handed it to Iganzo, his calm demeanor deeply concerned Iganzo, who pleaded, Young Master Zhuang Chen, please, go, Zhuang Chen interjected. You are a disciple of Mo's. They will not dare to harm you.
Iganzo explained, I am not worried for myself, but for you. Zhuang Chen shook his head, I am fine, this situation is within my expectations. Go. Iganzo, at a loss for words, accepted the ledger and exited the hall. Zhuang Chen instructed Kelly to have the maids settle in before returning to his room. He removed the blade of honor hanging on the wall and equipped himself with 2 magical hand cannons from the table, concealing one in his coat pocket and the other within his inner jacket. After preparing his necessary gear, Zhuang Chen departed the manor, intent on venturing out. He remained uncertain as to who had instigated the turmoil. He did not need to know the specifics, just as he had not needed to know who had attempted to assassinate him that day. It sufficed for him to suspect who was responsible. As he stepped beyond the manor's gates, he encountered Butler Edward, who called out to halt Zhuang Chen's progress. As Zhuang Chen paused, Mr. Edward, what is the matter?
Edward inquired, are you planning to seek out Vincent?
Zhuang Chen nodded, confident that Vincent would possess knowledge of who had allied with the royal capital, given that his own interests leaned that way. Edward shook his head, he is unaware, there is no need for you to pursue him.
What do you mean, Mr. Edward? Zhuang Chen questioned. Perplexed, Edward replied, the Duke desires you to remain at the manor this evening.
You need not venture out. It appeared that the matter was far more complex than it seemed, not merely directed at Zhuang Chen but rather at the Duke of Bramblethorn's estate, with Zhuang Chen merely a pawn in their scheme.
What if I insist on going out for a breath of fresh air? Edward regarded Zhuang Chen with an unchanging expression, his gaze steady.
He stated, if you insist on leaving, the Duke has decreed that you must not harm any nobles. Zhuang Chen understood, the implication was clear, he was to act freely, with the Duke shielding him from repercussions, as long as no nobles met their demise.
I comprehend, Zhuang Chen affirmed, stepping past Edward, prepared to depart.
Edward added from behind, should you resort to violence, only your life will be spared under the protection of Bramblethorn's identity.
Understood, Zhuang Chen continued on his way without pause. Edward watched him for a moment before turning to return to the Duke's study, reporting, My lord, young Master Zhuang Chen has left the Duke's estate. Duke Norton acknowledged this with a nod. Who do you believe he will seek?
Edward pondered for a moment before responding, he may go in search of Viscount Henry, as Toronto extended a gesture of goodwill towards him today.
Why Henry?
They have no direct conflicts of interest. Duke Norton expressed his disagreement with Edward's reasoning.
Zhuang Chen is still rather naive, he has had insufficient time to mature and requires further experience. Edward inquired, who do you believe he will pursue, my lord?
Duke Norton smiled, he initially embarked on an unconventional path. This solitary venture will surely continue along that trajectory.
Chapter 55 of the Royal City Faction. In the Traveler's Tavern of the Royal Capital, Black Wolf Wan summoned the cadres of the Black Wolf Gang. He had received alarming news. Jason, a trusted aide of Lord Zhuang, had been kidnapped on Trade Street, dragged into an alley in the blink of an eye. By the time help arrived, the assailants had vanished without a trace. Furthermore, Zhuang's steward, Afu, was also missing, last seen around dusk according to the patrons of the Bloodthirsty Tavern. All these occurrences were tied to Akam's departure from the city. The perpetrators seemed to have had their sights set on Jason and Afu for quite some time, and as soon as Akam left, they struck without hesitation. Juan gazed at the group of loyal cadres who had stood by him for over a decade and proclaimed loudly, Brothers, we have lingered in this capital for years without a single noble willing to accept us. They disdain us for the blood on our hands, fearing we might tarnish their reputation, yet now, Duke Zhuang is willing to embrace us and collaborate with the Black Wolf Gang. I have resolved to take a gamble. Does anyone have anything to say?
The expressions of the cadres varied, and it was evident that more than half opposed Juan's proposition.
Boss, Zhuang's enemies are all nobles.
Must we also become foes of the nobility? One voice rose in dissent. Indeed, boss, tonight's events clearly target Zhuang. Aligning ourselves with him now would be akin to courting death, another echoed.
I believe we are doing quite well as we are. We lack neither money nor women.
The murmurs of discontent grew louder, confirming Juan's suspicions that the majority were against his plan. Juan allowed them to voice their opinions, maintaining his composure until the tavern quieted. Those unwilling to participate may leave now, he stated calmly. He had no intention of persuading or convincing anyone. The Black Wolf Gang was no longer the united band of adventurers it once was. Too much comfort had altered their hearts.
Those willing to follow me, raise your weapons and come with me.
Juan drew a massive sword from behind him and struck it forcefully against the ground, turning to stride towards the door. His companion, Walter, hesitated briefly before hastening to follow. Several elder members, their hair already graying, rose in unison, brandishing their weapons in solidarity, leaving only the younger cadres still in doubt. As they witnessed the older members nearing the exit, they steeled themselves and stood up. "Boss, this is the last time," one among them gritted out through clenched teeth. This was to be the final collective action of the Black Wolf Gang. They harbored mistrust towards Zhuang but still placed their faith in Juan without glancing back. Juan did not wish to know who remained behind. Instead, he produced a stack of papers from his cloak and handed them over.
"These are the targets for tonight. The employer demands that their leaders be hung from lampposts."
The documents were compiled by Juan himself, including names from both those who had attended the gang conference and those who had not. The cadres took their assignments and, as was customary, dispersed. Each had their own men, partners, and methods. The Black Wolf Gang was a pack of wolves, and all Juan needed to do was issue directives for them to divide their tasks and charge forth. The pack began to move, while Zhuang slipped away from the Duke's residence under the cover of night. The lurking spies quickly followed, but this time Zhuang did not take a carriage. He traveled on foot. As he turned a corner, the spies lost sight of him. They dared not pursue further and decided to return and report their findings, only to be suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of distortion as they were forcibly pulled into the shadows.
Bang! A magical hand cannon fired, striking the spy in the chest, who fell to the ground with a thud. Simultaneously, Zhuang drew another hand cannon and fired at the spy's thigh. Ah!
The fallen spy immediately sat up, screaming in agony. Zhuang unsheathed his gleaming blade and advanced step by step towards the spy.
"Whose spy are you?"
The spy wailed, seemingly not comprehending Zhuang's inquiry. A flash of white light pierced the shadows, and the spy's head, along with his lifeless body, was revealed on the street. Zhuang, with his sword resting on his back, swiftly scaled the rooftops along Noble Avenue, navigating through the shadows, and numerous spies lurked nearby. Zhuang, utilizing the cover of darkness, dispatched a few of them. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, the remaining spies scattered in fear, no longer daring to maintain their surveillance. After eliminating a few, Zhuang extracted a name from one of them, Count Harvey.
Uncertain of the name's authenticity, Zhuang deemed it inconsequential.
He had merely inquired casually, not intending to pursue any particular faction. After slaying several spies, he felt considerably lighter in spirit. He leapt down from the rooftop, meandering to a grand estate and pausing before its gates. This was Robert's estate. Zhuang vaulted over the entrance and strolled through the grounds under the astonished gazes of the servants. He entered the hall like a vagabond. Just then, Robert descended from the upper floors, elegantly dressed, accompanied by his steward carrying a few wrapped gifts. He was evidently preparing to attend a banquet in Toronto. Robert appeared slightly taken aback by Zhuang's unexpected visit, but with a wave of his hand, he signaled for the servants, including the steward, to discreetly exit, leaving only the two brothers alone in the hall. "I must attend a banquet at the Earl of Toronto's shortly.
Do you require any assistance?"
Robert's tone was gentle, his gaze soft, reminiscent of an older brother's care for his younger sibling, as if he had always been a good big brother. Zhuang raised an eyebrow. This was not in line with his expectations. Robert approached, scrutinizing Zhuang for a moment, then furrowed his brow.
"Did you just kill someone?" Zhuang nodded.
"I just dispatched a few spies. They were quite nimble and got away before I could finish them off. In the future, let your subordinates handle such matters." As Robert spoke, he surprisingly adjusted Zhuang's collar, adding, "As a member of the Purple Thorn family, you must learn to cherish your reputation." This inexplicable concern sent chills down Zhuang's spine.
"Robert! What is wrong with you? Have you been possessed?"
Robert continued, "Regarding the disappearance of your men, I have sent someone to investigate. If you have no pressing matters, you may accompany me to the Earl of Toronto's banquet." Zhuang narrowed his eyes.
Surely, Robert did not think he had acquiesced to their terms after their afternoon meeting? "The banquet can wait. I would like to inquire, which nobles do you know that stand against the royal capital?" Uncertain of Robert's sudden change in demeanor, Zhuang posed the question as a test.
Without hesitation, Robert replied, "Isn't it quite obvious who belongs to the Royal City faction? The Earl of Toronto is a quintessential representative of that faction." Zhuang, Chapter 56. So many good people. Zhuangchen was on the verge of overturning the table. Just as he had confided to Juan, in this world, in this capital, there exists an elusive, intangible web, a set of unwritten rules established by the nobility, and now, ensnared by this vast net, Zhuangchen found himself no different from one of that day.
He faced a choice, either to overturn the table or to accept the web. The Duke of Zijingji did not permit him to overturn the table. Left with no alternative, Zhuangchen chose to acquiesce to the web, thus seeking out Robert instead of the Earl of Toronto. Although Toronto was the first noble to extend a gesture of goodwill towards him, he was not someone to be trusted. As Zhuangchen recalled a phrase from his former superior: when you achieve success and your power becomes formidable, you will find yourself surrounded by good people. Presently, Zhuangchen had not yet succeeded, and yet good people began to emerge around him. However, this alone sufficed to dismiss any collaboration with Toronto. As Robert was a scion of the Duke and his elder brother, despite the blood feud over succession rights, Zhuangchen had relinquished any claim to inheritance, which was enough to ensure his temporary safety. At least until the Duke's demise, Robert would not put him in peril. Zhuangchen contemplated that with their only conflict resolved, they shared common external foes and mutual benefits for collaboration. Why not join forces to earn money and present a united front? Robert seemed to be on the same wavelength, displaying a rare brotherly demeanor upon seeing Zhuangchen's visit. What astonished Zhuangchen the most was Toronto. This fellow turned out to be a man of the royal capital. If he had aligned himself with the royal capital, why did the Duke still allow him to retain the title of head of the tax department? Noticing Zhuangchen's perplexed expression, Robert explained. Quite simply, he believes that your father is responsible for the death of Vincent's mother. I asked that all. Zhuangchen found it hard to believe. Robert nodded with a smile. Indeed, that is all. Mr. Toronto is, in fact, a good individual. He merely harbors animosity towards us and staunchly upholds the imperial law, thus earning the label of a royalist. Zhuangchen pondered, recalling the day's conversation. It seemed he might have gleaned who had targeted Jason and the others. However, he was not yet certain and required more information, thus relaying his dialogue with Toronto to Robert. Robert listened in silence until Zhuangchen finished, then paused for a moment before remarking, intriguing. It appears he intends to target me. Are you referring to the accounts? The illicit ledger Zhuangchen had confiscated theoretically belonged to Robert. However, Robert was meticulous, ensuring his name did not appear within. Yes, the ledger is secondary, Robert continued. He needs to stabilize you, to maintain equilibrium in the capital. However, it is certain that your subordinates were not apprehended by his men. I have my suspicions. It is highly likely that the assailants were from the Holy Church. They even possess the capability to detain the Archbishop, wielding considerable influence in the southern region. Zhuangchen articulated his thoughts. Robert promptly provided a name of Bishop Charlie. If it was he who acted, your subordinates may not be saved. Zhuangchen searched through his memories regarding this name and found little of value. Who is Bishop Charlie? Robert replied, a member of the Kalia branch, a disciple of a pivotal bishop from the Holy See. He is no insignificant figure. He has come to the southern region merely to gain experience while assisting the royal capital. Zhuangchen looked at Robert. I must rescue that individual. My offer is to open all my projects to you. You should understand that I cannot leave a foundation in the capital. Robert pondered, realizing that Zhuangchen was presenting a demand. He held a favorable view of Zhuangchen's projects and was aware of the reasons behind Zhuangchen's vulnerability regarding them. These proposals were merely frameworks, only Zhuangchen knew how to execute them correctly. Should one truly follow his outline, Zhuangchen would undoubtedly have means to counteract, potentially leaving one utterly stripped. I lack confidence, Robert confessed, unable to conceive a viable plan. He was confident in preventing obstruction from the city council regarding Zhuangchen's projects, yet rescuing someone from the hands of the Holy Church's bishop was another matter entirely, unless Archbishop Raymond personally intervened. After a moment's thought, Robert added, I can at most retrieve your steward for you. Zhuangchen rolled his eyes. AFO's name is on the steward's list of the Duke's residence. I could fetch him from Mr. Edward as well. The issue lies with how to save Jason. Jason is involved in illicit activities, while AFO dons the guise of the Duke as steward. Unless Charlie desires to openly confront Zijingji, he generally would not create significant trouble for AFO. However, Jason might be used as an example to intimidate others. Zhuangchen speculated that Jason would be wrongly accused of inciting chaos in the outer city, subsequently judged by the royal capital's envoy, leading to a public outcry against the Duke in the southern region. He had witnessed this process before. It was one of the favored tactics among the elite. Come, let us head to the banquet. I will do my utmost to assist you, and I hope you do not let me down. After all, we are brothers. Robert's gaze was sincere, yet Zhuangchen harbored no trust in him. This man had shown no mercy when confronting Vincent, who had yet to dare return to the capital. To truly trust him could spell disaster by the next day. Indeed, we are brothers. Despite his profound mistrust of Robert, Zhuangchen refrained from a confrontation. Since Robert preferred to play the role of the good brother, he would indulge him. Let us go, ride in my carriage. The two made their way to the Earl of Toronto's estate, where they found numerous carriages parked on the lawn, each adorned with distinctive noble crests representing various families. It was undeniable that the Earl of Toronto wielded considerable influence in the capital. Zhuangchen was even more curious about his Duke father. Just how formidable was his prowess to command such a motley crew? The sight of Zhuangchen and Robert entering caused a momentary pause among the nobles gathered in the estate.
Lord Robert, young Master Zhuang, please enter, the Earl's steward hastily greeted them, though his attentiveness towards Robert was evidently greater than towards Zhuang Chen. The noble's banquet appeared rather dull. Upon entering the grand hall, they found two sections, one designated for dancing and the other for dining. Eating, drinking, and dancing constituted the primary activities of most noble gatherings, supplemented by inconsequential side events. For Zhuang Chen, who had been exposed to modern entertainment, these activities paled in comparison to the pleasure of lounging in bed with a novel. Zhuang Chen, I am delighted by your presence. Toronto.
Do you require assistance? Zhuang Chen observed Toronto's demeanor for a moment before responding, of course. Do you have any leads? Toronto's smile broadened. I had warned you, do you now regret it? Zhuang Chen's expression darkened as Robert interjected, lowering his voice, Mr. Toronto, has Bishop Charlie made any contact with you?
At this, the Earl realized that Zhuang Chen might suspect Bishop Charlie's involvement. Although he had not received any notification, he deemed Zhuang Chen's suspicion reasonable. I am not aligned with Bishop Charlie. He would not reach out to me or Zhuang Chen. I have stated before, we have never been enemies, Toronto continued, gazing intently at Zhuang Chen. Your current situation is perilous. I am familiar with Bishop Charlie's methods and can assist you in rescuing your people.
Chapter 57. How about I make a hole for you? The Earl of Toronto once again extended an olive branch, seemingly eager to win over Zhuang Chen, a sentiment so opaque that even Robert could not decipher Toronto's intentions. Zhuang Chen, equally perplexed by Toronto's sudden shift to benevolence, boldly inquired, what is the price for this? May we retreat to a private chamber for a discussion? Toronto glanced at Robert, clearly wishing to exclude him from this matter. Zhuang Chen, pondering deeply, appeared to grasp the underlying implications of the two. Proceeded to a secluded room, where Toronto began. Arkham has headed towards Blackstone Town, has he not? Zhuang Chen refrained from answering this inquiry, for the matter was not yet public knowledge, known only within the inner circles of the Thorns. Charlie, the capital, Toronto. Zhuang Chen inhaled sharply, cursing under his breath, damn it, it's that fool Vincent again. No wonder Toronto was suddenly keen on courting him. As Vincent's uncle, he must have learned of the situation in Blackstone Town through Vincent. Vincent's loose tongue had ensnared Zhuang Chen in a whirlwind of complications, and it seemed he would soon face a barrage of challenges. The more he contemplated, the more his anger simmered, yet reason urged him to maintain his composure. Let us dispense with the pretense. Speak plainly, what is it that you desire? Gradually calming his fury, Zhuang Chen began to devise a strategy. With the external city's strife redirected, the emergence of Blackstone Town complicated Zhuang Chen's path further. Toronto proposed, what if I entrust Blackstone Town to Vincent? Zhuang Chen drew a mana-powered hand cannon from his pocket and pressed it against Toronto's chin, retorting, how about I make a hole for you? Toronto raised his hands, casting a glance at the weapon, and spoke in a subdued tone, Norton cannot hold out much longer, can he? He cannot protect you, but I can, provided you are willing to cooperate. I can arrange for you to exchange for a noble title in the fertile plains, even a peerage, if you so desire. Do you wish to know how your mother perished? You must be out of your mind. Zhuang Chen fired, the bullet striking Toronto's thigh, the gunshot drawing the attention of servants in the corridor who rushed in. My lord the Earl. Release him. Zhuang Chen, encircling Toronto's neck, switched to aim the cannon at Toronto's head, bellowing, Toronto, you shall not besmirch my mother in my presence. What? Toronto's eyes widened, eager to explain, but the pressure from the cannon intensified, signaling him to temper his words. Zhuang Chen. Put down your weapon at once. Robert arrived, regretting his alliance with Zhuang Chen, realizing this individual had no regard for decorum. Increasing numbers of onlookers gathered, and Zhuang Chen declared loudly, Earl Toronto, I am aware you look down upon me, regard me as a worthless fool. You may strike me, abduct my subordinates, even take my life, but you shall not defame my mother. The surrounding nobles murmured among themselves. It was no secret that Toronto harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Duke of Thorns, especially after Norton married Zhuang Chen's mother following his sister's death. In their view, Toronto's slip of the tongue, revealing his inner thoughts and inciting Zhuang Chen's wrath, was entirely plausible. Zhuang Chen, do not overstep, escalating this matter benefits no one. Toronto cautioned in a lowered voice. Zhuang Chen whispered in his ear, Mr. Toronto, who provoked you into giving me this opportunity? What do you intend? Toronto's face flushed, gritting his teeth, not solely from the wound on his leg but also from the humiliation of being surrounded by nobles while being held hostage. Zhuang Chen replied softly, it's simple, release my people and tell me who is behind this. I do not know. Zhuang Chen raised an eyebrow, if you do not know, I may need to escalate matters, and then bringing my father here would lead to an unpleasant conclusion. Damn you, you mad dog!
Toronto shouted, addressing the crowd, Rick, come here. His steward, glancing at Zhuang Chen, cautiously edged through the throng towards the Earl.
Young Master Zhuang, please remain calm. Let us discuss this rationally.
Once Rick drew near, Toronto whispered urgently, you must immediately find Bishop Charlie and secure their release, at once.
Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Rick, though still apprehensive, hurriedly departed the estate upon Toronto's insistence. Toronto coldly asserted, you should release them, I have done all I can.
No, that is insufficient, I need you to inform me which noble in the capital has the closest ties with Charlie.
Toronto's pupils constricted as he replied, what are you planning? If he can abduct my people, then I can certainly do the same to his.
Hurry, provide me with a list, and let this matter conclude amicably. I am tired of this charade. Zhuang Chen impatiently tapped the cannon against Toronto's head, taking a deep breath. Toronto stated, Henry, it is Lord Henry.
Isn't he associated with Robert? Zhuang Chen expressed disbelief. Toronto quickly clarified, there are no absolute alliances among nobles, you should understand this well. Who else?
Zhuang Chen pressed, determined to escalate the situation further, having grown weary of the capital's nonsense. He envisioned seizing a fortune and joyfully making his way to the beloved Blackstone town.
Toronto divulged several more names, some of whom were present at the evening's banquet, observing the standoff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Zhuang Chen released his grip and slowly retreated into the shadows. The nobles hurriedly approached, inquiring, Mr. Toronto, are you unharmed? This Zhuang Chen is utterly deranged, we must seek the Duke.
By the holy light, he dared to shoot at you.
Among the crowd, Henry sidled up to Robert, whispering, Robert, you brought him here.
You didn't instigate this, did you?
Robert's expression darkened as he slapped Henry, exclaiming furiously, what gives you the right to defame Zhuang Chen's mother? Henry, stunned, clutched his face, momentarily at a loss, watching as Robert stormed away in anger.
Henry, what did you say to provoke him so? Mr.
Toronto, livid with embarrassment, bellowed, enough, disperse, I must seek healing at the Holy Church, you all should return. This farce had extinguished Toronto's enthusiasm for hosting the banquet. Zhuang Chen was a man without boundaries, uncontrollable, better to eliminate such a threat. Such a person living was a bane to the southern reaches, yielding nothing but harm. Toronto's gaze brimmed with murderous intent. Zhuang Chen had irreparably crossed him. Nobles, ever concerned with their dignity, were aware that Zhuang Chen had caused Toronto considerable humiliation.
Chapter 58 A new storm has emerged. Upon exiting the manor, Robert hastily caught up with Jonathan and halted him. What on earth are you doing? I expressly stated that you should follow my lead during the banquet. My dear brother, we are partners, not subordinates, Jonathan emphasized, then added, what is the point of clinging to old ways at such a time, Robert? I have an idea, would you care to hear it? Despite his anger, Robert recognized Jonathan's ingenuity and was intrigued enough to listen. Let's discuss it at home, this is not the place for such matters. The two returned to the Duke's residence, where the servants were astonished to see Robert return alongside Jonathan, a sight they had never witnessed before. Once inside the Duke's estate, Jonathan made a beeline for the Thornbriar Castle to meet Duke Norton. He had come to a realization regarding the events of the evening, perhaps he could seize an opportunity amidst the southern nobles. However, he was acutely aware that he was ill-equipped to contend with the Holy Church. Perhaps Robert could assist him in rescuing someone, but he could only manage a single rescue. If they continued to target him, with his current resources, 2 attempts would render all of Jonathan's efforts futile. Moreover, they had the backing of the royal capital, and even the Holy Church had its agents involved. Their ambitions were vast. This conflict was not solely directed at him, but at the entire Thornbriar. In such a scenario, one must definitely rally allies. Young masters, it is a rare sight to see you both together. I am certain the Duke will be most pleased, Edward remarked as he observed them enter the castle hall while engrossed in reading. Jonathan wasted no time and stated plainly, I wish to see my father. Please inform him. Standing tall, Edward held the book behind him and replied, I have never heard of a child needing a steward's announcement to see his father. Robert appeared momentarily taken aback. Why was it that he required an announcement to see their father while Jonathan did not? The last time he sought their father's presence, Edward had not spoken in such a manner. He's in the study, isn't he? I shall go find him, you remain occupied, Jonathan said, offering a nod before swiftly ascending the stairs, following the path etched in his memory to the study's door on the second floor. He knocked gently and called out, Father, it is I. May I enter? Come in. The steady voice of Duke Norton resonated from within. Jonathan pushed open the door to find the Duke engaged in some task at his desk by the window. Robert followed closely behind, accompanied by the ever-smiling Edward. Duke Norton set aside his tools and turned his gaze toward Jonathan, then glanced at Robert by the door. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "What a rarity it is to see both of you here together." Jonathan stepped closer. This was his second encounter with Duke Norton, his noble father. The Duke appeared robust and healthy. Contrary to the rumors of his frailty, his complexion was vibrant, and his breath steady, although the tips of his hair had acquired a frosty sheen. Beyond that, he bore no trace of aging. "Father, I believe it is imperative for the Duke's household to take decisive action. Certain hidden vermin in the south seem to think that the Thornbriar's blade has dulled," Jonathan declared emphatically. Duke Norton pulled out a chair beside the desk and seated himself, gesturing with his hand. "Please, take a seat." Edward promptly brought over 2 chairs for Jonathan and Robert, while he remained standing behind the Duke. Duke Norton then inquired, "Give me a reason." Jonathan refrained from responding and instead looked to Robert, as he had previously indicated that only he, as the eldest son, could address this matter. If Robert intended to inherit the Duke's title, it was incumbent upon him to speak. Initially reluctant, Robert had deemed Jonathan's proposal too radical, believing their father would certainly disapprove, perhaps even refusing to meet them. To his surprise, the process had unfolded remarkably smoothly, and their father's demeanor was inscrutable. It seemed as though he were waiting for Robert to speak. After a moment of silence, Robert rose and stated, "Father, the situation in the south is fraught with undercurrents. Various factions are entwined, and the Thornbriar's influence over the region is waning." Duke Norton listened quietly, his expression unchanged. Jonathan's recent activities in the outer city had illuminated opportunities, igniting a conflict among the gangs there. They were also monitoring the affairs of the Darkstone town's magical energy mine. Word had leaked, and they were beginning to strategize. "I suspect that the arrival of the royal emissary will coincide with their unveiling of fangs." As Robert spoke, his voice rose and fell in a rhythm that captivated Jonathan, akin to watching a grand film, a most intriguing manner of discourse. "Father, I believe they will target Jonathan as a point of entry to challenge the Thornbriar." Upon finishing, Robert noticed Duke Norton remained impassive and felt compelled to add, "Father, I have concluded my statement." Duke Norton nodded, signaling for Robert to sit down. "So, what actions do you believe the Thornbriar must undertake?" His gaze shifted between Jonathan and Robert. Yet Robert refrained from speaking, directing his attention back to Jonathan, as he had not fully grasped the specifics of Jonathan's plans discussed earlier at Jonathan's side, recognizing the futility of waiting for an opportunity. He rose and said, "Father, the current circumstances in the capital have escalated beyond the realm of the city defense forces. I propose we summon the Bladed Knights to conduct a military exercise within the city." Duke Norton shook his head. "The Knights do not enter the city unless absolutely necessary." This statement clearly indicated that Duke Norton believed the situation did not warrant such a measure. He then asked, "What does this military exercise entail?" Jonathan explained, in simple terms, "It is a display of strength, a show of might. Given the constraints of time, a grand parade may not be feasible." Duke Norton pondered this and said, "Elucidate your plan." "There are rumors circulating that you and the Radiant Knight have sustained severe injuries and have not appeared in public for a year. Father, if you or the Radiant Knight, or even one of you, could oversee this exercise, it would undoubtedly stabilize the situation quickly." Jonathan briefly summarized before continuing, "However, I believe we must strike decisively to instill fear and secure a prolonged period of stability. A storm of change is poised to sweep across the continent, Father. It is time we reconsider our approach." Chapter 59I. Disagree. Plans are often thwarted by unforeseen changes. Initially, Zhuang Chen intended to eliminate a few nobles as a test, but Edward suddenly issued a Duke's warning, forbidding any killings. Duke Norton seemed to possess a profound understanding of Zhuang Chen's character. Consequently, Zhuang Chen was compelled to alter his strategy. According to Edward's assertion, the prohibition against killing implied that engaging in combat was permissible. Furthermore, it signified that he could act boldly, as any repercussions would be covered by the Duke. However, upon learning from the Toronto banquet that the ultimate objective of the capital was the matter of the magical ore, Zhuang Chen realized that this issue could not be resolved solely through his own efforts. Even if a solution existed, time was not on his side. The capital's ultimate goal remained the suppression of the southern territories in order to regain greater influence. Zhuang Chen was also aware that the Duke of Prickly Ash was privy to all affairs, great and small, occurring within the metropolis. Duke Norton paused for a moment, lifted his gaze towards his 2 sons, and calmly declared, "It is commendable that you have your own ideas. I support you, but I shall not show favoritism. Edward, please summon Vincent." With a nod of acknowledgement, Edward departed the study, descended the stairs, and set his sights on the location of the Vincent estate. Taking a step forward, this step unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, fleeting yet potent. In the blink of an eye, Edward vanished from his original position and reappeared before the gates of the Vincent Manor. After the servant relayed the message, Vincent hurried over. "Mr. Edward, what brings you here at such a late hour?" "The Duke requests your presence." "Now, grasp my hand." A bit perplexed, Vincent clasped Edward's left arm, and a protective shield of white light enveloped him. Edward stepped forward, transporting Vincent back to Prickly Ash Fortress. Vincent was profoundly shocked. He knew Edward had once served as the vice-captain of the White Blade Knights, a knight of considerable rank, equivalent to the illustrious knights. However, he had never witnessed Edward in action throughout his life. He had always perceived him as a stern, humorless steward, unaware that he possessed the strength of a grand knight. A sense of unease stirred within Vincent, as he pondered why Edward had summoned him, considering he had done nothing wrong. He dreaded the thought of facing his father. Edward led Vincent into the study, offering him a chair beside Zhuang Chen. Upon seeing Zhuang Chen, Vincent felt an urge to unleash his anger, yet the presence of Robert and his father restrained him, leaving him to silently take his seat. Duke Norton glanced at Vincent and instructed, "Robert, please explain the situation to your brother." Robert shifted slightly in his chair, directing his attention towards Vincent. "Prickly Ash is facing a significant trial. We must respond to a series of recent events in the capital. Isn't all this chaos the result of Zhuang Chen's doing? He created this mess, let him clean it up, and why involve the family?" Vincent interjected sharply, glaring at Zhuang Chen. As a scion of Prickly Ash, mingling with a band of thugs and instigating panic among the populace of the outer city, what purpose does he serve remaining in the capital? The more Vincent spoke, the more fervent he became. Rising to his feet, he pointed at Zhuang Chen, addressing Duke Norton. "Father, I suggest we send him to the south at once, let him cause his ruckus there. His actions are tarnishing Prickly Ash's reputation, and he still has the audacity to seek your assistance." Duke Norton rarely laughed, but this time he chuckled. "Oh? Is that so, Zhuang Chen? Is what Vincent says true? What is the situation in the outer city?" Zhuang Chen, amused, found no need to rise, for Norton's rhetorical question provided him with an opportunity to clarify. "Everything I have done in the outer city is aimed at establishing a more stable and prosperous environment for the capital. Thus, I have entered into a collaboration with Archbishop Raymond." Vincent turned to Zhuang Chen, ready to counter his claims. "Aiming for a more stable capital has resulted in rampant gang warfare throughout the outer city, with the Holy Church's knights even being mobilized to quell the violence, and you still have the audacity to make such statements." Zhuang Chen's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze on Vincent. "I do not appreciate being interrupted, Vincent." Vincent met his gaze, undeterred by Zhuang Chen's menace. "Your preferences are of no concern to me." Duke Norton did not intervene in the dispute but instead turned his attention to Robert. Robert immediately stood up. "Vincent, sit down, it is not your turn to speak." Vincent shot Zhuang Chen a defiant look before resuming his seat as Zhuang Chen continued. "My plan with Archbishop Raymond is to create a new parish community, unifying the chaotic gangs under a single management, gradually de-escalating violence and establishing regulations. To this end, I submitted a proposal for a property management company to Archbishop Raymond." Duke Norton was aware of all Zhuang Chen's actions, yet he still inquired, "Briefly explain." Zhuang Chen succinctly outlined the property management company's project and added, "Once the property management company operates in a regulated manner, it will not only significantly increase tax revenues but also enhance the living conditions for merchants and citizens, thereby improving business opportunities." Having discussed the property management company, Zhuang Chen returned to his previous topic. "The premise of the property management model requires the unification of the chaotic situation in the outer city. I have made preliminary progress in integrating the Eastern District, yet this has inevitably encroached upon the interests of certain individuals." Duke Norton smiled amiably. "Which individuals specifically?" Vincent glared at Zhuang Chen, recognizing that he had not merely offended a few but had effectively clashed with the interests of the entire noble class of the capital. Had he not been a scion of Prickly Ash, he would have perished long ago. The property management project would herald a transformation, and such upheaval would inevitably affect the interests of many. Zhuang Chen did not directly answer the question, skillfully sidestepping it. "These conflicts were initially anticipated by Archbishop Raymond and me, yet I never imagined that certain individuals would exploit this transformation to undermine the foundation of Prickly Ash and destabilize the southern territories. My dear father, they seek to incite chaos in the south, potentially even a civil war among the nobles. I believe it imperative that we cleanse these hidden rats lurking in the shadows." Zhuang Chen had fully entered his element, continuing without pause. "The development of the South has stagnated for far too long due to the demonic turmoil. We must alter the current state of affairs and align ourselves with the march of the new era. All enemies obstructing the path of this transformative storm must be met with decisive force." Vincent grew increasingly uneasy.
It was clear his two subordinates had been captured, yet somehow this had escalated to involve Prickly Ash, the Southern Territories, and even the notion of a new era. How could this man be so adept at manipulation? His father was no fool. How could he possibly heed Zhuang Chen's counsel? Duke Norton glanced at the clock on the wall. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening. Rising, he approached the magical disc on his desk, which illuminated with a glow as a towering phantom quickly took shape.
Norton, what is the matter? The brilliant knight responded, then turned to the three brothers of Prickly Ash in the study. What has transpired? Duke Norton stated, I require the White Blade Knights to depart immediately for the new Prickly Ash stronghold and be on standby. Can they arrive by tomorrow morning?
The brilliant knight, though bewildered, swiftly accepted the command. I shall do as you wish.
I disagree, Vincent exclaimed, standing up in agitation.
Chapter 60. Here lies the Southern Realm. Vincent's descent plunged the study into a momentary stillness. Johnson reclined against the back of his chair, casting a sidelong glance at the agitated Vincent, his expression tinged with a patronizing concern typically reserved for the simple-minded. It was fortunate that Duke Norton was present, otherwise, Vincent's outburst might have provoked Johnson's ire, sending him flying from the room, akin to a Mazda rolling out of the study. Robert maintained a semblance of calm, though disappointment flickered across his features. Their father had made his stance clear, yet this brother remained obstinately unyielding. As Vincent found himself ignored for an extended period, his face flushed with indignation. A tempest of dissatisfaction brewed within him. Why should Johnson be the recipient of such favoritism? He had yet to settle the score regarding his own affliction, and now, merely because a few of Johnson's subordinates had faltered, he could rattle the entire order of the Blade Knights. How could this be justified? The royal envoy would soon arrive in the capital. At such a pivotal moment, mobilizing the Blade Knights was reckless. Father, have you not considered how the envoy might perceive this? Through clenched teeth, Vincent cast a furtive glance at Johnson and continued, the chaos in the capital is entirely of Johnson's making. He has offended the nobility of the Southern Realm, leaving him without a foothold here. Why do you still choose to protect him, Father? If we simply surrender Johnson, we can quell the noble's fury, and I shall personally negotiate with the envoy. I firmly believe that if he perceives our sincerity, he will refrain from making further remarks upon his return to the royal capital. Duke Norton turned, his gaze as sharp as a blade, an almost imperceptible aura emanating from him. Vincent recoiled, feeling as though his father's presence was an immovable mountain. Under Norton's penetrating gaze, Vincent's body trembled slightly, his complexion paling, beads of perspiration forming upon his brow. My son, do you still fail to grasp my meaning? Norton's voice was deep and resonant, his focus unwaveringly fixed upon Vincent. The royal envoy, what significance does he hold? He raised a finger, pointing at the noble crest adorning the wall, a blooming purple thornflower. Look closely and understand what the family crest represents. Vincent lowered his head, biting his lip, consumed by rage and personal grievances, utterly oblivious to Norton's intent. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Norton declared, even King Cullias VI must bow before me. Vincent, this is the Southern Realm, once known as the Duchy of Thorn. Everything here is not a gift from the Cullia royal family. It has been carved from blood and tears by the Thorn family. I am truly disappointed in you. Norton had extended an opportunity to Vincent. His presence was not necessary that evening, but he had chosen to invite him. This was a chance. Throughout their conversation, Norton had offered him yet another chance. When Norton had made his position clear, calling upon the Radiant Knights to mobilize the Blade Knights, it was Vincent's final opportunity. All he needed to do was remain silent, to observe quietly and patiently. Yet, Vincent persisted in his opposition. Father, I am Vincent in distress, he stammered, his gaze darting, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. With a sigh, Norton turned away, hands clasped behind his back. Edward, Vincent is fatigued, please escort him back to rest. Edward nodded, approaching Vincent without regard for his willingness to leave, and firmly took him by the arm. Robert felt a twinge of relief that he had managed to maintain his composure during this turbulent period, prioritizing the family's greater good. Otherwise, it might have been he who disappointed their father. Duke Norton murmured to himself, there is a saying on the continent, the eldest son is mature and steady, while the youngest is reckless. Johnson, your actions have been far too hasty during this time. Johnson remained silent, attentively listening. Norton admonished, one must not act in haste, either proceed cautiously or decisively. You have succeeded in neither. Johnson humbly acknowledged, your wisdom is appreciated, father. Norton raised his gaze to the silvery moon outside. I am growing old. I cannot shelter you for much longer. This will be my final request for you to tidy up the mess. As time pressed on, he turned to them, you two, come with me for a stroll. In unison, they rose as he pivoted. Guy-een. Before they could comprehend the significance of the name, the space within the study distorted momentarily, and a shadowy figure materialized, kneeling before Duke Norton. I am here. Johnson failed to recognize the figure, unaware that it was the shadow assassin who had detained Arkham that day.
"Take us to the Holy Church." "Yes." Gawain stood, and a dark veil enveloped the three of them.
In an instant, they found themselves before the gates of the Holy Church. The church was protected by barriers, serving as the principal cathedral of the southern realm, under the watchful eyes of the divine. Due to Gawain's unique circumstances, he could not enter the gaze of the divine and could only escort them to the entrance. Norton, hands clasped behind him, stepped forward toward the imposing closed gates of the Holy Church. As if yielding to his presence, the gates swung open, allowing him passage as everything instinctively parted before him. Johnson and Robert exchanged silent glances. Following closely behind, Norton led them through the cathedral, encountering no priests or clergy. The church was eerily silent. They traversed the grand cathedral and a smaller chapel before finally halting before the residence of the clergy.
"Bring him out."
Norton spoke with an air of authority, merely issuing a command. The grand doors of the building burst open, and a figure tumbled out in disarray, their heads striking the ground and leaving a long trace upon the grass. Bishop Charlie scrambled to his feet, panic etched across his face, as he turned to shout at the building behind him, "Raymond!
My master will not spare you."
Norton observed patiently, awaiting the unfolding. After Charlie's outburst, he turned back to face Norton, his complexion pale and trembling. "Duke Norton, I kneel."
Norton's voice was akin to a decree.
The moment the words left his lips, Charlie's legs buckled, forcing him to kneel involuntarily. In disbelief, Charlie gazed at Norton. "How can this be? This is the Holy Church." Norton slowly raised his hand, and at that gesture, Charlie's pupils dilated, as if he had glimpsed something that instilled profound terror, as though time itself had frozen, rendering him immobile, unable even to tremble. Suddenly, the figure of Archbishop Raymond appeared before Charlie, shielding him from the invisible pressure emanating from Norton. Only then did Charlie regain control of his body, yet he remained paralyzed with fear. "Norton, he is from the sanctum." "You cannot kill him," Raymond urged. Norton's raised hand fell, and Charlie collapsed as well, his pupils turning white, consciousness fading as if he had succumbed to death. Johnson, taken aback, struggled to comprehend the overwhelming display of power. How formidable must the lord of the abyssal demons be to inflict such severe injury upon his father and the Radiant Knights? Norton regarded Raymond with calm composure, responding, "This is the southern realm."
Chapter 61.
"First take care of yourself." Archbishop Raymond gazed at the imperious Norton, sighed deeply, and, without uttering another word, turned and vanished into thin air. Norton, showing no inclination to linger, departed the Holy Church with Robert and Zhuang Chen. The moment he stepped beyond the church's grand entrance, Norton's hair turned instantly gray, and his visage aged at a visible pace, seemingly adding a decade to his years in the blink of an eye. Even his once stalwart frame began to stoop slightly, prompting Robert and Zhuang Chen to rush forward to offer their support.
"Father, what has happened to you?" Zhuang Chen's concern was palpable, fearing for his father's well-being, urging him to hold strong.
"Old Deng, you must pull yourself together." Norton waved a hand, attempting to speak, but a surge of black blood surged into his throat, forcing him into a violent cough. Yet, he refrained from expelling the vile substance, resolutely swallowing it back. His voice lacked its former strength, resembling that of an aged candle flickering in the wind. Gawain lifted the dark veil, guiding the three through the shadows back to the study. Norton slowly eased himself into a chair, his posture no longer upright, as if he were utterly drained, slumped in his seat. He looked at his two anxious sons and managed to force a grimace that was painfully unappealing. "I had intended to impart the lesson that strength begets all, yet here I find myself in a predicament." Tears welled in Robert's eyes. "Father, please rest.
Do not speak any further."
Duke Norton retorted with irritation, "It is merely an old injury resurfacing. I am not on the verge of death." He was interrupted by another bout of coughing, and despite his palm pressed against his mouth, a torrent of black blood oozed through his fingers, its stench foul and reminiscent of some accursed filth. Robert hurriedly stepped forward, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket, desperate to assist his stubborn father in wiping away the spillage. Norton pushed him away, saying, "It is late, you both should return to rest." Zhuang Chen, observing the toll age had taken on Norton, found himself at a loss for words. Norton turned his gaze toward Zhuang Chen, stating, "Your two subordinates will return safely tomorrow, you need not fret." Zhuang Chen glared at Norton, gritting his teeth. "What do I care for them? First, take care of yourself, you old fool."
"Zhuang Chen!
How dare you speak to your father in such a manner?" Robert exclaimed, anger flaring as he stepped forward, ready to confront him. Norton shook his head. "Enough, you both should go. I am weary and require rest." In silence, Zhuang Chen turned and departed, while Robert glanced back repeatedly, torn between staying and being forcefully ushered out of the study by Norton. With a resounding thud, the study door closed behind them, leaving the two outside. Bewildered, Butler Edward approached leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing Edward, Robert felt a flicker of hope and hurried to greet him.
Mr.
Edward, father, the Duke is asleep, Edward interjected, raising a finger to his lips, signaling Robert to lower his voice. You both should return, I can handle matters here. After dismissing Robert and Zhuang Chen, Edward slowly pushed open the study door. Duke Norton sat upright, a book in hand, entirely shedding the frail image he had projected before his sons. Aside from his gray hair, his face bore deep-set wrinkles, yet his presence and demeanor remained unchanged, an unyielding mountain in the southern realm. Edward closed the door firmly, beginning to admonish Norton, at your age, still trying to impress the younger generation, how embarrassing. Norton ignored him, engrossed in his book. Edward stepped closer, scrutinizing the pages, clucking his tongue.
Could you not have dealt with your adversary outside the Holy Church? Is it truly enjoyable to withstand the gaze of the divine?
Norton continued to leaf through the book, seemingly deaf to Edward's remarks. Edward shook his head. Very well, I shall seek out Mose for a discussion.
For what purpose? Come back.
Norton exclaimed, abruptly tossing aside his book and calling out. Edward replied coolly, Duke, you are no longer the man you once were. Should you attempt to strike now, even Mose may find it challenging to stabilize your fractured soul.
I can still take action, Edward asserted, meeting Norton's gaze. I am not yet so old that I cannot eliminate a mere bishop.
I understand, Norton sighed, but this time, the task must fall to me. I must demonstrate that I am not yet finished.
But you hasten your demise. Let Mose come and assess your condition, Edward suggested.
It would be futile, the seal has failed, Norton conceded, abandoning the notion. Mose's understanding of soulcraft was ultimately too superficial. Edward felt a sense of resignation. The current generation in the southern realm was somewhat disconnected. Aside from Arkham, no one stood ready to bear the mantle. Zhuang Chen displayed some potential after his awakening, yet it had come too late. Even Edward could not guarantee witnessing Zhuang Chen's rise. Our generation is indeed a mere shadow of what it once was, Edward lamented. Years ago, Norton had assembled an adventurers' band, akin to any common band of adventurers, comprising knights, mages, and clerics. In the blink of an eye, decades had passed, the rogue Guyan had been assimilated by the Shadow Realm, reduced to a mere vestige of awareness, his soul anchored only by Mose's constructed nexus points. As a knight, he had endured significant internal injuries, yet fortunately, he had escaped any soul wounds. Regrettably, he had aged. Mose alone was the fortunate one, having merely had a fragment of his soul severed during his studies of spatial magic, emerging strangely altered but otherwise unscathed. Yet, the most unfortunate was Norton, the main tank of their party, enduring the harshest blows and bearing the gravest wounds. And nonetheless, Norton was arguably the most gifted among the bloodline of the Purple Thorn, having persevered against the curse of his lineage to attain the rank of Grand Knight, even brushing against the forces of law. Had it not been for that curse, he might have lived as carefree as the Duke of the Northern Realm, a demigod among men, unbound by the opinions of others. Norton, however, wished not to dwell on the past, declaring, the glories of yesteryear are but memories, it is best to focus on the present.
What do you intend to do?
Edward inquired, his gaze fixed upon the mural adorning the wall, despite having observed it for over a decade.
I have done all that I must. Now it is in their hands, I can no longer leave this study, Norton replied. And how shall we handle Vincent?
Let him be sent south, grant him Starry Moon Bay. With his capabilities, he would only be exploited in the capital. Norton's greatest concern lay with his son Vincent, for among all his offspring, this second son was the most easily swayed, susceptible to the words of anyone. While Vincent tended to evade confrontation, he was clever enough to safeguard himself, ready to abandon everything should danger arise. Chapter 62 The Silverblade Knights. With the silver moon hanging high in the sky, 2,000 Silverblade Knights hastened towards the capital. Under the moonlight, their silver armor shimmered with a ghostly blue glow, resembling the stars scattered across the night sky. Both mysterious and majestic, their speed was remarkable, riding upon warhorses specially bred. These steeds were robust, their bodies adorned with interwoven crimson scales, and their manes flickered like flames, capable of changing in response to their surroundings. The Thorn warhorses possessed extraordinary speed and endurance, even able to traverse mountains and marshes in a short span of time, while their scales provided commendable protection. The sole drawback was their exorbitant cost, requiring a diet of specific magical or known as Dragonstone. The Dragonstone from the south was sourced from the Dragon's Fall mine, located adjacent to the current encampment of the Silver Blade Knights. It was said that a red dragon once fell there, its blood staining the iron veins beneath the earth, and its dying wrath tainted all living beings in the vicinity. The iron veins of the Dragon's Fall were twisted by the dragon's blood and fury, forming a crimson or known as Fury Iron, which could be refined in an alchemical furnace to yield Dragonstone. Initially, the Thorn warhorses were but ordinary steeds of the south, but after being transformed by the Dragon's Fall, they gradually evolved into the first generation of Dragonkin horses. The original Dragonkin horses were wild and fiercely aggressive, making them difficult to tame, and they remained in a constant state of estrus, which lasted long and complicated breeding efforts. The Silverblade Knights devoted a century to the taming and breeding of these horses, and now, the estrus period for the Thorn Warhorses has been reduced to once a month. Consequently, the Silverblade Knights instituted a new regulation. Only male knights may join their ranks upon the walls of the new city. The guard had yet to reach the change of shift, and fatigue washed over each soldier like a tide. Drowsy and weary, they seemed to drift into a hazy dreamscape. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble faintly, as if shaken by an invisible force. The soldiers jolted awake, scrambling to their feet in a panic, stumbling towards the walls to investigate. As their gazes pierced through the dimness of the night, they beheld a massive cavalry contingent glimmering with silver light. Their hearts seemingly frozen in an instant, the cavalry approached like an unstoppable flood, surging towards the city walls. At the forefront of the formation, a lone knight emerged, his imposing figure silhouetted against the moonlight, golden hair billowing wildly in the wind, his breastplate engraved with a majestic lion's head. He raised his longsword high, its tip directed towards the city gates, and with a voice resonant and authoritative, commanded, "Open the gates." The guard, suddenly roused from their slumber, heard the officer shout, "Lord Radiant Knight! It is Lord Radiant Knight returning. What are you standing around for? Open the gates at once." With a resounding boom, the gates creaked open, and the golden-haired knight once again raised his sword, producing a melodious ring as the cavalry swiftly reformed into a long line, marching in orderly fashion into the city. Leading the procession was not the Radiant Knight himself, but rather Roland Albert, the captain of the first squad of the Silverblade Knights. The Radiant Knight remained in the central area of the formation. Since sustaining an injury, it had been deemed unwise for him to lead the charge, and he was instead positioned to command from the rear. Upon entering New City, the Silverblade Knights proceeded directly to their encampment, standing by for further orders. The news of the Silverblade Knights' return struck the city of Ziji like a thunderous bombshell, sending ripples of shock throughout. The nobles, still lost in slumber, were awakened by the hurried footsteps of their stewards and the tremors of urgency. Their initial ire, poised to erupt, was extinguished like a candle flickering in a cold breeze upon hearing the news. A number of them had attended Count Toronto's banquet the previous night and had only just collapsed into exhausted sleep. They lay scattered throughout the estate, some in luxurious guest rooms, others in tranquil courtyards, and some even sprawled across the spacious hall. The Count dispatched servants to rouse them. As these nobles stirred from their slumber, the announcement of the Silverblade Knight's entrance rendered their faces ashen, a mixture of shock and panic flickering in their eyes. The last time the Silverblade Knights entered the city was during the triumphant ceremony a year prior. Before that, it was when the Duke of Ziji had slain his own brother, leading the knights through the capital en route to claiming his title. They were yet unaware of last night's tragedy involving Bishop Charlie, but they were acutely aware of the implications that the Silverblade Knight's return entailed. At that moment, even Zhang Chen remained in a deep slumber, lying in bed, until the sound of knocking at the door finally stirred him awake, prompting him to nudge Kelly beside him. "Hup, up," Kelly mumbled, her cat ears drooping in confusion. Zhang Chen stifled a yawn. Having developed a light sleep habit in his past life, he was easily roused by the slightest sound. After donning his trousers and casually throwing on a garment, he opened the door to find the long-missing Afu and Jason. "Boss, young Master Zhang," Afu exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. After being taken, he had been locked in a dungeon, contemplating escape all night, only to be returned inexplicably. Upon his return, he noticed another carriage parked at the Duke's gate, from which Jason emerged. The two exchanged glances and decided to report to Zhang Chen immediately. Zhang Chen grumbled, "It's still dark outside. What's all this noise so early for?" Afu chuckled awkwardly, momentarily lost for words. Zhang Chen scratched his head, smoothing his tousled hair while asking, "Who captured you?" Both Afu and Jason shook their heads, explaining that their captor possessed formidable strength, rendering them unconscious almost instantly. They had awakened to find themselves imprisoned, with no interrogations occurring during the night. Before being sent back, they initially thought Zhang Chen had some powerful connections that allowed them to be returned unharmed overnight, feeling grateful in the process. Zhang Chen yawned again, still feeling groggy, and waved dismissively, saying, "It doesn't matter, just wait downstairs, I'll wash my face first." After freshening up, Zhang Chen felt much more alert and lit a cigar to invigorate himself before heading downstairs to join Afu and Jason. "I should have warned you two to be cautious recently, that was my oversight." Although Zhang Chen had anticipated trouble befalling Afu and Jason, his pride had prevented him from issuing a warning, and seeing them return now evoked a tinge of guilt. Jason quickly rose, asserting, "Boss, it was my oversight for not considering the recent changes in the situation. I was a bit too carefree. The fault lies with me, not you." Afu glanced at Jason, as if to say, "Why are you stealing my lines?" He prepared to offer a different excuse, but Zhang Chen lacked the patience to listen further and interjected, "Since you're both back, I have something to discuss. From today onward, I will be collaborating with Robert. Most of the operations and plans will be entrusted to him, while your primary task for now is to help me gather a group of capable individuals." At that moment, Gus burst in, excitement evident on his face. Young Master Zhang, Lord Radiant has returned, I can sense his presence. Chapter 63 Sincerity. So soon, Zhuangchen was momentarily taken aback, as he possessed no clear conception of the marching speed of the knights in this world. He had anticipated that news would not arrive until at least the morning, yet at this moment, the sky outside was merely beginning to brighten, still shrouded in a hint of grey. Gus appeared somewhat restless, his gaze frequently drifting towards the window, as if he were awaiting something. After a brief hesitation, he could no longer contain himself and spoke, Young Master Zhuang, I wish to see the Radiant Knight.
The Radiant Knight?
Zhuangchen raised an eyebrow slightly, and both Afu and Jason were instantly captivated by the topic, their eyes shimmering with anticipation and excitement as they looked towards Zhuangchen, seemingly eager to meet the legendary knight. In the southern lands, while people may not always be well versed in the identities of the nobility, mention of the Radiant Knight evokes recognition and reverence from all. Even those who dwell in the shadows of the underworld carry within them a profound admiration for the Radiant Knight. Though they had long been ensnared in the mire of gang life, deep down, they preserved a fragment of that innocent dream. They once aspired to become heroes akin to the Radiant Knight, draped in glory, safeguarding the tranquility of their homeland. As age and experience accumulated, those childhood heroes had long fallen into slumber, yet now, with the resurgence of heroic brilliance, the echoes of past aspirations seemed to awaken once more. Zhuangchen pondered for a moment and replied, Go ahead, they should be at the new city encampment. Without delay, Gus turned and dashed out of the hall, eager to make his way to the new city.
Jason looked at Zhuangchen with a pitiful expression. Boss, what are our plans moving forward?
Afu, exhibiting a more mature demeanor, merely glanced outside, revealing a tinge of regret, which he quickly masked, restoring his calm composure. Zhuangchen intended to await Norton's orders. He had not mentioned today's operations the previous night, and due to Vincent's interference, he had been unable to fully convey his thoughts and plans to Norton.
Never mind, let us go take a look as well. His current primary occupation was that of a blade knight, and he wished to witness the prowess of the Radiant Knight, the pinnacle of his profession. Last night, he had only seen the magical projection of the Radiant Knight in the study, and his initial impression was that aside from being somewhat taller and more robust, there was nothing particularly extraordinary about him. Boss, I'll go prepare the carriage for you. I'll fetch the carriage, both Jason and Afu declared simultaneously, their excitement now impossible to contain. As the carriage exited the Duke's residence and headed towards the new city, they encountered two familiar figures around the corner. Black Wolf Juan and his deputy Walter rode in at breakneck speed. Their garments were splattered with conspicuous blood, as if they had just returned from a gruesome battlefield. The heavy scent of blood wafted through the air, chilling to the bone. Young Master Zhuang. Juan immediately recognized Zhuangchen's carriage and, without hesitation, leapt from his horse, racing towards the vehicle. Jason, temporarily acting as the coachman, quickly pulled on the reins, bringing the carriage to a gradual halt. Zhuangchen gracefully disembarked, his gaze settling upon the blood-soaked Juan. He scrutinized Juan closely, noting the multitude of wounds adorning his body, some congealed into dark clots, while others continued to ooze crimson. Juan, what on earth happened? Zhuangchen inquired.
Juan grinned. Last night, I sought to demonstrate my sincerity towards you. Now, numerous heads adorn the lampposts outside the city, and after today, your voice shall echo alone in the outer city.
Zhuangchen pondered for a moment and asked, You killed all those people?
Walter also dismounted, covering his wound as he approached Juan to elaborate. The individuals you summoned for the meeting, those who failed to attend, and those who took advantage of the chaos under your and the Archbishop's name, we dealt with them all.
Zhuangchen further questioned, All of them? What about the Crocodile Gang?
Juan's smile faltered, and his expression turned slightly awkward. Except for the Crocodile Gang, their members were at Count Harvey's estate last night.
That is of no concern.
I see your sincerity. Zhuangchen extended his hand, and Juan hesitated for a moment before extending his own to shake Zhuangchen's hand. A pleasure to cooperate. You may call me Zhuangchen from now on. I assure you, I will accord you the respect you deserve, and that respect shall not disappoint you, Zhuangchen said with a smile. Juan could not help but chuckle. A pleasure to cooperate, Zhuangchen. Walter leaned in closer, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. I've arranged for the heads of those leaders to be sent to the Bloodthirsty Tavern.
Shall we go take a look?
Zhuangchen was not a sadistic individual, he merely enjoyed hanging people from lampposts as a display, but he certainly did not relish the sight of bloodied severed heads. He shot Walter a glance and calmly admonished him. They were at least local leaders. In such matters, do your best to leave them with intact corpses. There is no need for such bloody cruelty. Juan grinned widely, revealing a row of pristine white teeth, responding playfully, Understood, Zhuangchen.
We'll be more mindful next time.
Returning to the matter at hand, he inquired, You all set out so early, where are you headed? The news of the Blade Knight Order entering the city had yet to circulate widely, only swiftly exchanged among the nobility.
Last night, Juan led the entire Black Wolf gang in their endeavors, and his men had dispersed after a night of killing, remaining oblivious to developments in the new city.
After completing their grim tasks, they had sought refuge in a safe house, with only Juan and Walter making their way to the inner city. Zhuang Chen recognized Juan as a capable individual and, after a moment's consideration, said, "I come back to my estate to tend to your wounds, and perhaps take a shower and change clothes.
I will take you to meet someone."
Juan nodded gently, not asking further questions. Walter, however, could not contain his curiosity and cautiously inquired, "May I ask, which important figure are we to meet?" Juan shot him a glare, signaling him to hold his tongue. Walter, feeling the weight of that piercing gaze, immediately shrank back, refraining from further speech.
"We are to meet the Radiant Knight. The Blade Knight Order has entered the city."
Juan was momentarily taken aback, and then the burden that had weighed heavily on his heart was suddenly lifted.
Last night, his decision had been a gamble with the fate of the entire Black Wolf gang at stake, and Zhuang Chen was indeed in a perilous situation. Juan had even foreseen that the days ahead would be fraught with hardship. Yet, the Radiant Knight had arrived with the Blade Knight Order. Even Walter grasped the significance of this. Juan had made the right bet. The Black Wolf gang was truly on the verge of rising. "Let us quickly wash up and change our clothes. Come on, let us go." He eagerly mounted his horse, urging Juan onward. Chapter 64. Roland Zhuang Chen, accompanied by Juan and others, donned the uniforms of the Blackwater Company and made their way to the knight's residence in the new city, only to be halted immediately. A whole squadron of knights guarded the entrance, and despite the sight of the purple thorn insignia on Zhuang Chen's carriage, the captain of the knights remained resolute and refused to grant passage. Without the duke's official decree, no one was permitted to approach the residence. The captain's words were firm and impassive, forming an iron barrier that kept Zhuang Chen and his companions at bay. Zhuang Chen had ventured out with his subordinates to broaden their horizons, and he could not return to fetch the decree over such a trifling matter. With a slight smile, he attempted to ease the tension. "I am Zhuang Chen of the Purple Thorn. Might I request that you notify someone? I wish to speak with the Radiant Knight." The captain scrutinized Zhuang Chen with piercing eyes before silently turning away. However, shortly thereafter, he returned in haste, commanding with authority, "Let them pass." The sentinels immediately sprang into action, swiftly clearing a path for Zhuang Chen. The captain strode ahead, leading Zhuang Chen to the tallest edifice of the residence. He halted before the entrance, standing in silence, akin to a concealed master biding his time for the next move. "So, you choose silence to feign mastery," Zhuang Chen mused internally. Just as he was about to enter, the silhouette of the Radiant Knight emerged like a tempest from within, and Zhuang Chen's gaze involuntarily met his. An indescribable sense of oppression instantly shook his composure. In the presence of the Radiant Knight, Zhuang Chen always felt an inexplicable unease. The knight appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet an intangible aura of authority surrounded him, impossible to overlook. Whenever Zhuang Chen's eyes fell upon him, he would succumb to a peculiar illusion, envisioning a resplendent giant seated upon a golden throne, surveying the world with disdain. As Zhuang Chen surveyed the scene, he felt as if a gigantic figure seated upon a golden toilet was scrutinizing him. The Radiant Knight came to a halt, his gaze scrutinizing Zhuang Chen intently. Suddenly, he extended his hand, firmly squeezing Zhuang Chen's shoulder, his tone laced with surprise. Second tier?" Zhuang Chen emerged from his reverie and nodded slightly. "Yes, I have reached the second tier." The Radiant Knight raised an eyebrow, continuing to inquire, "What combat techniques have you mastered?" Zhuang Chen replied, "The Heart of Warning, the Oath of the Blade." The Radiant Knight furrowed his brow and remarked, "During the night's deployment, you are to report to Roland here every morning. Mastering only 2 combat techniques at the second tier, how did Arkham instruct you?" Just as Zhuang Chen was about to explain that he had only awakened a few days prior and that his advancement had been exceptionally rapid, the Radiant Knight decisively issued a new command, "Burning, from this moment forth, you shall take him to meet Roland." The stoic Burning, who had been silent at the entrance, nodded and immediately stepped forward to lead the way. The Radiant Knight's gaze shifted to the group accompanying Zhuang Chen, momentarily lingering on Juan, as if attempting to pierce through his very soul. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and authoritative, "You are the Black Wolf, Juan?" Juan's heart raced, and he dared not meet the Radiant Knight's gaze. Bowing his head, his voice trembled slightly. "Yes, my lord, it is a great honor to stand before you." The Radiant Knight's eyes seemed capable of discerning one's innermost thoughts. Even with Juan's head lowered, he could feel those hawk-like eyes scanning him. His heart raced, and he did not dare to slacken. Walter, who had been clamoring to meet the Radiant Knight, wished to shrink into the crowd, fearful of attracting the knight's attention. Among those present, only Athu remained unfazed, not due to a lack of fear of the Radiant Knight, but rather because he had previously encountered Edward, a knight of the same caliber, and had received a thorough reprimanding. "I have heard of your actions. Now you are working alongside Zhuang Chen?" Juan quickly replied, "Yes, Master Zhuang Chen has enlightened me."
Words are unnecessary, I have always been magnanimous towards those who genuinely seek redemption. The radiant knight waved his hand, interrupting Juan's expressions of gratitude, and commanded, "You may wander about here at your leisure." With that, he turned and strode toward the training grounds. At training ground number 3, Zhuang Chen encountered Roland, the Lion Knight, whom he had only seen once or twice in his memories. Roland's wild golden hair reminded Zhuang Chen of a character from the game Monster Hunter World, and he wondered if this Roland would unleash a laser like the Golden Lion. "Zhuang Chen, proceed to the platform on the left." Upon hearing the orders relayed by Captain Burning, Roland wasted no time on pleasantries and issued his command directly. His voice boomed, rivaling that of the dwarf Zhuang Chen had encountered previously. Though Zhuang Chen felt a slight aversion to such an authoritative tone, he refrained from voicing his objections and silently moved to the left platform. This platform was spacious and level, resembling a vast circular arena, yet devoid of any railings or protective barriers. Roland strode forward, facing Zhuang Chen directly. He gently unfastened the sword belt at his waist, the blade carving an elegant arc through the air before landing firmly in Zhuang Chen's grasp. "You are a second-tier knight, correct? Now, unleash your full strength upon me without reservation. I will limit my own power to the second tier, and we shall engage in a fair battle." Roland's voice bore an undeniable command. Zhuang Chen nodded, gripping the sword hilt, inhaling deeply as a faint white radiance began to envelop his form. He positioned the sword horizontally across his chest, conjuring a brilliant orb of white light in his left hand, which he gently brushed against the blade. Instantly, the knight's sword was enveloped in a dazzling white glow, akin to a blade ablaze with white flames. "When in doubt, cast a spell." Roland crossed his arms, his expression unchanged as he fixed his gaze upon Zhuang Chen. Zhuang Chen took a deep breath and attempted to swing his sword toward Roland. The tip of the sword sliced through the air, emitting a chilling gleam. However, before it could reach Roland, an indescribable force erupted within his abdomen. Bang! Everything transpired too swiftly. Zhuang Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his body was swept backward as if caught in a tempest. He struggled to regain control, but the force was overpowering, rendering him helpless against its might. The surrounding knights sprang into action, rushing over to assist him, as if this were a commonplace occurrence, swiftly lifting him back onto the platform. Roland maintained his stance, his gaze coldly fixed on Zhuang Chen, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. "A waste is always a waste. Even if awakened, it changes nothing. You are not even worthy of consideration for the candidate list of the Blade Knights." Zhuang Chen's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly steadied his breath and rose once more. A curtain of darkness materialized from thin air, akin to the onset of night, rushing toward Roland with a howl. The derision on Roland's face intensified. He waved his hand, attempting to disperse the dark veil with sheer force. However, the moment his hand made contact, he was abruptly yanked into the shadows by an overwhelming gravitational pull. Unprepared, Roland tumbled into the realm of shadows, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Chapter 65 Raiding the Homes. We must raid ruthlessly. Roland suppressed his capabilities. With his second-tier strength, he was utterly incapable of dispersing the shadow curtain cast by Zhuang Chen. He deliberately restrained his power, and indeed, with his second-tier abilities, it was exceedingly difficult to shake the unassailable shadow curtain of Zhuang Chen. Roland's taut nerves eased slightly as a cold smile crept upon his lips. "It seems that Arkham has indeed imparted a few tricks to you. Unfortunately, those petty antics are fit only for catching rats in the sewers." Zhuang Chen remained unfazed, his expression impassive as he swiftly darted towards Roland, dismissing the provocation with disdain. As he drew near, Zhuang Chen felt a gust of fierce wind rush towards him. His reflexes, enhanced within the realm of shadows, seemed to alert him to the impending danger from all directions. Bolstered by the shadows, Zhuang Chen's form moved with the agility of a panther, weaving swiftly through Roland's tempestuous onslaught. Roland's strikes resembled an invisible storm, tearing through the very air surrounding them. Each of his punches carried the weight of thunder, eliciting a twinge of trepidation in Zhuang Chen, despite Roland wielding no weapon and even utilizing the blade breathing technique at its most rudimentary level. The sheer power of his physical form was astonishing. A tremendous pressure enveloped Zhuang Chen, as if an invisible mountain bore down upon his chest, rendering him breathless. The knight's sword in his hand felt akin to scrap metal, utterly ineffective. "Your swordsmanship is abysmal. Wielding that blade is an affront to the honor of the knightly order," Roland scoffed, suddenly channeling his strength to deliver a kick at Zhuang Chen's weapon-holding hand. Rather than retreating, Zhuang Chen pressed forward, absorbing the force of Roland's kick, which caused him to stagger slightly. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly reoriented his grip on the sword, a surge of white light emanating from the blade as it pierced through the gloom of the shadow realm like the first light of dawn. Roland narrowed his eyes in surprise. He had not anticipated such a counterattack from Zhuang Chen. In an instant, he grasped the incoming sword blade, the chill against his palm catching him off guard. He glanced at Zhuang Chen, a smirk playing on his lips. "Well, you possess some courage, but it appears you lack wit," he taunted. As Roland's grip on the sword radiated a sphere of white light, he firmly constrained Zhuang Chen. Just as he intended to deliver a kick to send Zhuangchen sprawling, he suddenly felt an icy chill emanating from behind him. The sound of the shadow side erupted with a thunderous roar. White light flickered around Roland, his momentum surging like a tidal wave. The explosive energy tore through Zhuangchen's shadow curtain, thrusting him back into the material world. Zhuangchen was propelled backwards by this force, stumbling as he gripped his sword tightly, the tip embedded into the ground to steady himself against the onslaught. Taking several deep breaths to regain his composure, Zhuangchen finally responded, "I comprehended this on my own, Roland. You have lost." The level of energy that Roland had unleashed was undoubtedly beyond that of a second-tier knight, which meant that, despite Roland suppressing his abilities to second-tier standards, he was incapable of blocking Zhuangchen's shadow scythe. Zhuangchen had gradually begun to develop his own understanding of shadow techniques, while within the shadow realm, his reflexes and physical capabilities were significantly enhanced, and the damage inflicted by the shadow scythe was immense, though it placed a considerable burden on his mind. It seemed capable of overcoming ranks. If even Roland could not withstand it, then no ordinary knight could possibly hope to. Roland's demeanor softened somewhat, clearly less grave than before. "Indeed, I have lost. In true combat, life and death hinge upon a fleeting moment. You are quite commendable, Zhuangchen." Roland acknowledged his defeat, prompting a flurry of discussion among the knights present. Roland, typically one of their primary instructors, had never lost. Even during his previous clash with Arkham, he had forcibly torn through Arkham's shadow curtain, momentarily severing Arkham's connection to the shadow realm, leaving him bedridden for over half a month. The illustrious knight strode forth with the grace of a meteor, silencing the previously raucous chatter in an instant. The onlooking knights quietly dispersed, returning to their respective training posts. "Captain." Upon spotting the illustrious knight, Roland immediately saluted. The illustrious knight raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Roland, you could not even handle a mere knight who has mastered only 2 combat techniques." Roland knelt on one knee. "Please, Captain, punish me." Zhuangchen silently observed this exchange, finding Roland to be quite intriguing. Though his words could be abrasive, his straightforward nature was commendable. Right or wrong, he never concealed his thoughts. Fighting alongside such a person, one might rest assured of not being stabbed in the back. The illustrious knight waved his hand, bidding him to rise, and added, "It seems Zhuangchen possesses considerable talent. O Zhuangchen, you shall remain here at the encampment for a while." "Do not wander about," Zhuangchen replied. "I have my own matters to attend to." The illustrious knight, assuming a paternal tone, insisted, "Norton will handle your affairs. Your current task is to stay here and train diligently." Zhuangchen disagreed with the illustrious knight's view, retorting, "My father is my father, and I am my own person. I cannot forever grow beneath the wings of the purple thorn. Captain, I am grateful for your support, but my path must be forged by my own choices, not through the aid of others." "I hope so. For now, return. Your father seeks you for something. Remember to report here tomorrow," the illustrious knight concluded, refraining from further persuasion. He had developed a fondness for Zhuangchen, believing that if he could train with his knightly order for a time, he would undergo a transformation. However, each individual has their aspirations. He would not impose his own path upon others. "Thank you, Senior Roland, for your guidance today. Until tomorrow." Zhuangchen offered a farewell, returning the knight's sword and departing under the watchful gaze of the illustrious knight and Roland. It was only after he had fully exited their line of sight that Zhuangchen could not suppress a few sharp breaths, rubbing the areas that had been struck, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a series of bruises. "Damn, Roland, such a ruthless strike, is it?" "Just you wait." Zhuangchen gathered Juan and the others nearby and, upon returning to the Duke's residence, headed straight for the Purple Thorn Fortress. Robert was already present, appearing to have waited for quite some time. In the castle hall, there was no sign of Norton, only butler Edward standing by, awaiting Zhuangchen's entrance to take a seat. "The Duke requires a period of convalescence. He will not concern himself with subsequent matters," Edward informed, only speaking once Zhuangchen had settled. Robert, looking somewhat anxious, asked, "Is father all right?" Edward reassured him, "Do not worry, he will not perish just yet." Zhuangchen replied dryly, "That is truly comforting to hear." Edward continued, "For the time being, the affairs of the capital will be handled by you, Robert." "Very well, I will ensure the capital operates smoothly." Robert had anticipated this, having already shouldered considerable responsibilities for the Duke's residence. This time, authority had genuinely been delegated to him. "Zhuangchen, how do you plan to address the disturbances in the outer city?" Zhuangchen felt a dull ache at his wound and, reaching for a cigar, discovered that the box had been crushed. "Roland, I shall remember you." Unable to indulge in a cigar, he took a sip of tea from the table to ease the awkwardness and then stated, "We shall raid the homes. Compile a list for the knights to systematically carry out the raids." Zhuangchen remained steadfast in his lucrative scheme, believing that nothing could compare to the riches obtained from raiding homes. Edward cautioned, "The knightly order will not act independently, they will remain stationed in the new city for the time being. Do you grasp my meaning?" Zhuangchen nodded, "Understood, I shall lead my people to raid the homes." Robert furrowed his brow,
unable to contain himself. By what authority will you conduct these raids? What evidence do you possess? Zhuang Qin shrugged. Brother, do we really need a reason to raid homes in the Southern Territory? We are not a gang. Abandon your gang mentality. I cannot condone your line of thought. Robert believed Zhuang Qin's plan to be absurd, only serving to disrupt the order of the capital. Zhuang Qin countered, those foolish nobles dare to defecate upon us. What further justification do we need? I intend not only to raid homes but also to select a few fortunate nobles to hang from the lampposts. That is my decree. Chapter 66. The ingenious strategist Vincent and Robert currently exist as a temporary alliance, united against external threats. However, Robert firmly believes that the reins of this situation should rightfully be in his hands. As for Johnson, Robert values his collaboration for his innovative ideas and forward-thinking concepts. Robert turned to Johnson, his expression grave, and said, Johnson, you mentioned your intention to raid the nobility and hang them from lampposts. Pray tell, aside from the surname Thornbush, what other identity do you possess in the capital? According to the First Amendment of the Imperial Nobility Law, all matters pertaining to the nobility must be deliberated by the Grand Assembly. As for your suggestion of plundering, it would require a two-thirds majority of the members' consent to proceed. Robert shook his head, sighing, Johnson, the South is orderly, the nobility law is the foundation of the empire in the South. We cannot act recklessly outside its bounds. Unable to suppress a laugh, Johnson retorted, if the nobility law were truly so effective, why do you think my father recalled the Blades of Honor? Robert looked to Edward, the steward, hoping to glean an answer from him. Edward remained silent, observing the two with an unmistakable expression of neutrality furrowing his brow. Robert stated, I am a member of the Grand Assembly and the Earl of the South, it is only I who holds the authority to scrutinize them. Johnson, you need only manage the affairs of the outer city, leave the matters of the nobility to me. Fine, I can entrust it to you, but I have a condition. Johnson was not inclined to insist on his perspective in this matter, as he belonged to the noble class himself. Without the absolute power to challenge this rule, he would not risk inciting rebellion against his own class. Robert exhaled in relief, initially fearing a lengthy debate to persuade Johnson. Seeing Johnson willingly concede, his demeanor softened, and he inquired, what is your condition? Speak, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate. Johnson replied, within 3 days, I require you to ascertain who was behind the abduction of Jason and Atthew, and hand him over to me for resolution, even if he is a noble. Although the turmoil in the outer city was instigated covertly by Bishop Charlie, his status as a royal and a holy bishop would prevent him from demeaning himself to kidnap 2 gangsters. Not a problem, Robert agreed promptly. Johnson rose and addressed Edward, saying, I have no further issues, I will handle the matters of the outer city, while the nobility is in your capable hands, Robert. Edward nodded in silent affirmation. Meanwhile, within the Vincent manor, Vincent was in a fit of rage. Having spent a sleepless night attempting to contact Bishop Charlie through the Holy Church, he discovered that the bishop was unreachable. This uncertainty left him feeling unmoored, unsure of how to proceed. Pointing an accusatory finger at Smith, he bellowed, What are you doing standing there? What use are you to me? The Blades of Honor have entered the city. Think of a solution. Smith chuckled, There's no need to panic, the knights are not here to deal with you, and they will not act rashly, I know them well. This situation was akin to the Red Lion Knights under the Eastern Duke. Even if mobilized, they could not turn their blades against the nobility without absolute justification. The political dynamics of the South and East were not vastly different, the primary distinction lay in the differing ideologies among the nobles. The Eastern nobility largely stemmed from merchant backgrounds, and for greater profit, they would readily forsake their so-called dignity, even betraying allies. In contrast, the South's ecosystem was evidently more stable, with conflicts primarily revolving around territorial and populous disputes. Such struggles were trifling compared to those in the East and hardly worth mentioning, Smith noted. I am aware of the envoy's route to the capital, he should currently be in Cotton Town. I could ambush him in the Thornbush forest and eliminate him. Have you lost your mind? What benefit would killing the envoy bring us? Vincent vehemently opposed Smith's notion, shouting in response. Smith scratched his ear, Allow me to finish. The Duke Norton has urgently summoned the Blades of Honor to the city to intimidate the restless nobility of the South. If we were to assassinate the envoy now, the repercussions would be substantial. What repercussions? Vincent retorted, the capital would surely perceive the South as attempting treason. Such an act is absolutely out of the question, the South is mine. Vincent, priding himself on his intellect, refused to engage in such reckless behavior. Smith continued to persuade, Master Vincent, forgive my candor, but with your current standing, you will find no advantage with any of your brothers. Only by thoroughly disrupting the South's situation can you find an opportunity to rise amidst the chaos. Smith's voice was akin to a devil whispering from the abyss, possessing an enchanting quality that captivated Vincent, who was naturally indecisive. For a moment, he fell silent.
Master Vincent, why do you think Bishop Charlie instigated the turmoil in the outer city? His intention is to spread it throughout the entire South. Now that the Blades of Honor have arrived, anyone with the capital would erupt in fury, demanding his head, which would conveniently serve to suppress the South. As the most trusted individual in the capital, they would undoubtedly increase the resources allocated to you. Vincent's interest was piqued, and he could not help but inquire, how confident? I can mimic Juan's methods. I will leave a few survivors, and once they escape, they will immediately implicate Black Wolf Juan. Since Black Wolf Juan is currently allied with Johnson, they will assume he orchestrated the attack, especially since he has already offended Marquis William and fears the envoy's judgment. Vincent's eyes brightened with clarity he had never experienced before, as if he had suddenly gained insight. He felt a surge of excitement and continued to analyze. We could use this opportunity to eliminate Johnson. Since he is currently allied with Robert, we could even ensnare Robert in this plot. Smith raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Master Vincent, you are truly astute. I merely offered a small suggestion, yet you have deduced so much. It is truly remarkable. Vincent touched his nose, scoffing. Of course, I am of the Thornbush bloodline. However, flattery serves no purpose with me. If you wish to earn my favor, you must prove your worth through action. Smith immediately knelt on one knee, declaring, the Hydra Knights shall not fail in their mission. Rise, and keep this matter discreet. Proceed quietly, Vincent instructed. Of course, that is precisely what I excel at, Smith replied with a chuckle. Chapter 67 A Living Elf. Last night, the Black Wolf Juan demonstrated his sincerity by thoroughly vanquishing the nefarious forces in the outer city, making an indelible contribution to the stability of the area. Chancellor Zhuang highly praised this act, yet simultaneously sternly criticized Juan for his overly aggressive methods, neglecting the broader implications and future consequences. How could one slay without burying? After eliminating so many leaders, not a single gold coin was recovered. Such a lack of dedication was unacceptable. Upon leaving the Zijingji fortress, Zhuang immediately summoned his men to begin the process of asset acquisition from the factions Juan had dealt with. He dispatched everyone at his disposal, including Juan, Jason, Athu, as well as Gus and Aganzo, each assigned to carry out the task. They were not only to acquire the assets but also to propagate the news of the Blade Knight's arrival, twisting the narrative to suggest that Archbishop all lawbreakers would face just retribution, and a new parish community would be piloted in the Eastern District. With the Blade Knight's formidable reputation instilling fear, Zhuang's emissaries encountered little resistance. At present, the only faction left unaccounted for was the Meyer Crocodile, which remained shielded by Count Harvey Ijuan leisurely mixed drinks in the Bloodthirsty Tavern, awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. Should Count Harvey not be an envoy from the royal capital and be aware of his actions, the Meyer Crocodile would undoubtedly come to pay a visit. Good day to you, Master Zhuang, the Meyer Crocodile greeted as he pushed the door open and entered, spotting Zhuang. Zhuang smiled, regarding the Meyer Crocodile. Isn't this the illustrious Meyer Crocodile? What brings you to my humble tavern? The Meyer Crocodile chuckled awkwardly. I intend to leave the capital. I have some enterprises here and am seeking a trustworthy individual to take over. Might you have any recommendations, Master Zhuang? Pouring a glass of wine for the Meyer Crocodile, Zhuang inquired. No need for circumlocution. Has Harvey sent you, or is this your own initiative? It is Lord Harvey who sent me. I shall be departing the capital for Count Harvey's territory. With the arrival of the Blade Knights, it is certain that from this moment forth, only Master Zhuang's voice will prevail in the outer city. Zhuang appraised the Meyer Crocodile. I perceive you are a clever man. Have you considered aligning yourself with me? The Meyer Crocodile firmly declined. Master Zhuang, you are straightforward, and I shall not beat about the bush. My life was granted by Count Harvey, and I shall heed only his commands throughout my days. I will send someone to handle the acquisition. You may inquire with Harvey if he is interested in collaborating on a wine-tasting competition. Realizing his attempts at persuasion were futile, Zhuang dismissed the conversation. I shall convey your message to the Count. As the Meyer Crocodile departed, Zhuang found himself alone once more in the Bloodthirsty Tavern. The notion of unifying the outer city had scarcely crossed his mind. He had initially aimed merely to engage in small trade and accumulate some capital to escape southward. In the span of just a few days, a series of events had unfolded, compounded by the Blade Knight's arrival, leading the nobles who had once supported the outer city to fall silent, allowing Zhuang to establish his singular authority in the area. The tavern door creaked open again, admitting a tall adventurer clad in a hooded cloak. The adventurer, wearing a loose robe, bore a longbow and a quiver on their back, appearing somewhat travel-worn. Excuse me, do you have any vacant rooms? The adventurer inquired at the bar, directing their gaze towards Zhuang. Zhuang found himself appraising the face obscured by the hood, which was delicately refined, resembling a doll, exuding a striking beauty reminiscent of a figure from the 3D realm. Noticing the pronounced tips of her ears peeking from beneath the hood, he surmised that she was indeed a living elf. Zhuang had never encountered an elf before. The memories of his former self bore no such experiences, though he had seen illustrations in books depicting the Horned Ranger knights stationed in the southern dark forest. In his youth,
He had even engaged in some youthful fantasies inspired by those images. However, what could prompt an elf to visit the Bloodthirsty Tavern, a location far from ideal, situated on Slave Street? Establishments on Slave Street were typically frequented by gangs, leaving little room for other patrons. Any adventurer with sense would opt for taverns affiliated with the Adventurers Guild instead. Could it be that she was seeking him out? Zhuang squinted at the elven woman before him, trying to discern any signs of artifice. The elf appeared almost expressionless, her countenance hidden beneath the hood betraying no emotion, her azure eyes vacant and devoid of spirit. "Excuse me, do you have any vacant rooms?" she repeated, her tone flat, as if stripped of emotion. Zhuang nodded. "Yes, certainly." He retrieved a sign from beneath the bar, attached to which was a key. The elven woman extended her hand to accept it, then removed her backpack, rummaging through it while asking, "I wish to stay for half a month. How much will that be?" Uncertain of the tavern's pricing, as he had never paid for meals and no one dared charge him, nor had he ever stayed in a tavern, Zhuang pondered for a moment before casually proposing 1 silver coin per day, including lunch and dinner, along with protection. "Should any issues arise, you may speak with the staff." The elf seemed to find this price reasonable, producing a gold coin and 5 silver coins from her backpack and placing them on the bar. Zhuang tucked the coins away and inquired, "Would you care for some drinks? You are my first guest. I will not charge you." The elf nodded, her expression blank. "Very well." She set her backpack on a nearby chair and sat upright, gazing vacantly at Zhuang as he prepared her drink. Zhuang mixed her a light fruit wine and presented it. "Here, give it a try." The elven woman took the glass and downed it in one go, setting it down to ask, "Is there any food?" Zhuang's face darkened. After all, she was an elf. How could she not appreciate the nuances of wine tasting? Such a waste of sentiment. "Yes, please wait a moment." As he entered the kitchen, the staff within recoiled in fear at his sudden appearance, their faces paling as they huddled together in silence. "There's a guest outside. Prepare something to eat." "Those responsible for cleaning, get to it, don't just stand around," Zhuang instructed before returning to the bar, resuming his role as the bartender. The elven woman retrieved a notebook from her backpack, focusing intently as she wrote. Zhuang couldn't help but steal a glance. "Year 231 of the Kalia calendar. I have returned to Tucker Street. Tucker has perished, and this place has been renamed Slave Street. Tucker Tavern has also been renamed Bloodthirsty Tavern." The bartender here prepared a fruit wine. "It is too bland, lacking the strength of a dwarfess brew." Chapter 68. Leah. It seems that in every realm, the elven race is a kind that is cherished by the world. They possess an extraordinary lifespan, rendering the passage of time for mortals nothing more than a fleeting moment. Take, for instance, the elven lady before Zhuang Chen. Perhaps due to her extended lifespan and the myriad experiences she has encountered, she has grown somewhat numb over time. Her demeanor has become hollow and devoid of spirit, as if her very soul has lost its vitality. Zhuang Chen was unaware of what she meant by Tuck Street and Tuck Tavern, yet he could surmise that this Slave Street might originally be called Tuck Street, and that the tavern he now managed could have been established by an individual named Tuck. What perplexed him most was the notion that the drinks prepared by the bartender were too diluted, inferior to the dwarven spirits. Zhuang Chen could not help but adjust his collar and inquire, "My lady, are you dissatisfied with the fruit wine I prepared earlier?" The elven Once again, she tilted her head back and downed it in one go. The elven woman's complexion noticeably flushed, the vacant look in her eyes brightened with a hint of life, and she set down the glass, saying, "The cup is too small. Do you have a larger one akin to those found in dwarven taverns?" "Unfortunately not, but I can have one custom made for you, albeit at an additional cost," Zhuang Chen casually replied. The elven lady seemed unfazed by this and nodded in agreement, asking, "Very well, how much will it be, and what is the name of this drink?" "The custom cup will cost 1 silver, and this drink is called Outer City Explosion, which is also priced at 1 silver per glass," he explained. He could inquire at the Stone Masons Association about having a dwarven-style cup crafted, and given the large quantity associated with Outer City Explosion, charging her 1 silver was quite reasonable. The elven lady acknowledged this with a nod, rummaging through her satchel until she produced a gold coin. "Here you go. May I exchange the remainder for wine?" "Certainly, I shall have the cup ordered for you before noon," Zhuang Chen assured her upon receiving the payment. He promptly began mixing the drinks, while the kitchen delivered a sumptuous spread of food, likely due to Zhuang Chen's personal instructions, resulting in a veritable bounty that overflowed the plates. The elven lady displayed no reaction when the attendant, with a sycophantic demeanor, presented the meal. She merely offered a polite acknowledgement before silently beginning to eat. As Zhuang Chen continued to prepare drinks, the tavern door swung open once more, and Jason hurried in. Upon noticing patrons at the bar and Zhuang Chen engrossed in his task, he assumed a prestigious guest had arrived and quickly composed himself, approaching Zhuang Chen to report, "Boss, I have completed the area I was assigned, and everything has been delivered to the estate." "Good. Afterward, make a trip to the Stone Masons Association to have a few dwarven cups custom made and then bring me the sample of the rickshaw for review," Zhuang Chen instructed. Jason noted the tasks and, not daring to linger longer, quietly exited.
Once the elven lady had satisfied her hunger and thirst, she retrieved a handkerchief from her satchel to wipe her mouth and then turned her gaze toward Zhuang Chen.
Are you the proprietor of this establishment? Zhuang Chen handed her the drink he had prepared. Indeed, you may call me Zhuang Chen. The elven lady appeared to misunderstand the significance of his introduction, merely nodding before inquiring, Are you familiar with Old Man Tuck? Not at all. I have only recently taken over this tavern. Oh, thank you.
With that, the elven lady ceased her questioning, took her key and wooden plaque, secured her satchel, glanced at the wooden plaque bearing her room number, and slowly made her way toward the staircase.
My lady, I have yet to inquire your name.
Just call me Lia, the elven lady replied before ascending the stairs. Zhuang Chen shrugged, feeling a touch of ennui, and decided to sit at the bar to peruse a book. He had yet to examine the notes that Mage Moze had given him. He had originally planned to have a Ganzo explain the contents to him that evening, but unforeseen events had caused delays. As he opened the notes, the first page read, The Shadow Realm, according to the teachings of the Shadow Church and the research of Master Otto, can be identified as a dimensional space located at the edge of the current world. The Shadow Realm significantly impacts ordinary people. It siphons their life energy. Through Master Otto's experiments, it was determined that a robust ordinary individual can endure a maximum of 7 days in the Shadow Realm. Exceeding this limit results in the individual being drained of life energy, becoming a mindless wraith wandering the Shadow Realm, devoid of consciousness and incapable of attacking others. Note: research on wraiths is located on page 13. The Shadow Lord is suspected to exist in a state of chaos, lacking autonomous consciousness. According to the prophecies recorded by the Shadow Church, all proclamations from the Shadow Lord are obscure and challenging to interpret. Only half-shadowed wanderers can glean some information, yet the more they engage with the prophecies, the more pronounced the signs of shadowing become, ultimately leading to their complete assimilation into shadows, transforming them into shadow puppet apostles. Note: research on shadow puppet apostles is located on page 21. Upon reaching this point, Zhuang Chen hastily flipped to page 21, where he read, Shadow puppet apostles possess a strong affinity for shadows. Those chosen by the Shadow Lord will bear the mark of an apostle, characterized by their soul flames turning a grayish-black. What, pray tell, are soul flames? Zhuang Chen found himself perplexed. While he could comprehend the initial sentences, the following passages were rife with specialized terminology, primarily concerning soul studies. Beyond the initial content, he could only grasp the earlier material. Turning the page felt akin to deciphering an ancient script, filled with an assortment of bizarre runes, magical circuits, and other esoteric research.
Ah, this is incomprehensible. Zhuang Chen scratched his head, stowing the notes away, planning to consult a Ganzo for clarification later.
At that moment, footsteps echoed in the hallway as Lia descended the stairs, having placed her satchel and bow and arrow upstairs, now clad in a loose-fitting cloak, seemingly intent on venturing out for a stroll. This elven lady certainly possesses a remarkable sense of ease, leaving her belongings unattended in the tavern. Lia, are you heading out? Zhuang Chen greeted her. Lia nodded, departing without a word, appearing disinclined to engage with anyone.
Zhuang Chen could not help but murmur, Are all elves this aloof?
Shortly after Lia's departure, Abbott returned. He not only needed to retrieve the inheritance from the outer city's underworld but also to compile materials for submission to the governing hall for transfer registration. It was unlikely he had completed this task. Young master, I encountered Count Toronto on the way. He seems eager to discuss some matters with you.
Chapter 69 of the Daily Life of Zhuang Chen Toronto?
Where is he? Zhuang Chen felt a pang of confusion. At such a critical juncture, should that old codger not be seeking out Robert instead of coming to him? Afu reported candidly, he has returned and asked you to meet him at the Earl's residence.
Zhuang Chen scoffed, he wants me to pay him a visit?
Forget him, you focus on your tasks.
Understood.
Afu was indeed quite occupied, as Zhuang Chen had entrusted him with the majority of his responsibilities. Not only was he leading the team to receive the inheritance, but he was also compiling various reports while juggling other projects. He found himself reminiscing about the night he had been kidnapped. Afu hurried off, and Zhuang Chen glanced at the sky before stepping outside to board a carriage heading for the Rhine Daily. The Rhine Daily was abuzz with renovations. The Masons Guild had sent over a couple of dwarves to assist, and the progress was promising. At this rate, the first floor would likely be completed in 2 days. The second floor required minimal alterations, and altogether, it would take just 3 days to reopen. After inspecting the progress, Zhuang Chen made his way to the Knights' training grounds at the church, where Lai Shi and a group of masons were strategizing on modifications. Judging by the current pace, it seemed there was still some time before construction would commence. Upon noticing Zhuang Chen's arrival, Lai Shi handed off his tasks to others and approached him.
Zhuang Chen, what brings you here? A fellow named Jason just asked me to help him procure some dwarven wine cups. Is there a banquet planned?
Indeed, I am hosting a banquet at the estate tomorrow night, be sure not to miss it.
Lai Shi's words sparked an idea in Zhuang Chen's mind.
He intended to leverage the momentum of the Blade Knights to summon those merchants and individuals from Nightingale Street, while also inviting a few nobles through Robert, to finalize the competition details and make a tidy profit. He was eager to depart from the capital, as the undercurrents of intrigue here had begun to wear on him. Of course, I shall be present. I will also invite a few friends. Ensure there is ample supply of your exquisite beverages. Lai Shi was still thinking about the fine wines Zhuang Chen concocted. The dwarven spirits were renowned for their potency, and Zhuang Chen's brews not only packed a punch but also boasted a rich flavor profile.
Zhuang Chen chuckled in response but abruptly inquired, "May I ask you something? Do you know of old man Tucker?" "Tucker, I recall now, he has been dead for over 50 years, why do you ask?"
Lai Shi pondered for a moment, remembering that the infamous Bloodthirsty Tavern was originally known as Tucker's Tavern, though that story felt like a distant memory.
Zhuang Chen recounted his encounter with the female elf earlier that day, seeking Lai Shi's insight into her origins.
"Leah, I remember her. She was a frequent patron of Tucker Street. Tucker was a remarkable individual, capable of fostering peace among the various races. Back then, humans and other races alike enjoyed gathering at his tavern." Lai Shi's tone turned nostalgic, and he sighed, "Alas, ever since his passing, no such tavern has emerged in the southern realms.
Humans only frequent human establishments, and we dwarves tend to steer clear of their territories." Zhuang Chen pondered this and asked, "Is the animosity among the races truly that severe?"
Lai Shi cast him a sidelong glance, unsure if Zhuang Chen was genuinely unaware or merely feigning ignorance. With an exasperated roll of his eyes, he remarked, "Humans believe that the demi-humans have usurped their livelihoods, and conflicts often erupt over trivial disagreements. Your city council is entirely composed of humans, who favor their own. Over time, the discord has deepened. As for us dwarves, we're fortunate to have our own realm. Humans treat us relatively well, but for the other races without their own nations, survival often means becoming the lowest of laborers." Lai Shi continued to vent, as if he had found an outlet for his frustrations. Take the demi-humans in the outer city, for instance. Most of them join gangs, while those with a bit more pride aspire to become adventurers. The guild offers some support, but business has been scarce in recent years. Zhuang Chen listened attentively for half an hour, gaining insight into the long-standing tensions between humans and demi-humans, which had persisted for millennia, erupting into continent-wide conflicts every few centuries.
With the impending changes on the horizon, the next clash seemed imminent.
"Young Zhuang Chen, you certainly do not appear to be of noble blood. I believe the dwarves would take a liking to you.
I appreciate you allowing this old man to vent."
Though Lai Shi felt he had more to say, some matters were best left unspoken. Further discussions would bear little fruit, as Zhuang Chen's current capabilities were insufficient to effect change. After digesting this information, Zhuang Chen began to formulate ideas regarding the development of the southern frontier. The demi-humans faced widespread discrimination and encountered obstacles at every turn. When they did encounter humans who treated them kindly, they were often eager to reciprocate with loyalty. Expanding territories would require a substantial population, and the southern regions had been thoroughly divided. Zhuang Chen contemplated a strategic maneuver. Employing demi-humans might be a viable option. However, he first needed to understand their unique characteristics. With a newfound determination, Zhuang Chen realized he had more work ahead of him. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, he requested Afu to provide him with some materials on demi-humans. In the hall, Zhuang Chen picked up a hefty tome titled Encyclopedia of the Nolan Races. The cover bore a familiar name, Otto Tanpest. This name had been mentioned in the notes of Mage Mose, and upon cross-referencing, Zhuang Chen confirmed it was indeed the same individual. Master Otto not only studied soul theory but had also conducted extensive research on the various demi-human races, showcasing a breadth of knowledge that spanned innumerable years. The book had been printed in the year 190 of the Kaliya calendar, making it over 41 years old. As Zhuang Chen began to peruse the pages, he discovered it primarily discussed 9 major races, including humans, demons, elves, dwarves, dragons, dragonborn, orcs, goblins, and abyssal beings. The section dedicated to demons detailed various aspects of their nature. What piqued Zhuang Chen's interest most were the dragonborn and goblins. The introductory passage on dragonborn noted a dragonborn, the progeny of dragons and other beings, include notable examples such as lizardfolk and serpentfolk.
Dragonborn lack a fixed city and are known to thrive in human settlements.
Truly, the dragons had given rise to a remarkable manifestation of diversity. The most outrageous description concerned goblins, stating, the failed experiments of the demon race. They possess the dwarven spirit of craftsmanship, the elven thirst for exploration, the extraordinary creativity of humans, and the formidable bloodline of dragons, yet they are singularly devoid of a stable intellect. Zhuang Chen recalled never having encountered goblins in the capital. He resolved to capture a couple for further study when the opportunity arose. After spending the afternoon engrossed in literature, evening approached, and Afu and the others began to return, including the group of youths sent to manage the property company. Zhuangchen summoned Aileen, saying, "After dinner, gather your team in the hall on the second floor, prepare to share your insights from the past few days." Aileen hesitated, confused about what insights entailed, too timid to ask for clarification. She could only nod in agreement. Afterward, Zhuangchen instructed Afu to prepare for the banquet plan for the following evening. Afu's expression turned exasperated. There was already an abundance of tasks, and now a banquet was to be added to the mix? At that moment, Aegon approached with a document in hand. "Here is the paper requested by Mage Mose. I have completed it." Zhuangchen paused, glancing at it. It was the task that Mage Mose had assigned him, one he had entirely forgotten. He was pleasantly surprised that Aegon had remembered, truly, a high-caliber talent. "Excellent work, please collect an additional weekly stipend from Afu." Chapter 70 Deep Blue. Add a bit more. After dinner, Erin summoned her companions residing in the manor to gather in an orderly fashion in the grand hall on the second floor, while she racked her brain for a way to express her gratitude for the insights gained over the past 2 days. Zhuangchen arrived promptly. Even before she had formulated her response, he had already settled onto the sofa in the hall, casting a glance at the young boys and girls before him. They were all alive and well, though they appeared somewhat fatigued, likely worn out from the day's exertions. "Erin, step forward and share what you have accomplished over these past 2 days, the challenges you faced, and how you addressed them," he called out. Erin froze momentarily upon being singled out. Quickly stepping forward to meet Zhuangchen's expectant gaze, taking a deep breath, she began, "Over the past 2 days, we primarily conducted a registration of the citizens in the Eastern District. Upon hearing that compensation would be forthcoming, many showed reluctance. However, the presence of the White Blade Knights clad in armor encouraged their compliance. We were only registering for now, without any fees being charged yet, and the Knight's role was primarily protective, unexpectedly serving as a deterrent." Zhuangchen nodded, prompting her to continue. Erin elaborated, "The most significant challenge arose in the trading district, where most individuals evaded us, claiming we needed to consult a certain noble or that they were not in a position to make decisions, suggesting we seek out various individuals." Zhuangchen had anticipated such occurrences and inquired, "I have not received any reports about this. How did you resolve the situation?" Erin replied, "We inquired yesterday and initially planned to return today. However, upon seeing us approach, they proactively registered and even rushed to offer payments, insisting we convey their plea to you not to hang them from lampposts. It seems the events of last night, including the casualties inflicted by Wan and the arrival of the White Blade Knights, have instilled a sense of fear among them, resulting in a notable decrease in audacity." After listening to Erin's report, Zhuangchen turned to the others for input, but they remained as silent as fledglings, hesitant to speak. Their timidity was apparent. They would benefit from some training under a Fu. "You have all performed admirably in recent days, yet your courage remains insufficient. Remember, should anyone dare to trouble you while you are out on duty, simply invoke my name. Any who disrespect you after that should find themselves hanging from lampposts courtesy of the knights at your side." Zhuangchen rose, emphasizing his point, then approached Erin and patted her shoulder. "Lead them well, and later I shall take you to assess your potential for awakening a new profession. I shall not disappoint you." Erin replied, standing tall and echoing Afu's assertiveness in her response. Zhuangchen chuckled and waved his hand dismissively as he descended the staircase, for he had other matters to attend to. On the table below lay a mountain of ledgers, all amassed from the day's endeavors. Afu and Aegon were engaged in reconciling accounts when Zhuangchen took a seat beside them and inquired, "How many did we recover today?" "We managed to account for 19 establishments, 3 of which attempted to flee with goods but were returned by the nobles backing them," Afu reported, lifting his gaze from the ledgers. Zhuangchen expressed mild surprise, replying, "Did we manage to capture additional gangs?" Afu explained, "While some agreed to cooperate during the meeting, they harbored ulterior motives and became embroiled in the disturbances in the outer city, all of whom were eliminated by Wan. Others may have personal vendettas against him." "Very well, if they were slain, they were slain. How many gold coins did we acquire?" Zhuangchen inquired, keenly interested in the financial outcome. Afu rubbed his head and reported, "Thus far, we have collected a total of 31,226 gold coins. Other items have yet to be liquidated." Zhuangchen furrowed his brow. Seizing 19 gangs had yielded only around 30,000, less than he had anticipated. "Set aside 30,000, divide the remainder between you and Jason." Afu's expression shifted, and he quickly protested, "Young master, that is far too much. I cannot accept it." Zhuangchen smiled, "I am quite pleased with your performance over these past days. If I say you should take it, then take it."
He then turned to Agon, "You are new and have yet to contribute. A fool will grant you 100 gold coins shortly." Agon did not hesitate, readily accepting the offer. "Where have the looted enchanted items been stored?" Zhuang Chen inquired further. "They are all in the manor's cellar," A Fu replied. Zhuang Chen nodded, rising to head towards the cellar, for it had been several days since he had advanced in rank, and he was eager to indulge that night. Upon entering the cellar, he was greeted by a dazzling array of enchanted equipment, predominantly swords, along with several magical energy cannons. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he absorbed all of it, causing the energy number in the system to soar instantly to 3, 450. Upon opening the system panel to inspect, numerous figures appeared, confirming his progress. Zhuang Chen, the Purple Thorn Profession White Blade Knight Secondary Profession Shadow Apostle Training Second Stage Night Breathing Technique of the White Blade Knight, Shadow Affinity Apostle Skills Apprentice White Blade Knight Swordsmanship, Apprentice Oath of the White Blade, Apprentice Heart of Warning, Shadow Traversal Apostle, Shadow Veil Apostle, Shadow Scythe Apostle Energy. 3, 465 Soul of 4 week, Nameless Warrior Souls. The stored souls were those acquired by slaying scouts with the Shadow Scythe last night, still untouched as he intended to preserve them for now. What intrigued Zhuang Chen was that despite amassing over 3,000 energy, he had yet to acquire a single Shadow-type ability. Must he request permission from the Shadow Lord to unlock them? Nevertheless, until he comprehended the Shadow Realm, he was disinclined to allocate points towards Shadow-type professions. For now, he needed to focus on advancing his White Blade Knight profession. Deep Blue, allocate points. Zhuang Chen declared, investing 3 points into the breathing technique, which swiftly depleted 800 energy. He now understood that this progression functioned on a binary system, with each stage causing exponential growth. Currently, he was a 5th stage knight, yet still required over 36,000 energy to reach the peak of a 9th stage knight. With 665 energy remaining, he allocated points to 3 skills, deducting 300, leaving him with 365 points. The system panel now displayed Zhuang Chen, the Purple Thorn Profession White Blade Knight Secondary Profession. Shadow Apostle Training of 5th Stage Night Breathing Technique of the White Blade Knight, Shadow Affinity Apostle Skills of Proficient White Blade Knight Swordsmanship, Proficient Oath of the White Blade, Proficient Heart of Warning, Shadow Traversal Apostle, Shadow Veil Apostle, Shadow Scythe Apostle Energy. 365 Soul of 4 week, Nameless Warrior Souls. There were still points available for allocation, but Zhuang Chen decided against further investment, preferring to save a few hundred to activate other new skills. Akam had sent him a compendium of insights, as he was scheduled to train with the White Blade Knights, coincidentally allowing him to learn from Akam's teachings and directly inquire about any uncertainties. Having ascended 3 ranks in one go, Zhuang Chen felt that his physical condition had not undergone significant change. He could only distinctly perceive that his breathing had slowed. When he usually practiced the breathing technique, his respiration would slightly decelerate. Now, it was slowing without any conscious effort. After moving about, he sensed no apparent alterations, which struck him as odd. Shouldn't he feel fundamentally transformed, possessing strength akin to that of a bull? Was the system malfunctioning? Perplexed, he pondered for a moment before deciding to seek Edward's counsel. Just as he turned to leave the cellar, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 71. The Fated One. Zhuang Chen gradually regained consciousness, yet he found himself unable to open his eyes. He felt as though he were plummeting through an abyss, the sensation of descent surreal and dreamlike, imbued with an ineffable sense of unreality. This perception was illusory, akin to falling from a great height in a dream, enveloped in an uncanny feeling. Time seemed to lose all significance as Zhuang Chen wandered through this endless fall. Until, at a certain moment, he astonishingly discovered that the force binding his eyes had quietly dissipated. He slowly opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was a dim, nebulous expanse, deep and mysterious like the realm of shadows. The surroundings were vast and boundless, with only a faintly glowing corridor standing silently at the far end, emanating a soft white light. This corridor exuded an inexplicable allure, as if something was silently beckoning Zhuang Chen. A surge of inexplicable impulse welled up within him, urging him to traverse this passage and explore the unknown shore beyond. As Zhuang Chen cautiously stepped into the dim corridor, each footfall seeming to transport him into an unfamiliar world. As he continued onward, a peculiar sensation surged within him. He looked down only to realize that he appeared to have lost the connection to his body. His limbs and torso had vanished from his line of sight. It felt as though he was left with nothing but his head, or more precisely, merely his eyes, floating alone in the darkness. Even the familiar bridge of his nose and nostrils had become obscured in this inexplicable transformation. With a sense of bewilderment, Zhuang Chen traversed the profound corridor, and the end gradually revealed a hazy glow of white light, reminiscent of the dawn breaking on the horizon. At the center of this illumination lay a colossal disk, its surface intricately etched with enigmatic magical patterns, akin to an ancient tome of unsolved mysteries. At the heart of the disk, a sword was embedded point downward, as if guarding some unspeakable secret.
Zhuang Chen's gaze fixated upon this sword, and he instantly recognized it as the legendary blade symbolizing the Order of the White Blade, the original White Blade. How could this sword, which should still be hanging above his bed, possibly be here? He cautiously stepped within the confines of the disc, and in that instant, the magical circuit seemed to ignite, bursting forth with a violet radiance. This light gradually coalesced into a figure shimmering with golden brilliance. The figure stood tall and imposing, clad in armor, its face obscured by a heavy, full-cover helm, rendering its true visage inscrutable. The knight's armor bore a striking resemblance to that of the White Blade Knights, yet it was not entirely the same, retaining only fragments of its original form. It exuded an ancient and arcane aura, reminiscent of the long-sealed first version of the White Blade armor. The armor was adorned with simple yet exquisite engravings, the most striking feature being the emblem of the Bramblethorn family embedded in the chestplate, glimmering with a unique radiance. The presence of this knight conveyed an ineffable solemnity and gravity, akin to a sacred statue deep within a cathedral, suffused with an inexplicable divinity that compelled reverence. As the knight's image gradually solidified, a single word suddenly surfaced in Zhuang Chen's mind. Justice. With the emergence of this word, the white blade erupted in a blinding burst of white light, and the knight's silhouette on the disc seemed to gaze intently at Zhuang Chen. He felt as though he could hear the knight's whispered words, echoing in his consciousness like a dream's murmur, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him as his awareness began to submerge. You are not the fated one. Zhuang Chen opened his eyes once more, awakening to find himself in a dim cellar, his senses alert as he scanned his surroundings, puzzled as to why he had suddenly collapsed to the ground. He slowly blinked, the oppressive dampness and heaviness of the cellar assailing his senses. A surge of vigilance coursed through him as he swiftly surveyed the area, grappling with the enigma of his sudden fall. Had he been ambushed? Zhuang Chen mused internally while inspecting his body. Strangely, he found no wounds or discomfort, rather, he felt invigorated, as if his entire being was imbued with strength. This only deepened his confusion. Could it be that after a series of breakthroughs, his physical prowess had surged to such an extent that he momentarily lost control of his own power? Zhuang Chen fell into contemplation, pondering the situation without arriving at any conclusions. The Duke's manor was not only protected by the likes of Edward, a formidable knight, but also by the elusive Guy Yin, who accompanied Norton. Surely, it was improbable that anyone could have successfully ambushed him. He soon abandoned his musings and returned to the estate. In the days that followed, his life became remarkably mundane and smooth. He successfully hosted banquets, reaching an agreement with wine merchants and nightingales to organize a grand event that combined wine tasting and a beauty pageant. With Robert's backing, the nobles of the capital were eager to cooperate, likely too intimidated not to comply, especially with the Order of the White Blade still stationed nearby. Jason swiftly brought samples of the rickshaws, and Zhuang Chen, aligning his memories with the sample, suggested several key modifications, leading to the commencement of mass production. The renovation of the Rhine Daily was completed on schedule, and Irwin began reformatting the publication according to Zhuang Chen's plan. The property management company successfully registered the East District, and the Blackwater Company passed the City Council's review, with Yuan taking over its primary operations. Everything seemed to fall into place. Each morning, Zhuang Chen trained at the Order of the White Blade's headquarters. Roland, the Lion Knight, refrained from teaching him any combat techniques, appearing to place great emphasis on the swordsmanship of the White Blade, diligently honing Zhuang Chen's skills daily. In the afternoons, he returned to the tavern to handle various matters. Since the elf Leah's arrival, his life had seen little change, as he had scarcely laid eyes on her since her first day in residence. The Shattered Stone had also finalized the renovation project for the Bramblethorn Club, with construction set to commence in a couple of days. As evening approached, he would visit Moses Mage Tower to delve into matters concerning the Shadow Realm. At night, he continued discussions with Egon Zhua, yet Zhuang Chen felt that this tranquil existence was missing something, until Robert stormed into his estate, driving everyone else from the hall, leaving only the two brothers behind. Immediately, Robert erupted, "Zhuang Chen, what on earth are you thinking? Have you truly lost your mind? How have I gone mad again?" Zhuang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The recent days of comfort had made Robert's sudden outburst evoke a sense of nostalgic familiarity. Seeing Zhuang Chen's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Robert's fury, his presence swelling with righteous indignation as he stomped his foot, causing the hall's floor and windows to shatter. He approached Zhuang Chen, whispering through clenched teeth, "Why did you send Yuan to assassinate the envoy from the capital? And why leave a survivor?" Zhuang Chen's gaze sharpened immediately. "Are you saying someone disguised as Yuan assassinated the envoy and deliberately left a survivor?" Robert shot him a glare. "Don't tell me you're unaware of this. You've been far too complacent these past days, it's not like you." Zhuang Chen raised his hands in exasperation. "If I were to act, I wouldn't leave a survivor. Please, think carefully. What benefit would I gain from the envoy's death?" Chapter 72, Two Choices. Robert's fury dissipated in an instant, replaced by a calm and profound demeanor. He scrutinized Zhuang Chen closely, his tone casual yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. 4 days ago, the envoy from the royal capital was brutally assassinated in the thorn forest, and the 2 church knights escorting him escaped amidst the chaos. They dared not enter the city, making their way directly to the Bagan fortress, transmitting the news to the royal capital through the magic network. He paused for a moment, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Zhuangchen. All testimonies unequivocally point to your subordinate. One Zhuangchen chuckled softly, countering Wan has been thriving within the Blackwater Company these days. How could he possibly find the time to venture into the Thorn Forest to assassinate the envoy? Nevertheless, this matter has reached the Holy See, and the death of Bishop Charlie has also been attributed to him. Robert's tone remained calm, yet the underlying implications were impossible to overlook. Suddenly, Robert's tone hardened, his gaze like a blade, locking onto Zhuangchen as he spoke gravely. There is a chasm between the royal capital and the Holy See. Do you comprehend my meaning? Zhuangchen certainly understood. In this world, the existence of deities is indisputable, imperial authority is bestowed by the divine, and the sanctity of the church permeates the entire continent, unmatched by any. At this moment, the Order of the Judging Knights has been mobilized. This is no longer a mere power struggle within the empire. The turmoil they have incited far surpasses the small-scale disturbances in the outer city. This is a significant predicament, one that will result in far greater chaos than the trivial unrest outside the city. Seeing Robert fall silent, Zhuangchen spoke coolly. The assassination of the royal envoy will only exacerbate the chaos in the southern territories, bringing detriment to both of us with no benefit. I find it difficult to fathom why you would harbor suspicions against me. Robert's expression remained unchanged, his gaze still icy. Regardless of who the true mastermind is, the blame has now fallen upon you. Surrender Wan, and I will untangle this mess. Wan is my partner, I cannot possibly hand him over. Zhuangchen unequivocally rejected Robert's demand, retorting, shouldn't you consult with father regarding such a significant matter? I have not seen father, Robert replied, then added, however, Edward informed me that father is already aware of this situation and has entrusted me with full authority to handle it. Zhuangchen narrowed his eyes. So, you intend to deal with me? Robert stated. The Blade Knights are in the city, at such a time, with the royal envoy assassinated and Bishop Charlie's death included. You are my brother, and I will protect you, but one must be surrendered. You must recognize the gravity of the situation. Zhuangchen rejected once more. If you wish to deal with Wan, then you must deal with me as well. Do you truly place your trust in a man of such ill repute? Zhuangchen observed Robert's exasperation, enunciating each word. Indeed, I trust him, but he believes that Wan is not responsible for this incident, and even if he were, Zhuangchen would still shield him. With enemies closing in on all sides, Wan is willing to stake everything on his faith in Zhuangchen, who cannot betray the trust. Zhuangchen continued, our discussion here serves no purpose. I happen to have a candidate in mind for suspicion. You mean Vincent? Robert's immediate suspicion had indeed been directed at Vincent, but he had first sought Zhuangchen. Zhuangchen shrugged. Isn't it quite evident? Vincent, that fool, could eliminate the royal envoy while simultaneously tarnishing my reputation within the city, reviving the scandal involving that harlot from the Marquis to conveniently eliminate me. The Order of the Judging Knights does not require evidence. They will come directly for you, Robert emphasized. If you refuse to surrender Wan, then you must leave the capital tonight with him, reporting directly to Blackstone Town. I will handle the subsequent matters. Zhuangchen studied Robert, seemingly discerning his intentions, and stated plainly, this is your true objective, isn't it, my dear brother? Robert did not refute, continuing, not only you, but I will also ensure that Vincent leaves the capital. You have 2 choices, either hand over Wan or depart voluntarily. What if I choose neither? Zhuangchen felt irked by Robert's demeanor. Had he approached him with a more conciliatory tone, he would not have minded leaving the capital, as he had already amassed sufficient seed capital. Now, Robert was clearly leveraging the situation, attempting to expel both of his dear brothers from the capital in one fell swoop. The assassination of the royal envoy and the mobilization of the Order of the Judging Knights were matters he believed Duke Norton could handle. The crux of the issue lay in Norton's peculiar stance. Having truly delegated the handling of this matter to Robert, was he leaning towards Robert, or was it yet another unconventional test? Noticing Zhuangchen's rebellious attitude, Robert made no attempt to persuade him otherwise, maintaining his forceful demeanor. I currently hold the highest command of the Blade Knights. Zhuangchen, you are an astute individual. Departing the capital would be beneficial for both of us. Zhuangchen's alliance with Robert had been forged in response to the imminent threat posed by the royal envoy, and now that the external foe had suddenly perished, Duke Norton's stance had shifted unexpectedly, placing significant stakes in Robert's hands. Robert would not let this opportunity slip. Although Zhuangchen did not wish to remain in the capital, the feeling of being driven away was quite displeasing. The highest command, the blade of the Blade Knights, hangs above my bed. Do you think that when I wield that sword, the knights will heed your commands? Zhuangchen was not a man prone to indecision. Since there was an opportunity to exit early, he was willing to leave, but before doing so, he needed to extract some concessions from Robert. Robert was aware that Edward had entrusted the sword to Zhuangchen for safekeeping. He did not believe someone like Zhuangchen could earn the blade's endorsement, coldly stating without the blade's recognition, "Do you think the Radiant Knights will heed your call?" Care to test that? Robert remained silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and said to speak, "What do you desire? Let us establish a contract in front of Edward. Once I depart, all those assets can be handed over to you, but my rightful share must remain intact." Zhuang Chen began to negotiate. Robert did not hesitate and agreed decisively. Zhuang Chen continued to demand beyond that. "Do you not owe me some form of compensation?" Robert, lacking patience, replied, "To speak plainly, no need for circumlocution. As I expand my territory, I will certainly require more subjects, especially in Blackstone Town. As you are aware, that place will be pivotal in the Southern Territory's participation in this transformation." Robert stated, "You need not mention this. I would have done it regardless, and gold. I require gleaming gold." Zhuang Chen rubbed his hands together. Robert replied, "I can only provide a maximum compensation of 10,000 gold. That is my bottom line. Before I leave, I also want Vincent hung from a lamppost. I do not care whether he is guilty or not. I refuse to shoulder the blame for another." Zhuang Chen exclaimed bitterly. Robert ignored him and turned to leave. Chapter 73. A familiar face from another realm. Zhuang Chen's execution style has always been one of spontaneity. He spent the entire afternoon completing all necessary handovers, ensuring that everything was duly delegated. The remaining projects will be carried on by Robert and those who stay behind. The representative from Blackwater Company left behind is Walter, who was originally Wan's deputy. Though he wished to depart as well, Wan insisted he remain. Zhuang Chen took along the young attendants from the manor, including Afu and Agonzua, as well as an entire squad from Gus, while Jason was left behind, along with the cat-eared maid Kelly. Jason held no objections. Having grown up in the outer city, he had no desire to leave, especially since he needed to oversee the rickshaw project and was responsible for establishing Zhuang Chen's intelligence network in the capital. The grand procession left the capital with great pomp, making their way towards the southernmost Blackstone town. The journey was not excessively long. Upon entering Wharton City, the convoy could utilize the waterways through Wharton Port, navigating the St. Alusha River, transitioning to the Agatha Branch, entering Mason River via the fertile dock of the Monsong Plain, before finally reaching the Blackstone lift through the Goddess Esther tributary, and sailing down the Blackstone River to the inland port. After listening to Afu's report, Zhuang Chen felt utterly drained, choosing instead to recline in the carriage. Upon entering Wharton Port, the Lord of Wharton extended exceptional courtesies to Zhuang Chen, promptly arranging for him to travel in first class aboard the inland transport vessel. Originally scheduled to dock for 3 days, the ship set sail earlier due to Zhuang Chen's eagerness. The ship was bustling with a diverse crowd, predominantly comprising slave traders and representatives from various merchant guilds, while adventurers found it prohibitive to board this opulent vessel due to the exorbitant fees. After spending several days cooped up in the cabin, Zhuang Chen finally decided to step onto the deck for some fresh air, closely followed by Gus, who remained loyally at his side. Despite the deck being cluttered with cargo and cages containing enslaved individuals, Zhuang Chen endeavored to seek a glimpse of beauty from this otherworldly realm to soothe his spirit. However, the sight before him was disappointing. It lacked the enchanting scenery he had envisioned. As dusk fell, the deck was filled with slave traders. Guards gathered together, partaking in a course dinner, their loud conversations and boisterous laughter disrupting the monotony of the voyage. Just as Zhuang Chen was about to retreat back to the cabin, he inadvertently caught sight of a scene that quickened his heartbeat. In one corner of the deck, amidst a gathering of slave traders, a peculiar cage drew his attention. Within it was a young man with distinctly East Asian features, his skin a clear yellow hue, and a head of black hair that starkly contrasted with those around him. His visage bore a striking resemblance to that of a Han Chinese, save for his deep, dark eyes that were not the characteristic amber of his ethnicity, making him appear almost like a ghost from Zhuang Chen's homeland. Filled with bewilderment, Zhuang Chen pondered the coincidence of encountering a fellow countryman in such a place, and even more so, one dressed in peculiar attire. The black-haired youth was attempting to pick the lock. Without hesitation, he slipped into the slave guards' ranks, swiftly snatching a portion of food before devouring it with abandon. The guards, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, immediately drew their weapons, bracing themselves for confrontation. Just as Zhuang Chen was about to rush in with Gus to rescue the young man, he witnessed the black-haired youth spring into action. With one hand stuffed with food and the other deftly seizing a guard's weapon, he evaded attacks while wielding a sword with astonishing speed and agility, each swing claiming a life with precision. His movements were fluid and powerful, reminiscent of a seasoned swordsman demonstrating his craft with a certain elegance, no less. In mere moments, the previously poised slave guards were thrown into disarray and panic, scattering in all directions. Once the last guard lay defeated, the young man squatted in a corner, resuming his meal with a calmness that suggested he was entirely indifferent to the chaos around him. It was only when Zhuang Chen and Gus approached that he lazily lifted his gaze, casting a fleeting glance their way before returning to his feast. As Zhuang Chen sat opposite him, attempting to breach the silence with a phrase in Chinese, "The king covers the earth, tiger?" However, the youth appeared deaf to his words, wholly engrossed in his meal.
Zhuang Chen frowned, shifting his approach. China number 1? Yet again, the young man remained unresponsive. Gus, intrigued, inquired, what is Nanbo 1?
Zhuang Chen shot him a glare, his tone laced with irritation. It's none of your business.
Be quiet.
After uttering a reprimand, Gus promptly fell silent, though he remained puzzled by Zhuang Chen's sudden interest in this individual, whose nonsensical utterances surely had a purpose. Once satiated, the young man tilted his head to regard Zhuang Chen, before leisurely returning to his cage, picking up the lock's remains to secure himself once more. Zhuang Chen leaned closer to the cage, scrutinizing the young man once more. Indeed, he possessed the features of a Han Chinese, though those strikingly dark pupils seemed almost ghostly. Truth be told, the young man was rather handsome, albeit with a slightly sickly pallor and a physique that appeared relatively frail compared to the average person. Yet, his earlier combat showcased formidable explosive power. The guards, likely seasoned fighters, had been dispatched without him showcasing any apparent skills typical of a professional, relying solely on his remarkable swordsmanship to eliminate them. He was, in essence, a natural-born executioner.
Would you be amenable to an introduction?
Zhuang Chen attempted to engage him in the common tongue of the continent. The young man's eyes seemed lifeless as he raised his face to meet Zhuang Chen's gaze, appearing somewhat dazed, as though his mind were overloaded. After a prolonged silence, he finally replied with a single word: inconvenient. Zhuang Chen sighed with relief, at least he was not mute. I am Zhuang Chen Zijingji, what shall I call you? Why are you imprisoned here? He inquired further. The black-haired youth, this time free from mental overload, responded, hungry, food. Zhuang Chen was momentarily taken aback. The response was too abstract, nearly causing him to overload as well.
I can provide meals here. Would you be interested in joining me? He tentatively suggested. The youth pondered for a moment before beginning to pick the lock. Producing a small twig from seemingly nowhere, he skillfully worked on the lock for a while, adeptly managing to unlock it. As he stepped out, he asked, where are you headed? Blackstone Town, Zhuang Chen replied. The youth nodded thoughtfully, saying, good. After this, he fell into a stupor, leaving no further words. Zhuang Chen found it difficult to decipher his temperament, suggesting, shall we return to the cabin then? The youth nodded and silently followed, resembling a muted shadow. Zhuang Chen led him back to the first-class cabin and continued to inquire along the way, what should I call you? The youth paused, deep in thought, before finally responding, Apis. Apis? Zhuang Chen repeated the name. The young man nodded in affirmation, echoing Apis. Zhuang Chen pressed on, where do you come from? Apis fell back into contemplation, and after a lengthy wait, he finally answered, I am a Yuan Tian. His tone was unexpectedly imbued with a hint of emotion, as if simply stating he was a Yuan Tian sufficed to explain his origins. Chapter 74. Do you know me? My name is Apis. Zhuang Chen escorted Apis back to the suite in first class, a room evidently designated for the exclusive use of nobility, featuring not only a bedroom but also a separate living area, complete with a bathroom and a washroom. Gus, serving as a guardian knight, resided in the living room, while Aegon had ventured to seek employment as a temporary sailor to broaden his horizons. Afu, initially assigned a steward's room, found the distance too great and relocated to the living room as well. Upon observing that both Gus and Afu were sleeping in the living room, one felt compelled to make his presence known and similarly moved from his own quarters to the living area, resulting in Zhuang Chen being flanked by 3 burly men while he slept in the bedroom. Now, Zhuang Chen had brought back yet another individual. Zhuang Chen, who is this? One inquired, rising from the sofa as he instinctively began to scrutinize Apis, who was enveloped in a faint, ominous aura that evoked a sense of misfortune. Zhuang Chen seized the opportunity to introduce Apis to those in the living room. This is Apis, whom I just found. He claims to be a member of the Abyssal race. He attempted to glean more information from his subordinates, but upon hearing the term Abyssal, Juan and the others exchanged knowing glances, seemingly uninterested in further inquiries. Apis appeared to have some peculiar cognitive impairment. He did not greet anyone upon entering the living room but instead chose a seat directly in front of a fruit platter. The platter was adorned with seasonal fruits from the southern region, specifically the delicacies of the Wind and Moon Festival. Apis fixated intently on a particularly luscious apple, as though he were trying to discern its nature. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out and bit into it. Zhuang Chen grew increasingly suspicious that Apis might be a fellow villager, hypothesizing that he might be mentally unwell, having encountered some mishap during his journey that resulted in amnesia or some such condition. He settled onto the sofa beside Juan and inquired, Juan, with your vast knowledge, could you enlighten me on the origins of the Abyssal race? Zhuang Chen had only perused superficial information about them in the Encyclopedia of the Subhuman, and was not particularly well-versed on the subject. Juan shifted his gaze from Apis to face Zhuang Chen, explaining, it is said that the Abyssals were originally human. The first Abyssals emerged from the godforsaken lands, bordering the southern region, an area that remains the most perilous on the continent, one that I have not dared to explore myself.
It is rumored that the races residing in the godforsaken lands have mixed their bloodlines with demons, becoming a hybrid of human and demon. They are perpetually tainted by demonic blood, leading to a chaotic temperament, with many exhibiting signs of madness. Due to their exceptional demon-hunting abilities, they have hunted numerous demons for the Empire, gaining recognition and being granted the status of near-abyssals by the Empire. However, their actions led to the deaths of tax collectors sent to impose levies, inciting considerable unrest. In the year 133 of the Kalia era, they revolted for autonomy, forming a coalition akin to the Orc tribes beyond the western borders. Their political landscape is quite intricate, and at least for humans, their interrelations remain largely inscrutable. Juan continued, all near-abyssals who have left the godforsaken lands in search of a new life are collectively referred to as abyssals. Most of them depart in rebellion against their demonic heritage, seeking an escape. Their beliefs are contradictory and diverse, yet they share a remarkably unified tenet that all near-abyssals who leave the godforsaken lands, even if they perish in foreign lands, must never return to the godforsaken lands. As Juan recounted the history of the abyssals, Apis listened intently, even displaying a look of dawning comprehension. Zhuangchen inquired, is the godforsaken lands truly as perilous as they say? Juan chuckled wryly, there exists a distorted space there, without a near-abyssal to guide them. Most who venture too close will be devoured whole. Moreover, demons in that area are particularly active. Such a treacherous place, and the Empire's tax collectors dare to go there. Zhuangchen expressed incredulously. Juan laughed, as long as they can collect taxes, they might even dare to storm the gates of hell. Zhuangchen gestured toward the corner where Apis had been eavesdropping. Are there many abyssals like Apis, with such skin and hair color? Are there humans on the continent who share similar characteristics? After a moment of thought, Juan replied, in the eastern part of the Saint Mayer Empire, there exists a noble family known as the Seven Hills, characterized by black hair and yellow skin. Upon hearing this, Zhuangchen felt a twinge of disappointment. He had assumed that all humans here were of a black and white complexion, and now the likelihood of Apis being a fellow villager seemed even slimmer. Juan added, among the abyssals, those who appear as normally as he does typically possess a diluted demonic bloodline. The deeper the demonic lineage, the more grotesque their appearances become. Pondering this, Zhuangchen approached Apis and asked, Apis, have you encountered any of your kin? Apis, having finished his apple, looked up with a vacant expression. No, it felt as though he had merely picked up a food container. Zhuangchen was unable to extract any useful information from Apis, and in the ensuing days, he and Juan continued to observe him. Compared to other abyssals, Apis exhibited a remarkable degree of stability, showing no signs of madness, yet he was particularly dull, often remaining silent for extended periods, only stirring when hunger compelled him to move. Juan, wishing to test his abilities, found Apis unresponsive and squatting in a corner, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. As the transport vessel sailed into the Agasha River, Apis suddenly rose and declared, I have matters to attend to. With that, Apis dashed out of the living room, prompting Zhuangchen to curiously pursue him. He witnessed Apis leap onto the deck and plunge into the churning waters of the Agasha River, sending up a spray of water before vanishing from sight. After a considerable interval, Zhuangchen spotted him emerging from the river on the opposite bank, sprinting inland with fervor, seemingly in pursuit of something, before quickly disappearing from view. Juan consoled, abyssals are often like this, mysterious and inexplicable. This is merely the least costly form of madness among them. When more abyssals succumb to insanity, they typically resort to indiscriminate violence. Zhuangchen's curiosity about Apis intensified. After caring for him for several days, he was now intrigued by his sudden flight. He even contemplated sending someone to follow, but found that those around him were not readily available for such tasks, and thus he let the matter be. The transport vessel navigated the Agasha River for nearly 2 weeks before arriving at the bountiful port. Here, Zhuangchen and his companions needed to change ships. As they prepared to board at the port, Gus suddenly called out, Young master, look over there. Zhuangchen turned his gaze to where Gus was pointing, spotting a cluster of cages containing slaves being loaded onto a ship. Among them, one cage held none other than the long-missing Apis. How did he end up in the hands of slave traders again? Gus murmured in disbelief. Zhuangchen, recalling Apis' terrifying skills in murder, had the unsettling impression that Apis had willingly allowed himself to be captured, perhaps in search of sustenance. Let us go take a look. Zhuangchen led his party over, and upon noticing Zhuangchen's lavish attire, the slave trader hurried forward to greet him. Zhuangchen, however, ignored him, striding directly to Apis' cage and asking, Apis, how did you end up here? Apis blinked in surprise, raising his head with curiosity as he replied, Do you know me? My name is Apis. Chapter 75. Apis has fled again. Apis has lost his memory. He does not even recall his own name, nor does he remember his origins or how he was captured by the slave traders. Zhang Chen redeemed him and brought him aboard the ship. Once again in first class, Zhang Chen and his companions gathered around Apis, observing him intently. As the most knowledgeable among them and a part-time physician for 3 months, Aganzo conducted a preliminary diagnosis of Apis' amnesia. Holding his staff, Aganzo sought to delve into Apus's consciousness, attempting to discern whether it had suffered damage or been cursed. However, the energy was repelled effortlessly. Even when Aganzo intensified his energy output, he still could not penetrate Apus's consciousness. "Apus, relax your mind, I need to probe your consciousness," Aganzo said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Feeling the situation was rather daunting, Apus, seated on the sofa and nibbling on bread, looked up with a dazed expression. "I am quite relaxed." It was evident that he truly appeared at ease. Zhang Chen could not help but inquire, "Could it be a matter of your skill? After all, you are merely an apprentice mage." Aganzo asserted, "Master Mose has stated that my magical prowess and mastery of spells qualify me as a mage. However, he has been preoccupied lately and has not taken me for an evaluation, hence my status as an apprentice." "Could it be a peculiar curse unique to abyssal beings? I have heard that they often bear strange curses," Juan proposed. After a moment of contemplation, Aganzo replied, "I shall examine his soul state. At least on the surface, he appears devoid of any signs of a curse." The group stepped back, awaiting Aganzo's performance. Soul magic is a forbidden art due to its inherent dangers, so Aganzo was compelled to utilize a mana crystal, laying out a hexagram magic circle on the ground to safeguard himself from backlash. Once prepared, Aganzo turned to Apus, his wand beginning to trace magical circuits in the air. Following the resonance of the hexagram, Aganzo ensured his own safety as a purple beam of light shot forth from the wand towards Apus. With a crackling noise, Aganzo collapsed, unconscious, as the hexagram emitted a foul odor. With smoke rising from his head, Zhang Chen shouted, "Damn it, someone help, Afu, quickly summon the ship's priest." After the priest's healing, Aganzo regained consciousness, slowly opening his eyes in bewilderment. "What just happened?" Zhang Chen gestured for the priest to leave, and once the priest had departed, he explained, "You attempted to probe Apus's soul state and then fainted." Apus, squatting nearby and observing Aganzo, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhang Chen handed an apple to Apus, coaxing him like a child. "Here, eat some fruit, sit quietly, and don't meddle." "Oh," Apus replied, clutching the apple as he retreated to a corner to squat down. Aganzo scratched his head, groping around for a moment before picking up his wand from the table. He cast a spell to strengthen his will and layered it with a tranquility spell. After some time, he finally regained his composure, still shaken, and remarked, "I remembered. In that instant, a formidable force countered my probing spell, surpassing even Master Mose's energy level, and it obliterated my hexagram." The group immediately turned to the corner where Apus was munching on his apple. Noticing their gazes, Apus looked up, his cheeks still full, wearing an innocent expression. Zhang Chen inquired, "Are you suggesting he is more powerful than Master Mose?" Aganzo shook his head, clarifying, "In terms of the soul, he is undoubtedly more than he appears. He may be an immortal." Apus possesses an extraordinary and unique background that, given Aganzo's current capabilities, is evidently beyond his reach. Continuing to probe could lead to dire consequences for Aganzo, which Zhang Chen feared. At this juncture, one suggested once more, "We could place an order with the Adventurers Guild to investigate Apus's origins." Afu added, "The ship has set sail. We won't be able to inquire until we reach Twin Star Harbor." Zhang Chen nodded, instructing, "Afu, make a note to remind me when we reach Twin Star Harbor." Days passed, and the ship docked at Twin Star Harbor. The group disembarked with Apus, heading straight to the Adventurers Guild to place their order. En route, Apus suddenly turned and declared, "I have something to attend to." With that, he swiftly ran off, gaining speed as if something were summoning him. Juan, being a master-level warrior, exerted all his energy and leaped forward, ready to intercept Apus. However, Apus accelerated further, a veil of shadows enveloping him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the shadow realm. "Damn it, he can traverse shadows. This lad is a wanderer," Juan cursed vehemently. Zhang Chen caught up to Juan, sighing, "We cannot catch up now. Let the Adventurers Guild search for him." Juan could not refrain from reminding him, "Zhang Chen, this individual clearly harbors significant secrets. Bringing him along may entangle us in unforeseen matters." Apus is far too peculiar. During his years as an adventurer, one had encountered myriad individuals, yet none matched the enigmatic nature of Apus. As long as the Radiant Knight remains in the southern region, he cannot rise against us. Zhang Chen's curiosity about Apus intensified. With the revelation of Apus's amnesia, he began to suspect that Apus might be a fellow townsman, perhaps having encountered some mysterious entity that led to his memory loss. Regardless, Zhang Chen was resolute not to give up. He must investigate thoroughly. He brought his companions to the Adventurers Guild, offering a bounty of 100 gold pieces for the swiftest retrieval of information regarding Apus's origins. The Adventurers Guild spans the continent, making it necessary to compile information from across the land. Even utilizing the mage's magic network would require half a year. However, within the southern region, the time frame would be considerably shorter. Apus had exhibited 2 or perhaps 3 anomalies in the southern region. Zhang Chen instructed the guild to focus their investigations on the areas of Walton City, Prosperous Harbor, and Twin Star Lake, ultimately consolidating their findings at the Blackstone Town branch. After placing the order, Athew procured a batch of supplies for their journey and they set sail once more this voyage, until they reached Blackstone Town, yielded no sightings of Apis, who might have been sold by the slave traders.
Arkham arrived a few days ahead at Blackstone Town, and before he could familiarize himself with the locale, he spotted Zhang Chen driving a caravan into the town. What grave offense did you commit in the capital to arrive so unexpectedly?
Arkham welcomed Zhang Chen to the Lord's Manor on the cliff, once the residence of Baron Blackstone. Since the discovery of mana ore in Blackstone Town, the Baron had been summoned back to the capital. The Baron of Blackstone was merely a fallen noble, and being sent to Blackstone Town signified a complete loss of all assets, leaving him with only the title of Baron. Had it not been for the discovery of mana ore, he would have never had the chance to return to the capital in his lifetime. On his first day as Arkham's successor, he had departed with his possessions under the cover of night, showing no signs of reluctance. Chapter 76 of Blackstone Town. Once the group settled in, the night quietly descended. Athew swiftly took charge of the affairs of the Lord's Manor, preparing a sumptuous dinner for everyone. The steward, devoid of any master-servant mentality, invited all accompanying individuals to join him at the long table. Arkham sat to his left, while the cat-eared maid, Kelly, stood obediently to his right, attentively serving him dishes. "Please enlighten me about the basic situation in Blackstone Town," the steward eagerly inquired as he took his seat. However, Arkham, poised to indulge in the feast, could not help but smile wryly at the abruptness of the question. He set down his cutlery and gently replied, "Could you not wait until after the meal to discuss this? I have already organized the documents, we can talk in the study afterward." The steward paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement, conceding, "Yes, let us eat first." He retracted his inquiries and began to eat earnestly, consuming his meal with haste, his mind preoccupied with a multitude of thoughts. In contrast, Arkham savored each bite, relishing the flavors, as he always did unless he found himself at the nightly order's headquarters. Once they had dined sufficiently, the two made their way to the study, where Arkham presented the organized register of the townsfolk to the steward. The steward flipped through the data casually, his gaze flitting over the numbers. Blackstone Town, which ostensibly governed 7 villages, had a total of nearly over 1,000 households, with a population of approximately 4,000. What was most astonishing was that among this populace, humans comprised less than 1/5, the remainder belonging to various other races. 4,000 individuals. There were more than that in the port district of the outer city. The steward began to reflect on the sights and experiences of their journey thus far. Although he had spent most of his time within the confines of the cabin, he had maintained a keen awareness of the demographic shifts along the way. The area around the fertile harbor was predominantly human, but as they traversed the fertile plains and delved deeper into the Mason River, the number of humans began to noticeably dwindle. By the time they reached Twin Star Lake, almost all he could see were figures of subhuman races. The southern region had effectively become a sanctuary for these subhumans.
This pertains only to those with registered citizenship. To my knowledge, there are still thousands unregistered in Blackstone Town. Most of them are refugees, escaped slaves, minors, and those trafficked as slaves, Arkham added. The steward furrowed his brow and asked gravely, "Do we have a clear understanding of the power dynamics in this area?" Arkham nodded, a pensive expression crossing his face as he slowly articulated, "Before the news of the magical ore spread, Blackstone Town was relatively tranquil and peaceful. After all, it is remote and barren, with few inhabitants." The steward subtly acknowledged this, gesturing for Arkham to continue. "The main powers still reside within the town. Originally, it was primarily under the influence of Baron Blackstone, but now they have all returned to the capital with him." The steward listened intently, sensing no significant challenges ahead. Arkham continued, "There are 2 particular establishments of note in the town. One is the Copperbeard Tavern, owned by a noble named Iron Hammer, who is also the main overseer of the mines. The other is the Dilapidated Inn, a branch of the Adventurers Guild that has existed since the Cullion Southern Expedition, with a long-standing president from the main guild." Seeing that Arkham had finished without any further elaboration, the steward could not help but press, "Is that all? Just these 2 places? Are there no areas of potential danger?" Arkham shrugged, spreading his hands in response. What danger could the local powers of this cursed place pose? The knights from Deerhorn Fortress can reach Blackstone Town in just 3 days. However, the news of the magical ore has leaked in the south, and an influx of adventurers has recently arrived to investigate. Suddenly, the steward recalled an incident from his first encounter with Apis, who had asked him where he was headed. Upon hearing Blackstone Town, Apis had followed him. This implied that news of the magical ore had reached Walton City and, before long, perhaps even the capital. The primary concern now was the multitude of adventurers flooding into Blackstone Town. Arkham added, "I have already dispatched the knights from our station to the mine, so the town's manpower is rather stretched.
The steward pondered for a moment. Gus's small squad, consisting of about 20 individuals, should suffice to manage a small town, and thus he declared, "Tomorrow, let Gus take charge of the patrol duties in the town.
We shall set up a checkpoint at the city gate for registration." "Registration for what?" Arkham inquired, puzzled. "The comings and goings are primarily adventurers. Registration seems futile given their myriad false identities." The steward clarified, "Just a casual registration of names, professions, and origins. I mainly wish to track the flow of people." "Very well, I shall inform Gus," Arkham replied. "Is there anything else?" The steward recounted his encounter with Apis to Arkham, who remained silent for a long while before speaking. The nature of the abyssal beings remains a mystery, one that even the Tower Council has yet to unravel. However, regarding the individual you mentioned, it would be wise not to keep them close if you encounter them again. Such beings often carry special missions that ordinary people should not meddle with. The steward scoffed. "What sort of mission could that be? Aren't abyssal beings primarily engaged in dealings with demons?" Arkham shook his head. "They may be connected to deeper entities within the abyss. The Empire's stance towards abyssal beings is one of caution and distance." "Nonsense. How could they maintain such distance while sending tax collectors into that forsaken land? It's clear they cannot collect taxes and are too afraid to venture in," the steward muttered to himself before adding, "Take me to the mine tomorrow." "Have they begun extracting magical ore yet?" "Not yet, but the magical resonance is growing stronger according to Iron Hammer. It should be soon," Arkham relayed, only repeating what the mine's overseer had informed him. "Very well, you have worked hard these past days. You may return now." The steward, having spent nearly a month aboard the ship without a proper rest, intended to indulge in a good night's sleep. Arkham turned to leave, though he wished to inquire about recent events in the capital. Seeing the steward's evident fatigue, he refrained from doing so and decided to seek out Afu and the others instead. The following morning, the steward stretched languidly, relieved to finally have a good night's rest after such a long journey. He felt invigorated, his breathing noticeably easier. Exiting his room and making his way to the hall, he found that Afu had already arranged breakfast. Arkham accompanied the steward to the courtyard, where they found Eileen and the others practicing basic swordsmanship. The steward observed the children for a moment, contemplating what they could achieve and how to strategize for the period ahead. With the mine still unable to yield magical ore, the plans for magical industry remained unfeasible. The economic backbone of Blackstone Town lay in the black stone from the mines, yet it offered little profit. A means to discover lucrative avenues must be devised. Chapter 77. Hammer and Copper Beard. The edifices of Blackstone Town, with the exception of the Lord's Manor, are predominantly constructed from the robust black stone sourced from the nearby mines. This particular stone is renowned for its durability and stability, rendering it ideal for the construction of fortifications and military structures. Initially, the establishment of Blackstone Town was solely intended for quarrying purposes. However, due to the financial strains of military expenditures, the commander at the time devised a scheme to alleviate the burden of miner wages. Miners could attain legitimate citizen status through their labor, while those already possessing such status were granted property rights on specially designated plots, allowing for the direct transfer of stone from the quarry, in abundance, and to their satisfaction. Thus, Blackstone Town came into being. With the conclusion of Kalyan's southern campaign, the town was on the verge of abandonment, only for the demons of the Dark Forest to re-emerge, prompting the resurgence of the Crimson Thorn in their crusade against evil. Once again, Blackstone Town was revitalized, with intermittent operations resuming at the mines, a trend that has continued to this day. As Zhuangchen meandered through the streets, he contemplated the structures flanking him. Lost in thought, he halted before a tavern, where an aged wooden sign, adorned with the image of a hammer, swung gently in the breeze, the remnants of its once vibrant paint barely visible beneath layers of weathering. Upon entering, he was immediately assailed by a cacophony of unpleasant odors, a veritable en-lang that nearly overwhelmed him. The tavern was bustling, filled to capacity with patrons, none of whom resembled humans. Instead, the clientele comprised beings with scales, horns, or even those of diminutive stature. In one corner, he spotted a goblin, busily fiddling with something and shoving it into its mouth. It was evident that this establishment catered to non-human clientele, from the customers to the staff, and even the owner. All were distinctly not of human descent. The sudden appearance of Zhuangchen, a human, elicited surprise among the patrons, their conversations abruptly hushed as they scrutinized his lavish attire. "Welcome, welcome. A rare human visitor. What would you like to partake in?" boomed a voice from the bar, distinctly dwarven in timbre. Gruff and resonant as Zhuangchen approached the bar and took a seat, eyeing the dwarf behind it. The dwarf's hair was somewhat sparse, yet his beard flourished, covering nearly half his face, and appeared to be meticulously groomed, exhibiting a pleasing brass-like hue. "I would like to sample your renowned dwarven spirits," Zhuangchen requested. He then inquired, "Might you be Hammer Copperbeard?"
The dwarf placed a wooden tankard, nearly the size of Zhuang Chen's head, upon the bar and laughed heartily. "Indeed, I am the only one in all of Blackstone Town with such a splendid copper beard." Though Zhuang Chen had not broached the subject of the beard, the dwarf clearly took great pride in it. Extending his hand towards Hammer, Zhuang Chen introduced himself. "I am Zhuang Chen of the Crimson Thorn. A good friend of mine in the capital, named Shatterstone, mentioned you would look after me."
Hammer grasped Zhuang Chen's somewhat grimy hand, laughing as he replied, "The young master of the Crimson Thorn?
I hardly think it falls to me to offer you protection, but since you are a friend of Shatterstone, your drink shall be on the house from now on." His voice resonated throughout the tavern, and upon hearing that Zhuang Chen was an acquaintance of Hammer, the patrons' previously watchful gazes dissipated, and the tavern returned to its raucous atmosphere. Zhuang Chen took a moment to examine the tankard before him. The liquid was a deep brown, reminiscent of German stout, yet emanated a potent aroma, indicating a high alcohol content. Lifting the tankard, he estimated its weight at least a pound or two of dwarven spirit. He tilted his head back and took a hearty swig, the flavor peculiar, akin to a blend of beer and strong liquor, yet rich with malt and a surprising hint of savory meat.
Hammer watched him with an amused smile and asked, "How does it taste?"
Zhuang Chen replied, "The potency is commendable, with distinct layers of flavor. However, I dare say you might be losing money selling such a large serving."
"The production cost must be considerable, no?"
Hammer laughed heartily. "Do not fret about the costs. As expected of the young master of the Crimson Thorn, you are the first patron to evaluate our spirits from a commercial perspective." "One becomes accustomed to it," Zhuang Chen retorted, taking another sip and wiping the froth from his lips. "I am the newly appointed lord of Blackstone Town, as well as a pioneering lord."
Hammer picked up an empty tankard, polishing it as he responded, "Oh? The esteemed young master of the Crimson Thorn also aspires to be a pioneering lord?"
Setting down his tankard, Zhuang Chen slowly remarked, "Since entering, you have mentioned the Crimson Thorn thrice.
Is there some underlying issue between you and our family?" Hammer's expression sobered as he shook his head. "Certainly not. It has merely been some time since I last encountered anyone from the Crimson Thorn."
"Young Zhuang Chen, as a friend of Shatterstone, you are my friend as well. There is no need for such wariness." Zhuang Chen recognized his own instinctive tendency to be vigilant and assess others, raising his tankard and apologizing, "My apologies, it is merely habit." Following that, he downed the contents of the tankard in one go. Despite consuming such a substantial serving of dwarven spirits, Zhuang Chen's demeanor remained unchanged, his breathing steady as he internally assessed any possible physical reactions. He noted that the alcohol seemed to be swiftly digested, perhaps owing to the practice of his blade breath technique. If this were his previous life, such a quantity and potency would have rendered him incapacitated after 2 or 3 glasses, necessitating a stomach pump. Now, he mused, he might very well be immune to inebriation. "I had initially intended to seek you out at the mines today, but Arkham informed me you would be here at the tavern." Zhuang Chen transitioned to the main topic.
Hammer continued to polish the tankard, glancing at the patrons behind Zhuang Chen, and asked, "Are you certain you wish to discuss matters regarding the mines here?" Zhuang Chen shrugged nonchalantly, "It is of no great consequence. It is not something that must be kept hidden. Could we perhaps discuss the current situation?" Hammer set down the tankard, refilled Zhuang Chen's glass, and finally spoke, "What specific information regarding the mines does young Zhuang Chen wish to glean? When can we expect the mana ore to be excavated?"
Zhuang Chen inquired, addressing his foremost concern. Hammer responded, "The exploratory shaft at Pit 1 has been established. We should have results within 3 days, based on prior energy analyses. Yields are expected to. It is likely that there is something beneath it, akin to the Dragon's Fall." As the overseer of the mines, Hammer possessed intimate knowledge of Blackstone's depths. As he had indicated, the area below was likely to be a site of previous calamity. The energy analysis derived from the depths suggested that the ore below was predominantly dark energy ore, a rare commodity that poses challenges in the extraction process for conversion into mana crystals.
Zhuang Chen pressed further, "What do you believe lies beneath?"
Hammer chuckled, "This is the southernmost part of the Southlands, with the dark forest just a few hundred miles away. It is highly probable that the remains of some demons rest below, which complicates the extraction of such ore."
Chapter 78.
"Doss, you bastard!" Zhuang Chen did not linger long at the Copperbeard Tavern. After inquiring about a few matters, he returned to the Lord's Manor to gather his men and head toward the mining area for inspection. The mining site was bustling with activity, and the first mine was equipped with enormous machines that, from a cursory stylistic evaluation, embodied a quintessential cyberpunk aesthetic, a chaotic amalgamation of machinery with no discernible purpose. It was rumored that this contraption was a probe crafted by the Hammerhand, now in its 20th iteration, far surpassing manual prospecting in speed and safety. Over the years of development, the mine had reached an astonishing depth of 400 meters and continued to be explored. The hammerhand had fashioned numerous devices, transforming this mining site into his experimental playground, where bizarrely shaped, colossal machines reigned supreme, characterized by their massive size, deafening noise, and substantial energy consumption. One machine, operating for a day, consumed a mana crystal, costing approximately 10 gold pieces on the market. These machines were all fashioned on site by the hammerhand upon discovering traces of mana ore. Otherwise, the mine's revenue could not sustain such extravagant expenditure. Following the investment from the Wisteria Thorn, the hammerhand commenced large-scale production and continuous improvements. He left behind a dozen or so dwarven craftsmen, primarily tasked with implementing the hammerhand's proposed enhancements to upgrade the existing machinery. The hammerhand aimed to create a batch of mining machines that could operate stably and with low energy consumption while extracting mana ore. After grasping these fundamental details, Zhuang Chen refrained from delving deeper into the mining area and returned to Blackstone Town. 3 days later, news of ore extraction from the first mine finally reached the Lord's Manor and spread throughout Blackstone Town. On that day, the number of adventurers heading toward Blackstone Town doubled. Gus, accompanied by a Whiteblade Knight, took it upon himself to oversee the registration at the city gates. A caravan of slave traders approached the gates, and Gus instinctively cast a glance at the cages aboard the carts, as per Zhuang Chen's instructions. For the past few days, both Gus and the knight had been vigilant regarding the slave traders. Unfortunately, there was no sign of Abby Eyes among them. Feeling somewhat bored, Gus was about to head to the Copper Beard Tavern for lunch when he spotted a ragged young man with striking black hair approaching. His gaze seemed vacant, yet his stride was resolute. Abby Eyes? Gus exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this name. Abby Eyes exhibited a flicker of recognition but did not respond. He stood frozen, seemingly lost in thought. Fortunately, Gus had grown accustomed to this behavior. He instructed a nearby knight to notify Zhuang Chen while he remained to attend to Abby Eyes. After a moment of dazed silence, Abby Eyes appeared to recall how to speak and stammered, "Hello, do you know me?" Gus instantly exhibited a sympathetic expression. It seemed that this child's amnesia was more severe this time, rendering him less articulate.
"Do you remember why you came to Blackstone Town?" Gus inquired. Abby Eyes again fell into contemplation, and after a prolonged pause, he replied, "Is this Blackstone Town?" The good news was that he spoke more fluently now. The bad news was that he appeared to remember nothing at all. Due to Abby Eyes' habitual lag in response, the queue of individuals waiting to enter the city grew increasingly impatient, prompting Gus to hastily pull Abby Eyes aside, registering the next person while questioning him. "Why are you here?" Abby Eyes shook his head, his eyes reflecting utter bewilderment, as if a lost traveler had unexpectedly materialized in this location. "Are you hungry?" Gus suddenly recalled something and tentatively asked. Abby Eyes' vacant expression transformed into one of clarity and determination. "Hungry." "Excellent, it is indeed Abby Eyes." Gus entrusted the registration duties to the local city guards and led Abby Eyes toward the Copper Beard Tavern for a meal. News of the ore extraction had just arrived, and both Zhuang Chen and the hammerhand had rushed over, likely not to return anytime soon. However, the tavern's patrons showed no signs of dwindling, as the servants bustled about energetically. Abby Eyes appeared quite famished, his skin paler than before, rendering him even more frail. Though he had lost his memory, certain traits seemed etched into his very soul. He had not lost his politeness. Even in hunger, he refrained from devouring his food ravenously. Gus even felt that Abby Eyes was akin to a fallen noble, for in certain respects, he bore a closer resemblance to nobility than Zhuang Chen himself. After satisfying his hunger, Abby's spirits visibly improved, and he began to inquire of the bartender, "Are there any available rooms?" The bartender shook his head. "None, they are all occupied." Gus interjected, "I will take you to the Lord's Manor." "Who needs a tavern?" Abby Eyes furrowed his brow and replied, "I seem to dislike staying at the Lord's Manor." "What do you mean seem?" Gus struggled to comprehend Abby's reasoning. Abby Eyes tilted his head, "I don't know. I just feel I don't like it. I'm quite comfortable here, thank you, kind armored man." Gus, exasperated, retorted, "I have told you, my name is Gus, not Armored Man." "All right, Mr. Gus, thank you," Abby Eyes responded once more with gratitude. Gus sighed, "Who knows when young Master Zhuang Chen will return? Shall we head back to the Lord's Manor?" Abby Eyes shook his head, firmly rejecting, "Sorry, Mr. Gus, I don't wish to go." Gus could not fathom why he was so adamant about this, even refusing to go to the Lord's Manor despite his amnesia. Had he encountered something there? "Bartender, he is a friend of Zhuang Chen, do you have any spare rooms?" Gus found himself in a bind and had to inquire once more. The availability of tavern rooms often depended on who was asking. The bartender, aware that Zhuang Chen was the newly appointed lord and had a good rapport with the owner, did not conceal the truth from them, stating, "There is indeed an attic room, but it is reserved for the owner's friends and is not open to the public." "You must ask the owner."
I understand, Abby Eyes. Let us head to the mine to find young Master Zhuang Chen. Abby Eyes obediently hopped down from the barstool, and Gus scratched his head, wondering why he was so compliant at this moment. Gus first returned to fetch a warhorse. Traversing to the mining area on foot would take at least half a day. Upon seeing Gus leading the horse toward him, Abby Eyes' eyes sparkled with clarity once more. He approached and began to fondly stroke the horse, and in a matter of moments, the horse bucked Gus off its back, nuzzling affectionately against Abby Eyes. Instead, Gus landed on the ground, bewildered.
No, this is my horse. Doss, after 3 years of raising you, is this how you repay me?
He reluctantly stood up, attempting to regain control of the horse, but Doss retaliated with a kick that sent Gus flying.
Abby Eyes hurriedly reprimanded, "Little White, that's very rude. Doss, you bastard."
Chapter 79. Well number 1. At the Blackstone mine, the number 1 well in the Empty Valley mine was belching thick black smoke and scalding steam from the 30 colossal probe drills that the dwarven craftsman had painstakingly re-engineered over 3 days, giving the impression that it might explode at any moment. However, the surrounding dwarves remained utterly unfazed, for their foreman, Hammer, was inside the machine conducting emergency repairs. In addition to well number 1, the dwarves had constructed 2 additional mines over the past 3 days, although none had yet yielded any output. Only well number 1 had detected a violent energy reaction. Surrounding well number 1 was a dense array of magical formations designed to prevent energy leakage and to mitigate the risk of explosive energy surges during the drilling process. The technique for extracting magical energy ore had reached a considerable level of sophistication in the western territories of the Empire, yet the Empire had withheld this technology from the southern regions. Instead, the South relied on the traditional methods honed during the era of the Dragon's Fall, augmented by Hammer's personal insights. After a morning of frantic repairs, the colossal probe finally stabilized, and the energy circuits on its left side began to operate normally. 6 dwarven craftsmen immediately donned heavy protective gear and commenced their descent down the cableway, as the probe currently hovered 400 meters above the ground, having already drilled nearly 200 meters deep. The initial descent must be undertaken by the dwarves themselves, as they needed to establish stable protective measures and the foundational seals for the alchemical transmission circuits at the probe's tip. Once everything was secured, the miners could enter to commence their work. The extraction of magical energy ore was not a simple matter of digging with a pickaxe, it entailed a rigorous and comprehensive procedure. Each piece of the miner's protective gear alone cost over 10 gold coins, with material composition increasing as depth intensified. Upon reaching the bottom of the mine, the miners would slowly expand their operations outward from the base laid by the dwarves. This process demanded patience. Haste could lead to catastrophic explosions that would inundate the entire mining area. After the dwarves completed the foundational setup, they quickly returned via the cableway to the probe platform, for the energy at the bottom of the newly opened mine was far too potent. Any excessive energy, regardless of its nature, could inflict irreversible damage on the human body, and the protective gear was not designed to withstand such conditions for long. The next batch of dwarves promptly took over, carrying boxes sealed with anti-magic stones to commence the next phase of work. At this moment, Hammer leapt out of the enormous probe, beads of sweat the size of peas cascading down his face, his clothes completely drenched. "Boss, are you all right?" inquired a dwarf whose beard resembled a lightning bolt, handing him a jug of water. After taking a few gasps of air, Hammer accepted the jug and gulped down several mouthfuls. Once he had replenished his hydration, he remarked, "The energy down there is more intense than I anticipated. The core needs to be replaced. At most, we can only sustain this for a week." Zhuang Chen, who had been observing all morning without understanding much, approached Hammer once he had regained some strength and asked, "What is the situation down there?" Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel provided by the lightning-bearded dwarf, Hammer replied, "The energy down there rivals that of your Dragon's Fall, perhaps even exceeding it. The current machinery cannot probe too deeply. Any further attempts could result in an explosion. I require a new batch of materials developed by the Magical Energy Industrial Committee. Please compile a list for me. I will arrange for someone to deliver it to Deerhorn Fortress and have it sent back to the Duke's residence via the magic network with utmost urgency." Although Zhuang Chen did not fully grasp Hammer's requirements, he understood his role clearly. Hammer exhaled deeply and added, "Let us depart from here for now. We will only be able to test the ore quantity tomorrow. Such matters cannot be rushed." "Very well." Under Hammer's guidance, the group returned to the surface. The probe's location was oppressively hot, and Zhuang Chen, having endured the heat for an entire morning, found it unbearable. Even as a fifth-tier knight, he struggled with the stifling conditions, making it hard to fathom how the miners managed their work. Zhuang Chen inquired, "What do those miners rely on to operate down in the mine?" The lightning-bearded dwarf replied, "Extracting stone is not overly complicated. This area has not been modified yet. Currently, only we dwarves and trained halflings can endure it. We will need to refine the surrounding environment later. Zhuangchen understood that this mining area had been hastily established upon discovering the energy reactions and had not yet undergone any renovations. This piqued his curiosity further, prompting him to ask, what was the purpose of the boxes those dwarven brothers were carrying? How is magical energy ore extracted? Those boxes contain several alchemical components used for assembling the energy compression core, Hammer casually explained, then recalled Zhuangchen's lack of familiarity with these concepts and added, we must first compress the energy below into a liquid state, blend it with alchemical water, and finally inject it into the ore for preliminary sealing. The ore that undergoes preliminary sealing is the initial version of magical energy ore, replete with impurities that require further refinement. The process is quite intricate and difficult to elucidate clearly. Zhuangchen nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the scientific nature of the procedure, yet finding it challenging to comprehend fully. He was more concerned with the daily output of ore and his share of the profits. The bulk of the magical energy ore from the Blackstone mine would undoubtedly need to be sent back to the Duke's residence, and as the manager, he was unsure how much he could retain for himself. Returning to the surface felt refreshingly pleasant. I could really use a jug of strong liquor to revive my spirits. Once back on the surface, Hammer sighed in relief. Even amidst the swirling dust of the mining site, he found it far more comfortable than down below. Zhuangchen shared this sentiment. As long as there were no issues below, he had little desire to return. Such an ordeal was too taxing. The group arrived at the temporary quarters at the mining site, constructed from nearby stone materials, imbuing the structures with a distinctly dwarven character, durable, robust, and steeped in practicality. All the buildings featured semicircular roofs, as the dwarves preferred not to adhere to angular symmetry but rather favored cylindrical forms capped with half-domes. Upon entering Hammer's workshop, the left side was stacked high with barrels of liquor, while the right side was designated for work, though even this area bore several empty barrels.
Come. Let us first indulge in a hearty drink before discussing business.
Having toiled throughout the morning, Hammer could no longer suppress his thirst for alcohol. With one hand, he dragged out a large barrel and began pouring it into a wooden basin on the table, oblivious to whether it had been cleaned. The lightning-bearded dwarf beside him somehow procured several large goblets and began ladling out the liquor.
You are the first noble to endure an entire morning in the mine. I am Raimao, the most trusted craftsman of the boss.
Raimao approached Zhuangchen, offering him a goblet before promptly tilting his head back and downing his drink in one swift motion. Zhuangchen, not one to be outdone, followed suit, astonishingly consuming his drink without a change in complexion. Raimao was elated, seizing Zhuangchen's goblet to refill it, but Hammer interjected, one barrel is more than enough.
You need to keep an eye on the machinery later. Just one barrel?
Raimao frowned, feeling he could easily finish a barrel himself, and with 3 of them, it would hardly suffice.
After downing 2 large cups, Hammer exhaled contentedly, aha, only this elixir makes me feel truly alive.
Zhuangchen shared a barrel of strong liquor with the 2 dwarves, consuming 5 or 6 cups himself, feeling uncomfortably full as his breathing technique began to activate, causing steam to emanate from his body.
Hammer was astonished. Is there such a method of consumption? Isn't that cheating? Raimao exclaimed in discontent, shouting, another barrel.
It is time to discuss matters of importance, no more drinking. Hammer maintained his composure, instructing Raimao to tidy up before opening the record book on the table to the latest page. He then looked up and said, Zhuangchen, there is something I must inform you regarding the situation beneath the mine. Chapter 80. The powder keg. Hammer lowered his head, reviewing his notes, his gaze meandering across the pages as if he were reminiscing about the scene from that time. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. A month ago, an energy response was detected in the empty valley mine. I was the first to arrive for inspection, and at that moment, the reaction was rather feeble. A few days later, however, the response intensified, prompting me to construct a probe to delve deeper. The energy below fluctuated like the tides. According to this month's monitoring report, the energy has formed a stable tidal circuit.
Do you understand what tides are?
Faced with Hammer's inquiry, Zhuangchen felt as though some long-forgotten knowledge was assaulting his mind, and he quickly shook his head. I do not understand.
Please explain it simply.
Hammer pondered for a moment before saying, generally speaking, magical ore fields do not form tidal circuits. Take the Dragon's Fall mine, for instance. It resembles a boiling lake, brimming with vitality, yet its inherent stability is as solid as a rock. Conversely, the empty valley mine appears remarkably peculiar. It resembles a tempestuous ocean, seemingly influenced by some unseen force. Zhuangchen's eyes began to glaze over. Despite Hammer's efforts to simplify the explanation, he still found it incomprehensible. Let me illustrate it for you, Hammer said, flipping to a blank page, picking up a charcoal pencil, and drawing 3 lines. The top line was labeled surface, the middle line empty valley mine probe number 1, depth 400, and the bottom line tidal plane. He explained, the energy response from the middle line down to this plane line is normal. There is an energy response, but it is based on stability. However, the ore yield will undoubtedly not be very high. Casually, Hammer continued, when the probe breaks through this line, at a depth of 600 meters, a tidal response occurs, indicating that beneath lies an enormous energy mass, the extent of which is unpredictable.
This mine cannot possibly be the largest magical ore field in history, can it? Hammer's straightforward narration led Zhuang Chen to entertain a bold hypothesis.
This should be good news, yet Hammer wore a furrowed brow. This is not necessarily a good thing, Hammer remarked. The godforsaken land also exhibits a clear tidal response, and that cursed place is uninhabitable for anyone except the abyssal ones. He then drew 3 more lines alongside. Some special mining sites may also exhibit localized tidal responses. At the bottom line, he circled an area, stating, often, there exist remnants within these sites, radiating energy and spreading from that focal point. The energy forms a stable reflux within the rocky layers, ultimately creating a circuit akin to a paperclip. This situation is stable yet poses a minor risk for mining, and one might even stumble upon a relic.
Zhuang Chen began to grasp why so many adventurers had flocked here.
Typically, such mines would harbor a relic, and they likely believed that beneath the Blackstone mine lay one as well. Hammer then began sketching bizarre lines beneath the initial drawing, resembling the great oceanic circulation from a previous life. This is the circuit I hypothesize exists beneath the empty valley mine, he said, glancing up at Zhuang Chen with a smile.
It's all right if you don't understand.
This is merely conjecture, let me explain the general idea. Pointing to the circuit, Hammer elaborated, this area is akin to an ocean, its violent movements governed by a stable circuit, indicating that the involved range is unpredictable, and the mining risks are exceptionally high. Most crucially, he circled the lowest point of the circuit. Beneath this circuit, there must lie a vast underground empty valley, perhaps even an unpredictable cluster of relics.
Zhuang Chen finally comprehended part of it and inquired, isn't that a good thing? Surely, there must be valuable items within the relic cluster? Hammer shook his head. A relic cluster capable of forming such a massive tidal circuit, especially one of dark energy, what do you think lies beneath? Given the specialties of the southern region, what could it possibly be? Each of the 4 realms of Kaliao possesses its unique specialties. The northern region connects to the eternal frost, known for its frost giants. The western region, dubbed the Tomb of the 100 Clans, is littered with ancient relics and abundant minerals. The southern region's specialty is more abstract, believed to connect to the abyssal hell subspace, initially marked in the godforsaken land, though scholars later speculated it might reside in the dark forest due to significant energy responses detected there. Now, Hammer's question sent a chill down Zhuang Chen's spine. You don't mean to suggest that below may connect to the abyss, do you? Hammer's expression turned grave. I cannot be certain.
I hope it does not, but it is undeniably linked to demons. This matter is beyond the southern region's capacity to handle and must be reported. Zhuang Chen fell silent. If Hammer's conjecture held any truth, then not only the southern region but the entire Kaliao Empire would be ill-equipped to manage the situation. Only a power with dominion over the entire continent, such as the Holy Church, would possess the authority to intervene. This mine represented a ticket for the southern region amidst the forthcoming upheaval. Once relinquished, Zhuang Chen did not wish to contemplate the implications of such a predicament. Hammer understood Zhuang Chen and the concerns of the Zijing Thorn family, and he could only advise that this situation might affect the entire continent. The sooner it is reported to the Holy Church, the better. I also need to inform the King of the Hills about this incident. Zhuang Chen remained uncertain. The scope of this matter was too vast.
He needed to consult Norton first. I will present your materials and this issue to my father. He will make the decision.
Hammer nodded, offering reassurance. Setting aside all these concerns, the mine's yield is still quite promising. At least in my several hundred years of life, I have encountered this type of mine for the first time. The southern region stands to profit. Profits are meaningless if one doesn't survive to enjoy them, Zhuang Chen replied with a wry smile. He had hoped to uncover a lucrative mine, only to find a powder keg that could potentially devastate the entire continent. Lemo, who had been listening and was initially drowsy, suddenly became serious.
He was not a noble dwarf but merely a craftsman, unfamiliar with such grand concepts. Yet, upon hearing Hammer's subsequent words, he could not help but express concern. Boss, can you handle this alone? Should we call upon the King of the Hills to send some masters to assist? Hammer felt an urge to strike him. After all, he was one of the top masters in the Dwarven Kingdom. What did that imply? Did he look down upon Hammer Copperbeard? However, Lemo's concern was valid. The matter was indeed too significant for Hammer to manage alone. He sighed. I will report the situation accurately to the King of the Hills and see how he chooses to arrange it. Boss, a knight has come looking for young Master Zhuang outside. A dwarf knocked on the workshop door. Hammer turned to Zhuang Chen and remarked, some matters cannot be disclosed to others. You understand this principle?
Zhuangchen certainly understood, and after acknowledging, he rose to leave. Chapter 81. Hello, little Red.As Zhuangchen stepped out of the door, he immediately spotted Apis, who was peering around the corridor with an inquisitive expression that shattered the oppressive atmosphere, replacing it with a light-hearted and whimsical air. Young master. Gus hastily approached, reporting, Apis has lost his memory again, and this time it's even more complete. When I first encountered him, it seemed he had forgotten even the common tongue of the Empire. Apis was exploring the surroundings, as dwarves were not particularly fond of locking doors. The rooms along the corridor were mostly ajar, revealing a myriad of peculiar machines within. Zhuangchen acknowledged with a nod and approached Apis, asking, Do you still recognize me? Apis shook his head and continued to investigate the door beside him, scrutinizing a machine that was half the size of the room, resembling a lathe. Do you know what is inside? Zhuangchen leaned in to take a look. It appeared to be a lathe, yet also resembled some sort of hydraulic apparatus. The dwarven machinery exuded a cyberpunk aesthetic, leaving Zhuangchen perplexed. I don't know it, but I'm curious, Apis replied, returning his gaze and patiently remaining in place. Gus chimed in, Young master, he is reluctant to accompany us to the Lord's Manor and prefers to stay at the tavern. The Hammer Tavern is fully booked. The attendant mentioned there is an attic available, but it's reserved for friends of the Hammer. Understood, arrange a room at the Blackstone Tavern. Do I need to teach you such matters? Zhuangchen admonished, but then reconsidered, recognizing that Gus was not the steward and refraining from being too harsh. At that moment, Hammer emerged from the workshop, exclaiming, Who wishes to stay at the tavern? Young Master Zhuang, is this your friend? Hammer shouted, his demeanor shifting to a more serious tone, a deep one? Zhuangchen turned to explain, when I first met him, he did indeed identify himself as a deep one, though his temperament seems quite stable. I have yet to hear of any signs of madness. Hammer scrutinized Apis, commenting, he does appear quite honest. My attic was set aside for Leah, but she hasn't returned in over a year. Given her nature, once she leaves, she could be gone for decades. It's empty anyway, so if he wishes to stay, let him come to my place. Leah? Upon hearing the name, Zhuangchen recalled the elven woman from the Bloodthirsty Tavern and inquired, Is she an elf, seemingly dazed with a rather vacant gaze? Ray Spearhead squeezed out from behind Hammer, saying, Leah? Not dazed at all, she is quite lively and enjoys teasing people, but she is indeed an elf. Have you met her? Zhuangchen recounted the events at the Bloodthirsty Tavern, to which Hammer remarked, It seems she has indeed gone to find that lad Tuck. Perhaps she has forgotten that humans do not have long lifespans. Hammer, come with me, there is something I wish to consult you about. Zhuangchen recalled the matter and led Hammer back to the workshop, informing him about Apis. He added, when I encountered him, he had already experienced 3 instances of amnesia, yet each time he managed to find his way to Blackstone Town. I suspect there is something beneath the mind that is drawing the deep ones, or perhaps it is him. Hammer pondered for a moment, saying, It appears my deduction has gained further validity. You first met Apis in Walton City, at a time when news of Blackstone Town had not yet leaked. He could not have learned about it so quickly. There is only one possibility. Something below is calling to him. Zhuangchen stated, I intend to take him to the drilling apparatus and observe his reaction. Hammer shook his head, advising, I do not recommend this course of action. Firstly, the drilling apparatus is currently stabilizing the mine shaft. The bedrock below and the core of the apparatus require replacement. If any mishap occurs and he triggers something, we both could be buried there. The depth of the drilling apparatus at the Empty Valley mine had not been modified. The dwarven craftsman, eager to reach the ore, had no time to stabilize this depth. The apparatus had also penetrated the energy layer, with the dwarven craftsman still engaged in preliminary foundational work. If Apis were to resonate with whatever may lie beneath, that however, elemental resonance could ignite the energy points below, and according to Hammer's calculations, if that energy were to explode, not only the southern region but the entire continent might suffer a significant loss. I understand. We shall wait until the situation below stabilizes before proceeding, Zhuangchen conceded after listening to Hammer's explanation. Hammer added, Leah's room has been left with a nature spirit capable of detecting good and evil. I will keep an eye on that. I'll take him back now and see if I can extract some information. Zhuangchen prepared to leave, having spent the entire morning here without eating anything, only drinking. Hammer replied, I want to see you off. I need to remain here for a while longer and will only return at night. Zhuangchen turned and departed. Apis returned to Blackstone Town, and upon arriving, he skillfully rode Gus's horse, guiding Gus to automatically withdraw from the group as they headed towards the Copperbeard Tavern. Wait. Zhuangchen had yet to regain his composure when he heard Gus urgently shout, Dawes, turn around, follow the young master, hurry. Dawes, however, suddenly lifted his head, tossing the seated Gus to the ground. Apis gently stroked Dawes's neck, soothingly saying, "Little White, be good." Zhuang Chen turned his horse around, looking down at Gus lying on the ground, his brow furrowed.
"Gus, how did you pass the White Blade Knight's assessment?"
Gus quickly leaped up from the ground, eagerly explaining, "Young master, please let me explain. This fellow Apis is too uncanny. The moment he appeared, he took my Dawes away, and now it completely disregards my commands." Apis corrected him, "Little White prefers the name Little White, he doesn't like the name Dawes. I've called him Dawes for 3 years.
How could he not like it? Get down."
Gus attempted to pull Apis down. Apis tugged on the reins, and Little White turned his head and kicked Gus away with a swift motion, galloping towards the Copper Beard Tavern with Apis.
"I've called him Dawes for 3 years. How could he possibly dislike that name?"
Gus exclaimed angrily, trying to pull Apis off the horse. Apis gently pulled the reins, and Little White adeptly turned, effortlessly kicking Gus away. Subsequently, Little White sped towards the Copper Beard Tavern with Apis. Zhuang Chen rubbed his temples, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness and confusion. Upon reaching the tavern, Apis led Little White to the adjacent stable, feeding him some fodder before reluctantly departing.
Zhuang Chen followed suit, dismounting, and as Apis approached Zhuang Chen's horse, he inquired, "May I pet him?"
"Yes," Zhuang Chen replied expressionlessly. Apis's previously vacant gaze brightened noticeably as he stepped forward to caress the steed that Zhuang Chen rode, a magnificent creature raised by Acom, recognized as a thorn horse of the White Blade Knight Order, adorned with intricate patterns as vivid as blood. This horse was highly spirited, yet it displayed no reaction in Zhuang Chen's presence, seemingly due to the shared affinity for shadows that he and Acom possessed, rendering it quite compliant to shadow-related influences.
"Hello, Little Red," Apis began to name Acom's horse.
Gus rushed over from a distance, panting heavily, exclaiming, "Apis, stop, that horse belongs to Captain Acom, do not act recklessly." Chapter 82. The breeze of the Attic Abyss appeared to prefer solitude. He was unwilling to accompany Zhuang Chen back to the Lord's Manor and intended to explore Blackstone Town on his own. Zhuang Chen glanced at Gus and deemed him of little utility, thus permitting him to follow Abyss while he returned to the Lord's Manor alone. Athu had already begun to assume the governance of Blackstone Town, and at that moment, a tax collector was still needed. Aegon, who had been serving part-time as a tax collector for 3 months, was temporarily appointed to this role. One had been dispatched by Zhuang Chen to establish a shadow guard. During this period, he would be scouting for personnel in the southern vicinity and constructing an information network for that region. After all, with Arkham present in Blackstone Town, Juan's services as a protector were no longer required. Arkham had found himself quite unoccupied lately. Aside from training Eileen and the others for Zhuang Chen in the mornings, he wandered about like a retired elder, indifferent to affairs, leaving everything to Zhuang Chen. Upon returning to the manor, Zhuang Chen commenced writing letters while contemplating the future of Blackstone Town and his plans ahead. The industries in the capital were bound to be fleeting. He needed to establish a new financial lifeline. Currently, a plethora of adventurers had surged into Blackstone Town, and the entertainment industry could prove lucrative. Spreading through the adventurers' networks, Zhuang Chen prepared to create a variant of Hearthstone cards, intending to develop a Legends of the Many Races card set based on that compendium of humanoid races. He needed Athu to contact a historian. At this thought, Zhuang Chen suddenly recalled that Hammer was a long-lived being, and the Horned Ranger Knights were all elves, each one a walking repository of history. What more could he need? For now, he had to procure the materials for the cards and establish anti-counterfeiting measures. Entrusting this task to Hammer should pose no problem. Thus, Zhuang Chen continued to write and ponder, finishing the letters and subsequently drafting plans, forgetting even to eat, having consumed only a few cups of dwarven spirits throughout the day. As night fell, Hammer returned from the Hollow Valley mine to the tavern, where Abyss sat at the bar, savoring a piece of roasted meat larger than his own face. "Good evening, fine fellow with a clean beard." Abyss set down his knife and fork, greeting Hammer politely. Hammer couldn't help but chuckle, amused after a long day by Abyss's remark. "No worries, you eat first. Care for a drink?" he inquired casually. Without hesitation, Abyss nodded. Hammer waved his hand, and a servant promptly brought forth a cup of dwarven spirits, as if that were the only beverage served in his tavern. "Come, young man, let us share a drink." "Ha ha." Hammer filled his own cup, clinked it lightly against Abyss's, then tilted his head back in a hearty gulp, the liquor flowing robustly without a single drop spilled, his thick beard merely dampened, signaling the end of a full cup. Observing this, Abyss mimicked Hammer's approach, though his method was more meticulous. Each sip was precise, leaving no waste. Hammer, witnessing this, expressed his satisfaction openly, his voice booming with laughter. "Ah, young man, you truly suit my palate. Your name is Abyss, is it not?" "Seems so," Abyss replied, somewhat uncertain about his own name, only feeling that it was familiar. Hammer gestured for the servant to refill his drink, his tone teasing. I hear your head is stuffed with straw, and you don't even remember how you ended up in this godforsaken Blackstone town. Abyss furrowed his brow slightly, as if striving to piece together fragmented memories, then slowly articulated, honestly, I don't recall at all. When I awoke, I found myself on the road then. I just followed that caravan. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed Hammer's eyes. If what Abyss said was true, then he might have been guided by some mysterious force, enabling him to tread the correct path after each amnesia incident. Have you never harbored any doubts about this matter? Hammer's voice held a hint of inquiry. Abyss nodded earnestly. I am quite perplexed, yet cannot make sense of it. Hammer gazed into Abyss's sincere and solemn eyes, feeling somewhat helpless, as if he could not extract any further information. He raised his wine cup, breaking the silence. Come, let us witness the drinking capacity of a deep dweller. This boisterous call immediately attracted the attention of other patrons in the tavern, their gazes converging upon them. Thus began the drinking duel between Hammer and Abyss. Each time they finished a cup, cheers and applause erupted around them. As 4 cups of strong spirits were down in quick succession, along with the initial one, Abyss had consumed a total of 5 cups of dwarven spirits. He let out a resounding belch, though his eyes remained clear. The pallor of his face had acquired a hint of flush. Hammer wiped his beard and laughed heartily. By the gods, you little turnip of a stature can down so many cups. I must admit, I underestimated you. You have successfully earned my friendship. Upon hearing Hammer's words, Abyss momentarily froze, instinctively sensing an inexplicable sense of reassurance, as if gaining the friendship of a dwarf was a remarkably good thing, accompanied by a feeling of long-lost familiarity. He began to scrutinize Hammer earnestly, observing the smoothness of his beard. As blurred images flickered in his mind, unclear, yet familiar, he could vaguely recognize Hammer as a brass dwarf and knew certain traits of the brass dwarves. Abyss was bewildered, unable to comprehend where this knowledge had sprung from. Hammer pulled out a key from his pocket. You look somewhat fatigued. Here is the key to the attic. Go rest, but please, do not vomit in there. Leah will scold me. Thank you. Hammer. Abyss grasped the key and ascended the staircase leading to the attic. He traversed the corridor on the 4th floor, each step accompanied by a faint creaking sound, a testament to the passage of time etched into the wooden stairs. As he pushed open the attic door, a refreshing breeze greeted him, as if welcoming his arrival. Yet, perplexingly, the windows were tightly shut. The wind seemed to have emerged from nowhere. The attic was furnished simply yet warmly, exuding an air of mystery. In the center stood a single bed draped with a long cloth, beside which was a delicate bedside table adorned with a few exquisite trinkets. The bedside table faced the window, through which twinkling starlight poured in. To the left of the attic stood a small wardrobe, quietly guarding the secrets of the space. The entire attic was remarkably clean, as if it had just been magically tidied. A gentle breeze swept through the attic, bringing with it a sense of coolness and tranquility. Abyss felt as though he were gently enveloped by this breeze, instilling within him an inexplicable sense of peace. Abyss strolled to the small cabinet by the bed, where he discovered a yellowed note delicately pressed down by a small wooden block. The lively handwriting danced across the page, the message brief yet warm. Anyone who can arrive here must surely be a friend of Hammer. He never tidies up his rooms, however. I have left a nature spirit to watch over this space. It is friendly yet shy. To the new friend, I have washed the blankets, and there are towels in the drawer, which I sewed by hand. Kalia year 230, rain month 15. Leah. The elegant script exuded a lively spirit, as if one could feel Leah's enthusiasm and sincerity flowing through the words. Abyss held the note for a moment before placing it back, gently lifting the long cloth covering the bed, revealing a small quilt neatly folded atop it. There was no pillow. A thought flashed through his mind. What is a pillow? Another thought queried back. Abyss sat on the bed for a while, lost in thought, then suddenly exhaled deeply, releasing a chill, causing the attic breeze to abruptly cease. Did I startle you? My sincerest apologies. His gaze fell upon a corner of the room, which was devoid of any objects, yet his intuition told him that at the moment the breeze had stopped, something had quietly crouched there. I am truly sorry. I mean no harm. I hope you do not mind. Abyss slowly rose, again offering his apologies to that corner. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and then the breeze began to gently stir once more, imbued with a sense of caution and inquiry. Meanwhile, Hammer stood at the foot of the stairs, holding a cup of wine, squinting his eyes as he listened intently to the sounds emanating from the attic. Chapter 83. The energetic dragon mage Zhuangchen continued to write his proposal until Afu returned from the council hall. Had it not been for Afu's reminder that it was time for dinner, Zhuangchen would likely have continued his writing. How busy is it over at the council hall? How does it feel? He casually inquired at the dinner table. Afu smiled and shook his head, replying, Today has been relatively calm. There have been no significant matters concerning the townsfolk, and very few visitors have come by. A handful of merchants did stop by to inquire about trade issues, though. How is it on your end, Aganzo? Zhuangchen then turned to Aganzo, who had recently taken on the role of tax officer, currently assessing the situation within Blackstone town, yet had not yet begun his rounds in the surrounding villages. Aganzo sighed and said, Poor, exceedingly impoverished, in the entirety of Blackstone town, Only the Copperbeard Tavern and the Blackstone Tavern are turning a profit. However, the recent influx of adventurers has significantly boosted the earnings of the Lizard's Kiss.
Curious, Zhuang Chen asked, what is the Lizard's Kiss?
It is a brothel run by lizard folk, and I've heard it's quite popular, Aganzo replied candidly. Suddenly inspired, Zhuang Chen exclaimed, you should reach out to their Nightingale head, see if she can find a rather cute yet somewhat dim-witted female lizard folk. I have a script that could substantially enhance their earnings, perhaps it could even become a sensation across the continent.
What sort of script? A stage play?
Aganzo inquired, intrigued, as he had dabbled as a playwright for 3 months and had some knowledge in this area. Zhuang Chen nodded and promptly produced paper and pen from his pocket, beginning to write.
After several minutes, he handed Aganzo a sheet of paper. Aganzo glanced at it and saw written, The Energetic Dragon Maid Act 3, Scene 4 Tail Up. Of course not, sir, I merely wish to tidy your room. Clandius Cordo, is that truly all you desire to do, my little darling? Clean the room, tail up. I am unaware of what you speak, master. I am but a humble dragonkin maid. Clandius Cordo, indeed, you are, my little dumpling. And a splendid dragonkin maid at that. Look at those sturdy legs and that beautiful tail up. How embarrassing, sir. Clandius Cordo, fear not, what is there to be afraid of with me? Tail up. I must begin my cleaning, sir. If I fail to do so, the mistress will have my head. Clandius Cordo, cleaning, is it? I have some work for you. Come here and polish my spear, tail up, but it's so large. I'll need the whole night. Clandius Cordo, there's plenty of time, my sweet, plenty of time. End of Act 3, Scene 4. Aganzo was utterly astonished. He had not expected Zhuang Chen to be so skilled in playwriting. These few lines of dialogue vividly portrayed an adorable maid. This script is fantastic. Is there a full version? Aganzo asked, eyes gleaming with admiration. Arkham leaned in, curious. What script? Let me see.
Aganzo handed it over, and Arkham hurriedly scanned the lines, his expression growing increasingly serious.
He furrowed his brow and critically remarked, what comes next? Why is it so short? How can that be sufficient? This piqued Afu's curiosity as well, prompting him to rise and inquire, Mr. Arkham, may I take a look? After reading the script, Afu exclaimed in amazement, this script is quite impressive, young master. Such a piece would surely be well received in the capital. I've heard that those nobles have rather peculiar tastes and enjoy experiencing novel things. Zhuang Chen intended for the adventurers to circulate this work, ideally reaching the capital to increase its influence, thus allowing his entertainment industry to flourish. In due time, he could incorporate advertisements for the 100 Races conflict card game within the script, which would be absolutely perfect. After this interlude, Zhuang Chen returned to the matter at hand, producing 2 letters from his pocket. One was meant for the Duke's residence, concerning speculations about the Blackstone mining area, while the other was destined for the Horned Ranger Knights, as he sought assistance from an elf. Zhuang Chen handed both letters to Arkham, saying, Arkham, I have a very urgent letter that requires your personal delivery to Deer Antler Fortress, where it should be transmitted back to the Duke's residence via the magical network. You know the road to Deer Antler Fortress is not particularly safe.
Arkham gently accepted the 2 letters, one sealed with the distinctive wax mark of the Zizhuthorn family, exuding an air of nobility and mystery, while the other bore plain wax, unadorned and devoid of any seal.
Zhuang Chen added, the unsealed letter is for the Horned Ranger Knights. I need their assistance and hope they might send an elf my way. What do you think, Arkham? Arkham tucked the letters away, responding, those elves are notoriously proud, even dismissive of the Duke's authority. Only Lord Queer can command their respect. I might not even gain entry to their encampment, though delivering a message is certainly feasible. Zhuang Chen pondered for a moment. If that were the case, it would indeed be challenging to summon an elf. He needed a compelling reason to entice them over. Hand me that unsealed letter, I will make some adjustments. Zhuang Chen intended to include his mining speculations to lure them in first. After dinner, Zhuang Chen called Arkham to the study to discuss the day's events. Upon hearing the details, Arkham's expression changed. This is a significant matter. I shall deliver the letter immediately. The sooner the Duke is informed, the sooner he can make arrangements. Hold on, let me finish, Zhuang Chen said, pulling back the eager Arkham. I plan to inform the Horned Ranger Knights about this as well. Do you think they will send someone? Yes, Arkham affirmed confidently, adding, although those elves are haughty, they will undoubtedly send aid for such matters. During the battle at the Gates of Hell, their forces were always at the forefront, unstoppable, and suffered considerable losses. When they arrived, he planned to engage in a discussion under the guise of research, enhancing goodwill, and perhaps persuading them to assist in publishing a book. The 100 Races conflict card game he was developing required character cards based on historical figures from various races, thus facilitating promotion and fostering a sense of identity among the races. Once Zhuang Chen completed the letter, Arkham accepted it and promptly prepared to gather supplies for his departure. He would journey from Blackstone Town day and night at full speed toward Deer Antler Fortress, a journey that would require at least a day and a half.
By utilizing Shadow Stride, Arkham could also bring along the Thorn Warhorse he had acquired from the White Blade Knight's encampment, allowing for a faster travel time, potentially saving half a day. Chapter 84 Thornbaldorf. At the crack of dawn the following day, Johnson descended the stairs, yawning widely. Aganza and Afyu had yet to embark on their new day, gazing at Johnson with eager anticipation, as if they had inquiries to make. Stretching languidly, Johnson glanced at them and inquired, "What is it? Speak if you have something to ask." Aganza exchanged a look with Afyu, who feigned ignorance of the silent communication. Reluctantly, Aganza broke the silence, saying, "Boss, I was wondering if the script is finished." "I'd like to present it to the folks at the Kiss of the Lizard," Johnson replied curtly. "It's in the study upstairs, halfway done." "Thank you for your hard work, boss," Aganza exclaimed before hurrying upstairs, while Afyu considered following to savor the process, but, mindful of Johnson's presence, resolved to attend to his duties as steward. Taking a seat, Johnson summoned Kelly to bring breakfast.
"Afyu, what appointments do I have today?"
he casually inquired while waiting. Afyu glanced at Johnson's schedule notebook, noting its emptiness. Unlike the capital, Blackstone Town was devoid of many engagements, and Johnson's recent focus was solely on the mines, with no new tasks assigned. "None at the moment," Afyu replied honestly. Kelly soon arrived with breakfast, and Johnson regarded her thoughtfully. Previously, while in the capital, he had arranged for her to train the Nightingales, but that initiative was abruptly halted due to the incident involving the royal envoy. However, he recalled that the group of maids he had instructed Jason to procure had indeed been brought to Blackstone Town. He casually inquired, "Have those maids received any training recently?" Startled, Kelly quickly responded, "Yes, indeed, I teach them a few things every evening." Johnson nodded approvingly. "Good, continue that. This time, take your time and teach them more. Since you have free mornings, perhaps you could have them practice swordsmanship with Eileen." "Idleness is not beneficial." Kelly could only nod in agreement, pondering her own busyness. Afyu would be heading to the governance hall in the morning, and aside from financial matters, the majority of the estate's affairs had fallen squarely on Kelly's shoulders. The newly acquired maids, being unfamiliar with their roles, required constant guidance, compelling Kelly to rush from one task to another. She felt that she had been the busiest of all these past few days. "Oh, you could also have Eileen teach the maids to read," Johnson added. Kelly nodded, a bit dazed. "Understood, young master. I will take note of that." With those matters settled, Johnson waved her off, beginning to enjoy his breakfast. Observing Kelly's somewhat forlorn departure, Afyu sighed and leaned slightly towards Johnson, commenting, "Young master, Kelly is quite capable. She has been managing the estate's affairs diligently, and there have been no significant issues." "Indeed, I am aware. Promote her to head maid. When you have a moment, offer her some guidance as well," Johnson responded, realizing that he had been too preoccupied lately to pay attention to those around him. After a moment's reflection, he added, "Keep an eye on them for me during this period. Rewards should be given where due, and for minor infractions, handle them yourself. For more serious matters, bring them to me." "Understood, young master." Afyu retrieved his notebook to record the arrangement. After breakfast, Johnson, accompanied by Gus, departed the Lord's Manor, intending to pay a visit to Apis. As they passed in front of a dilapidated building, Johnson observed the sign of an inn, devoid of a name, but featuring a symbol. A traveler's boot, intertwined with a crossed feather and a rosary. Gus also glanced at the emblem, remarking, "Why hasn't this sign been updated? The Adventurers Guild has a new emblem now, a boot, razor, and a monocular, which was changed several years ago." Johnson gestured toward the wooden sign. "Is this the building of the Adventurers Guild? Why does it appear so decrepit?" "I'm not certain, but it's not surprising. It's fortunate that there is even a branch here," Gus replied casually, suddenly recalling that this was Johnson's territory, and quickly clarified, "What?" Johnson paid little heed, stepping through the door, determined to check for any updates regarding his previous bounty. With 100 gold pieces invested, he expected to hear some news. "Let us see what's inside," he said, slowly pushing open the weathered wooden door, as if crossing a boundary of time. A faint odor of decay wafted through the gap, assaulting his nostrils and causing him to wrinkle his brow involuntarily. In the center of the entrance, an old, worn counter stood, behind which sat a venerable man with white hair. He cradled a yellowed tome in his hands, engrossed in its pages, seemingly disconnected from the world outside. Johnson scrutinized the old man, whose face bore the marks of time, a tapestry of age that told tales of yesteryears. Yet, his steady and robust breathing betrayed an undeniable vitality. This vitality stood in stark contrast to the aura of decay surrounding him, evoking an indescribable sense of contradiction. "Greetings, sir," Johnson offered politely. The old man did not look up, continuing to turn the pages of his book, his voice raspy and cold, akin to ancient sandpaper. "If you are from the guild, present your badge. If not, the service manual is on the table. Help yourself." His demeanor was rather brusque, yet Johnson sensed something amiss with the old man, recalling Arkham's prior warning about two formidable factions in Blackstone Town, one being the Hammer and Copperbeard, a noble from the Dwarven Kingdom. The other was likely the elderly figure before him, who had established the branch here during the Kalyan's southern campaign. The Southern Campaign, Johnson mused, attempting to recall the timeline. When did the Southern Campaign transpire? After scanning his memory, he found no recollection of such events in his former life. However, he speculated whether the Southern Campaign indicated a time when the Thorns family had yet to submit to Callion. He remembered that the Thorns family had been integral in the founding of the nation alongside Callion I, otherwise, they wouldn't have secured the title of Duke of the Southern Territories. This suggested that the Southern Campaign must have occurred either before or shortly after the establishment of the nation, perhaps over 2 centuries ago. Was the old man before him an immortal being? He appeared to be a pure-blood human, yet his eyes bore an unusual emerald hue, deep and strikingly peculiar, tinged with an unsettling essence. After a moment's contemplation, Johnson produced the Adventurers Guild bounty voucher from his pocket and stated, "I had previously placed a bounty at the Twin Starport branch and would like to inquire if there are any updates." Only then did the old man lift his gaze, extending his hand to accept the voucher, glancing at the number before delving into the depths of the counter to retrieve a seemingly weighty parchment bag, which he placed upon the counter. "The materials arrived yesterday. The bounty has been fulfilled within the Southern Territories." Deducting a fee of 10 gold coins. As he spoke, he inscribed a series of numbers on the voucher, signed his name, and finally affixed the seal of the Blackstone Town branch before returning the voucher to Johnson. Johnson glanced at the voucher, noting the name Thornbaldorf, Chapter 85 Star Moon Bay. Before Zhuang Chen could unravel the contents of the paper bag, the old door of the inn swung open once more, and Ah Fu rushed in, breathless, to report, "Young master, there has been an unexpected turn of events." Zhuang Chen, presuming there was an issue at the mine, casually handed the paper bag to Gus and led both men out of the inn. The streets in the early morning were sparsely populated, and a serene stillness enveloped the air. Zhuang Chen glanced at Ah Fu, signaling him to speak. In a hurried tone, Ah Fu reported, "The Lord of Star Moon Bay has been replaced, severing the trade routes and grain supply from Blackstone Town." Zhuang Chen furrowed his brow, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. "Who is the new lord?" Ah Fu shook his head. "It is not yet clear. They just sent an envoy to the governing hall." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Chen swiftly mounted his horse and commanded in a deep voice, "Let us go and meet them." As they arrived at the Blackstone governing hall, they chanced upon the envoy from Star Moon Bay preparing to board a carriage. Zhuang Chen ordered, "Gus, pull him down." Without hesitation, Gus leaped from his horse, landing gracefully before the Star Moon Bay carriage. With fluid movements, he seized the envoy, yanking him down from the vehicle. The envoy, caught off guard by the suddenness of the encounter, fell to the ground, and his accompanying guards quickly closed in, their weapons glinting ominously as they aimed at Gus. The envoy, struggling to rise, was filled with rage and fear. "What are you doing? I represent the esteemed will of the Lord of Star Moon Bay. Do you intend to incite a war between our nobility?" Dismounting, Zhuang Chen approached the envoy with steady strides, his gaze icy as he disregarded the armed guards surrounding him. He stepped directly before the envoy and, with a swift kick, sent him sprawling to the ground. His voice was frigid as he commanded, "First, give him a beating, then remove his teeth one by one." "Understood." Gus replied, undeterred by the guards, seizing the envoy by the collar and delivering slaps across his face with relentless vigor. The guards exchanged glances, and finally, their leader stepped forward, addressing Zhuang Chen in a low voice, "My lord, please cease this, or else." Zhuang Chen turned to the guard leader and replied, "I am Zhuang Chen of the Purple Thorn." "Or else what?" Upon hearing the name of Purple Thorn, the guard's expression shifted to one of shock, a wave of inexplicable fear washing over him that he could not meet Zhuang Chen's gaze, bowing his head in silence as he retreated. The other guards, witnessing this, likewise took a few steps back, no longer daring to confront Zhuang Chen. And Gus, though holding back his strength, had left the envoy bruised and battered. The envoy, an ordinary man and evidently a local of Star Moon Bay, was oblivious to Zhuang Chen's background, as were the guards, who were unaware that the lord had changed hands and that the new lord was of the Purple Thorn lineage. "Stop! No more, help, someone save me," the envoy cried, cradling his head in desperation. Gus, annoyed by the noise, struck him hard enough to render him unconscious, then pinched the envoy's mouth, flicking it lightly, causing a tooth to pop out. The envoy, jolted awake by the pain, struggled to escape, but under Gus's formidable presence, he could only helplessly watch as his teeth were methodically removed. Once Gus had completed this task, he looked back at Zhuang Chen with satisfaction, reporting, "Young master, it has been dealt with." He then tossed the bloodied envoy to the ground like refuse and stepped back to stand quietly by Zhuang Chen's side. Zhuang Chen looked down at the trembling envoy. "Now, tell me, what is the surname of your new lord in Star Moon Bay?" Zhuang Thorn, the envoy muttered incoherently. Zhuang Chen immediately understood who was behind this turmoil. Such despicable and foolish tactics could only be orchestrated by his second brother, Vincent. "You lot, hang him from the lamppost. If he is still alive by morning, let him down." Zhuang Chen, possessing a kind heart and unable to bear the sight of such brutality, waved his hand to instruct the guards to handle the matter, then turned to Gus, commanding, "Gather your squad. We shall pay Vincent a visit." Gus promptly mounted his horse to return to the Lord's estate to summon his men. Afternoon, Zhuang Chen, accompanied by a cadre of blade-wielding knights, arrived at Star Moon Bay. The environment here was a stark contrast to Blackstone Town, with lush greenery and vibrant life surrounding Star Moon Bay, resembling the most exquisite tapestry of nature. In contrast, Blackstone Town was desolate, littered with stones, where even the tenacious weeds were sparse, let alone the verdant splendor found in Star Moon Bay. Star Moon Bay also boasted a coastal outlet, rich in marine resources and trade routes. Zhuang Chen had initially intended to claim this territory for himself, but due to the incident with the royal envoy, he had to leave without negotiating with Edward. Upon reaching the entrance to Star Moon Bay, they encountered a stone merchant caravan halted at the gate. The lead merchant, bewildered, exclaimed, "I have passed through here for 7 or 8 years.
What is the matter today, Old Harmon?"
Old Harmon replied helplessly, "A young master from Purple Thorn has arrived from the capital and issued new regulations. There is nothing I can do about it."
"Old friend, perhaps you should wait a while?"
As Zhuang Chen and his entourage approached, Old Harmon caught sight of the armored knights behind Zhuang Chen and was taken aback, hastily clearing a path for them.
He hesitantly inquired, "My lord, may I ask why you have graced Star Moon Bay with your presence?"
Zhuang Chen did not respond to Old Harmon's question. Instead, Gus coldly interjected, "Do not ask what you should not." Old Harmon was momentarily taken aback by Gus's words and had no choice but to close his mouth in resignation. The group proceeded directly to the Lord's estate in Star Moon Bay, where they encountered a familiar face in the courtyard. Smith, Vincent's temporary guardian knight, known as the Hydra. Upon seeing Zhuang Chen, Smith grinned, "Young Master Zhuang, long time no see.
How have you been?"
Zhuang Chen, perched atop his horse, regarded Smith with a cold stare and said, "Tell Vincent to come out and see me." Smith shrugged in resignation, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Young Master Zhuang, Vincent was utterly inebriated last night and is still asleep in bed. I do not wish to repeat myself." Zhuang Chen's gaze remained fixed on Smith, while Gus stood alert beside him, hand gripping the hilt of his sword, wary of Smith's every move. Smith, seemingly unfazed by the threat, replied without reservation, "Young Master Zhuang, I am not your subordinate. It matters not how many times you say it, it has no bearing on me. Akam is not here, and without an opponent, this is dreadfully dull." Smith mused to himself, his eyes casually sweeping over the squad of blade knights behind Zhuang Chen.
Chapter 86, I. "Do as I please." Zhuang Chen gazed intently at the grinning Smith, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. "What exactly has Vincent offered you that compels you to defend him so fervently? Is such a man truly worthy of your allegiance?"
Smith chuckled, a mischievous glint flickering in his eyes. "Of course, it's all for the thrill. Don't you think I resemble a loyal sycophant at this moment?
Life is so long, one must seek out some novel amusements, don't you agree?"
He paused, then feigned seriousness, "But on a different note, I am now Vincent's guardian knight. Should you dare to storm the Lord's castle, I will fight to the last breath."
With that declaration, Smith demonstrated he was not jesting by activating his breathing technique, his aura surging dramatically.
A thunderous boom resonated as waves of energy erupted from him, the invisible pressure compelling the blade knights to grip their reins tightly, soothing their startled steeds. When the knights beheld Smith, he appeared transformed into the phantom of a hydra, ensconced in a sea of blood, baring his fearsome fangs and roaring at them. Gus, sensing the weight of this pressure, gripped the hilt of his sword, prepared to unleash the oath of the blade and his unwavering resolve against this formidable force. Zhuang Chen furrowed his brow and raised a hand. In the face of Smith's oppressive aura, Zhuang Chen remained unfazed, unable to perceive the Hydra's illusion, yet he felt as if Smith were a venomous serpent in the winter, exuding a chilling dread.
"If you wish to experience a life of excitement and intrigue, why not join me?" Zhuang Chen extended an olive branch to Smith.
Smith, however, dismissively shook his head, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I've heard that young Master Zhuang is an unmitigated workaholic, compelling even his maidservants to toil for your ambitions.
Such a pace of life would be quite unbearable for me."
Zhuang Chen held little hope, observing the impasse between them, but he spoke coolly, "Bring Vincent out. I have no interest in fighting you. If you refuse, do not blame me for resorting to measures."
"Oh, what measures?" Smith appeared intrigued by Zhuang Chen's words, his eyes glimmering with curiosity, yet his demeanor showed no sign of alarm.
Zhuang Chen replied with icy detachment, "I shall have my knights collect some excrement and hurl it at the Lord's castle until he can no longer endure it and makes an appearance."
Smith blinked in surprise, then laughed heartily. "Young Master Zhuang, are you truly of noble lineage?"
This tactic seems rather crude, not befitting a noble's refined demeanor. Zhuang Chen responded with a blank expression, "I value results above all, the means by which they are achieved matter little." very well, you have won," Smith mumbled, his head drooping in defeat, embodying a picture of utter capitulation. He shrugged, turned, and called for assistance. After a brief wait, Zhuang Chen watched as Smith emerged, one hand hoisting a large bed, staggering from the hall and directly tossing it onto the ground outside. Vincent, atop the bed, was jolted awake by the sudden impact. Sitting upright with eyes wide open upon seeing Zhuang Chen on horseback, looking down at him, he instinctively screamed to Smith, "Where are the others?
Someone's trying to kill me."
Smith rushed over, half-crouching beside the bed, urgently inquiring, "My lord, what is the matter? What has happened? Who wishes to harm you?"
Vincent scanned his surroundings, confusion clouding his eyes. "Where am I?" Smith endeavored to calm his lord, gently explaining, "My lord, this is the front courtyard of your lord's castle. Look at these flowers and grass, they are vibrant and full of life. Do they not bring you some peace?" "Peace, my foot." Vincent seethed, sitting up abruptly, seizing Smith by the collar. "How dare you treat me this way? Who has the audacity to move me in my bed here?" His gaze shifted to Zhuang Chen and the others, who were stifling laughter, further inciting his rage. Vincent gritted his teeth, wishing nothing more than to rend Smith limb from limb. Smith, ever the willing accomplice, even pretended to redden his face, mimicking the struggle for breath as Vincent choked him. While struggling, he pleaded, "My lord, I truly made a mistake, I shall never do it again, please spare me." Zhuang Chen watched the farce unfold with an impassive demeanor from atop his steed, while Gus could hardly contain his laughter, covering his mouth and coughing to stifle his mirth. Vincent released Smith and shot a furious glare at Zhuang Chen. He remained on the bed, half covered by the blanket, gazing up at Zhuang Chen, and coldly commanded her, "Zhuang Chen, this is my territory. I now order you to leave." Zhuang Chen crossed his arms, replying, "Has your father not informed you what Blackstone Town represents? Do you dare cut off my supplies?" Vincent burst into raucous laughter, his face a mask of derision and scorn. "You would use that old man to intimidate me? He looks down on me. What does that signify to me? This is my domain. I shall do as I please. If I wish to kill, I shall kill." Zhuang Chen feigned surprise. "Oh, so you have relinquished your claim to the inheritance?" Vincent scoffed, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. "Relinquished? Why would I do that? It is you who has evidently given up." He attempted to straighten his posture but recalled his current humiliating state, exposed atop the bed, and felt an unprecedented shame from his exchange with Smith. Yet, faced with this envoy from Bishop Charlie, he felt utterly powerless. Smith clung to him like an unshakable piece of gum, ever since Vincent learned of Bishop Charlie's demise in the capital. He had sought to rid himself of this persistent companion, but Smith buzzed around him like a relentless fly, never ceasing in his antics. Vincent abruptly yanked the blanket from the bed, wrapping it tightly around himself as if to shield against the chill and unease within. He rose to face Zhuang Chen, his eyes flashing with determination and madness. "If I cannot find peace, neither shall you. I tell you, I will not only sever your supply routes but also blockade everything you possess. If you have the guts, kill me." Zhuang Chen regarded Vincent's deranged and contorted visage and sighed inwardly. Bullying a fool held little satisfaction. "Let us depart," Zhuang Chen suddenly commanded, pulling on the reins and leading his party away swiftly. Smith produced a silk scarf from his pocket, waving it at Zhuang Chen's retreating back. "Do come play again, young Master Zhuang. Play my foot, I will kill you one day." Vincent suddenly sprang from the bed, lunging at Smith like a furious lion, and the two were instantly embroiled in a fierce scuffle. On the return journey, Gus could not help but inquire, "Master, is Vincent truly mad?" Zhuang Chen refrained from addressing the question, merely shooting him a glare. "You talk too much." Gus complied, falling silent, while pondering Vincent's behavior today. It seemed since the arrival of that peculiar knight with a dubious title, he had begun to change. Zhuang Chen surmised how Vincent had ended up in this situation, though he remained unaware of the happenings in the capital during this time. However, he was certain that Robert had orchestrated this, unceremoniously dumping Vincent nearby to vex him. Chapter 87. The daily life of Apis. Apis meandered through Blackstone Town, uncertain of his purpose, yet instinctively began to survey his surroundings, examining the architecture of the town. He gazed at a wall constructed of black stone before him and reached out to touch it. The wall had stood for approximately 80 years and had been repaired once, its angle slightly askew, a testament to human craftsmanship. Apis tilted his head, perplexed as to why such knowledge suddenly surged within him. Had he once been a craftsman himself? In the shadows of the street, a few malevolent gazes stealthily fell upon him. Apis immediately sensed it but made no reaction. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to leave, casting a quick glance at the sources of the stairs. It was a caravan resting by the roadside, the occupants of the carts clad in tattered garments, their eyes hollow and vacant. Their skin appeared somewhat darkened, evidently scorched by the relentless sun, and their arms were slightly longer than those of typical humans, with a yellowish hue to their hair. People from the west. Once again, information about these individuals flooded Apis's mind. What was the west, the western edge of the empire? He attempted to inquire within himself, but no further information arose. In the corner of the wall stood 3 men. Leaning against the corner was a burly figure with a shaved head, a black bull tattoo of a fighter etched upon his neck, and a long scar across his face. He habitually rubbed his right arm with his left hand, as if nursing a hidden injury. Beside him was an old man with a goat's beard, hunched over, occasionally casting him ill-intentioned glances, akin to a fox calculating its prey. To the left crouched a lean man wearing a hood, idly toying with a dagger, presumably a thief. Apis continued on his path when he heard footsteps behind him. Someone was following. The steps were light, likely the thief. He veered into an empty alleyway, where sunlight was scarce, high walls loomed, and the air was thick with a sense of desolation and solitude. The footsteps quickened and drew nearer, the pursuer accelerating. Apis swiftly turned to evade the impending attack from behind. Before the thief could react, Apis had already placed his palms upon the thief's head and twisted sharply. A sharp crack resounded, and the thief's body crumpled to the ground. Motionless, Apis lowered his gaze to the dagger on the ground. He bent down to retrieve it, weighing it in his hand. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the blade. More footsteps approached from behind, heavier this time. Turning around, he saw the fighter approaching, his gaze sharpening upon the fallen thief. He unsheathed a large axe from his back, an imposing two-handed weapon engraved with runes of power. The fighter strode forward, his skin seemingly ablaze, gradually turning a deep crimson. Apis gripped the dagger, standing silently and observing. The axe sliced through the air towards him, and with an almost impossible angle, he deftly evaded the strike. Almost simultaneously, the dagger in his hand transformed into a flash of cold light, accurately targeting the swollen area on the fighter's right arm. The axe arced through the air and crashed heavily into the ground, producing a deafening sound. The earth split open, and the fighter's right arm sustained grievous injury, rendering him unable to reclaim his strength. He let out a pained roar, his eyes flashing with shock and fury. Apis stood calmly beside the fighter, the dagger silently pressed against the side of his neck, his gaze as cold as a frozen lake, devoid of any tumult. The fighter suddenly realized something, fear causing his voice to tremble. I was just. The dagger sliced across his throat, blood gushing forth as he clutched the wound, eyes widening in shock before collapsing to the ground, convulsing briefly before breathing his last. Apis furrowed his brow, staring at the bloodied dagger in his hand, questioning why he wielded it with such proficiency, and pondering his earlier fluid movements, as if he had been immersed in this trade for many years. I have taken a life. The goat-bearded man peered over, spotting the fallen fighter and thief, then immediately turned to flee, shouting loudly in an attempt to summon the guards. Apis gave chase, his speed increasing to an extraordinary pace, surpassing that of an ordinary human. Within mere steps, he caught up to the goat-bearded man, swiftly slicing his throat and dragging his corpse into the alley. Anger surged within him. He seemed to harbor a deep-seated hatred for these men, desiring to skin the goat-bearded one. Confused, Apis pondered as he dragged the body to the alley's end, his hands instinctively beginning to move with practiced ease as he skinned the goat-bearded man's corpse. Why am I skinning him? Apis held up the freshly removed skin, and strange knowledge flooded his mind. Methods for processing human skin. This is truly wicked, he thought to himself, rolling up the skin and beginning to scavenge the spoils of war. From the goat-bearded man's belongings, Apis unearthed a piece of purple crystal, shimmering faintly, an ancient tome inscribed with the Saron meditation technique, and a gold coin bearing teeth marks. Having secured his finds, he hurried to search the bodies of the fighter and the thief. From the fighter's boot, he procured a gold coin, and from a hidden pocket in his trousers, he retrieved 10 silver coins along with a piece of yellowed, repeatedly folded parchment. The thief possessed nothing of value, save for a solitary dagger. As Apis gently wiped the blood from his face and prepared to depart quietly, he suddenly heard a flurry of hurried footsteps from outside. In an instant, several guards from Blackstone Town appeared before him, led by a knight of the blade. The knight scrutinized the 2 corpses behind Apis, inquiring, "Why have you taken a life?" Apis stood tall and replied, "They sought to kill me, thus I killed them." The knight glanced at the blood-soaked human skin in his grasp, his brow furrowing in suspicion. "What in the world is this?" Calmly, Apis unfurled the human skin, presenting it to the knight with nonchalance. "This is human skin." The knight's pupils dilated, and he could not suppress an expletive. "Damn it!" He tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, his wariness towards Apis intensifying, his voice adopting a more severe tone. "Who are you? State your name." Apis inclined his head slightly and responded coolly, "I am Apis, Sir Knight." "Lord Apis." The knight hesitated, recalling the name, as if it had been mentioned by the noble. His taut nerves relaxed a fraction as he loosened his grip on the sword hilt. Directing his gaze to the corpses on the ground, he inquired with concern, "Lord Apis, are you unharmed?" Apis shook his head. "No, thank you for your concern. We shall handle matters here. You may depart." As the knight spoke, he gestured to the guards behind him, instructing them to remove the bodies. Apis silently rolled up the human skin with meticulous care, then tucked it into a makeshift bundle fashioned from his clothing. He intended to return and cure the skin with salt.
Chapter 88 Kindred. As dusk approached, Apis returned to the Copperbeard Tavern, clutching a bulging parcel tightly in his grasp. Almost simultaneously, Hammer made his way back from the mines, stepping through the tavern's threshold with a yearning for a strong drink to banish his weariness. His gaze swept across the room and inevitably fell upon Apis, noticing the faint stains of blood on his garments and the subtle scent of iron in the air that was hard to ignore.
Apis, have you encountered trouble?
Hammer inquired, moving towards the bar to fetch 2 glasses. He poured 2 measures of spirits from the barrel, gently sliding one towards Apis while summoning a servant to prepare some food. Apis nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Thank you for your concern.
It's merely a minor issue."
Hammer boomed, "Recently, many newcomers have arrived in town. You, my friend, should not hesitate to call upon my name should you find yourself in a bind. The patrons here will rally to assist you upon hearing it." His voice resonated richly, nearly drowning out the tavern's clamor, and the various patrons raised their glasses in unison, echoing, "Indeed, young Apis, should trouble arise, come to us.
With such striking good looks, it's likely that the slave traders may take notice of you. Shall I have a word with the folks around town?"
A robust orc, bare-chested, and with the head of a tiger, rose to address Hammer. Hammer laughed heartily. "That would indeed be a favor, Vuin." Apis pondered briefly, then retrieved a coin from his pocket, its surface marked with bite marks, and placed it on the counter. "I would like to buy a round for all present, in gratitude for their kindness."
"Such generosity is unnecessary.
A single silver coin would suffice." Hammer returned the gold piece. Apis produced 2 silver coins, insisting, "This, along with my appreciation for your hospitality, please accept." Hammer's smile brimmed with camaraderie as he raised the gleaming silver high, his voice booming, penetrating every corner of the tavern. "Gentlemen, your drinks are covered tonight, indulge yourselves.
Who is this generous soul, so worthy of our cheers?"
The patron's enthusiasm ignited instantly, with someone immediately calling out. Without hesitation, Hammer declared loudly, "Apis, our good lad Apis.
Apis. Apis, Apis."
The name reverberated through the tavern, each call accompanied by raised glasses and spirited fervor. Some patrons, swept up in the revelry, began to engage in comical dances, eliciting peals of laughter from those nearby. Amidst the joyous uproar, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossed Apis's face. These calls seemed to resonate deep within him, stirring a distant memory, as if someone had once called his name in a familiar yet far-off voice, elusive and ungraspable. In that moment, he felt an inexplicable warmth intertwined with a sense of solitude enveloping him. Just as the laughter and merriment reached their zenith, the heavy wooden door creaked open slowly, allowing a peculiar pair to enter the lively space. An elderly figure draped in a floor-length black cloak stepped inside, the fabric not only concealing his slightly stooped form but also cleverly hiding the frayed yellow bandages wrapped around his hands. The front of the cloak bulged in a manner that suggested the elderly man bore strange horns sprouting from his forehead. Close beside him was a child of about 8 or 9, similarly clad in a diminutive black cloak, though unlike the elder, the boy did not pull up his hood, revealing a face that still bore the innocence of youth, albeit somewhat gaunt. His tousled brown hair appeared unkempt, and his small, dirty visage suggested he had not been washed in some time. Strangely, he carried a colossal backpack nearly equal to his own height without displaying any sign of struggle. Their entrance seemed to press a pause button on the tavern's raucousness. As silence enveloped the room, all eyes drawn to the unexpected guests. The old man radiated an indescribable air of oppression, instinctively heightening the vigilance of everyone present, as if a foreboding omen had quietly arrived. Noticing the tavern's stillness, the elder slowly raised his withered face, allowing Apis a glimpse of his countenance, a remarkably emaciated visage with eyes that appeared devoid of light, resembling those of a blind man. Yet, Apis felt an uncanny sensation that the old man was somehow gazing at him, as if he could penetrate the darkness and peer into the depths of his very soul. "This place," the old man's voice emerged, raspy and akin to dry wood scraping, shattering the silence. "I sense the aura of kindred spirits.
May I, this weary old soul, rest here for a spell?"
Though the man addressed Hammer, his seemingly sightless gaze seemed to perceive everything. Hammer responded swiftly, his tone warm and inviting. "You are most welcome. Please make yourself comfortable. Regrettably, our guest rooms are fully occupied this evening."
"Not to worry, I would consider it fortunate to find a corner to rest my weary bones," the elder replied gratefully, then led the child towards Apis. "Kindred, would you mind if I took a seat here?"
the old man inquired softly.
Apis nodded politely, offering assistance. "Of course, may I help you?"
The elder smiled gently, declining, "Thank you for your kindness, though I cannot see, I am not yet bereft of my independence." With that, the old man seated himself steadily, and the child unburdened himself of the enormous pack, placing it gently upon the floor, the dull thud revealing its extraordinary weight. Apis's gaze instinctively returned to the elder, this time clearly observing the protrusions on his forehead. They were, in fact, 2 truncated black horn-like structures, once a pair of full horns. The old man was enveloped in an inexplicable aura of darkness, stirring a peculiar resonance within Apis, invoking a sense of uncanny familiarity.
Am I truly of the abyss? Are they my kin?
Apis contemplated, then shifted his attention to the child. Under Apis's unabashed curiosity, the child appeared somewhat uncomfortable, a flicker of displeasure crossing his brow. He furtively glanced at the elder, and upon noting the lack of response, turned away defiantly, avoiding Apis's gaze. The child emitted no discernible energy fluctuations, appearing merely as an ordinary boy, yet the fact that such an unassuming child could effortlessly carry such a hefty burden was remarkable in itself. The elder ordered a few simple dishes before falling into silence, patiently awaiting his meal, no longer initiating conversation with Apis. The child, however, was quite well behaved, though his curiosity was palpable. His small head turned constantly, observing the diverse array of beings within the tavern, eyes sparkling with a thirst for exploration. After a moment of contemplation, Apis could no longer resist breaking the silence, softly inquiring, "Where do you come from?" The elder turned his parched face towards Apis, his seemingly hollow eyes once more fixating upon him. "Young man, could you tell me from which tribe you hail?" Apis gently shook his head, responding with a question of his own, "I do not know." "What about you?" The elder suddenly erupted into a deep, rumbling laughter, neither confirming nor denying Apis's inquiry, instead slowly stating, "I am called Burn." As he uttered his name, a subtle pause lingered in his speech, leading Apis to feel that there was unspoken information concealed within, though he ultimately grasped only the name Burn. The elder continued to introduce the child beside him. "This is Moss, a remarkably sensible child." Apis attempted to clarify, repeating, "Mr. Burn, is it?" A gentle smile graced the elder's face. "What is your name?" "I am Apis, Mr. Burn," Apis replied politely, temporarily setting aside his curiosity. The elder's laughter resounded once more, imbued with warmth and kindness. "Apis, what a melodious name. I find myself quite fond of you." Hammer himself approached, carrying the food prepared for the elder and the child, his gaze flitting between Apis and the elder, before addressing Apis. "Apis, you seem weary. You may retire to your room for some rest." Apis looked up at Hammer. Although he did not truly feel fatigued, he sensed a subtle implication in Hammer's eyes and tone, suggesting he should take his leave for the time being. After a moment of contemplation, Apis said nothing further, merely nodding in acknowledgement before turning towards the staircase leading to the loft. Chapter 89 The Bloodline of the Abyssal Man. After Apis departed, Hammer retracted his smile and turned to Burn, inquiring, "I wonder what brings the renowned black-robed hunter to this remote and desolate locale of Blackstone Town?" Burn, with a jovial demeanor, replied, "I heard rumors of a newly discovered mine and came to discern its worth." "I hope my unannounced intrusion does not offend you, Mr. Hammer." "The mine is sealed, you shall not pass," Hammer stated, taking a seat and raising his goblet to take a hearty sip. "Moss, you must be famished. Do partake. If you find it insufficient, do inform the proprietor." Burn first signaled to Moss, then picked up his knife and fork, savoring the succulent meat on his plate. "I must say, the venison from the antler forest is exquisite. One cannot find such culinary delights beyond the southern realms." Hammer inquired further, "Have you taken a fancy to Apis?" Burn shook his head slowly, setting down his utensils. "Apis is quite unique, a presence beyond my influence, Mr. Hammer. It seems he is unaware of his own identity." Hammer beckoned to a servant behind him, who approached swiftly. "What would you like to drink?" "A simple wheat beer will suffice, strong spirits tend to incite my temper," Burn candidly admitted, embracing his vulnerabilities. As an abyssal man, particularly one capable of rational discourse, such honesty is rare. The servant promptly fetched the drinks, and Hammer contemplated before stating, "Apis has suffered from amnesia," repeatedly. Burn mused for a moment, then remarked, "The ethereal energy in this region is quite potent, resonating with the bloodline of Abyss. Apis is exceptional, perhaps something seeks to establish a connection with him." Hammer recalled the matters concerning the mine and revisited the information imparted by Zhuang Chen. He speculated that beneath the mine, there might indeed lie something buried from the depths of the abyss, calling for Apis's arrival. Burn resumed his meal, methodically wielding his knife and fork, aware of Hammer's vigilance towards him. He knew that should Hammer wish to divulge, his dwarven nature would not permit concealment, rendering inquiries futile. After a period of contemplation, Hammer tentatively asked, "Can you sever that connection?" Burn lifted his gaze, responding, "I am more adept at luring entities forth and dispatching them." Hammer pondered the implications. If the entity beneath were indeed a demon, the vast energy capable of forming tidal circuits would likely overwhelm Burn's abilities to contain it. Though Burn could not perceive Hammer's expression, he sensed his hesitance and chuckled, "It appears to be a formidable adversary, one you believe I cannot handle." With a deliberate motion, he raised his bandaged hand and with a gentle snap of his fingers, a murky energy barrier silently enveloped the bar area, encasing Hammer and Moss within, instantly muffling the clamor of the tavern and the disturbances from the outside world. Byrne's spellcasting was nearly instantaneous, devoid of incantations or even a medium, as if he himself were the most potent conduit for magic. Upon witnessing the soundproof barrier, Hammer disclosed, "I sense it resembles a demon lord, perhaps even a demon king, and likely more than one."
"Then I cannot assist you. You ought to notify the Holy Church, I presume?" Byrne acknowledged his own limitations with clarity. Hammer nodded, then queried, "You mentioned Apis is quite unique, might you elaborate on that?"
"Of course, I trust that the Copperbeard dwarves do not disseminate such information indiscriminately." Having acquired details regarding the mine, Byrne sought a fair exchange, stating, "Apis possesses an exceptionally profound bloodline, deeper than my own." He rolled up his voluminous sleeves, revealing an arm enshrouded in layers of bandages. As the bindings unraveled, they unveiled skin adorned with intricate crimson patterns that subtly shimmered with a metallic sheen. Byrne deliberately allowed Hammer a glimpse of this extraordinary arm before lifting his hood to reveal the incomplete horn marks upon his forehead. The more profound the bloodline, the more pronounced the traces of demonization. "My horns and the demonic bloodlines upon my body have only been subdued through multiple layers of restraint." Hammer gestured towards Moss. "What of this child? He appears unchanged." "This child is not considered an He is quite clever, having concealed himself in the wild, evading the Holy Church." Upon hearing Byrne's praise, Moss looked up proudly at Hammer before returning to his meal. Byrne continued, "When I found him, he was on the brink of madness, yet he valiantly resisted the small demon. Remarkably, this child's consciousness could contend with the demon, so I allowed him to take some of my blood." Hammer scrutinized Moss again, seeking any anomalies. The boy's aura was quite ordinary, devoid of the uncontrollable shadowy essence typical of abyssal beings. Byrne chuckled, "Do not search further. I, too, am studying him. This child has not only stabilized the absorption of my bloodline but has also suppressed the small demon, even managing to compel it into servitude without formal training." Hammer raised an eyebrow, a grin forming on his face. "That sounds promising. He is indeed a fine prospect." Moss responded with a hum, Hammer redirected the conversation, stating, "Thus, Apis not only possesses a profound bloodline but shows no signs of demonization. Have you encountered such a case before?" Byrne shook his head. "I have not seen it firsthand but have heard tales. Some abyssal pioneers were akin to Apis, and he can scarcely comprehend my name." "Cannot comprehend your name?" Hammer inquired, puzzled. Byrne refrained from elaboration, turning his gaze towards the door. Hammer followed suit, as the entrance swung open, revealing Zhuangchen striding in with a paper bag in hand. He surveyed the dim barrier, reaching out to feel its surface, his palm passing through the veil. As Zhuangchen stepped into the barrier, Moss's demeanor shifted to one of caution, his pupils gradually reddening in a display of wariness. Byrne promptly placed a reassuring hand on Moss's shoulder, whispering, "Calm yourself, child. Have I intruded upon your gathering?" Zhuangchen greeted, glancing at the barrier. "A soundproofing enchantment?" Hammer gestured for Zhuangchen to take a seat, introducing him, "This is Byrne, the black-robed demon hunter, a kin of Apis. The lad is his apprentice, Moss." Upon learning of Byrne's relation to Apis, Zhuangchen scrutinized him further, introducing himself, "Zhuangchen of the Thornbloom." Byrne raised his goblet, a smile gracing his lips. "Ah, so you are of the lineage of Duke Norton. No wonder you are extraordinary." Zhuangchen settled behind Moss, placing the paper bag on the bar and pushing it towards Hammer, then turned to Byrne. "Do you know my father, Mr. Byrne?" "We have collaborated on several occasions," Byrne replied, before inquiring, "Have you come regarding the matters of Apis?" Zhuangchen glanced at Hammer, who was extracting documents from the bag. Noticing Zhuangchen's gaze, he explained, "He has met Apis and discussed certain matters concerning him." "Young Zhuang, the situation surrounding Apis is more intricate than we had anticipated." Chapter 90 of the Horned Ranger Knight Order. The Hammer gazed at the materials in his hand, his expression a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. The first page contained an identity investigation report on Apis. Apis, a resident of the Abyss, the librarian of the Grand Library of the Royal Capital, the honorary president of the Secret History Association, and a member of the Tower Council. Each of these titles alone bore immense prestige. Entry to the Grand Library was not granted to just anyone. Most significantly, he was the honorary president of the Secret History Association, indicating that Apis had made considerable contributions to the organization. With such an alarming resume, it was inconceivable for Apis to have remained inconspicuous. Although the Hammer had spent many years in Blackstone Town, he was not entirely cut off from information, yet he had never heard of Apis. Furthermore, as a member of the Tower Council, Apis was expected to be a mage, and only archmages were admitted to the council. Ordinary mages could not gain entry unless they had made significant innovations in magic. Apis did not appear to be a mage at all but rather resembled a rogue. Given this series of identities, it stood to reason that if Apis had gone missing or suffered from amnesia, someone would inevitably come searching for him. The hammer flipped through a few more pages, noting that Apis had entered the southern region in the year 228, had registered at Bagan Fortress, and had even visited the Black Crow Mage Tower, but had disappeared after leaving the fortress. The subsequent materials revealed that the Adventurers Association had found little of use. The southern region was vast, and the association could only ascertain that Apis frequently roamed the wilderness, eliminating some bandits and dismantling a few hideouts. He seemed to have even accumulated a list of noble targets, although the association's materials indicated that this information was dubious, as no bounty had been issued from the southern region.
After pondering for a moment, the hammer turned to Zhuang Chen and inquired, "Have you reviewed the materials?" Zhuang Chen nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, the accumulation of identities is not inferior to my own lineage of the Crimson Thorn. I too find it perplexing." Listening to their conversation, Byrne became intrigued and asked, "Would you be so kind as to share the contents with me?" The hammer glanced at Zhuang Chen, who nodded nonchalantly in agreement. The hammer then stated, "Apis is one of the librarians of the Grand Library, the honorary president of the Secret History Association, and a member of the Tower Council. Byrne, during your years away, have you heard of this name?" Byrne pondered for a moment and gently shook his head. "Such an esteemed identity is beyond my reach. However, these titles may indeed be reasonable for him." "Oh, in what way is it reasonable?"
Zhuang Chen inquired. Byrne chuckled softly. "We, the Abyssal folk, are plagued by the burden of our lineage either meeting an untimely end in our youth or living for an exceptionally long time. Apis is quite exceptional, his age may even surpass that of Mr. Hammer." Zhuang Chen reflected on Apis's image in his mind, finding no semblance of an immortal being, but rather a countryside youth, bewildered in the city.
Byrne continued, "He has lost his memory, remembers nothing at all. This is quite reasonable, is it not?"
The hammer contemplated for a moment and replied, "It seems we can only wait for the person from the holy sanctuary to arrive and confirm." Byrne nodded with a smile, wiped his mouth, and stood, saying,
"I need to find somewhere to rest."
Zhuang Chen cast a glance at him and suggested, "Old Mr. Byrne may wish to go to the Blackstone Tavern, mention my name, and they will prepare a room for you." "I appreciate your generosity," Byrne replied leisurely. After leaving the tavern and returning to the Lord's Manor, a Fu approached Zhuang Chen and inquired, "Young master, how shall we handle the matter of Starmoon Bay?"
"Leave it be for now.
When the folks from Deerhorn Fortress arrive, Vincent has gone mad, there is no need to heed him," Zhuang Chen replied, not overly concerned. The southern region lacked many things, but food was not one of them. The closure of this channel at Starmoon Bay would merely complicate the subsequent grain supply. Given Blackstone Town's current standing in the southern region, neither Norton nor Robert would neglect the issue. A few days later, as night fell, Arkham returned, accompanied by two groups. The Deerhorn Night Order and the Horned Ranger Night Order had dispatched members to address the situation. The Deerhorn side took the circumstances in Blackstone Town very seriously, with the Night Order leader, Victor, personally leading the charge, while the Horned Ranger Night Order sent a Ranger General to head their delegation. The organizational structure of the Horned Ranger Night Order differed distinctly from that of human Night Orders. They did not adopt the traditional title of Night Order, instead perceiving themselves as part of an esteemed coalition of wayfarers within the Elven Court, referred to as the Ranger Legion. Due to the golden horn emblem of this Ranger Legion stationed in the southern region, humans referred to them as the Horned Ranger Night Order. In their hierarchy, the highest title was not that of leader but rather the more honorable designation of Ranger Commander. Beneath this title, the position directly subordinate to the commander was that of Ranger General, akin to the role of a vice commander in human Night Orders. Further down the hierarchy was the Ranger Vanguard, who served as the forefront leaders of field operations, similar to squad leaders in human formations, responsible for tactical execution and team management on the front lines. The Ranger General brought only 4 elven rangers with him, riding snow-white unicorns, which, like the elves, were beings of longevity, bound together by a soul contract. Should one perish, the other would not survive. Zhuang Chen initially intended to host them, but the Ranger General declined outright, expressing a desire to proceed directly to the Blackstone mine for an on-site assessment. Should the situation prove dire, they would need to report back to the Elven Court to request support from the Legion of Wayfarers. The number of elves stationed at the Horned Ranger Night Order space was scant. Following the War of the Gates of Hell, their ranks had dwindled to fewer than 500, scattered throughout the expansive Darkwood Mountains to monitor and manage the abnormalities caused by the demon invasion, leaving them unable to spare any personnel. Having collaborated with the Horn Ranger Knight Order for many years, the Deer Horn Knight Order understood their customs well and suggested to Zhuangchen that they proceed directly to the mine. Reluctantly, Zhuangchen agreed to lead them to the Blackstone Mine's empty valley passage that very night. At this point, the probing apparatus had been stabilized and had begun producing magical energy ore. The first mine could consistently yield about 150 units of magical energy ore daily, amounting to an annual production of approximately 54,000 units. Even with a potential 20% loss during refinement, this still resulted in around 43,000 magical crystals. This was merely from the first mine. Once the second and third mines were also stabilized, the combined output from all three would rival that of all the mines in the Dragon's Fall. Upon reaching the depth of 400 meters where the probing apparatus was located, the Ranger General first surveyed the nearby energy reactions before requesting to descend via the cableway accompanying the probing apparatus. The Hammer, standing nearby with his arms crossed, remarked, "There are no protective suits suitable for long-eared miners here." It was unclear who had initiated the notion, but it seemed that dwarves and elves were inherently at odds. This held true in this world as well. The Hammer had initially gone to bed, but upon hearing the Ranger General insist on an immediate inspection, he was reluctantly roused to lead the group, harboring a lingering irritation. The Ranger General cast a glance at the Hammer, disregarding him, and proceeded to instruct the elven rangers he had brought along, before swiftly sliding down the cableway of the probing apparatus. Chapter 91 The Energy Tide Uprising. During the wait for the return of General Ranger, Johnson spoke to Victor about matters concerning Starmoon Bay. Upon hearing of Vincent's actions, Victor maintained his usual composure and remarked, "To be honest, I fail to comprehend the Duke of Norton's intentions. Given his capabilities, there is no necessity for you brothers to engage in conflict and spill your own blood." Johnson grasped Victor's implication. It was evident that Victor did not endorse the Duke's philosophy and seemed disinclined to partake in this strife. Victor continued, "There is no need to worry about supplies. I shall ensure that Deerhorn Fortress establishes a route. As for other matters, I prefer to remain uninvolved." Although Victor wished to distance himself from the internal affairs of the Bramble family, he could not entirely refrain from intervening in the situation at Blackstone Town. Safeguarding the southern territories was his duty, particularly since the mines at Blackstone Town were of significant importance to the southern front. He had to extend his assistance. As their conversation unfolded, a sudden, urgent blast of a horn echoed from mine number 1. The elven rangers, stationed near the probing apparatus, heard the sound and, without uttering a word, hastily descended via the cableway. Even the irritable Hammer, upon hearing the horn, rushed to the probing apparatus, flung open the operational hatch, and dove inside. Nearby, the dwarven craftsman scurried about, bringing an assortment of peculiar tools to conduct repairs on the probing device. Johnson, perplexed, inquired, "What is happening?" Victor, his brow furrowed, replied, "That was a distress signal from the Horn Ranger Knights. General Salo is in peril." As they spoke, the probing apparatus began to tremble violently, releasing scalding steam, and the mine shaft itself commenced to shake. Inside the apparatus, Hammer shouted, "Raymar, shut down numbers 2 and 3 immediately." Raymar, accompanied by several dwarves, hurriedly departed. The probing apparatus glowed ominously, as if on the verge of explosion, while the dwarven craftsman, under Hammer's direction, frantically attempted to repair the machinery. Sensing the escalating turmoil, Victor remarked, "The conditions in this mine are deteriorating. The air is thinning, and temperatures are rising sharply. You must leave at once." Johnson, feeling resilient, stubbornly replied, "They are still here. I cannot abandon them. I cannot forsake my allies." As a high knight, Victor could withstand the harsh environment through sheer physical endurance, while Johnson, merely a 5th-tier knight, had not yet achieved the rank of a senior knight and could not endure for long.
"Let me enhance your condition," Victor insisted.
However, Hammer suddenly emerged from the operational chamber, wielding a wrench, and shouted at Victor, "Do not engage in any breathing techniques, refrain from using any combat skills, and avoid triggering any energy resonance.
The energy tide below is in turmoil."
The violent shaking persisted, and a murky fog began to rise from mine number 1, billowing upwards. This fog was composed of dense dark energy, quickly saturating the entire mine shaft. Johnson found it increasingly difficult to breathe, and even the Deerhorn Knights accompanying Victor began to frown. Victor decisively commanded, "You lot, take Johnson and leave at once. All members, evacuate."
The Deerhorn Knights, heedless of Johnson's consent, swiftly flanked him and began to escort him away.
At that moment, Victor leaped into mine number 1. He could not abandon the elves below as an ally of the Horn Ranger Knights. He must rescue them, lest he lose face in the south. Meanwhile, Acom, who had been waiting outside, heard the commotion and rushed into the mine, coincidentally encountering Johnson being assisted by the Deerhorn Knights.
"What transpired down there?"
Acom halted, his mind filled with uncertainty. Johnson, resigned, replied, "Let us discuss it outside. The situation here is rather intricate." Once they returned to the surface, Johnson removed his inner lining and, panting heavily, explained that Ranger General descended the cableway but shortly after sounded the distress horn. Hammer indicated that the energy tide below is in turmoil. We are unsure of the cause. Acom paused, frowning as he considered, the fact that a Ranger General could so readily call for aid signifies that matters are serious. The mine's yield is indeed substantial, but it appears we cannot extract anything at present. Johnson, resting on a fragment of stone, stated, Victor has also jumped down. Hammer cautioned against provoking any energy resonance or employing combat techniques.
Whether they can return remains uncertain.
I must investigate. At the very least, I need to rescue those dwarven craftsmen, Acom said, visibly anxious. Johnson sighed, go, but exercise caution. Remember, do not recklessly use combat skills, and ensure Hammer is brought back.
Acom acknowledged, then dashed into the mine.
The violent tremors led to a collapse within the mine shaft. Acom had scarcely begun his run when falling debris blocked his path. Armed only with his bare hands, he relied on his physical prowess to clear the obstruction, but not long after, he encountered further collapses. In a state of urgency, Acom attempted to forge a new path. Another resounding explosion echoed from below, sealing off his escape route. On the surface, Johnson, hearing the continuous commotion below, realized the gravity of the situation and immediately stood up. Damn it, it's a disaster.
You, return for reinforcements. The rest of you, follow me down to rescue them.
Johnson pointed to a nearby Deerhorn Knight, instructing him to hasten back to Blackstone Town for assistance, while he himself prepared to descend with the others. The dwarves stationed nearby arrived as well. Although their numbers were few, they possessed extensive experience in mining operations. They quickly approached Johnson, advising him to don protective gear and offering rescue tools. Aside from the dwarven craftsmen who remained, other sub-dwarven artisans poured into the mine under Johnson's direction for the rescue effort. The dwarven craftsmen were methodical in their approach, simultaneously reinforcing and clearing the debris to prevent further collapses. The tremors continued for nearly half an hour as Johnson and his team advanced cautiously, unaware of their depth but conscious of the fact that they had yet to locate Acom. After another half hour, Johnson noticed signs of previous clearing efforts. Illuminated by the mine lamps, he could see that the collapsed entrance ahead had been opened into a passage wide enough for a single person. Johnson promptly led his team forward, and before long, they caught sight of Acom. Due to his reluctance to employ any combat techniques, Acom had been relying solely on his physical endurance. His hands were bloodied and raw, yet he persisted in clearing the obstructed mine passage. Upon Johnson's arrival, the two exchanged no words, silently continuing their labor. The tremors gradually subsided, and once the aftershocks ceased, the rescue operations could be expedited.
Johnson, uncertain of the time, seized a nearby dwarf and inquired, what is our current depth?
300 meters, just another 100 meters, we are close. There is a mine ahead. If it hasn't collapsed, it should lead straight down.
Follow me.
The dwarf squeezed through the recently cleared passage and led Johnson and Acom at a brisk pace to an open mine shaft. Fortunately, it remained intact, and the cableway was still operational. Acom was the first to leap down, with Johnson closely following. Chapter 92 System, Drain It Dry. The Hammer had anticipated this situation. Upon discovering the energy tides at a depth of 600, preparations for emergency evacuation and rescue operations had commenced at the 400-meter mining tunnel. Although these facilities were merely rudimentary, consisting of several crude defensive frameworks, it was precisely these unassuming structures that demonstrated indomitable strength amidst the subsequent violent geological upheavals. They safeguarded the tunnel where the probe was located, allowing it to stand firm against the turmoil, rendering the threat of collapse ineffective against this sanctuary of life. After hastily sealing the probe, the Hammer resolutely led the artisans towards the escape route, where they ingeniously crafted a sturdy dwarven fortress using runic steel, stockpiling ample emergency supplies. These provisions, calculated according to the dwarves' consumption, were sufficient to sustain them for at least half a month. The underground world at 400 meters had become utterly foreign and perilous. The leakage of dark energy suffused the tunnel with somber energy elements, which roamed like greedy phantoms, mercilessly devouring the light within the passage. Illumination vanished without a trace before them, plunging the entire tunnel into profound darkness. The Hammer stood guard at the fortress's entrance, his heart ablaze with anxiety, acutely aware that he could not act rashly at this juncture. The tremors, after a prolonged wait, gradually subsided, concluding nearly 2 hours of upheaval. The Hammer firmly grasped the eager spear, holding the detector tightly, and admonished, seismic activity will be followed by aftershocks. This device could very well be the end of you. What have I taught you? The spear recoiled in fear from the Hammer's reprimand, begrudgingly cradling the detector, a device the size of a dwarf's arm, as he squatted in the corner, lost in thought. In this profound darkness, devoid of any trace of light, it was as if the very essence of time had ceased to exist. Each minute and second felt like an unbearable torment. The hammer remained vigilant at the entrance, for it was his duty to protect his companions, a natural calling of the Copperbeard dwarves. As the aftershocks gradually waned, the hammer finally spoke, his voice resolute and steady. Spear, bring me the element detector. The spear, snapping out of his brief stupor, swiftly traversed the darkness and handed the tightly clutched detector to the hammer at the doorway. The hammer received the detector steadily, probing in the dark for a moment. The energy components had been corroded by the dark energy storm and were inoperative.
I need some tools. Are there any rock gnomes present? The hammer called out, and a feeble response echoed from within the pitch-black fortress. Yes, boss, I'm still alive. Balkan, right? Open the box marked with the hammer's insignia on the right wall, and bring me the topmost components and the toolbox from the bottom. The hammer recognized the gnome's voice and issued his swift command. Balkan promptly rose, leveraging the rock gnome's unique night vision to unlock the hammer's box, which was affixed to the wall and could not be dragged, only the contents extracted. After acquiring the tools, the hammer began to disassemble and repair the detector in darkness. Balkan lingered nearby, inquiring, Boss, need any help? No need, I built this thing, and I could fix it with my eyes closed, the hammer replied, continuing his repairs. The ordinary mana crystals were no longer viable at this depth, as they could potentially trigger another explosion. He had to modify the detector's circuitry to utilize dark energy as a power source. In recent days, he had brought back several dark energy ores for refinement and carried a few preliminarily refined dark energy mana crystals with him, which were now coming in handy. The hammer silently labored in the darkness for half an hour before finally completing the modification of the detector. The once lifeless instrument gradually emanated a faint yellow glow in his hands, which soon ignited like flames, transforming into a fervent orange and flickering incessantly, as if issuing a warning in the darkness. The spear couldn't help but exclaim, Damn, even this fortress is saturated with it, the concentration is alarmingly high. The hammer glanced at the detector and remarked, The concentration here has reached 600. We can't linger for long. I'll go outside to assess the situation, you all stay behind. Boss, I have night vision, I should accompany you. Balkan instinctively protested, believing that remaining by the hammer's side was the safest option. The hammer shook his head, declining his request, and ventured alone towards the stone door leading to the outside world. He pushed open one heavy stone door after another, and with each step, the detector in his hand transitioned from a warm orange to a searing red, its urgent beeping resonating in the silent stone passage. Outside, the concentration of dark energy had surged above 700, resembling the eye of a violent and perilous storm. Though hastily assembled in an emergency, the detector in the hammer's grasp remained loyal to its mission. Its maximum detection threshold was 750, and now it had reached its limit, seemingly screaming a warning to its master. Ordinary humans teetered on the brink of survival in environments with a dark energy concentration of 400. Surpassing this level, the dark energy would pounce upon their life force like ravenous wolves, ruthlessly eroding it until their very essence was extinguished. Even a figure like the hammer, who was not only an extraordinary professional but also a Copperbeard dwarf, could only endure a concentration of 700 for a brief period. In this environment, even clad in protective gear, he had to devise an immediate escape. Meanwhile, on the other side, Arkham had just descended to the 400-meter mark via the cableway, and an overwhelming discomfort washed over him like a tidal wave. The alarms of his protective suit blared piercingly, as if warning him that the dark energy here had reached a stifling density. Even he, a practitioner with a high affinity for shadows, could not deny the oppressive atmosphere that enveloped him. He looked up, intending to alert Zhuang Chen to return quickly, but before he could utter a word, Zhuang Chen leaped down, landing steadily beside Arkham. The red lights of his protective suit flickered for a moment before emitting a hissing sound and extinguishing completely. At that moment, Arkham's protective suit also failed, and he urgently called out, The environment here is off. Zhuang Chen, hurry back and tell them not to. One by one, figures leapt down like phantoms in the night. Their protective suits, like those of Arkham and Zhuang Chen, almost simultaneously ceased to function, plunging the surroundings back into profound darkness. Zhuang Chen began to feel unwell, a sensation as if something was invading his consciousness, as if ensnared by an invisible energy that drained his vitality. This oppressive feeling instinctively urged him to flee, his body's primal instincts and survival instincts incessantly warning him to escape. He wished to unfurl the shroud of shadows and retreat into the shadow realm, but recalled the hammer's admonition and refrained from acting rashly. Zhuang Chen began to break out in a cold sweat, his body gradually revealing signs of weakness. He was the weakest among them. The others who had jumped down were all elite members of the Staghorn Knights, with the remainder being dwarves who could endure brief stays in such an environment. System, absorb all the surrounding energy. Zhuang Chen, struggling to hold on, tentatively called out to the system.
A gust of wind swirled around him, drawing dark energy from all directions towards him with an indescribable, terrifying force, vanishing entirely the moment it approached his body. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding dark energy was completely siphoned away. Although Arkham could not see what transpired, he sensed the commotion emanating from Zhuang Chen's vicinity, anxiously calling out, "Zhuang Chen, what are you doing? Zhuang Chen, respond to me." Chapter 93 of The Shadow Knight. The call of Arkham echoed through the silence, met with no response. He reached out, attempting to touch the spot where Johnson had been moments before, but encountered only an expanse of emptiness. Johnson found himself able to see, surrounded by an environment that exuded comfort. He was in the Shadow Realm. He was uncertain how he had suddenly manifested in this realm, yet he sensed a presence watching him from the shadows. The towering figure reappeared, standing against the horizon like the sovereign of the shadowy domain. It gazed down upon Johnson as one might regard an insignificant insect. That indescribable gaze was filled with confusion and incomprehension. Johnson glanced at the system panel and, indeed, changes had occurred. Johnson titled Blade Knight. Secondary title, Shadow Apostle, Shadow Knight training. A 5th level Blade Knight breathing technique, Shadow Affinity Apostle, Shadow Soul apprentice skills. A proficient in Blade Knight swordsmanship, Oath of the Blade, Alert Heart, Shadow Translocation Apostle, Shadow Veil Apostle, Shadow Scythe Apostle, Shadow Transformation Apprentice Energy. 365 Untransformed Dark Energy. 8756 Soul Weak Nameless Warrior Soul X4. Johnson was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend what a Shadow Knight entailed. This was an unfamiliar profession, and notably, it possessed a cultivation method called Shadow Soul, which sounded ominous. The profession granted but a single skill, and when Johnson attempted to transform, in an instant, he felt as though an invisible force had torn through him, inflicting excruciating pain. He was acutely aware that his physical form remained intact, yet the agony seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul, rendering him nearly incapacitated. After enduring the transformation for only a brief moment, Johnson could no longer bear it. He was forced to cease, gasping for breath in a futile attempt to calm his trembling body, shaken by the torment. A glance at the panel revealed his energy had diminished to 3,646, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Something was amiss. The transformation had gone awry. The untransformed dark energy had also adjusted to a neat integer, now at 876. The imposing figure in the Shadow Realm continued to observe Johnson intently. Upon witnessing Johnson's attempt to convert energy in its presence, it waved a hand, forcefully expelling him. Johnson. As he returned to the material realm, Johnson heard Arkham's urgent call and quickly responded, "I'm here." Arkham approached, placing a firm hand on Johnson's shoulder. "What just transpired? You entered the Shadow Realm?" "Yes, I did not activate the Shadow Veil. It seemed I was forcibly drawn in by something from the Shadow Realm. It glanced at me, then expelled me," Johnson briefly explained, omitting the details of the system. Arkham murmured to himself, "The Lord of Shadows, it has consciousness, why did it intervene? Was the dark energy absorbed by the Lord of Shadows?" Johnson pondered, "I thought I might attempt to absorb it, but the moment I did, that entity pulled me in." "Do not act so recklessly in the future," Arkham admonished, furrowing his brow. "Untreated dark energy can erode life energy and corrode the soul. Your initiative to absorb it is akin to willingly descending into the abyss." Johnson nodded in acquiescence, refraining from further comment, fearing that additional words might betray him. "What is that? It shines," someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone turned toward the source of the light, and a dwarf began to shout, "It's Hammer Boss, we're over here." Hammer approached briskly, wielding a glowing, red detector as a makeshift light. "How did you all get down here?" "We must retrace our steps, we cannot remain here." Arkham clarified, "We intended to rescue others." Hammer shook his head. "Here?" He had initially intended to elaborate on the environment but suddenly noticed the red glow of the detector shift to orange, then rapidly change again, finally stabilizing to a steady purple. Hammer paused, inquiring, "What has happened here? Why has the energy response dissipated?" Johnson rubbed his nose. "A minor incident occurred. It seems the Lord of Shadows extracted a portion of the dark energy from this place through me." "The Lord of Shadows?" Hammer appeared more perplexed, asking, "Has it manifested consciousness?" "It should exist in a state of chaos." Johnson casually replied, "Not entirely sure. In any case, let the Lord of Shadows take the blame for now." Arkham was at a loss for words, contemplating whether he should attempt to. The area seemed to have stabilized. After the dark energy was extracted, the nearby dark energy elements no longer stirred. Hammer walked a few paces with the detector, drawing preliminary conclusions, then recalled the craftsman still trapped in the dwarf fortress. Realizing it was not the time for research, he quickly instructed, "All dwarves, follow me, we will bring the others, you are responsible for their ascent." Due to the emergence of a void of energy, although its duration remained uncertain, it at least offered a glimmer of hope for rescue. Hammer dared not linger, promptly leading the others into action. Before long, Hammer had successfully extricated the craftsmen trapped in the fortress. They had been eroded by dark energy, their bodies weakened and unable to climb the ropeway, and could only be assisted by the Stagnite and others to return. Arkham, having not seen Victor, pressed, "What about Victor? Is there still a chance to save him?" Hammer, who had been directing the operation, fell silent at this question and could only respond gently. He essentially jumped into a volcano on the verge of eruption. The concentration there is such that even a great knight would face dire consequences. Can we approach that location? Arkham suddenly turned to Johnson. Victor was indispensable to the southern territories among the great knights. Duke Norton was soul damaged, Butler Edward bore old wounds, and the Radiant Knight could only rely on physical resilience. None knew how long he could endure. According to the priest, the Radiant Knight's current state was not much better than that of Duke Norton. Only Victor remained unscathed among the great knights. Even if he were beyond salvation, Arkham felt it imperative to retrieve his remains. Additionally, there was the corpse of the Ranger General, otherwise, there would be no way to offer an explanation to the Horned Rangers. Johnson understood Victor's significance and nodded in agreement, at least for the moment. Absorbing this dark energy posed no immediate detriment to him, though he remained uncertain of the system's limits. "I will do my utmost to try," hoping to draw the Lord of Shadow's attention once more. Chapter 94. The shadowy apparition. Hammer, feeling a sense of unease regarding the inexperienced newcomers, Zhuang Chen and Arkham, ventured into perilous depths to rescue others. Without hesitation, he seized a pickaxe and followed suit. "I shall lead the way. Listen closely, you must heed my instructions here." Hammer pushed ahead, one hand wielding the pickaxe and the other holding the detector that had begun emitting a red warning light. Arkham voiced no objections, willingly retreating to the back of the group, while Zhuang Chen found himself positioned protectively between the two. Hammer's strides were swift as he offered concise reminders. "You cannot linger for too long, especially you, young Zhuang Chen." "Understood," Zhuang Chen replied, though he was already aware of his discomfort upon entering the dark energy radiation zone. His protective suit had failed, yet it still afforded him some measure of defense. Hammer was well acquainted with the conditions of the mine, navigating it instinctively. The group proceeded in silence, with no superfluous words exchanged. Zhuang Chen closely followed Hammer's pace, despite his lungs feeling as if they were engulfed in flames, a heavy sense of oppression nearly suffocating him. His thoughts dulled, and hazy illusions flickered before his eyes. He could only bite his tongue a few times to keep himself alert. "Something's there." Hammer suddenly halted, shouting. Arkham reacted instantly, yanking Zhuang Chen behind him and retreating rapidly. From the shadows emerged a colossal figure, its sharp claws aimed directly at Zhuang Chen's life. Fortunately, Arkham's reflexes proved superior. The creature's ambush failed, its form becoming vaguely visible in the faint red glow of the detector, revealing a grotesque and terrifying visage. It resembled a full-grown yak, towering nearly 2 meters at the shoulder and stretching at least 3 meters in length. Its back was encased in 3 layers of tough exoskeleton, located at the head, north, and tail. The creature's tail was unusually elongated, resembling a barbed iron whip, covered in sharp spines. Its forelimbs were robust, ending in menacing claws. "What in the world is this creature doing emerging from the depths?" Hammer cursed, charging towards the beast with the pickaxe raised. The beast seemed to sense the threat behind it and lashed out with its long tail, which struck like a thorn-laden whip aimed at Hammer's face. Hammer reacted swiftly, discarding the detector and seizing the tail with one hand, pulling the massive creature towards him. With a thunderous swing, the pickaxe struck the creature's eye with precision. The beast let out a harrowing scream, thrashing violently as its body convulsed. Hammer swiftly climbed onto the creature's hardened carapace, using the pickaxe lodged in its eye as leverage. He brought his foot down sharply, a dull thud reverberating through the air as if the very atmosphere quaked under his might. The creature writhed in agony, attempting to dislodge Hammer from its back. Yet, Hammer remained as steadfast as a mountain, gripping the pickaxe firmly as he stood resolutely atop the beast, aiming once more at its armored head, and stomped down with force. This time, the creature could no longer withstand the tremendous impact. It collapsed to the ground, motionless. Hammer gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "This creature is quite the nuisance." He extracted the pickaxe from the beast's eye and lightly jumped down, landing steadily on the ground. He retrieved the detector and scrutinized the prostrate creature to ensure it had completely lost its vitality. Zhuang Chen approached, cradling his head, casting a glance at the fallen beast before turning to Hammer. "Such a massive creature, and without utilizing any combat techniques, you managed to subdue it with mere footfalls? Is this the prowess of the Copperbeard dwarves?" Arkham, unfamiliar with such a creature, inquired, "What is this thing?" Hammer elucidated, "A subterranean creature, a predator known as the Underground Hunter. It must have been drawn here by the prior energy tidal upheaval."
Beneath us lies not merely a relic site but likely an entire underground ecosystem. Young Zhuang Chen, are you feeling alright?
Hammer turned to the somewhat weakened Zhuang Chen, scanning him with the detector only to find his complexion had turned pale.
You've been corroded by dark energy, rendering your body feeble. This accursed creature will perceive you as its target.
Both Hammer and Arkham possessed extraordinary physiques, enabling them to withstand the extreme environment and still retain combat capability. Given Zhuang Chen's condition, he had become a liability.
I must escort you back. You cannot venture any deeper.
Arkham, unwilling to allow Zhuang Chen to continue exploring, pulled him towards the exit. As Arkham yanked Zhuang Chen back, it was akin to triggering a tightly wound fuse. Long subjected to the corrosive influence of dark energy, Zhuang Chen suddenly broke free from Arkham's grasp. Clutching his head in desperation and emitting a chilling scream. In a state of dizziness and panic, he instinctively craved to consume the dark energy surrounding him, activating the shadow transformation. He began uncontrollably siphoning the dark energy into himself. It surged violently, converging upon Zhuang Chen and being swiftly absorbed. This time, the dark energy did not integrate within the system but instead flooded. The dark energy around him seemed to find an outlet, wildly rushing into Zhuang Chen's body in an attempt to merge with him. He experienced an unprecedented sense of euphoria, entirely oblivious to Hammer and Arkham's calls. Under the metamorphosis of shadow energy, Zhuang Chen's very essence began to undergo an extraordinary transformation. His skin gradually fissured, even his flesh began to disintegrate, morphing into tendrils of energy interwoven with the surrounding dark energy. Recognizing the impending danger, Arkham swiftly invoked the Shadow Veil, forcibly dragging both Hammer and Zhuang Chen into the Shadow Realm. The previously restless dark energy within the mind turned even more frenzied upon sensing the rhythm of shadows. A new tempest was on the verge of erupting. In the moment before being consumed by shadows, Zhuang Chen reached out, grasping tightly onto the fragile barrier between reality and illusion. His eyes flickered with the mania wrought by the dark energy storm, yearning to remain in the material realm and undergo the transformation of dark energy into life. From within the shadow realm, Hammer shouted anxiously, "He has been targeted. Something is awakening." Arkham promptly activated the white blade breathing technique, radiating a blinding white light. This luminescence coalesced behind him into the imposing figure of a knight. The phantom of the first white blade knight materialized, reaching out towards Zhuang Chen in an attempt to pull him back. The disturbances within the shadow realm attracted the attention of certain entities, and a towering figure descended quietly, observing Zhuang Chen as struggled to return to the material world. Confusion and bewilderment lingered for but a fleeting moment before the figure raised a hand, its fingertip pointing at Zhuang Chen. The mark of the Shadow Apostle ignited instantaneously, erupting with astonishing energy, as the shadow mark upon Zhuang Chen flared like ignited gunpowder. This surge of shadow power swept in like a tempest, instantly purging the shadow energy from within him. However, the barrier of reality that Zhuang Chen clutched in his left hand appeared deeply corroded by the shadow energy, unable to rid itself of the terrifying force despite the rampant chaos. The towering figure exerted its strength, using Zhuang Chen as a conduit to channel that mysterious power into the material realm. The previously raging dark energy storm, upon encountering this force, calmed instantaneously, akin to a tamed beast, quietly receding. At that moment, Zhuang Chen's consciousness returned, and he released his grip, completely submerging into the shadow realm. The phantom of the white blade knight behind Arkham glanced back, yet the towering figure had vanished. Hammer and Arkham seemed unaware of the figure's presence, their focus solely on Zhuang Chen's transformation. "Zhuang Chen, are you still conscious?" Arkham retracted the white radiance enveloping him, the nightly phantom dissipating like mist as he hurried over to assess Zhuang Chen's condition. Zhuang Chen's left arm exhibited a peculiar state, as if eroded by some force, entirely disintegrating. Upon the disintegrating skin, a layer of deep, shadowy chitinous armor clung, reminiscent of ancient biological remnants. These shells were incomplete, marred by intersecting fissures, as though a transformation process had been left unfinished, leaving behind this eerie testament. "It felt as if I was on the verge of evolution," Zhuang Chen mused, rubbing his head, only to suddenly gaze at his left arm in astonishment. "What is this? A ghostly hand?" Arkham stared at Zhuang Chen, momentarily speechless. Zhuang Chen emanated a vast shadowy aura, as if he had been entirely transformed into a puppet apostle, his shadowy presence rivaling that of the Duke's estate. Chapter 95 Return to the surface. Zhuang Chen lowered his gaze to examine his left arm, gently moving it a few times as if he sensed some unknown force empowering it, rendering his left arm remarkably agile and full of strength. He intended to touch it with his right hand, only to realize that Arkham and Hammer were silently observing him, their expressions unreadable. "What's the matter?" Zhuang Chen inquired, puzzled, before glancing at the system panel. Zhuang Chen Thorny Blossom Occupation Blade Knight Sub-Occupation Shadow Apostle Wraith Knight Cultivation Blade Knight Breathing Technique 5th Stage Knight Shadow Affinity Wraith Soul, skills are proficient in Blade Knight swordsmanship, Blade Oath, Heart of Warning, Shadow Traversal Apostle, Shadow Veil Apostle, Shadow Scythe Apostle, Wraith Form Fragmented, Shadow Form Unlearned Energy. 365 Untransformed Dark Energy. 8756 Soul of Fragile Nameless Warrior. Soul X for the Shadow had transformed into a Wraith, its occupation title now altered to Wraith Knight, accompanied by several question marks, as if the system had encountered a glitch. The Shadow transformation was absent, replaced by two new aspects, Wraith Form and Shadow Form. Arkham could no longer contain his curiosity and broke the silence, asking, Zhuang Chen, listen, try to operate the blade breathing technique, slowly, without haste.
Zhuang Chen glanced at Arkham.
Though confused, he could see the concern in Arkham's eyes and proceeded to attempt it. The turbulent shadow energy within him receded swiftly like a receding tide, vanishing without a trace. In its place, the pure white radiance unique to the Blade Knight heritage gradually enveloped him. Arkham's taut nerves finally relaxed, while Hammer remained furrowed in thought. But he could not help but ask, Zhuang Chen, what race is your mother? She's human, and apparently a mage, Zhuang Chen replied. Hammer stroked his bushy beard thoughtfully. Then how did you manage to attract both the Wraith and the Shadow simultaneously? Just a moment ago, the Shadow Apostle marked deep within your soul was activated. It seemed the Shadow Lord was vying for you against something else. You were on the verge of being wholly transformed into a Wraith, and you even grasped the barrier of the present realm. Arkham, still shaken, remarked, Abyss might not be as unique as you.
Hammer scratched his head and asked, do you hear any strange voices in your head?
Zhuang Chen sensed himself to be in good condition, feeling only a slight hunger and nothing amiss. No, he finally shook his head. Arkham pondered for a moment and said, I'll go check the situation outside. With that, Arkham's figure vanished, only to return shortly, astonished, declaring, the storm outside has ceased, and the dark energy seems to have dissipated.
I will also go and take a look. Zhuang Chen activated Shadow Traversal, returning to the present realm.
This time, he felt no oppressive sensation from the dark energy. Instead, he experienced an unprecedented fluidity. Arkham and Hammer followed suit, with Hammer immediately raising the detector to scan Zhuang Chen, emitting a perplexed sound. Strange, there are no other reactions. The red light of the detector in Hammer's hand faded, replaced by a gentle yellow glow. This indicated that the concentration of dark energy in the vicinity had diminished to 500, while some risk remained. It had at least entered a relatively safe range. Zhuang Chen understood that he had undergone certain changes that were beyond their comprehension, changes that even he could not fathom. Sighing, he said, Gentlemen, please do not look at me like that, let us rescue those in need first. Indeed, let us make haste while the storm has calmed, Hammer responded, turning to lead the way, with Arkham silently following Zhuang Chen. The trio ventured toward the direction of the probe, and as they walked, they heard several feeble coughs. Hammer promptly quickened his pace, rounding a bend in the mining tunnel, where they discovered Victor, who was carrying General Salo on his back. Victor leaned against the wall with one hand, weakly moving forward, his body drenched in blood, yet his armor showed no signs of damage, though blood continued to seep from it.
Arkham rushed forward to assist him, inquiring, what are your injuries?
Soul rupture, damn it, Victor coughed, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, and then gently set the unconscious General Salo down.
Hammer frowned as he hoisted General Salo onto his back, reluctant to approach the elf, but the dire condition of Salo compelled him to assist. Arkham also lifted Victor onto his back, walking while asking, what of the others? I heard that 4 elven rangers jumped down as well. Victor offered a grim smile. They were torn apart by the storm, scattered all over beneath Shaft 1. Arkham fell silent for a moment, refraining from further inquiries. Yet, Victor had many questions, his condition relatively stable despite his fatal injury. What did you encounter earlier? I saw the storm rising again and thought we were doomed, only for it to suddenly calm and for some dark energy to dissipate. Zhuang Chen, leading the way with the detector, paused momentarily, remaining silent. Hammer glanced at Arkham but did not dare to interject. The changes Zhuang Chen had instigated were rather peculiar. If the Sanctum were to catch wind of this, they might dispatch an Inquisition to investigate. Considering Zhuang Chen's lineage of the Thorny Blossom, the Sanctum might show some leniency and merely send the Judicator Knights. Arkham, too, found it inappropriate to divulge the recent events to Victor, and could only offer a casual explanation. I activated the Shadow Veil. I never imagined you would also be chased into the Shadow Realm like a dog. I shall remember this well. Haha, cough, damn it. Arkham sighed, you're barely hanging on, spare us the needless chatter. Victor, undeterred, insisted, no way, even on the brink of death, I must leave a few last words, right? There are only 4 great knights left in the southern region. Now that I am crippled, I must rely on you and Roland to carry on. I can't hold on any longer. As he spoke, Victor's body softened, collapsing against Arkham's back, motionless. Zhuang Chen halted, turning to ask, is he? Arkham laughed and scolded, "He's just playing dead, pay him no mind, hurry and lead the way."
The group hastened onward, unimpeded by the dark energy storm, soon returning to the previous cable car station, where they were swiftly received by other dwarven artisans. Upon reaching the surface, the priest of Blackstone Town, accompanied by all the priests and nuns from the church, rushed over to greet them. Chapter 96, The proper utilization of Apis. Outside, a cacophony ensued.
Footsteps were somewhat disordered, the clatter of hooves echoed rapidly, and the rumble of wheels grinding against the earth filled the air. Apis rose from his bed and approached the window to gaze below. Knights, clad in full armor, brandished torches as they directed the transport convoy, and it appeared that members of the clergy were present as well. Unlike the capital of the Southern Territories, Blackstone Town lacked streetlights. Here, there was no mage tower to weave a magical network, only the Lord's Manor and a few lamps near the church. After listening for a moment, Apis caught several key phrases and immediately surmised that there had been an incident at the mine, with a significant figure trapped below. Not my concern, Apis thought to himself as he returned to his bed. Just as he closed his eyes, the jovial visage of Hammer and the perpetually furrowed brow of Stewart emerged in his mind. Apis opened his eyes once more and sat up. I should take a look. With his heart urging him onward, Apis hurried downstairs, discovering a considerable gathering of patrons inquiring of the attendants about the situation at the mine. Some of the subhumans asked a few questions before departing. After observing for a moment, Apis exited the tavern and made his way to the stable in search of White. To his dismay, White had already been ridden away. Apis glanced at the procession on the street, stepped forward, and seamlessly blended into the crowd, climbing aboard a cargo cart alongside the laborers. One of the individuals on the cart raised a torch to scrutinize Apis, who, sensing the inquiry, preemptively spoke, "My apologies for my tardiness. I just received word that something has occurred." "What transpired?" The man instinctively replied, "I heard there was some trouble at the mine, but those knights didn't provide specifics. I noticed the church personnel have all arrived, suggesting it must be something significant." Apis posed another question. "Indeed," the man continued, "the bishop has mobilized all the priests and nuns. It is said that a prominent figure is trapped below." As Apis engaged in conversation, he deftly posed questions to shift the man's focus, swiftly gathering information and learning that he was Cadro, one of the foremen overseeing the miners beneath Blackstone Town, with no surname to speak of, primarily responsible for managing the workers and transporting them to the mining site. As the dialogue progressed, Apis realized he was quite adept at conversing, as though he had often engaged in such exchanges before. While contemplating this, he continued his discourse with Cadro. The caravan pressed onward with urgency, causing a jostling motion, yet Apis found himself surprisingly adaptable to the upheaval, his body instinctively adjusting without any discomfort. The miners aboard the cart similarly displayed a stoic demeanor, their expressions vacant, with only Cadro remaining loquacious. Although Cadro's throat grew parched, Apis consistently posed questions that piqued his interest, maintaining the conversation until they arrived at the mine, at which point Cadro's voice was nearly hoarse. "All miners, gather here," commanded a knight wielding a torch, prompting Cadro to hastily direct the individuals on the cart to disembark and lead them towards the knight's position. However, as they walked, Cadro soon noticed that Apis had vanished. Where did that individual go? Cadro pondered aloud, scanning the crowd, before inquiring of the miners nearby, "What happened to that man?" One miner yawned and replied, "What man?" "I was just catching up on sleep and hardly paid attention. It seems we have arrived here in a daze." Cadro queried several others, all of whom claimed ignorance and did not recognize Apis. "Who was he? I feel as though I should know him. Why does he seem so familiar?" Cadro found himself ensnared in confusion. Meanwhile, Apis had blended into another group, picking up a mining pick from the cargo cart and following a band of dwarves towards the Hollow Valley mining area. One dwarf glanced back at him and remarked, "Young man, you're on the wrong path. This is a dwarven passage." "I reside in the Copperbeard Tavern's loft. I must go rescue Hammer," Apis replied. The dwarves gathered around him, exclaiming, "Are you the one known for your impressive drinking capacity? I've heard tales of you. Raymond claimed you could down 5 goblets of strong liquor in one go. Do you know Liao? When will Liao return?" Now it was the dwarves' turn to barrage him with questions, their voices rising in a boisterous clamor, their tones markedly distinct from those of ordinary humans, resembling a raucous exchange. This atmosphere, which would be intolerable for most, felt strangely familiar to Apis, evoking a sense of nostalgia, as if he often found himself amidst such ceaseless bickering. "Could it be that I have a band of dwarven friends?" he mused. Though the dwarves were questioning him, their strides were brisk, their sturdy legs propelling them swiftly until they reached the surface encampment of the Hollow Valley mine. "This way, over here!" Raymond shouted from atop a large boulder, and the dwarves converged towards him, while Apis once again followed the clerics into the interior of the encampment.
Inside, a cadre of Grey Knights stood guard, their armor emblazoned with the emblem of antlers. The knights barred Apus's approach, admonishing him, "Subhuman, do not come near." Gus poked his head out from the room. Apus stepped closer, his gaze fixated on Steward's left arm, marred with fissures. Utterly captivated, Steward, feeling no ailment, had been forcibly restrained in bed by Arkham. After the nun's examination, she stated, "My lord, it appears you bear no injuries. However, I may need to summon the bishop to examine your arm." "No need, please attend to the others first." Steward waved his hand dismissively, sitting up and extending his left arm towards Apus, inquiring, "Apus, what is the condition of this arm?"
Without hesitation, Apus responded, "It has been transformed by a wraith."
Fortunately, the flesh and bone structure have not been entirely converted.
What would happen if it were fully transformed?
Steward continued his inquiry, initially seeking to test the waters, for Apus's investigative report had noted him as the honorary president of the Secret History Society and the custodian of the Grand Archive, hoping to spark some recollection. To his surprise, Apus indeed recalled certain matters. Apus, too, found himself puzzled by his knowledge of these subjects. When faced with Steward's next question, he answered instinctively, without the need for contemplation. It would be eroded by the wraith, corrupting the soul, ultimately devolving into an unconscious wraith creature.
Steward recalled the Shadow's puppet apostles and pressed further, "What is the distinction between Shadow and Wraith?" Shadow and Wraith both belong to the category of dark elemental variants. The elemental structure of Shadow is relatively stable, whereas that of Wraith resembles boiling water, volatile and possessing a strong aggressiveness. Apus's tone shifted, reminiscent of a teacher imparting knowledge. Steward, akin to a treasure hunter uncovering a trove, relentlessly probed for more answers. Chapter 97. He seems to fear me. General Salo has awakened and wishes to see you. The arrival of Akam interrupted Zhuang Chen's eager inquiries. Reluctantly, Zhuang Chen retracted his pressing questions about his stomach ailment and stood up, patting Apus on the shoulder. "Wait for me here. We shall continue our conversation shortly." Zhuang Chen followed Akam to General Salo's hospital room, where the general appeared somewhat feeble, though his vital signs had stabilized, surrounded by a dense aura of natural elements. The Bishop of Blackstone Cathedral, having gathered his belongings, nodded at Zhuang Chen before hastily making his way to Victor's room. With great effort, General Salo propped himself up. "A bloodline of the Purple Thorn, heed my words. You must seal this place, further exploration is forbidden, it must be sealed." His voice bore a commanding tone, and just as he seemed poised to say more, his gaze suddenly darted to the doorway, where Apus curiously peered in. General Salo furrowed his brow and barked, "Repugnant and filthy bloodline, depart from here." Apus glanced at Salo, then looked down at his own slightly bleached clothing and sniffed. "It doesn't smell, I just washed it today." "Why do you carry the scent of the spirit of nature?" General Salo noticed not only a dull aura swirling around Apus but also a hint of the spirit of nature. He extended his hand towards Apus, attempting to draw him closer, only to find that Apus remained motionless at the door. Apus, puzzled, took a couple of steps forward. General Salo frowned and tried to grasp him again, still met with no response. Zhuang Chen, too, was perplexed. "General Salo, what are you doing?" Salo glanced down at his own hand, then reached toward Zhuang Chen, gently pulling, causing Zhuang Chen to feel a sudden force attempting to draw him closer to Salo. The shadowy essence on his left arm surged uncontrollably, prompting General Salo to narrow his eyes and spit out a mouthful of black blood. "You too," General Salo said, one hand clutching his chest while the other pointed at Apus and then at Zhuang Chen. "Both of you are not right. Shadow essence, you have been corrupted by shadow essence, purification is imperative." Wiping the blood from his lips, General Salo muttered to himself, "The world tree can purify, it can cleanse the holy light. We must cease mining, seal it, report to the Elven King. I want to return." His mind became a chaotic whirl, and he began to speak incoherently, striving to rise but finding his weakened state incapable of supporting him. Zhuang Chen swiftly approached to assist him back onto the bed and turned to inquire of Apus, "What is his current condition?" Apus replied, "It seems he is mentally eroded by the shadow essence. Given his physical condition and rank, he should not have succumbed to such corruption unless immersed in a storm of dark energy." Zhuang Chen sighed. He indeed was immersed in a dark energy storm, and even lit a firecracker. "What is a firecracker?" Apus briefly envisioned an image of a firecracker, fleeting yet illuminating his understanding. "He should not be alive. He ought to be dead," Apus stated affirmatively, scrutinizing General Salo, his gaze deepening before slipping back into a vacant, dazed state, murmuring, "Why ought he to be dead?" "Indeed, why he? Please continue," Zhuang Chen urged, holding Salo in place while turning to ask. Apus strained to recall, a vague term surfacing in his mind that he felt he had studied, yet the details eluded him. "I want to go back, I want to return." General Salo struggled, shouting. Apus suddenly focused on a patch of air and spoke,
you should allow him to sleep, otherwise, the situation will worsen.
Zhuang Chen paused. Who are you speaking to?
A gentle breeze swept through the room, causing General Salo to relax, his gaze gradually dulling. Under the caress of this wind, he slowly closed his eyes, sinking into a deep slumber as Zhuang Chen reached out to grasp at nothing, turned, and approached Apis, inquiring, "What do you see?"
Apis replied, "I see nothing at all." "Then what were you conversing with just now?" Zhuang Chen frowned.
Apis pointed towards General Salo, the spirit of nature. They are soothing General Salo's soul, which is suffering from.
Zhuang Chen narrowed his eyes. "You have studied souls?"
Apis shook his head. "No, I have never engaged in any research regarding souls." His response was swift, as if he had been frequently questioned. Zhuang Chen realized that Apis, within the Tower Council, was also a scholar of forbidden soul studies, hence, the records indicated that the master of the Black Crow Mage Tower he visited must have also engaged in related research. It seemed many were beginning to secretly delve into the study of souls. Zhuang Chen sensed that the mage community currently adopted a somewhat ambivalent stance towards soul studies, as if they too wished to explore the mysteries within. Apis felt his mind suddenly inundated with a multitude of chaotic, vast, and bloody concepts. As he glanced back at General Salo, two phrases flashed in his mind: soul tearing and shadow erosion.
"Milord, what has transpired?"
The bishop approached, clutching a Bible, casting a glance at General Salo. Zhuang Chen casually explained, "General Salo seemed to have lost control of his emotions, but he has fallen asleep under the soothing influence of the spirit of nature."
The bishop traced a crescent moon across his chest and replied, "General Salo's condition is somewhat complex. Perhaps only Archbishop Raymond in the capital can provide healing."
Zhuang Chen believed that Raymond would also be incapable of treating such injuries, otherwise, Norton would not remain sequestered in his study. There were likely many underlying reasons behind this. The bishop then glanced at Zhuang Chen's left arm, inquiring, "Milord, it appears you have also suffered erosion from the shadow essence. Do you require purification by the holy light?" Zhuang Chen raised his hand to inspect it, shaking his head. "For now, my condition is manageable."
"I do not require it. How is Captain Victor's injury?" The bishop traced another crescent moon across his chest. "His condition has stabilized, but further treatment may necessitate Archbishop Raymond's assistance." Zhuang Chen found the repeated mention of Archbishop Raymond amusing, especially as the bishop remained expressionless, stating, "Milord, my path of the holy light is long and arduous. I regret I cannot offer better assistance."
Zhuang Chen waved his hand dismissively. "No matter, you may attend to your duties. I shall remain here for a while." The bishop traced a crescent moon once more and departed, resembling an emotionless NPC. Observing the bishop's retreating figure, Apis remarked after some time, "Zhuang Chen, the bishop's legs were trembling. He seems to fear me." Chapter 78. In the depths of shadows trembling, Zhuang Chen turned to look outside the door, perplexed. "Has he seen you? Why is he afraid of you?" Apis shook his head. "I do not know. I shall inquire with Hammer later." As Zhuang Chen was not sufficiently familiar with the local powers, it was indeed best to seek Hammer's counsel regarding such matters.
It was only then that Apis recalled Hammer, hastily asking, "How is Hammer? Is he injured? He appears to be unscathed. I shall take you to find him." Zhuang Chen led Apis through the encampment in search of Hammer. After inquiring, they learned that Hammer had been examined by the priest and found to be in good health, and had hurriedly taken a group of dwarves to the dwarven crafting district. The two then made their way to the crafting area, where nearly all the dwarves were gathered, seemingly under the command of Lei Miao, intent on constructing some machinery. Hammer was in a separate compartment, tinkering with a core component the size of a human head. "Hammer, what are you creating?" Zhuang Chen pushed open the wooden door of the compartment and approached Hammer, observing him for a moment, unable to comprehend his work. Hammer, while busy, replied, "A purification device. The concentration at a depth of 400 is still too high. We must extract the leaking dark energy, dilute it with alchemical water, and then evolve it." Apis stepped forward as well, positioning himself on either side of Hammer. Without hesitation, Hammer directed them. "O Apis, hand me the dark energy, or on the left, and Zhuang Chen, help me lift the filter from that furnace at your feet." After a brief period of activity, Hammer casually inquired, "Zhuang Chen, do you have any questions?" Zhuang Chen pondered for a moment, extending two fingers. "Two matters. Firstly, regarding General Salo, he is currently unwell, but upon regaining consciousness, his first request was for me to cease all exploration and extraction in the Hollow Valley mine and to seal the area." Hammer continued his work without pausing, eventually saying, "General Salo's concerns are valid. The energy reactions beneath are quite volatile. Should an explosion occur, the consequences would be dire. However, the value of exploration is substantial." "Did we not encounter the subterranean hunters previously?" Zhuang Chen nodded and looked at Apis, asking, "Do you know what subterranean hunters are?" Apis promptly responded, "A type of aggressive and greedy predator, indifferent to the number of foes. It will unhesitatingly pounce on any living creature it perceives."
They primarily inhabit the temperate regions underground, do not build nests, and will relocate once they have consumed all life within their territory. Upon hearing Apis's precise answer, Hammer halted his work, astonished, and looked at Apis. "How do you know this?" Apis contemplated but could not recall anything. Zhuang Chen, chuckling, explained, "I have just discovered that if you ask him, he seems to subconsciously recall certain knowledge to answer you, but he cannot actively remember." Hammer held the core before Apis and shook it. "Are you familiar with this?" Apis shook his head. "I am not." Hammer thought for a moment, set the core down, and rummaged through his belongings, producing a piece of dark, gleaming wood. "What about this? Do you recognize it?" Apis took it, weighed it in his hand, squeezed it, and then picked up a hammer from the workbench and struck it vigorously, with Hammer merely observing without interference. Shadow resin, harvested from the black trees that grow in the depths of the Shadow Realm, contains concentrated shadow energy and can be utilized for neutralizing or stabilizing spell circuits. After experimenting for a while, Apis began to explain. Hammer exhibited a look of discovery, saying, "You now resemble a walking library, possessing knowledge so obscure, almost all wanderers can only thrive on the fringes of the Shadow Realm, where it is most stable and poses little threat, serving as a sanctuary for those of the wandering profession. The borders of the Shadow Realm are marked by certain limits. Ordinary wanderers cannot cross these boundaries unless some form of spatial distortion occurs, or they are targeted by the chaotic consciousness of the Shadow Lord, marked as apostles, allowing them to penetrate deeper into the Shadow Realm. It is said that within the depths of the Shadow Realm lie numerous terrifying creatures and even ancient remnants of civilizations. However, all such claims lack tangible evidence. Those wanderers who emerge from the depths of the Shadow Realm are often driven mad, their utterances resembling delirious ramblings, chaotic and disordered." The shadow resin in Hammer's hand was brought forth by a certain dwarven wanderer, who, mere days after extracting it, was entirely consumed by the shadows and became an apostle of the puppets, leaving no trace of himself in the mortal realm. Apis returned the shadow resin to Hammer, cautioning her, "This substance is quite rare. I cannot recall its significance." Apis's knowledge had once again faltered. Hammer carefully stored the resin, sighing, "It is of no consequence. Once you regain your memory, we shall have a thorough discussion." Zhuang Chen, intrigued, inquired Apis, "How does one venture into the depths of the Shadow Realm?" Upon hearing this question, Hammer quickly covered Apis's mouth. "Do not speak." Apis blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend. Hammer added to Zhuang Chen, "Do not pursue such knowledge, nor attempt to enter the depths of the Shadow Realm." Zhuang Chen shrugged. "Very well, let us return to our previous topic." Hammer acquiesced, stating, "Since subterranean hunters can manifest below, it follows that a complete ecosystem must exist underground. These hunters are insatiably greedy, constantly seeking prey. If the local fauna were too sparse, such predators would not appear. So, do you support the continuation of exploration?" Zhuang Chen crossed his arms, observing Hammer. Hammer replied with a smile, "In truth, my opinion, and that of the Dwarven Kingdom, are of little import. It is the stance of the Holy Church that holds paramount significance. The manner of the Holy See will undoubtedly influence further explorations below. Even if General Rosa were to invite the Elven King, it would be challenging to sway the will of the Holy See. The current state of affairs on the continent has largely stabilized. With nearly all areas explored, the light of the Holy Church has permeated every corner of the land, and now, traces of life have been found underground, accompanied by vast energy tides. The Church will not let this opportunity slip by." Zhuang Chen contemplated for a moment, asking Hammer, "Do you know the bishop from Blackstone Town?" "Bishop Lion, yes, I know him, though we have not communicated much." "Why do you ask?" Hammer responded. Zhuang Chen recounted the earlier events, and Hammer fell silent for a moment before stating, "As far as I know, Lion was once a priest at the Basilica of Pashivana in the royal capital. It seems he offended someone, which is why he was assigned here as a bishop." As Hammer spoke, he could not help but scrutinize the seemingly harmless Apis. "He might recognize you from the royal capital and perhaps remembers you well." Apis, having not seen the Adventurers Association's investigation, was unaware of his own background and curiously inquired, "Why would he know me? Was I ever in the royal capital?" Chapter 99. A Dare to Act. Zhuang Chen did not shy away from the truth, candidly stating, "I have issued a bounty for you through the Adventurers Association and have obtained some information regarding your background." The moment Apis heard this, his eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Could you show me?" he asked eagerly. Zhuang Chen nodded. "Of course, the documents are housed in the Lord's Manor. I shall retrieve them for you once we return." With that, Zhuang Chen ceased to intrude upon the blacksmith, leading Apis away from the craftsman's district. As they surveyed the area, they noted that the rescue and restoration efforts were already being orchestrated with great efficiency by the blacksmith. It was as if he had anticipated every detail. The dwarves were diligently attending to their tasks, working in harmonious concert. There was no need for Zhuang Chen's direction, as the coordination had been entrusted entirely to Acom. After a brief inspection, Zhuang Chen accompanied Apis back to Blackstone Town. Upon their arrival at the Lord's Manor, Zhuang Chen presented the investigative report from the Adventurers Association to Apis. Taking the report, Apis settled onto the sofa in the parlor and began to peruse the unfamiliar script. which felt estranged and distant to him, leaving him unable to unearth any fragments of memory related to it.
Zhuang Chen lit a cigar and took a seat beside Apis, softly inquiring, "Do you recall anything?"
Apis lowered the report, shaking his head slightly. He then gazed up at Zhuang Chen, his expression betraying a hint of bewilderment and confusion.
Zhuang Chen furrowed his brow and posed another question. "The report mentions you were a member of the Tower Council. What kind of magic were you proficient in? What is the simplest magical circuit?" While Apis's demeanor remained impassive, a triangular emblem surfaced in his mind.
He delicately traced the shape in the air, stating, "A triangle, it is the most stable magical circuit."
Observing Apis's reaction, Zhuang Chen felt a surge of hope. It seemed his therapeutic approach was yielding positive results. He pressed on with further inquiries. "What qualifications are necessary to become a member of the Tower Council?"
Apis gently shook his head once more, his mind failing to conjure any additional memories.
"What kind of work does the Historical Society typically engage in?"
Zhuang Chen continued, but Apis merely repeated his gesture of negation. Regardless of Zhuang Chen's questions, or even if Kelly were to present enchanted weapons for Apis to examine, he remained at a standstill, unable to respond. As Zhuang Chen could not help but murmur, "Is there a daily limit to the inquiries I can make with you? Perhaps you should rest for now, and I shall inquire once more tomorrow?" Apis nodded in agreement with this plan. Over the course of the following days, Zhuang Chen persistently engaged Apis in conversation, striving to awaken his dormant memories. However, despite the frequency of the inquiries, Apis did not recall any pertinent information. Instead, he exhibited some latent traits. Each time Zhuang Chen posed a question, Apis's gaze deepened, as though he were sinking into an abyss of recollections. He would unexpectedly retort with a question of his own, his tone imbued with an ineffable confidence. Throughout their dialogues, Apis gradually seized the initiative, ultimately transforming the situation such that he was the one interrogating Zhuang Chen. It was only after concluding their discussions that Zhuang Chen experienced a moment of realization, chuckling wryly. "You aren't secretly working as an interrogation consultant for the Inquisition Knights in the capital, are you?" In his previous life, as a prominent figure within a guild, Zhuang Chen had often found himself subjected to inquiries. He had become exceedingly adept at evading verbal traps. If he chose not to divulge information, few could ensnare him with their words. Yet, Apis appeared to be an anomaly. His inquiries were devoid of deceit or entrapment. They were merely straightforward questions imbued with a peculiar charm that compelled one to comply, as if led by divine will. Inadvertently revealing their innermost thoughts, Zhuang Chen began to feel a sense of trepidation towards Apis. Should this youth continue to probe, he might find himself stripped bare of his own secrets. After several more days, the commander of the Horned Ranger Knights arrived, refraining from interaction with anyone and merely escorting General Rosa away. Zhuang Chen had hoped to engage him in conversation, but the commander ignored everyone entirely. Shortly after the Horned Ranger Knights departed, reinforcements from Staghorn Fortress arrived, bearing a response from the Duke of Bougainvillea. Upon returning to his chamber to open the letter, Zhuang Chen discerned it was a personal missive from Norton, penned in an elegant yet commanding script, conveying a succinct message: "A dare to act. The bloodline of Bougainvillea is destined to overcome all obstacles. So, this old man wishes to play the role of a detached overseer," Zhuang Chen muttered to himself, placing the letter back into its envelope and tossing it into a drawer. In addition to Norton's correspondence, the Staghorn Fortress brought news that the Inquisition Knights, initially dispatched to investigate the death of Bishop Charlie, had altered their course and were now heading towards Blackstone Town. Prior to their departure, they had sent a message via the magical network, instructing Zhuang Chen to secure the Blackstone mine and prevent unauthorized personnel from approaching, asserting that all matters would be determined upon the arrival of the Inquisition Knights. The tone of such orders left Zhuang Chen feeling quite displeased. If all went as anticipated, this knightly contingent would likely assume command upon their arrival in Blackstone Town, taking full responsibility for the affairs of the mine. "My lord, young Master Vincent has arrived," came the knock at the door from Gus. Zhuang Chen frowned, rising to exit, and as he descended the staircase, his eyes fell upon Vincent, who was lounging comfortably on the sofa in the hall, nonchalantly gesturing as if orchestrating the busy Kelly. He appeared every bit the master of the manor. "Oh, my dear brother, it seems you are quite occupied." Vincent's voice dripped with mockery, and his demeanor seemed to have regained some semblance of composure, shifting from previous mania back to his usual loathsome self. Zhuang Chen strode toward Vincent, seizing his collar and forcefully yanking him from the sofa, throwing him out of the hall with great vigor. "You bastard!" Vincent shrieked. "Zhuang Chen, how dare you throw me out?" Outside, his voice echoed with rage, but Zhuang Chen feigned ignorance, turning to Gus to chastise. "What sort of riffraff are you letting in? Do you think this is a playground?" Gus lowered his head, too intimidated to respond. Fueled by fury, Vincent charged forward, tearing off his pristine white gloves and flinging them at Zhuang Chen with a fierce shout. "I challenge you to a duel." Zhuang Chen ignored him, sidestepping the flying glove and continuing his nonchalant stride toward the door, dismissing Vincent's ire entirely. Vincent's face darkened with fury. "Stop, if you dare to leave, I will kill him," he shouted, brandishing his weapon at Gus. Zhuang Chen slipped out of Vincent's sight and into the courtyard of the Lord's Manor, where he spotted Smith, who was engrossed in fishing in the pond, several gasping goldfish strewn about the edge. Noticing Zhuang Chen's gaze, Smith turned and grinned. "Young Master Zhuang Chen, you have arrived. Would you care for some grilled fish? My cooking skills are quite commendable."
"What are you doing here?" Zhuang Chen asked, his expression devoid of warmth.
Smith wiped his hands on his clothes and rose, replying, "I heard there was trouble at the Blackstone mine and came to check if you needed assistance."
"None is required, quickly take your master away."
"I fear I might be driven to slay him," Zhuang Chen replied coldly. Vincent burst forth, spotting Smith, and bellowed, "Smith, pin Zhuang Chen to the ground, I want him dead." Chapter 100 The Steam Engine. Vincent's behavior was rather peculiar, even perplexing to Johnston. While Johnston was aware that Vincent lacked intellect, he certainly did not expect him to prance about like a jester, performing ludicrous antics before him. With his arms crossed, Johnston observed Vincent with a calm demeanor, a gaze that made Vincent exceedingly uncomfortable, evoking a sense of paternal authority. Furrowing his brows, Vincent met Johnston's eyes, internally reminding himself that he was the elder brother, the superior to Johnston. How could he possibly fear a worthless younger sibling? What is there to be proud of? The capital is now under Robert's command, and he has completely sidelined you. After exchanging a few glances, Vincent huffed in indignation. Johnston regarded him as one would a fool, further inciting Vincent's ire, prompting him to grit his teeth and declare, "Smith, let us depart." In a huff, Vincent strode away, while Smith chuckled and waved farewell to Johnston. Gus approached, casting a puzzled glance in the direction of their departure, muttering, "Young Master Vincent has become quite strange."
Johnston inquired, "Was he not strange before?"
After a moment of reflection, Gus replied, "Young Master Vincent was rather normal previously, albeit with a bit of a temper. However, ever since that Smith appeared, he seems to have transformed into a different person." As he spoke, Gus glanced at Johnston and added with a sheepish grin, "Of course, your transformation has been quite significant as well."
Johnston chose to let the matter rest, instructing Gus to prepare the horses for their journey to the mine. For the past few days, Hammer had been at the mine addressing the leakage of dark energy, and aside from the dwarves, very few were capable of descending. Upon arriving at the Blackstone mine, they headed straight for the dwarven encampment, where knights dispatched from Deerhorn Fortress had established a camp to guard the perimeter and prevent the adventurers from encroaching. Ray spearheaded Johnston to Hammer's workshop, only to find him indulging in spirits, with a bandage wrapped around his left arm. "How did you sustain an injury?"
Johnston queried, surprised. Given Hammer's physical resilience, it seemed improbable that he could be harmed by anything emerging from the mine. Johnston had previously witnessed him crush a subterranean hunter underfoot. Hammer shook his drink and replied, "New species have emerged in the mine. One of them lay in ambush on the tunnel, lunging at me unexpectedly and biting. Its teeth were remarkably sharp, piercing through my skin."
Johnston asked, "Is there anything I can assist you with?"
Hammer pondered briefly. The energy leakage below has been largely addressed, but some novel species have appeared, disrupting the miners' work. I will have a word with Victor to arrange for a contingent of knights to provide protection."
Johnston acknowledged this and inquired, "Is there any further assistance required?"
After taking a couple of swigs from his strong drink and belching, Hammer remarked, "I heard that the capital has established a magical energy industrial committee, developing numerous innovations.
Is there any information available from your Duke of the Purple Thorn?"
In truth, Johnston could not be of much help. The capital was entirely closed off to the southern territories, ostensibly leaving a small opening for Norton, providing only peripheral information while keeping the core details completely under wraps. Instead of directly answering Hammer's question, Johnston countered, "I heard that the committee has also recruited a number of dwarves. Did you not obtain any information from them?" Hammer shook his head, stating, "Years ago, I parted ways with them due to ideological differences.
How could I possibly lower myself to seek their favor?"
The dwarves were known for their forthrightness. If they found someone displeasing, they remained displeased, and due to their long lives, such grievances could endure for centuries.
"Have you heard of the steam engine?" Johnston suddenly inquired. Hammer shook his head, "Never heard of it. What is it?"
Johnston himself had only a limited understanding of the steam engine, having been merely a gang leader in his previous life rather than an inventor.
After mulling over his words, he explained, "The principle of the steam engine is to boil water. Do you have a kettle?"
Hammer rummaged through a nearby box, eventually producing a clearly seldom used kettle. Johnston continued, "Fill it with water, then place it on the stove to boil." Hammer called out, and a dwarf hurried in, after a brief exchange, the dwarf dashed back out, soon returning with a half-man-high water bucket. The two settled beside the stove, awaiting the kettle's water to boil, until the kettle began to emit a hissing sound, its lid being lifted by the steaming vapor. Johnston then remarked, "Have you noticed that steam has considerable potential? If energy conversion is conducted appropriately, it could serve as a driving force, provided we design a system." Before Johnston could finish his thought, Hammer stood abruptly, saying, "I believe I grasp your intent.
Please wait a moment."
Hammer began bustling about the workshop, gathering an array of materials. Johnston awaited patiently, from day until night, as Hammer crafted a machine standing just over half a man tall.
"Is this what you were referring to?"
Hammer asked, patting the makeshift steam engine he had fashioned.
Johnston stepped forward, peering closely but unable to comprehend the contraption, asking, "Shall we try boiling some water?"
"I have designed a system for cyclical energy conversion based on the steam you mentioned."
"Let me demonstrate."
Hammer poured water into the machine, then inserted a palm-sized magical crystal into it. The machine instantly lit up, and Hammer had even inscribed a heating rune within the water reservoir. In a matter of moments, the water-boiled steam surged through a compression rune into the pipes, entering the cyclical system Hammer had devised, commencing a repetitive motion. Johnston observed for a while, sensing the principle seemed correct, yet it felt off somehow. Hammer grasped the drive rod, testing its force, and the machine vibrated violently until Hammer released it, at which point it returned to normal.
"The power output is rather mediocre, it holds little utility," Hammer lamented, shaking his head in disappointment.
Recalling the key elements of the steam engine, Johnston pondered for a moment before recalling several terms, exclaiming, "High pressure, sealed high pressure, your machine lacks sufficient sealing, preventing the formation of a high-pressure environment, hence the inadequate power."
Hammer glanced at it and said, "This requires construction in an alchemy workshop. Do you possess a design document? Where did you learn about such things?"
Johnston clarified, "I conceived this myself, though I cannot produce it. Your ability to create such a rudimentary prototype in such a short time is already impressive." Hammer, if we could successfully create a steam engine, we could ignite an industrial revolution ourselves, and we wouldn't even need magical ore as a power source, just water and coal. Lacking comprehensive knowledge of the steam engine, Johnston could only propose a research direction to Hammer: try to develop a mining machine powered by a steam engine core, one that even ordinary humans could operate, requiring no magical runes.
"Do you understand my intention?"
Hammer seemed to grasp the concept, albeit with some uncertainty, stating, "What you're describing appears quite time-consuming. I can only allocate some time to research it."
"I will invest in you."
"Initially, I shall provide 2,000 gold coins." As Johnston spoke, a thought struck him, and he added, "Hammer, if we can produce a steam engine, perhaps we need not worry about energy leakage during mining, as a machine powered by a steam engine wouldn't require magical crystals." Hammer considered. The judgment order. Half a month swiftly elapsed, during which Zhuangchen found himself tirelessly traversing between the Blackstone mine and Blackstone town, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the otherworldly steam engine. To assist in this endeavor, he enlisted Apis as the deputy to the Hammer. Zhuangchen believed that, as a member of the Secret History Association and a participant in the Tower Council, Apis, despite his amnesia, still possessed a sharp intellect that should not go to waste. With Apis's involvement, the research progress of the Hammer noticeably accelerated. Although Apis had lost many memories, he often managed to recall useful esoteric knowledge during Zhuangchen's inquiries. The Hammer's primary focus remained on the Hollow Valley mine, hence, while the steam engine's development progressed, its prototype had yet to materialize. Conversely, the Hollow Valley mine had commenced regular construction, with 3 shafts actively operational and continuing their descent. Over the course of 2 weeks, the exploratory drill had nearly reached a depth of 700 meters, and the 500-meter deep tunnel had stabilized, proving relatively safe aside from the occasional emergence of subterranean creatures. Even after alchemical dilution, the concentration of dark energy at 600 meters remained around 400, rendering it hazardous for ordinary miners, and the Hammer struggled to devise a more effective purification method. Before the gates of Blackstone town, a squadron of knights, impeccably synchronized, rode their formidable steeds, gradually entering the line of sight of the gatekeeper knights, clad in uniform armor, polished to a mirror-like sheen. Their attire shimmered with a cold brilliance. The predominant hue of their armor was a deep crimson, adorned with intricate golden holy patterns that, under the light, seemed to pulsate with life, exuding a mysterious and solemn aura. The knight responsible for registration immediately recognized the distinctive holy emblem on the breastplate of the leading knight and swiftly dispatched someone to notify Zhuangchen. The judgment order had arrived ahead of schedule at Blackstone town. The leader of the knights appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, with not a trace of facial hair to be seen. His physique, in stark contrast to the brawny paladins, appeared rather diminutive, akin to that of a fledgling chick. Zhuangchen soon appeared at the gates, and upon seeing him, the young knight dismounted, clenched his right fist, and gently tapped it against his chest before extending a formal knightly salute to Zhuangchen. This gesture was both solemn and courteous, affording Zhuangchen the respect he duly deserved and honor that other nobles would not receive. Given Zhuangchen's surname, Zizhu, noticing the youth's politeness, Zhuangchen also dismounted and took the initiative to introduce himself. I am Zhuang.
So you are the descendant of the Sword of the Eastern Realm, the Avalon family?
A flicker of surprise crossed Zhuangchen's eyes. He had previously studied the composition of the Kalia Empire and was familiar with several notable nobles from the Four Realms. The Duke's estate housed volumes on nobility that could fill 3 entire walls, all dedicated to the heraldry of Kalia's aristocracy. The memories of his former self had been pressed by Norton to study the first 10 volumes, primarily detailing the more powerful nobles in the royal capital and the Four Realms. In the heraldry series of the Kalia Empire, the Avalon family appeared in the 3rd volume, recognized as the right and left arms of the Duke of the Eastern Realm, famously dubbed the Sword of the East, alongside another noble known as the Red Lion, referred to as the Shield of the East. The political atmosphere of the Eastern Realm starkly contrasted with that of the Southern Realm, which resembled an independent principality. The Zizhu family held significant prestige in this region, wielding considerable influence and enjoying a degree of autonomous governance even within the empire. The impact of the Zizhu family permeated every aspect of politics in the Southern Realm, rendering its political ecology unique. Similar to the Southern Realm, the Northern Realm also possessed a distinct political ecosystem, dominated by the Delric family, whose influence was unparalleled. Their voice dictated all affairs in the north, compelling even the Kalia royal family to yield. The Eastern Realm, however, was more abstract. As Zhuangchen perused the materials on the Eastern Realm, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, pondering until a term surfaced in his mind of Bulk Jiangsu. Lord, do we need to register? The young knight inquired with a polite nod. Emerging from his reverie about Bulk Jiangsu, Zhuangchen turned his attention back to the young man and replied, since you're here, you might as well register. The young knight complied, proceeding to the registration desk with an amiable demeanor. Zhuangchen scrutinized the entourage accompanying Lord Avalon and suddenly noticed a slender, curvaceous figure seemingly mingling among the ranks. He couldn't help but gaze a moment longer. That pale, somewhat vacant face seemed familiar.
Upon completing the registration, Lord Avalon noticed Zhuangchen's scrutiny of his party and, following his gaze, inquired, "Do you know Lia? Is she Lia?"
Zhuangchen recalled the elven woman he had encountered at the Bloodthirsty Tavern, who, as it turned out, was a friend of the Hammer. Lia, perceptive to Zhuangchen's gaze, gracefully detached herself from the group and rode forth to greet him. She nimbly dismounted and, in a manner both candid and unpretentious, said, "Hello, bartender."
A spark of curiosity ignited within Zhuangchen, prompting him to softly ask, "What has prompted your newfound vivacity? The last time I saw you, you appeared rather lifeless."
Upon hearing this, Lia's expression dimmed with a hint of melancholy, her shoulders slumped as she sighed, "Because my dear friends have all succumbed to old age."
"Your kind possesses such fleeting lifespans."
"This isn't the place to discuss such matters. Let us all go together. You have traveled far, and I must extend proper hospitality."
Zhuangchen wished to steer clear of the heavy topic.
He led the judgment order back to the Lord's Manor, promptly instructing Afu to prepare a banquet and to send invitations to the Hammer and his associates at the mine. The nightly contingent led by Lord Avalon did not flood into the manor but instead set up camp in a nearby open space. Despite the manor's ample space to accommodate them, Lord Avalon graciously declined the offer. Only he, as the representative of the judgment order, stepped through the grand entrance of the Lord's Manor. His stay would be brief, for the following dawn, he would lead his troops to the Blackstone mine, assuming the duties of the Deerhorn Fortress Knights. Zhuangchen warmly welcomed Lord Avalon and Lia to their seats before delving into the crux of the matter. "I wonder, Lord Avalon, what mission has brought you here?"
Lord Avalon responded, "To investigate the anomalies at the Blackstone mine."
"You need not worry, my lord, we shall not interfere in the decisions concerning Blackstone Town and the mine." Upon hearing Lord Avalon's declaration of intent, Zhuangchen's perception of him elevated once more, and he proceeded to inform Lord Avalon of General Rosa's situation. After a moment of silence, Lord Avalon replied, "I have already heard of General Rosa's concerns. His apprehensions are well-founded. Our visit is indeed to address this very issue."
Chapter 102.
The penitent priest. As several individuals engaged in idle conversation within the parlor, Arkham hurriedly returned with Gus, and upon entering the courtyard, he was taken aback by the presence of the Judgment Knight's stronghold. Without hesitation, he swiftly advanced into the hall, where he beheld Lord seated upon the sofa. Arkham squinted, scrutinizing Lord with a discerning eye. Sensing Arkham's gaze upon him, Lord turned his head, and upon making eye contact with Arkham, rose to his feet, offering a gentle smile as he said, "Might I be so bold as to inquire if you are the illustrious Dark Knight, Mr.
Arkham?
Arkham acknowledged the greeting with a nod, yet continued his examination of Lord. Although attired in the armor of the Judgment Knights, Lord's demeanor and age did not align with Arkham's recollections of the order. The figure before him exuded an air of refinement, more akin to a devout priest who should be cradling the Holy Bible than a knight. No, he is indeed a priest. Arkham could distinctly perceive that the aura emanating from Lord diverged entirely from that of the Judgment Knights. He had not mastered the unique breathing techniques of the order, an undeniable truth. The power of a priest is born of compassion, a divine mercy as well as their own empathy. Arkham's conviction regarding Lord's identity grew ever stronger. He keenly sensed the indescribable gentleness that enveloped Lord, along with the deep-seated compassion hidden within, radiating like invisible ripples that quietly spread through the air. Noticing Arkham's unusual demeanor, Baron turned his gaze towards Lord as well. However, despite his careful scrutiny, he could discern no oddities in Lord. He appeared merely as an ordinary traveler, calm and unpretentious. Lord showed no sign of displeasure at Arkham's scrutiny. Instead, he met his gaze with poise and tranquility. With a faint smile, he initiated a conversation. "Mr. Arkham, it seems you harbor some reservations about me. Might you share what perplexes you?"
Arkham countered, "Are you affiliated with the Judgment Knights?"
Lord nodded in affirmation. Offering no further elaboration, Arkham inhaled deeply, retracting his scrutinizing gaze as he turned towards Baron. Standing behind Baron, he crossed his arms over his chest, seemingly lost in contemplation. Lord gradually resumed his seat, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Baron's left arm, the peculiar limb that had once been transformed by the shadow but had not been wholly successful.
"Did Lord Baron sustain that injury in the mines?"
Lord inquired softly. Baron raised his left arm and replied, "Half a month ago, there was a dark energy storm in the Echo Valley mines. The situation was quite complex." Lord rose once more, approaching Baron and stating, "Before I became a paladin, I was a priest, possessing some knowledge of healing and restoration."
"If it would not be too much trouble, may I examine your left arm?" Baron regarded him and nodded, "Of course."
He extended his left arm, permitting Lord to inspect it closely. Lord's gaze lingered upon Baron's arm, as if searching for something. His fingers gently brushed against Baron's skin, sensing the hidden tremors of the shadow beneath the surface. With one hand firmly stabilizing Baron's arm, Lord extended two fingers of the other hand, conjuring a soft golden light between them. The radiance was not blinding, rather, it appeared gentle and warm, akin to the first rays of sunlight at dawn, instilling a sense of tranquility. As Baron beheld the holy light coalescing at Lord's fingertips, he sensed that it was even more soothing than that of Archbishop Raymond.
"Mr.
Baron, please relax and breathe deeply," Lord softly advised, allowing the golden light to glide over Baron's left arm. The once brilliant golden glow gradually dimmed, ultimately vanishing entirely. Baron felt a refreshing coolness on his left arm, akin to a gentle spring breeze, tender and comforting. Beyond that, he experienced no other unusual sensations. Lord slowly withdrew his hands, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. He spoke softly, "With my current abilities, I fear I am unable to fully purify the power residing in your left arm."
"Do you experience any discomfort? Has this arm been a burden to you?"
"Not at all, it merely looks a bit unsightly," Baron replied, moving his left arm a few times, noting that it not only posed no trouble but had even enhanced his combat prowess. Lord scrutinized him, his eyes glimmering with profound insight as he remarked, "From the present circumstances, it seems you share an extraordinary affinity with the shadow. It has not encroached upon your soul.
You remain distinctly yourself, which is truly remarkable."
Arkham, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, now slowly opened them. His gaze fell upon Lord, and the previously indifferent expression softened considerably. As evening approached, Ironhammer and the others returned from the mine, signaling the commencement of the banquet. Baron, accompanied by Apis, approached Lord with a toast, observing Lord's expression to ascertain whether he recognized Apis.
Lord maintained a neutral demeanor, greeting, "Mr. Apis, how do you do?"
"Good day," Apis politely responded, his gaze darting towards the food on the table behind Lord. Noticing Lord's lack of response, Baron engaged in a few more pleasantries before attending to others, while Apis unceremoniously pulled up a chair beside Lord, quickly diving into the spread before him. Lord appeared indifferent to the clamorous environment. He gently lifted his wineglass and wandered into the depths of the courtyard. There, only the soft glow of the silver moon graced the surroundings, offering him a moment of tranquility. He gazed upon the silver moon, his expression seeming to transcend time and space, lost in reverie and contemplation.
"The penitent priest of the Judgment Knights?"
Arkham's voice suddenly resonated in Lord's ear, as he had quietly materialized beside him. After scanning the surroundings to ensure their privacy, he broached his inquiry directly. Lord did not respond immediately, still enveloped in the moonlit world. After a pause, he slowly returned his gaze to Arkham, softly stating, "Mr.
Arkham, do you see that silver moon?"
Arkham glanced upward, and upon beholding the moon, he felt a momentary disorientation. When he regained his senses, the once boisterous sounds faded into oblivion, leaving an indescribable serenity in their wake. Lord gently swirled his wineglass, saying, "Mr. Arkham, I am grateful you have not unveiled my identity. I bear a task from the sanctum. I ask for your understanding." Arkham turned away, his gaze once again directed towards the brightly lit hall. The festivities continued unabated, yet all sounds were muted by an enigmatic force, as if they existed in two entirely separate realms. It was the silver moon, but also a customary means of the penitent priest. The penitent priests excel in the manipulation of spirit and mind. They possess legitimate methodologies for studying soul spells, casting without the need for mediums, relying solely on a heart filled with sincere faith under the divine light to perform their magic.
Arkham queried, "Did you delve into Baron's soul today?"
"Indeed, Mr. Arkham, the bloodline of the Bougainvillea bears a certain curse, yet Mr. Baron appears to be free of its burden." Lord raised his glass and took a gentle sip, continuing, "His soul is exceedingly pure, seemingly capable of coexisting with all things. Even the ferocious power of the shadow cannot distort it." Arkham was taken aback by Lord's description. Despite his youth, Lord displayed remarkable talent and expertise in soul exploration. Lord pointed once more to the silver moon above. "Mr. Arkham, our conversation must come to a close. A mere glance at the silver moon will suffice for your departure." Though Arkham's mind was still rife with questions, the tone of Lord's voice suggested a desire to conclude the discussion, leaving little room for further elaboration. With a resigned sigh, Arkham once again gazed at the silver moon. In that moment of disorientation, the clamorous sounds of the banquet returned, blending dream with reality. The figure of Lord, once standing beside him, was now nowhere to be found.
Arkham scanned the hall but could not locate Lord's presence. Gus approached with a query, "Captain, are you searching for someone?"
"Where is Lord?" Arkham inquired, looking around again but finding no one. Gus explained, "He just returned to his camp. I assisted in moving some food and drinks. Those paladins can certainly eat." Chapter 103 The Miner's Handbook. The influx of adventurers at the Blackstone mine has surged once again, with many unable to approach the area surrounding the Hollow Valley mine. Instead, they have congregated on the nearby rocky shore to establish their camp. As the number of adventurers increases, nearby merchants have also arrived, eager to sell various supplies, including maps of the Hollow Valley mine. Initially, the adventurers contemplated retreating, but they have recently caught wind of news indicating that the exploration rights for the Hollow Valley mine will soon be granted, albeit with the stipulation that only silver-ranked adventurers and above may enter. Apis infiltrated the adventurer camp and began to explore the area around the merchants. The sounds of hawkers filled the air. "Hey there, dark-haired lad, would you like to purchase the latest map of the Hollow Valley mine for just 100 copper?
Are there any other maps available?"
Apis inquired, casting a glance at the shelves behind the merchant. The merchant promptly turned and opened a wooden box on the shelf, rummaging through it until he retrieved several rolled maps. He exclaimed, "Certainly, at Golden Tooth's shop, we have everything you could need.
Maps of Blackstone Territory, Starry Bay, as well as those of the southern regions and the Kalia Empire. Which one do you require?"
Apis scrutinized the maps in the merchant's hands, noting that a few appeared yellowed and evidently outdated.
After a moment of contemplation, he produced a silver coin from his pocket and declared, "I will take them all. Might I receive a discount?" Golden Tooth flashed a grin, revealing his gleaming gold tooth.
"If you wish to buy them all, it will only cost you 500 copper.
This is already the greatest discount I can offer, sir."
Apis pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Surely you wouldn't turn away a potential repeat customer. Since I am purchasing so many items, perhaps you could grant me a small token of goodwill, such as a charcoal pencil?" "Charcoal pencils are hardly valuable, my friend," Golden Tooth replied, turning to a drawer on the shelf. He retrieved 2 charcoal pencils and handed them over, continuing his sales pitch. "You seem prepared to apply for entry into the mine. I also have an exclusive miner's handbook available for just 50 copper. If you purchase a pair of miner's boots, I can offer you this handbook for free." Apis glanced down at his own boots, leather, patched numerous times, evidently crafted by his own hand. They were comfortable, and he had no need for a new pair. "I can first purchase the handbook for consideration. If I decide to enter the mine, your shop will be my first choice." He handed over a silver coin, which Golden Tooth received with a blow that produced a crisp ringing sound. The merchant then grabbed a simple burlap bag from the shelf and filled it with Apis's purchases, before extracting 5 copper coins from his pocket, 4 worth 100 and 1 worth 50.
"Please count your items, generous customer. We eagerly await your next visit."
Golden Tooth beamed once more. After exchanging pleasantries, Apis hoisted the burlap bag and turned to leave. He walked to a less populated cliff face on the rocky shore, where familiar yet foreign memories began to flood his mind. Instinctively, he began to assess the situation. The ground was relatively flat, the view was unobstructed, and the terrain was secure. Ultimately, his gaze fixated on a particular cliff face. Looking up, fragments of knowledge surged within him once more, guiding him as he climbed a few steps higher. Once he was well above the ground, Apis steadied himself on a slightly protruding rock, lowered his center of gravity, took a deep breath, and struck the cliff face with his fist. At the moment of impact, his fist coalesced with a swirling gust of energy, and with a resounding crash, a multitude of shattered stone fragments erupted from his right fist. Just as the sudden surge of knowledge had predicted, the cliff face cracked open, revealing a small cave, just tall enough for a person to enter. This section was composed of a stone wall embedded in the cliff, with the true mountain structure lying behind it. Apis speculated that he may have once been an accomplished geologist. As he pondered, he crawled into the cave, clearing away the debris within, only to find a few insects scuttling away. This place requires a good fire, he mused. A thought crossed Apis's mind as he noticed the surrounding adventurers gazing at him in astonishment, their eyes filled with awe. When their gazes met, the adventurers hastily gathered their belongings, seemingly eager to vacate the area. After some time, Apis had cleared the cave of debris, and all that was left was to find a torch to warm the space and create a dry, comfortable temporary camp. Apis did not rush to find a torch. Instead, he settled down in the cave and opened the burlap bag. He first unfurled the miner's handbook, which, despite its title, was merely a piece of paper folded several times. Depth significantly impacts the balance of the Hollow Valley mine. According to tests conducted by the dwarf craftsman, a depth of 500 meters is the safety limit for the use of magic and combat skills. Below 500 meters, in newly developed tunnels, energy resonance reactions are exceptionally strong. Under non-essential circumstances, magic should not be employed, and combat skills should be used with caution. As Apis perused the pages, he noted that the summarized content was quite similar to what the Hammer had informed him. Some details were omitted from the handbook, such as the fact that the Order of Judgment had introduced the matrix discs from the Arcane Energy Industrial Committee, which could effectively maintain energy balance at depths of 600 meters, provided that large-scale spells were not utilized, further reducing the chances of energy resonance. Apis had not had the opportunity to investigate the matrix discs from the Arcane Energy Industrial Committee. Thus far, both the Lord and the Hammer had prohibited him from approaching the Hollow Valley mine. All he knew was that the Hammer had begun exploring depths of 700 meters, and the situation was far from optimistic, as even Captain Lord from the Order of Judgment had descended personally. Regarding the opening of the mine to adventurers, it was indeed true. Ever since the dark energy storm 2 weeks ago, various subterranean creatures had begun to emerge from below the mine. Currently, at depths of 600 meters, several new types of creatures had appeared, the most troublesome of which was a being known as the Shadow Soul Stealer. This creature appeared to be unfamiliar even to the Hammer, possessing formidable mental attack capabilities. Individuals with weak wills could be eroded into mindless husks with a single glance, or worse, become possessed. Due to the increasing number of monsters in the mine, the Lord had suggested allowing adventurers entry, temporarily opening the areas at depths of 500 meters and above. With the assistance of adventurers, the difficulty of further exploration would be significantly reduced. Apis had been present during their discussions, though at the time, he was primarily focused on the fruits laid out on the table and did not pay much attention to the specifics of their deliberations. Ultimately, Lord had agreed with the Lord's proposal, and even Captain Victor, who had initially opposed the idea, had no choice but to nod in agreement. Chapter 104. The three-person team. After reading the handbook, Apis retrieved the maps once more, first unfurling the largest one, which, when spread out, nearly matched his armspan. The map was yellowed yet well preserved, intact and free from any signs of decay or insect damage. This was a large map of the entire Kalia Empire, and in the lower left corner, Apis discovered a fine inscription indicating the year of publication, Kalia Calendar 190. This map was over 40 years old. Golden Tooth was indeed a shrewd merchant. The Kalia Empire, centered around the royal capital in the middle, delineated its 4 territories of the Western Territory bordering the sea, with a quarter of its land consisting of arid deserts. The Eastern Territory connected to an inland sea, adjacent to the Northern Territory, with the entire inland sea falling within the Kalia Empire's domain, except for the far eastern coastline, which belonged to the Holy Mire Empire. The Northern Territory was shrouded in eternal frost. Upon encountering this term, Apis's mind was flooded with an image of a robust man, wrapped in bandages, standing amidst a swirling snowstorm, arms outstretched, laughing heartily toward the heavens. That laughter echoed across the desolate ice plains, filled with a sense of grandeur and recklessness. Apis attempted to delve deeper into the memories swirling in his mind, but they surged forth like a tide, only to recede swiftly. This sensation left him feeling quite unsettled, as if his memories were tightly locked away by some invisible force, preventing him from fully accessing them. Whenever he attempted to reach the most critical fragments, that invisible lock would suddenly manifest, severing his thoughts and hindering his pursuit. A growl of hunger struck him, and he glanced down at his gaunt belly, realizing it was time to seek sustenance once more. Rising to his feet, he resolved to find a torch and warm the cave. After carefully rolling up the map, Apis stuffed his belongings back into the burlap bag, slinging it over his shoulder as he descended from the cave. Upon leaving the temporary camp, Apis began searching for his target and soon found a camp of adventurers where a fire was crackling. Observing from a distance, he noted that this camp not only featured tents but also neatly cut logs arranged nearby. Trees were scarce around Blackstone Town, and only near the territory of Starry Bay could one find woodlands. These individuals had likely come from Starry Bay. A campfire blazed in front of three individuals, a middle-aged adventurer clad in leather armor, who steadily emerged from the tent, carrying a beast's leg. Beside the tent, a young adventurer with blonde hair was busily chopping wood with an axe, and a more youthful individual, with short, vibrant red hair, likely around 17 or 18, squatted beside the fire, watching over a pot of stew. Apis attempted to analyze their origins and professions, but his hunger seemed to halt his thoughts, causing his gaze to fixate on the bubbling pot of stew. His feet unconsciously moved closer to the trio's camp. Apis's approach immediately captured the attention of the middle-aged adventurer. He quickly set aside the roasting beast's leg, instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword, his eyes filled with wariness and caution as he locked onto Apis. The other two adventurers also ceased their activities, their gazes converging on the unfamiliar newcomer. Apis appeared oblivious to their vigilance, his eyes glued to the steaming pot as if it were the only thing that mattered in the world. The middle-aged adventurer furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Unable to contain himself, he broke the silence, his voice laced with caution. "Friend, do you require something?" In response to the inquiry, Apis seemed not to hear, continuing to stare longingly at the stew. His behavior left the others perplexed, and the atmosphere grew tense. The blonde adventurer, unable to resist, muttered, "Doss, he looks like he is starving." Doss's expression twitched slightly, and he cleared his throat. "Ahem, friend, are you hungry?" Apis nodded honestly, his gaze still fixed on the pot of stew. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising emotions, Doss forced a somewhat stiff smile. "Friend, if you don't mind, please come and sit with us." Instinctively, Apis moved to sit by the fire, while the red-haired youth curiously scrutinized him, as if examining a new and fascinating object. After a moment, he introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Little Toronto." "Apis," came the simple reply. Doss sighed softly, shaking his head slightly, before gently instructing, "Seth, go fetch a bowl from the tent, and bring some bread. Let us serve him a bowl of hot stew to fill his belly. He clearly looks quite famished." Seth, in charge of chopping wood, set down his axe and returned to the tent to retrieve the items. He handed Apis a hefty loaf of bread, about the thickness of his forearm, exuding an enticing aroma of wheat and sweet cheese. Next, he carefully ladled a steaming bowl of meat stew and presented it to Apis. Little Toronto chimed in eagerly, "Eat quickly while it's hot. This is Starry Bay's specialty wheat bread, made with sweet cheese, absolutely top-notch." Apis nodded slightly, beginning to eat with a deliberate slowness, despite the hunger raging within him like a flame. He approached the food with a sense of ritual, savoring each bite. Doss quietly observed Apis, a sense of surprise welling up within him. He had expected that, driven by such intense hunger, Apis would devour his meal ravenously. However, the scene before him defied his expectations, revealing Apis's remarkable restraint. After consuming a loaf of bread and a bowl of hot stew, Apis's mind began to clear, and he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry if I startled you earlier." "Thank you for the food." Doss waved his hand dismissively, a smile of understanding gracing his face. "No need to worry, friend, I still have some freshly roasted meat. Please wait a moment. Seth, go fetch that bottle of sweet wine we bought in Starry Bay." Seth promptly dashed into the tent, emerging with a glass bottle containing a sweet, orange-red liquid, likely grape wine. Apis began to analyze the trio before him. The atmosphere of this small team was pleasant, with Doss evidently taking the lead. Doss's accent revealed a unique charm, characteristic of the Eastern Territory, while his hair color bore a striking resemblance to Seth's, a hue commonly found in the territory of Rondo. Little Toronto's fiery red hair stood out vividly, reminiscent of a blazing flame, warm and bright. His inner lining appeared to be made of fine silk, contrasting sharply with the coarse fabric worn by Doss and Seth. This youth was likely of noble descent. Apis's memory flickered back, recalling that the red-haired nobility belonged to the Rondo territory. The small team possessed not only a tent but also bottled wine. Ordinary adventurers typically purchased cheap ale in wooden barrels and would not indulge in such luxuries. Doss was likely the protector of Little Toronto, and Seth, while engaged in labor, had consciously controlled his breathing rhythm while chopping wood, suggesting he might be a knight esquire. As Apis observed, he noticed a puzzling gap with such abundant resources. What had happened to their horses? How had they traveled from Starry Bay to this location? Based on their configuration and supplies, they would require at least 2 horses. Stealing a few glances at the nearby traces, Apis spotted some disheveled hoofprints.
Mr. Apis, are you also here to explore the Hollow Valley mine?
Little Toronto inquired, his curiosity piqued.
Apis, what rank are you as an adventurer? Apis snapped back to reality from his musings and honestly replied, I have no rank.
Seth appeared visibly disappointed, retreating into silence. Doss spoke up to alleviate the awkwardness. The mine won't be open for exploration for another couple of days. We'll be resting here for half a day, then likely return to town for resupply. If you're hungry tonight, feel free to join us for a meal. Apis nodded in agreement, preparing to follow the traces to search for the horses they might have lost. Chapter 105 Conclusion. Apis retraced his steps back to Blackstone Town, decisively exiting through the northern gate, and made his way to the riverbank, where he discovered a temporary encampment. Beside it lay a small, empty cargo ship, and the camp itself was sparsely stocked with goods. Approaching the encampment, Apis observed a merchant caravan's escort, a group of over 10 guards, resting nearby, while 2 attendants by the river were watering and tending to the horses. The caravan's mounts were unmistakably the camels unique to the southern regions. Their sturdy legs and powerful frames were covered by a tough, black hide, resembling natural armor. Upon counting, he noted a total of 22 camels, alongside 12 other horses of a different breed. These were smaller in stature, yet their muscular definition was strikingly prominent. Apis keenly sensed that 2 horses, bent low to drink, were being ostracized by the others. They stood apart, maintaining a solitary distance from the rest. His unexpected familiarity with horses allowed him to comprehend their behaviors well. Effortlessly, he identified the lead mare among the transport horses, a robust brown-maned female. Most of the horses obediently followed. However, one particularly strong horse, one of the 2 drinking, seemed to regard her as no leader at all. This horse had a slightly grayish hue, and Apis was uncertain whether that was its natural color. Stealthily, he approached, while the 2 attendants, engrossed in their conversation by the riverbank, remained oblivious to the unexpected intruder. As he neared the herd, he erupted into a burst of astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning, lunging toward the somewhat gray horse.
His hands deftly soothed the creature, calming it swiftly, before he resolutely turned its head and galloped away. The commotion caused by the 2 horses startled the rest of the herd, which began to rear up in agitation. The scene devolved into chaos, with the sounds of hooves and whinnies intertwining. One attendant was kicked into the river by a startled horse, crying out as his body arced through the air before crashing heavily into the water. This outcry finally roused the other attendant, who had been lost in conversation, as well as the guards in the distance. They rushed toward the tumultuous herd, attempting to regain control of the situation. Apis rode through the streets like a tempest, his horse's hooves pounding the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Without hesitation, he burst through the southern gate, heading straight for the gathering sight. His speed was astonishing, and he frequently glanced back, yet saw no signs of pursuers. Unimpeded, Apis successfully arrived at the gathering site. Little Toronto immediately recognized the horse, exclaiming, Doss, look, that's our horse. Apis gently dismounted, extending his hand to caress the horse's neck, whispering soothingly. Doss, hearing the call, approached with surprise and confusion. He gazed at the horse, then at Apis, his eyes filled with questions. What is happening? Apis succinctly recounted his fortuitous encounter with the transport caravan on his return to Blackstone Town. These 2 horses broke away from the herd, causing a stir among the others. I followed, hoping to assist, and they led me here. He bowed his head humbly, attempting to hide the thread of deceit in his words. Doss listened patiently to Apis's evasive tale and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you so much. I will handle the situation from here. The transport caravan will not trouble you. Little Toronto joined in, quietly inquiring, Apis, how did you realize our horse was missing? Apis met Toronto's gaze for a moment, then shook his head gently, pointing toward the supplies hidden within. Little Toronto looked on with a hint of admiration, believing Apis to be a seasoned adventurer. He wished to inquire further, but Doss gently pulled him aside. Doss, sensing Little Toronto's eagerness, tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to refrain from continuing. He then turned to Apis, saying, I don't know how to express my gratitude, you have truly been a tremendous help. Little Toronto pouted and turned back toward the tent. It is I who should be thanking you all for generously sharing your provisions with me, Apis replied with a smile. Doss understood, responding, You were too kind. If you encounter any issues in Blackstone Town during your stay, you can seek me out, or approach the town's nightly order. Simply mention that you are a friend of Talon, and they will assist you. Doss Talon sends his regards.
After returning the horses, Apis waited a few days until the mine passage was finally opened. The adventurers began to flood into the tunnels, and Apis followed the throng until he arrived at the empty valley mine. Here, he found a large open-air pile of mine materials, but no miners were present to manage the heaps. He observed that most adventurers were entering through the right-hand entrance, while knights guarded. Apis approached the left side, and as a knight had just reprimanded a group of adventurers, he glanced at Apis, raising an eyebrow upon noticing Apis's black hair and dark eyes. He paused, muttering to himself, "What, another one?
May I enter?" Apis inquired.
The knight stepped aside, replying, "Of course, the Abyssals are not on the restricted list. May fortune favor your endeavors." Apis entered the passage guarded by the knights, traversing a black stone path that led him into a vast mine, its interior evidently man-made and paved with bricks. The lighting was dim, yet there was at least some illumination nearby. A cluster of adventurers sat, while knights stood guard at the lever station, forming a small squad. The knight on duty recognized Apis and called out, "Apis, how did you get in here?" "Young Master Zhuang has been looking for you for several days."